Jiang Yining arrived at the CAF, ascended to the second floor, and was about to search for someone when she noticed a man waving at her. Her brows knitted slightly in disbelief as she approached the table and asked incredulously, "Are you Mr. Chen?" The man's expression was one of evident excitement and surprise. "I am, Miss Jiang. It's a pleasure to meet you." Jiang Yining felt as though her heart had plummeted to the icy depths of a lake. She took out her phone, comparing it with the photo repeatedly, still struggling to accept the reality before her. Seeing her shock, the man opened his own phone and pointed to the screen. "This is an older photo of me, I assure you. I was quite presentable once, though appearances inevitably change over time." Jiang Yining scrutinized the man before her, who was noticeably portly, with thinning hair. She pressed her lips together, silence enveloping her for a moment. "The introducer mentioned you were in your 30s and stood at 6 feet tall, given his rather forced height of around 5'7", and how could the introducer have the audacity to describe him as a handsome gentleman?" He smiled awkwardly. "That's not entirely incorrect. It's in the 30s, approximately 6 feet tall." He emphasized the word approximately, clearly pleased with Jiang Yining, who remained as stunning as her photograph. Jiang Yining had a heart-shaped face, her features distinctly refined, exuding a gentle and elegant aura. Yet her eyes held a distant, cool detachment. Today, she wore no makeup, yet her skin was a delicate shade of rosy white. Her almond-shaped eyes glistening with a watery sheen, the outer corners slightly upturned. Her long hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, and her quiet presence rendered her a striking sight. She was still a middle school language teacher. Fearful that Jiang Yining might be dissatisfied with him, he hastily added, "Miss Jiang, while I may lack in physical appeal, as the saying goes, men grow more caring with age, and I am financially stable. I'm divorced with a son after we marry. You are welcome to choose not to have children." "Huh?" Jiang Yining was taken aback, laughter tinted with incredulity escaping her lips. "You're divorced and have a child? Divorced and single. What distinction does that hold from fraud?" "I'm sorry, but I believe we are not suited for one another." Jiang Yining did not wish to waste her breath further and reached for her bag, preparing to leave. The man, in a flustered hurry, seized her wrist, attempting to plead his case. "Miss Jiang, aside from the 50,000 dowry your mother proposed, I can also offer an apartment in the city center." Jiang Yining's expression turned icy. "Mr. Chun, my mother has passed. Any agreements made with her are irrelevant to me." Her wrist throbbed painfully under his grip, and just as she was about to withdraw her hand, a tall figure loomed over, a strong hand gripping the man's wrist, compelling him to release her. The pain in her wrist felt as if it were about to snap, and the man's face turned pale as he angrily retorted, "Let go. I warn you not to meddle." He tightened his grip, a faint scoff escaping his lips. "Oh, so you know what pain feels like? What? Not satisfied? Would you care to accompany me to the police station?" Realizing He was no pushover, the man opted to apologize. "Miss Jiang, I acted out of desperation. My sincerest apologies." The moment Jiang Yining laid eyes on He, she was momentarily stunned, her heart racing as she completely tuned out Mr. Chen's words. When He turned his gaze toward her, Jiang Yining snapped back to reality and nodded. He released the man. Jiang Yining raised her eyes to glance at He. It had been 2 years since they last met. According to teacher Lin, after leaving the police force, He had gone out of town to start a business with friends and rarely returned to Lincheng over the years. He now appeared more mature and composed than 2 years prior, sporting a short hairstyle and dressed casually in a loose black t-shirt and athletic shorts, his posture tall and robust, exuding an air of strength. Hikai's features were sharp and defined, with deep-set eyes and thick brows when not smiling. His gaze could appear somewhat cold and distant, radiating an intense presence. Noticing Jiang Yining's dazed expression, he assumed she was frightened and softened his tone, asking, "Are you all right?" With onlookers in the CAF, Jiang Yining didn't wish to linger and forced a smile. "I'm fine. Thank you for today. I must return home now. You carry on." He walked up behind her. She hadn't noticed him when she first entered the CAF. Given the CAF's small size, he had likely overheard her conversation with Mr. Chen. Jiang Yining never imagined that her reunion with He would occur under such embarrassing circumstances. In contrast to Jiang Yining's inner turmoil, He appeared remarkably composed. "It just so happens I have nothing pressing. I'll drive you home." Jiang Yining contemplated refusing, but seeing He Chi follow her, she retracted her words of denial. In the car, Jiang Yining took the passenger seat. She had not intended to attend the blind date, but her father had been insistent, forcing her to comply without any effort to dress up, merely throwing on a random outfit before heading out. Her long, fair fingers subtly tugged at the hem of her clothing. Upon hearing He Chi ask for her address, Jiang Yining replied, Jingli Community on Pingxing Road. Having rarely spent time with Jiang Yining, and not being a particularly gregarious person himself, He Chi noticed her downcast gaze and made the decision to remain silent. A thin layer of sweat formed on Jiang Yining's palms. She rarely found herself alone with He Chi, and the tension rendered her unsure of what to do. She lifted her gaze, feigning casual interest in He Chi, only to see his long, bony fingers resting on the steering wheel, the faint blue veins winding around them, exuding a sense of strength. He Chi seemed oblivious to her presence, and with newfound courage, Jiang Yining shifted her gaze upward, catching a glimpse of his chiseled profile. As they approached a traffic light, He Chi turned to her. Jiang Yining reacted quickly, forcing a smile. I heard from Teacher Lin that you've been working out of town with friends. What brings you back? He Chi tapped lightly on the steering wheel, his tone casual. I grew weary of that fast-paced lifestyle, so I returned to Linqing and opened a bar with my high school classmates. The bar is near GU Plaza. Feel free to visit when you have the time. Jiang Yining had always been a diligent student, and He Kai's mother had cherished her immensely. Worried Jiang Yining might misinterpret, He Chi hastened to clarify. It's a lounge bar. The clientele comes to enjoy drinks and converse with friends. It's called Shiyu. Jiang Yining was slightly taken aback, but could comprehend. He Chi had always lived life to the fullest, contrasting sharply with her methodical existence. She smiled softly. Sounds great. They'll bring friends over to support you and soak in the atmosphere. Previously, Jiang Yining had always maintained a certain distance from him. They were not particularly close, and He Chi likely perceived her words as mere politeness. Upon reaching the entrance of the community, Jiang Yining expressed her gratitude. I've arrived. Thank you for driving me back. She paused for a moment and spoke gently. I appreciate your help today. He Chi could sense Jiang Yining's reluctance regarding the blind date. He was unaware of her circumstances at home, only knowing that her mother had passed away and her father had remarried. After she spoke, he replied, No need for thanks. If there's ever anything I can assist you with, don't hesitate to ask. After all, we are acquainted. Jiang Yining offered him a faint smile. Thank you. After exiting the vehicle, she watched as He Kai's car drove away before turning to enter the community. In that moment, as she turned back, the smile faded from her face, her expression growing increasingly resolute and icy. Chapter 2. Encounter. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, the couple in the living room halted their conversation and turned in unison to gaze at the entrance. Jiang Yining cast a fleeting glance at them before nonchalantly changing her shoes and stepping into the living room. She then poured herself a glass of water, choosing not to utter a word. Zhao Hong, observing Jiang Yining's calm demeanor, found herself momentarily perplexed by her thoughts and nudged her husband, Jiang Wentao, with her elbow. Although reluctant, Jiang Wentao eventually inquired, Ningning, did you meet with Mr. Chen this afternoon? Jiang Yining set down her glass and replied leisurely, I did. Mr. Chen's financial standing is quite impressive. He mentioned that if I were willing to marry him, he would not only provide a bride price of 500,000, but also gift me an apartment in the city center. Zhao Hong's eyes immediately sparkled with interest. Jiang Wentao sighed in relief, seizing the opportunity to mend the relationship between his wife and daughter. Ningning, look how considerate Aunt Hong is. She carefully selected this match for you. Zhao Hong, noticing that Jiang Yining was not angered, chimed in, men like him, who are so generous, are hard to come by these days. Although you may blame me and your father over the past 2 years, we have always acted in your best interests. Jiang Yining scoffed inwardly. Initially, she had intended to quietly observe their performance, but the conversation became unbearable, prompting her to calmly interject, I declined. What? Zhao Hong exclaimed in disbelief, standing up with a furrowed brow. Yining, why would you refuse such a favorable match with Mr. Chen? You are 27 this year and not dating. The neighbors ask me about you, thinking I'm an indifferent stepmother. Zhao Hong's tone grew heated, and Jiang Wentao, concerned that another argument was brewing, shot Jiang Yining a glance, signaling her to hold her tongue. Jiang Yining, having graduated and worked for several years, was no longer the submissive person she once was. Fearlessly, she met Zhao Hong's gaze and suggested, Aunt Hong, since Mr. Chin's conditions are so excellent, why not introduce him to your daughter? If I recall correctly, Zhao Jia is also 26 and could consider dating or marriage. Zhao Hong retorted without hesitation, that man is nearly 40 and divorced. Caught in Jiang Yining's icy, mocking gaze, Zhao Hong promptly silenced herself. Jiang Wentao looked at Zhao Hong in shock. How can you suggest such a person for Ningning? She is still young, and they have a significant age gap. Zhao Hong shot him an angry glare. Jiang Wentao, are you unaware of our situation at home? Neither of us owns a house, and Yang Yang will be starting first grade next year. She pointed at Jiang Yining. Your precious daughter has been working for 5 years without contributing a penny to the family. She has the audacity to occupy the house, after all the effort you put into raising her. Shouldn't she marry a wealthy man to support the family? Jiang Wentao, too, was angered. Ningning still owes her uncle money. Regardless, you cannot treat her this way. Even if he is older, he is a divorced man. Zhao Hong scoffed, not only divorced, but he also has a child. Jiang Wentao was left speechless, his voice trembling. You. Jiang Yining watched coldly, standing aside like an unconcerned spectator as they quarreled. Soon, Zhao Hong began hurling insults, prompting Jiang Yining to leave with an unperturbed demeanor. The couple's bickering echoed in her ears even after she shut the door. Aunt Sun from next door opened her door, curious. Yining, what are your dad and Zhao Hong arguing about? In this neighborhood, Aunt Sun was infamous for her loose lips. Any family's matters she caught wind of would surely spread throughout the community by the next day. Jiang Yining glanced back at the door she had closed and turned with an ostensibly troubled expression. Aunt Sun, I can tell you, but you must promise not to share it. Aunt Sun vowed earnestly. I guarantee I won't say a word. Jiang Yining hesitated, contemplating whether to confide in her. Aunt Sun grew impatient. Yining, we've been neighbors for so many years. Do you not trust your Aunt Sun's character? Jiang Yining smiled. Of course, I trust you. It's just a bit difficult to speak of. After a moment of thought, she finally admitted, Aunt Hong introduced me to a blind date, but he is older, divorced, and has a child. I was kept in the dark about this, and now my dad is upset with Aunt Hong. As she spoke, a hint of sorrow crept into Jiang Yining's voice. Aunt Sun felt sympathy for her. Having watched Jiang Yining grow up, she knew the girl was always understanding and well-behaved. Yining, don't be disheartened. Zhao Hong's actions were quite inconsiderate. I'll have a word with your dad tomorrow. Jiang Yining expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Aunt Sunday. I must be going now. Please don't mention this to anyone else. After a considerable pause, she finally heard Aunt Sun's dismissive voice. All right, I won't say anything. Jiang Yining glanced at Aunt Sun, who was now wholly engrossed in the argument inside. Upon returning to her own place, she was greeted by the enticing aroma of food as she opened the door. Jiang Yining shared an apartment with her childhood friend, Zhang Qiao, in a 2-bedroom unit. The apartment was purchased and renovated by Zhang Qiao's parents, while Zhang Qiao took care of the mortgage. Jiang Yining contributed 1,000 yuan to Zhang Qiao each month to reside in the 2nd bedroom. Upon hearing the door close, Zhang Qiao emerged from the kitchen with a plate of braised fish. Noticing Jiang Yining's downcast expression, she simply said, Ningning, wash your hands and come eat. Jiang Yining set down her bag, washed her hands, and helped serve the rice. As they sat down to eat, Zhang Qiao poured them both a glass of juice, commenting, My mom called me before you got back, asking me to comfort you. Zhang Qiao couldn't fathom how her mother had learned about the blind date arranged by Zhao Hong so quickly, but she had been busy cooking and hadn't inquired further. Jiang Yining replied nonchalantly, I ran into Aunt Sun on my way out. Such a clever choice of words. Zhang Qiao chuckled. Did you share anything? Aren't you worried the whole neighborhood will gossip about your family? That place is no longer my home. Let them talk, Jiang Yining replied, sharing the details of the blind date. I suspected Zhao Hong had ulterior motives, but I never expected her to be so ruthless. She deliberately informed Aunt Sun to expose how she mistreats me, so I wouldn't have to endure her falsehoods anymore. The more Jiang Yining thought about it, the angrier she became, slamming her bowl down onto the table. She looked at Zhang Qiao, her delicate brows furrowed tightly. How can she be so cruel? You should have seen that man. He is practically balding, with a protruding belly that looks like he's been pregnant for 9 months, and he's divorced with a child. Zhang Qiao burst into laughter. I've seen the photos. Nowadays, one cannot trust the words of matchmakers, and my goodness, isn't this akin to fraud? Jiang Yining continued, When I left, Zhao Hong and my dad were still arguing over the house. She is systematically pushing me out of the home, and when she failed to seize the house, she now wants to trap me with a bride price of 500,000. She thinks I'm still the naive Jiang Yining who can be easily deceived. Chapter 3. Playing games. Zhang Qiao was well aware of the situation. The apartment they lived in was originally the wedding house bought by Zhang's grandfather for Zhang Wentao and Du Ruo. With the renovation costs covered by Du Ruo's dowry, Du Ruo passed away from cancer after Jiang Yining's college entrance examination, worrying about her daughter's future security and compelling Zhang Wentao to transfer the property into Jiang Yining's name. Since Jiang Wentao's remarriage, the Jiang family had faced considerable turmoil over this house. Jiang Yining recalled how Zhao Hong had pretended to be loving in front of her, and a wave of anger surged within her. If it weren't for my aunt advising me to be cautious, I might have agreed to transfer the house back in my sophomore year when Zhao Hong suggested it. After I refused to transfer the property, Zhao Hong dropped her pretense, subjecting me to various sarcastic remarks, using the family's financial difficulties as an excuse to pressure me into taking up a part-time job to cover living expenses, while her daughter was exempted. After graduation, she claimed there wasn't enough room in the house and urged my dad to have me move out, while Zhao Jiejia and Jiang Yiying each got their own rooms. There was no longer a place for me in that home. Jiang Yining's mood sank further. The saying holds true. With a stepmother comes a stepfather. Zhang Qiao noticed the glimmer of tears in Jiang Yining's eyes and gently stroked her hair in silent comfort. She understood that these thoughts had weighed heavily on Jiang Yining's heart for a long time and needed to be expressed. Otherwise, they would become a burden. Jiang Yining wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes. Zhao Hong is still fixated on my salary. She truly is insatiable. After voicing these frustrations, Jiang Yining felt a little lighter. Let's not dwell on this. We should eat first. Nothing is more important than a meal. Seeing her appetite return, Zhang Qiao smiled. Yes, let's fill our stomachs first. After dinner, Jiang Yining took on the task of washing dishes and tidying up, and the two settled down to watch television together. Despite her furrowed brow, Zhang Qiao, with their 2-decade-long friendship, knew that Jiang Yining still had unspoken concerns. To outsiders, Jiang Yining appeared beautiful, diligent, gentle, and well-mannered. Always the model child in the eyes of adults. However, Zhang Qiao knew that Jiang Yining's understanding was compelled, and she had the unfortunate habit of bottling up all her negative emotions, seldom expressing them. Zhang Qiao nudged her gently. Jiang Yining snapped out of her daze. What is it? What are you thinking about? Speak up. Is there anything else you haven't shared with me today? Jiang Yining hesitated, then nodded. After a moment of silence, Zhang Qiao heard Jiang Yining's seemingly calm but profoundly tumultuous words. I ran into He Qi today. Zhang Qiao paused mid-sip. When did this happen? Jiang Yining let out a gentle sigh during my blind date. Her heart was truly restless. The more she thought about it, the more awkward it felt. The surprise in his eyes undoubtedly reflected his thoughts on how she had fallen so low as to go on a date with a man like that. Zhang Qiao was aware that Jiang Yining had harbored a crush on He Qi for 8 long years. Steadfast in her feelings, and had never been in a relationship. She only knew his name and had never seen him, as Jiang Yining kept a photograph hidden away, which he had not shown her. Zhang Qiao had always been curious about He Qi's appearance, wondering what could have captivated Jiang Yining for so many years, causing her to lose interest in all other men. Has your teacher mentioned anything about He Qi's return? Jiang Yining shook her head, replying, Teacher He and Teacher Lin are busy with the graduating seniors. They are occupied during the summer, and I felt it inappropriate to disturb them, so I haven't gone to see them. She recalled the bar He Qi had mentioned, and knowing Zhang Qiao's fondness for such places, she asked, Qiao Qiao, have you heard of Shiyu? It's the name of a BARDMY colleague mentioned it. It opened 6 months ago and is said to be quite popular. Why are you suddenly interested in bars? Jiang Yining was lost in thought for a while, before Zhang Qiao finally heard her soft voice. That's the bar owned by He Qi. Zhang Qiao's interest peaked. So he will be staying in Linqing from now on? Jiang Yining smiled slightly. How would I know? But knowing his nature, he won't stay in one place for long. After all, He Qi mentioned this afternoon that he was only opening a bar for fun, and I wonder if it's just a fleeting interest. Jiang Yining couldn't help but think of He Qi's image. His sudden appearance sent ripples through her stagnant life. Zhang Qiao peeled an orange, offered a segment to Jiang Yining, exclaiming, It's too sour. Jiang Yining loved sour flavors, but when she noticed Jiang Yining did not accept it, she turned to look at her, still thinking about He Qi. At her words, Jiang Yining's cheeks flushed slightly, though she did not deny it. Zhang Qiao, who was not one for playing the game of secret affections, advised, If you like him, just pursue him. Do you want me to help you find out if he is single? Jiang Yining took the orange segment from Zhang Qiao and began to eat it. It was not sour at all, but rather slightly sweet. She quickly declined Zhang Qiao's suggestion. No, it's not that easy. With her heart filled with apprehension, Jiang Yining slowly said, if I were to break this layer of glass, what if He doesn't feel the same way? Then I'd feel embarrassed visiting Teacher Lin in the future. Meeting He again would also be quite awkward, and I would have no reason to continue liking him. Zhang Qiao encouraged her. What do you have to worry about? Look at your beautiful face and your lovely figure. What man wouldn't be drawn to you? Jiang Yining was not entirely convinced, saying, if it's just that superficial kind of liking, I wouldn't value it. The seasoned romantic, Miss Zhang, countered based on her experience. Men are visual creatures. They first admire your appearance before they wish to understand you on a deeper level. If he doesn't like you now, then you must find a way to make him like you. The day had been overwhelming, and Jiang Yining's thoughts were in disarray. She did not respond to Zhang Qiao and stood up, saying, I'm tired. I want to take a shower and go to sleep. Zhang Qiao waved her hand. Go ahead, don't think about anything tonight. Just get a good night's rest. Jiang Yining nodded and returned to her bedroom to fetch her pajamas. The second bedroom lacked a private bathroom, so Jiang Yining usually used the communal one, while Zhang Qiao used the master bedrooms. After showering, Zhang Qiao was still engrossed in her drama, so Jiang Yining returned to her own room to sleep. However, as she lay in bed, she found herself unable to sleep, tossing and turning, her mind filled with He's image and Zhang Qiao's words. Then you must find a way to make him like you. Jiang Yining was aware that He was single. Teacher Lin had complained to her more than once about He's stubbornness in remaining single, even secretly wondering if her son simply did not like women. Finally, out of desperation, Teacher Lin had asked Teacher He to inquire about He's reluctance to date, discovering that He valued his freedom and did not wish to be bound by marriage, and that he had yet to meet a girl he found appealing. Zhang Qiao rose in the middle of the night to get a glass of water. Jiang Yining silently approached her from behind and called out, Qiao Qiao. Zhang Qiao was startled, and the water she had just sipped sprayed out of her mouth. Turning around, she saw Jiang Yining wearing a champagne-colored satin camisole gown, her long hair cascading over her shoulders. Looking at her with an innocent expression, Goodness, how do you walk so quietly? Thank goodness you didn't wear a red nightgown, or I might have had a heart attack. Jiang Yining, unable to sleep, stepped out onto the balcony for some fresh air, apologizing with a smile. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Zhang Qiao filled another glass of water and scrutinized Jiang Yining, noting her fair skin and the V-neck design that showcased her delicate collarbone. Jiang Yining suited this style of dress perfectly. She appeared gentle and pure yet exuded a hint of allure. Why are you still awake at this hour, thinking about what happened during the day? I am not. Jiang Yining hesitated a moment before asking, Are you free tomorrow night? Zhang Qiao considered her work schedule for the next day and estimated she wouldn't have to work late. I am free. What is up? Accompany me to a bar. Chapter 4. Indeed a stunner. The next day, when Zhang Qiao returned home from work, she found Jiang Yining in her room applying makeup. The door to her room was open, and upon hearing Zhang Qiao enter, she called out, Wait for me a moment. I'm not done with my makeup yet. Leaning against the doorframe, Zhang Qiao stood with her arms crossed, a smile in her eyes, genuinely remarking, It's rare to see you dress up so seriously. Last night, Jiang Yining had startled her in the middle of the night and, after casually mentioning her desire to go to a bar, had rushed back to her room. Having been busy all day, Zhang Qiao hadn't had the chance to ask Jiang Yining about it, but now seeing her in battle-ready attire, she had guessed the truth. Jiang Yining had taken her words to heart. Having known each other for years, Jiang Yining understood she couldn't hide anything from Zhang Qiao, so she straightforwardly said, Qiao Qiao, help me pick an outfit. Zhang Qiao entered Jiang Yining's bedroom, but instead of rushing to choose an outfit, she first assessed Jiang Yining's makeup. You've applied it too lightly, she said, touching up Jiang Yining's makeup and selecting a bolder lipstick. It's a shame Aunt Du raised you to be so beautiful, only for you to look so bland all the time. Jiang Yining was a delicate beauty with refined, three-dimensional features that lacked aggression, giving off a gentle and serene vibe. Usually, she was low-key, her dressing style modest, with her wardrobe filled with simple and graceful pieces. Zhang Qiao had long found her wardrobe unappealing. After finishing the makeup, Jiang Yining looked at her fiery red lips in the mirror and frowned slightly. I feel it's a bit too red. This look doesn't match my usual clothes. Zhang Qiao replied calmly. Who said you have to wear your own clothes? Before Jiang Yining could respond, Zhang Qiao led her to her own room. Opening her wardrobe, Zhang Qiao selected a black low-cut camisole gown with excellent drape and a waist-cinching design. Without giving Jiang Yining a chance to hesitate, she thrust the dress into her hands and pushed her into the bathroom. Go on, try it on. After changing into the dress, Jiang Yining examined herself in the bathroom mirror. The style was vastly different from her usual look. It took her a while before she finally opened the door. She sought Zhang Qiao's opinion. Well, it seemed too. Zhang Qiao, understanding her unspoken concerns, firmly asserted, no, it won't tea. It's just a bar for chatting and drinking, where many people dress beautifully. You'll look perfectly ordinary in this. Grabbing their bags, Zhang Qiao hurried them out, not allowing Jiang Yining a chance to reconsider. Once in the taxi, Zhang Qiao remembered to ask, are you sure He Qi will be at the bar? Jiang Yining felt her lipstick was too vivid and took out a tissue and compact to dab away some of the color. Hearing Zhang Qiao's question, she smiled a little sheepishly. I'm not sure if he'll be there. Understanding what Zhang Qiao was implying, Jiang Yining replied first, you don't understand the feelings of a secret admirer. What if he is there? Zhang Qiao paused for a moment. I really don't understand. She had always adhered to a principle of never compromising herself. If she liked someone, she pursued them, and if she lost interest, she parted ways. The driver, overhearing their conversation, kindly chimed in, young lady, you're so beautiful. If you meet someone you like, just go after them without being shy. Jiang Yining felt embarrassed, while Zhang Qiao burst into laughter. Before leaving, Jiang Yining had only managed to grab a thin white cardigan, which she put on before entering the bar. Zhang Qiao was still dressed in her work attire, looking sharp and contrasting sharply with Jiang Yining. As Jiang Yining ventured further inside, her anxiety grew. Qiao Qiao, you should change. This makes me seem too deliberate. That won't do. I can't steal your thunder tonight. Don't be afraid. Just be confident. Zhang Qiao tugged at her hand, quickening their pace. The bar was filled with handsome men and beautiful women, bustling with activity. Upon entering, they quickly realized that there were no available seats. Jiang Yining's keen eyes spotted someone getting up to leave, and she hurriedly led Zhang Qiao to secure the spot. The bar was tastefully decorated, with dim lighting that created a cozy atmosphere, accompanied by soft music, which was quite different from Jiang Yining's previous impressions of bars. Zhang Qiao ordered drinks for both of them. As Jiang Yining glanced around, she noticed that He Qi was not at the bar, and she let out a sigh of relief, though a subtle disappointment quietly crept into her heart. Just then, her gaze flickered to the entrance, and He Qi's figure unexpectedly came into view. She originally intended to tuck her hair behind her shoulder, but the moment she caught sight of He Qi, Jiang Yining's actions seemed to freeze as if she were caught in a spell. My colleague mentioned that many young women come here drawn by reputation, as both owners of the bar are stunningly handsome. Zhang Qiao, not hearing Jiang Yining's greeting, glanced up at her and noticed her unwavering gaze fixed towards the entrance. Following Jiang Yining's line of sight, she spotted a tall man entering the bar. His simple attire did nothing to conceal the commanding aura that surrounded him. Just from his profile, it was evident that his features were striking, and when He Qi glanced over, Zhang Qiao discerned a wild and untamable spirit in his dark eyes. Observing Jiang Yining's reaction, Zhang Qiao was certain that this man was indeed He Qi, exclaiming inwardly, truly a vision of beauty. Her colleague's words were far from an exaggeration, at the same time. She understood why Jiang Yining had been infatuated with He Qi for 8 long years. In a flash, Jiang Yining's eyes met He Qi's. She smiled awkwardly at him, akin to a student caught by a teacher. He Qi, taken aback, raised his brow in mild surprise. Every time he had seen Jiang Yining, she wore a light, natural makeup. This was the first time he had seen her so exquisitely adorned. Her normally straight hair cascading into soft waves, her red lips and dark hair accentuating her intellectual allure as a mature woman. The black dress she wore contrasted sharply with her usual style, lending her a touch of sensuality, yet her unique gentleness tempered this allure. He Qi altered his original path, making his way toward the table where Jiang Yining and Zhang Qiao sat. His dark eyes held a hint of astonishment. He had not anticipated that Jiang Yining would truly come to his bar, thinking she was merely being polite. Initially, He Qi had kept one hand in his pocket, but as he approached Jiang Yining, he withdrew it, only to notice another young woman seated beside her. Zhang Qiao stood up, saying, I need to use the restroom. She gently patted Jiang Yining's shoulder and whispered, Good luck, Jiang Yining. Her heart raced as she saw He Qi drawing near, and as his figure approached, her composure began to falter. The surrounding conversation seemed to fade into oblivion. All she could hear was the thunderous beat of her own heart. Instinctively, Jiang Yining tightened the cardigan she wore over her dress, feeling herself blush as He-Chi's gaze lingered on her. She regretted dressing up so elaborately today. He-Chi arrived opposite Jiang Yining, his dark eyes sparkling with a hint of surprise. From a distance, I thought I must have been mistaken, he said. Jiang Yining endeavored to appear casual, offering a soft smile. My friend happened to be free today, so I thought I'd come by. He-Chi did not pursue this topic further. Instead, he glanced at the drink before Jiang Yining. This drink is quite potent. I recall you don't handle alcohol well. He found it amusing how Jiang Yining always seemed so nervous in his presence. Although he appeared somewhat aloof, he was hardly intimidating. He deliberately softened his tone, a subtle smile evident in his words. The bartender has crafted a few new cocktails that would suit you. I'll have the server bring them over shortly. Chapter 5. The one who falls first has already lost. Jiang Yining expressed her gratitude to He-Chi. To avoid an awkward silence, she sincerely remarked, "Your bar is quite impressive. I've been to similar ones with friends, but none have felt as comfortable as this one." Her tone was earnest, prompting He-Chi to chuckle softly. Jiang Yining looked at him, puzzled. He-Chi settled across from her, his deep, resonant voice laced with humor. "Apologies, but seeing you speak so seriously makes me wonder if you teach your students in the same manner." This seemingly explanatory yet playful comment eased Jiang Yining's tension. "I suppose it's a professional habit," she replied. "I understand," He-Chi remarked, as he had 2 teachers in his family. Since Jiang Yining was out with friends, he refrained from lingering too long, engaging in a few more exchanges before taking his leave. As he stood up, the 2 gossiping at the bar instantly lowered their heads, feigning nonchalance. Chen Ran asked his colleague, "Did you just see Chigu smiling? Not just once, but multiple times." Chen Ran was genuinely curious, so when He-Chi returned, he slyly inquired, "Chigu, who is that beautiful lady? Are you 2 quite familiar?" He-Chi shot him a sidelong glance, reminding him, "It's work hours. Focus on your tasks." He instructed the bartender to prepare 2 new drinks and told Chen Ran to deliver them to the table he had just visited, along with some desserts. Afterward, He-Chi turned back, cautioning, "When delivering, keep your comments to yourself. We wouldn't want the guests feeling uncomfortable." Chen Ran chuckled, "I understand, Chigu." He-Chi paused, turning back to ask, "What exactly do you understand?" Chen Ran restrained himself a bit, replying, "Just don't pry too much. We wouldn't want to embarrass the lady." He glanced at Jiang Yining's table, noting that the young woman who came with her had returned to her seat. Not lingering any longer, He redirected his gaze and headed toward the office upstairs. And no sooner had he left than Chen Ran hurried to fetch 2 desserts favored by women. Once the bartender finished preparing the drinks, Chen Ran swiftly delivered them, beaming as he said, "Hello, this is a special treat from our boss for you to enjoy." He placed the 2 cocktails down, adding, "These are new creations that haven't been launched yet. No one else has them." Jiang Yining observed that he appeared a few years younger than her and had a lively demeanor. She smiled, "Thank you." Chen Ran collected the tray but made no move to leave. Grinning as he asked, "Are you friends with our Chigu?" Jiang Yining pondered for a moment before responding, "I suppose so." With that answer, Chen Ran chatted with Jiang Yining for a while, but not wanting to intrude further, he went off to fetch some fruit. Once he left, Zhang Qiao gently elbowed Jiang Yining, saying, "Ning Ning, listen to me. You must win over He-Chi." Jiang Yining nearly choked on her drink, almost covering Zhang Qiao's mouth with her hand, her expression serious as she warned, "Don't say such things in public." Zhang Qiao nodded apologetically, "I'm sorry, it won't happen again. But Ning Ning, I'm serious. I genuinely feel he might also be interested in you." Zhang Qiao recalled the look He-Chi had when he first saw Jiang Yining, and with her years of observing love and her own experiences, she was certain of her intuition. Jiang Yining dismissed Zhang Qiao's interpretation. Zhang Qiao had her reservations. This man seemed complex, and it was likely that she would be at a disadvantage in this dynamic. The ideal state for both parties is to be evenly matched, and He-Chi exuded an air of rebellious charm, a type that was notoriously hard to tame. Jiang Yining, deep in thought, finally smiled softly. The one who falls first has already lost. Not to mention, her feelings had always been unilateral. She had contemplated compromising her feelings for someone else, yet she could not force herself to take that step. Her heart was small, too small to accommodate another man. It could only contain one person. During the summer break, She had no work obligations while Zhang Qiao had a tiring day at the office. Noticing Zhang Qiao yawning, Jiang Yining suggested, "Shall we head back?" "Oh no, we come out after so long. Let us stay a little longer?" Jiang Yining began to gather her belongings, insisting, "There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Let us go home and rest, I'm feeling tired too." Zhang Qiao smiled, no longer protesting. Once home, Jiang Yining changed out of Zhang Qiao's dress, planning to wash it before returning it. Standing at the bathroom counter, preparing to remove her makeup, she suddenly paused, gazing at her reflection. It was the first time she had worn such bold makeup, a different style that surprisingly suited her. Usually, she was required to dress modestly and avoid heavy makeup while teaching. So she was accustomed to the rules. It felt rare to rebel just once, and now, Jiang Yining found herself reluctant to wash away the look. She wondered what He Qi had thought the moment he laid eyes on her. Remembering how He Qi approached her, a smile unconsciously graced her lips. After showering, Jiang Yining dried her hair, reverting to her straight locks. She had curled her hair herself that day, and the thought of it in soft waves was rather appealing. After some contemplation, Jiang Yining decided to try a new hairstyle tomorrow. Passing through the living room, she spotted Zhang Qiao emerging and said, "Qiao Qiao, I'm heading to bed." Zhang Qiao replied, "Good night." "Good night." Back in her room, Jiang Yining glanced at her phone and felt her mood plummet upon seeing an unread call from her father. Over the years, especially after moving out, she had grown increasingly reluctant to receive calls from him. Just as she was about to toss her phone aside, it vibrated again. Jiang Wentao was calling once more. Jiang Yining steadied her emotions, her voice calm, even bordering on cold. "What's the matter calling me so late?" "You didn't even say Dad." Jiang Wentao sensed that his daughter was upset with him inside. "Ning Ning, are you still angry with your father?" Jiang Yining denied it. No, in truth, it was still early. Not even 10:30, and he had made a special trip to call his daughter. Both fell into a silence, and after a while, Jiang Wentao finally spoke. "Ning Ning, regarding this incident, your Aunt Hong was in the wrong. I apologize on her behalf." Hearing the sincere regret in her father's voice, Jiang Yining pursed her lips, remaining silent. When her mother was still alive, their family of 3 was exceedingly happy, enveloped in the love and care of her parents. However, ever since her mother fell ill and the family's entire savings were depleted, even necessitating borrowing money from her uncle, it seemed as though everything had inexorably changed. Chemotherapy not only drained their financial resources but also gradually eroded the affection a husband had for his wife. Jiang Wentao listened in silence to Jiang Yining, who remained uncommunicative, and felt compelled to continue explaining, "Your Aunt Hong is just anxious about Yang Yang's education. Please do not hold it against her." Jiang Yining scoffed coldly. "Dad, do you also wish for me to transfer the house to you?" Chapter 6. Reluctance. Jiang Wentao's silence had already provided the answer. Jiang Yining let out a self-deprecating laugh, initially harboring a glimmer of hope that it was merely Zhao Hong's desire for her to transfer the house. In that moment of silence, Jiang Yining grasped her father's intention. Seated at her desk by the window, she noticed the streetlight downstairs had been malfunctioning lately, flickering dimly. Moments ago, that feeble light had unexpectedly extinguished completely. Gazing at the darkness, Jiang Yining felt an emptiness within her. With her mother gone, she was left with only one close relative in this world, and she had never cared about Zhao Hong's opinions. Her concerns solely lay with her father. After a lengthy pause, Jiang Wentao finally spoke. "Ning Ning, your father is also at a loss. Yang Yang is your biological brother. Can't you lend him a hand?" Then ask Zhang Yiyang if he regards me as his sister. Although Zhang Yiyang was still a child, Zhao Hong had instilled in him many notions of her being a bad sister. Now, he looked at her as if she were a villain. Jiang Yining felt pity for Zhang Yang. Having such a mother with a warped perspective, Jiang Wentao sighed, falling into silence once more. "Dad, this house originally belonged to you, and I had no objections to the transfer, but with Zhao Hong treating me this way, you are now pressuring me too." Jiang Yining paused briefly before articulating her true feelings. "I am unwilling to transfer the house." With that, she hung up the call before her father could respond. Rising from her seat, she closed the window and curtains, turned on the air conditioning, and prepared for bed. Yet, as she closed her eyes, her mind was a tumult of thoughts as long as Zhao Hong did not achieve her aims. She would find no peace in the past. For the sake of her father, she had endured repeatedly. Now, it seemed unnecessary to maintain even that meager familial bond. However, completely severing ties would require an opportune moment. The phone by her pillow lit up. Jiang Yining picked it up to check. Father, Ning Ning, I apologize. I hope you can reconsider the house transfer. We cannot allow Yang Yang to attend just any school. As a teacher, you understand the significance of a good education. Regarding your matchmaking situation, I have spoken with your Aunt Hong and told her to refrain from interfering. Just as Jiang Yining finished reading, another message arrived. I will speak with your Aunt Da to help find a suitable matchmaking partner for you. You are at the age for marriage now, and there are no suitable boys at school. While you are still young, it wouldn't hurt to meet more people. After reading those messages, Jiang Yining felt a profound sadness, uncertain of her father's sincerity. Jiang Yang possessed a local hukou and could easily enroll in a nearby school, the same one she attended previously. The insistence on her transferring the house for Jiang Yang's education was merely Zhao Hong's pretext. Jiang Yining closed her eyes and then replied, I have my plans. I do not require your involvement in my affairs. It is late. Let us discuss this another time. Jiang Wentao did not send any further messages. The following day, he inquired whether Jiang Yining would return home for dinner over the weekend. After responding with a brief no, she ignored him again. Jiang Yining had scheduled an appointment with the hairstylist recommended by Zhang Qiao. After getting her hair done, she received a call from Heqi's mother. Upon seeing the caller ID, Jiang Yining was puzzled as to why Teacher Lin was calling her at this hour. She answered the call. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Teacher Lin, upon hearing the sounds of traffic on Jiang Yining's end, realized she was out. She quickly got to the point. Yining, do you have time tomorrow afternoon? I would like to invite you over for dinner. Surprised by the sudden invitation, Jiang Yining agreed. He Yuan, upon seeing Lin Shu hang up, stepped into the study and asked, Tomorrow is your birthday. Our family should celebrate at home. Since Yining is a rather reserved child, I think it may not be appropriate to invite her. Lin Shu slammed her pen down onto the table, exclaiming that she did not have such a son. The usually open-minded Teacher Lin was now so upset with her son that it felt as if her heart was being squeezed. Unable to scold him directly, Lin Shu vented her frustration on her husband, blaming him for always indulging their son. In the past, when I offered him advice, he wouldn't listen. After leaving the police force, he insisted on starting a business with friends. That company was doing well, yet he chose to return to open a bar. He Yuan discreetly took a step back, defending their son. He Qi mentioned he still holds shares. He just isn't involved in the management. I actually think it's good that he returned. It allows him to share some burdens with his aunt and be under our watchful eyes. Lin Shu grew more irritated, saying, What good does it do to be under our noses? I have to beg people to introduce him to potential partners, and he has the audacity to directly tell girls he likes men. Seeing her so upset, He Yuan attempted to change the subject. Yes, He Qi is indeed a fool. When he returns, I will scold him for you. You mustn't let this anger affect your health. Be the way. What did Teacher Dong say when she came by this morning? His wife had a good relationship with Jiang Yining, yet she would not invite her to dinner on her birthday. Since Teacher Dong lived in the same neighborhood as Jiang Yining, He Yuan surmised that something must be amiss with Jiang Yining's family. His guess was correct. With that question, Lin Shu set aside her anger over their son's misdeeds. Teacher Dong told me that Yining's family is pushing her to go on blind dates. Jiang Yining was still young, but it was understandable for her family to be anxious. Starting to date earlier could be beneficial, allowing her to take her time to get to know someone. Lin Shu shot him a glare. What good could it possibly be? The other party is nearly 40, and he has divorced with a child. Yining is not only accomplished and cultured but also young and beautiful. Last year, she received the City's Award for Outstanding Young Teachers, and her work experience qualifies her for a promotion this year if her school has openings. Lin Shu grew increasingly agitated, pondering why such an exceptional young woman was being mistreated by her family. Yining simply did not wish to date. Otherwise, she would have countless suitors. If Yining were my daughter, I would cherish her dearly. Lin Shu, realizing her husband's incredulity, exclaimed, He Qi likes men. He likes men. He Yuan, knowing their son's temperament, believed that this was merely a ruse He Qi used to reject potential partners. If he truly preferred men, he would have already come clean to the family. He reassured his wife. No, the matchmaker said that after the blind date, He Qi left the CAF with a girl. There might be something there. Lin Shu remained skeptical, sighing, If he truly likes men, I would accept that. I am no longer concerned about my son's affairs. He Yuan suggested. Yining is also going on blind dates. Should we ask if they have? Before he could finish, Lin Shu dismissed the idea, saying, Absolutely not. Yining wouldn't he be interested in your son? That little brat isn't he suitable for a stable life? I think we should stop introducing him to blind dates to avoid harming others. He Yuan knew she was only saying this out of concern and that she truly worried for their son. Coincidentally, He Chi called at that moment. Seeing that Lin Shu was still upset, He Yuan stepped out onto the balcony to take the call. Dad, tomorrow is Mom's birthday. Should we take you both out to eat? Do you prefer Western or Chinese cuisine? Staying home is fine. If we go out, it would be inconvenient for your mom to scold you, He Chi. Lin Shu emerged from the study, aware that her son was on the line, and told He Yuan to inform He Chi to return home later. They would have lunch with Jiang Yining. Chapter 7. Disdain. Lin Shu's voice was not quiet, and He Yuan could not be bothered to repeat it, saying, You heard your mother, right? He Chi lazily replied with an Once Lin Shu stepped out, He Yuan cautioned, for the next few days, do not provoke your mother. You are nearly 30. Children of teachers at our school your age are already starting families. No wonder your mother is upset. You have indeed been rather reckless. When he hung up, the office door swung open. He Chi casually glanced up. He Jin, having returned from a trip to another city, had heard the gossip about He Chi being in the store lately. As soon as he entered, he asked, You've been in the store these past few days? He Chi, not lifting his head, replied, You were gone. I had to come back to keep an eye on things. This was not an unreasonable statement. He Jin scrutinized He Chi and noticed he was much the same as before. He leaned closer, teasingly asking, I heard from Chen Ran that you brought a girlfriend to the bar the other day. When did you start dating? Why didn't you bring her to meet the brothers? He Chi. His expression remained unchanged as he countered, Do you believe Chen Ran's words? That kid is all talk. He can spin lies like a pro. He Jin and He Chi, in addition to being high school classmates, have also been friends for many years, and now the two have jointly opened a bar. He Jin is skeptical of Chen Ran's words, yet several individuals at the bar claim to have seen He Chi joking and laughing with a girl the night before. He Jin understands He Chi's temperament very well. This fellow is rather aloof and has never shown any interest in any girl, which piques his curiosity. However, judging by He Chi's current demeanor, it seems that Chen Ran and the others may have exaggerated the situation. As He Chi left the office, he encountered Chen Ran, who was emerging from a private room on the second floor. Chen Ran attempted to evade him, but was caught by the collar, forcing him to turn around and greet. Brother Chi. He Chi remained unmoved, pulling him aside and questioning, Did you tell someone that I brought a girlfriend to the bar? Brother Chi, that's a misunderstanding. I merely mentioned she was a female friend. I don't know which fool turned it into a girlfriend, Chen Ran replied defensively. He Chi snorted, seeing through his intentions, But you didn't correct them, did you? Chen Ran scratched his head, offering a slightly guilty smile. This lad often babbles like a gossiping old woman, and usually, He Chi couldn't be bothered to intervene unless it directly affected him. Now, however, he found himself in a predicament. He was disinclined to indulge Chen Ran further, and calmly issued a warning, Chen Ran, if you keep spreading rumors, I will have your brother take you home. Chen Ran capitulated, Brother, you are my real brother. I was wrong. I promise I won't talk about you anymore. After saying this, he added with a grin, But Brother Chi, don't blame me for being talkative. I need to bring up something about you. He Chi raised an eyebrow, intrigued. I would like to hear what pearls of wisdom you have to offer. Chen Ran, taking the initiative, draped an arm over He Chi's shoulder, standing on tiptoe, Brother Chi, my brother and sister-in-law have divorced and are now planning to remarry. You should start worrying about your own life events. Aunt Lin even asked my mother to introduce girls to you for matchmaking. After being brothers for so many years, why don't you learn from him how to pursue women? Noticing that He Chi was not retaliating, Chen Ran grew bolder. I think Jianing and you are quite compatible, and she's single too. Are you sure you want to give it a try? He Chi lightly replied, I see you truly wish to leave my presence. Upon hearing this, Chen Ran hastily withdrew his arm from He Chi's shoulder and fled down the stairs. Observing this, He Chi chuckled softly. This boy is just like his brother. Jiang Yining had spent less than an hour at the bar, and Chen Ran had already managed to find out whether she was single. That evening, Jiang Yining prepared dinner and awaited Zhang Qiao's return from work. During the meal, she mentioned, Teacher Lin invited me to lunch tomorrow. Zhang Qiao paused mid-action, turning to Jiang Yining. Is He Chi going to be there? Jiang Yining shook her head. No, Teacher Lin is very considerate. She never invites me when He Chi is around. This had resulted in her rarely seeing He Chi at Teacher Lin's home, unless he dropped by unannounced, which was a rare occurrence. Zhang Qiao inquired, Why did your teacher suddenly invite you for lunch? Teacher Dong is close to Teacher Lin, and she probably heard the gossip circulating in our neighborhood about my matchmaking, Jiang Yining explained. After dinner, Zhang Xiao offered to clear the table, but Jiang Yining stopped her. You've worked all day and are tired. Go rest. I can manage. Zhang Xiao refused. You've cooked. I'll take care of the cleaning. You should go take a shower. Having worked late, it was nearly 10 o'clock. Jiang Yining smiled, and seeing Zhang Xiao's insistence, she relented. Then I'll take a shower first. Zhang Xiao nodded in agreement. Jiang Yining returned to her room to find an appropriate outfit for tomorrow. Eventually selecting a black short-sleeved blouse paired with a watercolor printed A-line skirt, an ensemble she typically wore to class. The following morning, she made a special trip to the fruit shop to buy some of Teacher Lin's favorite fruits. After leaving the shop, she crossed the street to wait for the bus. The doorbell rang, and Lin Shu went to answer it, greeting the visitor with a smile, but her expression quickly faltered upon seeing He Qi, who was holding a cake and cradling a cat in his arms. Confused, she asked, "Didn't I ask you to come over in the evening? Why do you have a cat with you?" "I don't want this gift," He Qi replied, setting the cat down. Having grown accustomed to Teacher Lin's indifference, he calmly explained, "My aunt asked me to help with a business trip tomorrow, and there are no suitable flights. So I'll be leaving tonight. The cat is mine. Please take care of it for a few days." Lin Shu understood his implication. Since he wouldn't be available in the evening, they could only celebrate her birthday at noon. She frowned slightly. "We're having lunch with Yining." He Qi replied jokingly, "No worries, Mom. You all enjoy your meal. If I'm a bother, I can always take my bowl to the balcony and make do." Lin Shu shot him a disapproving look. "You're 30 years old, yet you still speak so absurdly." Since Yining had met He Qi before, it was unreasonable to actually send him away. She cautioned He Qi. "Yining is rather reserved. Be mindful of your words during the meal." For some reason, He Qi recalled the evening he saw Jiang Yining at the bar. Perhaps she was just slow to warm up rather than reserved. As He Qi sat down, He Laoshi emerged from the kitchen, calling out, "He Qi, could you run downstairs and grab a bottle of soy sauce for me?" Resigned, he got up and headed out. His parents lived in an old-style apartment complex without an elevator, and they resided on the third floor. As he descended, He Qi took long strides, but as he turned a corner, he failed to notice Jiang Yining, who was engrossed in rummaging through her bag, resulting in a collision. She nearly stumbled into his arms and quickly stepped back in alarm. He Qi instinctively caught her. "Be careful." Chapter 8. Will he return? Behind them was a flight of stairs, and Jiang Yining almost lost her footing. Even after regaining her balance, her heart raced. Surprised by He Qi's sudden appearance, she glanced at the hand he had on her arm before quickly shifting her gaze upward to meet his eyes. In this brief moment, she had nearly fallen into He Qi's embrace. Today, he appeared more formal than during their previous encounters, dressed in a black shirt paired with matching trousers. However, the shirt was not fastened all the way to the top, revealing a prominent Adam's apple. With his sleeves rolled up, exposing a portion of his forearms, he exuded a casual yet unruly charm. Jiang Yining stole a fleeting glance before quickly averting her gaze. Noticing her lowered eyes, He Qi stepped back and released his hold on her. His brow remained furrowed as he cautioned, "There are often children running up and down the stairs here. You should be more careful." His words sounded concerned, but the serious tone made Jiang Yining uncertain whether he was admonishing her for not watching where she was going. Feeling slightly disheartened, she looked up at He Qi, and upon seeing his expression return to normal, she managed to respond, "I understand. I'm sorry for the inconvenience." Perhaps realizing he had startled her, He Qi sought to ease the atmosphere. "It's not your fault. I was in a hurry too. I'm going to buy some things. Do you have any favorite snacks? Will he return?" Jiang Yining hesitated before quickly responding, "I can manage anything." She stepped aside to let He Qi pass. "I'll head upstairs first." He Qi did not move to leave. Instead, he cast a glance back at Jiang Yining's retreating figure, feeling a twinge of helplessness. In that moment of urgency, he had acted impulsively. He was used to being direct around rough men, but it seemed this approach was ineffective with the sensitive and delicate Jiang Yining. Calculating the time, He Qi figured he wouldn't be back too soon. Lin Shu opened the door, her face beaming with a smile. "Yining, come in." Seeing Jiang Yining with fruits in hand, she chided gently, "How many times have I told you not to bring things? You never listen." Jiang Yining smiled. "Teacher Lin, it's just a little fruit." A meow echoed from the living room, and Jiang Yining thought she had misheard, but the sound was clearer this time. Curiously, she asked, "Teacher Lin, do you have a cat?" She recalled Lin Shu mentioning her dislike for pets. Lin Shu was already overwhelmed by the presence of He-Chi's cat. It's He-Chi's. He is going on a business trip for a few days and asked me to look after it. Yi-Ning, please sit down for a moment. I'll wash some fruits. Jiang Yi-Ning wandered around and finally spotted He-Chi's cat behind the sofa. Upon realizing it was a British Shorthair, she felt a wave of nostalgia. 2 years ago, she had also owned one, but it had sadly passed away due to heat stroke. Had it still been alive, it would likely be the same size as He-Chi's feline companion. British Shorthairs are prone to gaining weight, yet He-Chi's cat maintained a healthy physique, lean and strong. Upon noticing Jiang Yi-Ning, the cat approached her feet, nuzzling against her. Tentatively, she reached down to stroke it, and to her delight, it leaned into her palm. Lin Shu emerged with the washed fruits, observing the cat's affectionate behavior towards Jiang Yi-Ning, and remarked, "This cat doesn't warm up to me. It usually lounges lazily beside the sofa when I'm sitting here." Jiang Yi-Ning couldn't help but think how much the cat resembled her previous pet. Seizing the opportunity while both He-Chi and his mother were absent from the living room, Lin Shu subtly suggested, "Yi-Ning, several sons of teachers in my office are around your age, and they have great personalities and careers. Would you like me to arrange something?" Jiang Yi-Ning expressed her gratitude but smiled as she declined. "Teacher Lin, I'm not considering this right now. If I ever feel the need, I will certainly reach out to you." Lin Shu respected her wishes and refrained from mentioning the matchmaking arrangements made by Zhao Hong, both agreeing silently to leave the topic there. He-Chi returned after purchasing soy sauce, first bringing the items needed by Teacher He into the kitchen, and then entering the living room. Teacher Lin and Jiang Yi-Ning were enjoying each other's company, resembling a mother and daughter. Although He-Chi rarely saw Jiang Yi-Ning, he was aware of the profound affection Teacher Lin held for her. During Jiang Yi-Ning's senior year in high school, her mother was hospitalized due to cancer, and Teacher Lin, concerned that family matters might affect her college entrance examination, took special care of her. Consequently, the bond between the teacher and student grew ever closer. Moreover, Jiang Yi-Ning had always been an exemplary student, ultimately pursuing a career in education after graduating from university. As both a proud student and a kindred spirit, Teacher Lin treated Jiang Yi-Ning so well that it often led others to believe that she was the teacher's child. While He-Chi felt like a mere afterthought, He-Chi had been gone for quite some time, and Teacher Lin found herself wondering why he had not yet returned. However, upon seeing him, she quickly understood the reason for his tardiness. In addition to bringing back a bottle of soy sauce for Teacher He was also carrying a myriad of items, including an assortment of fruits and snacks, no fewer than 7 or 8 types of fruit alone. He-Chi had washed a bit of everything, unsure of her preferences, so he had purchased a little of everything. Teacher Lin gazed at He-Chi in astonishment, wondering if this considerate son was truly the same ironclad man she knew. At that moment, Jiang Yi-Ning found it difficult to articulate her emotions. She maintained a semblance of calm and managed to utter a thank you, though only she understood the turmoil within her heart. With He-Chi present, Jiang Yi-Ning grew considerably quieter, eating fruit and engaging in conversation with Lin Shu. Fortunately, He-Chi went into the kitchen to assist Teacher He, allowing Jiang Yi-Ning to breathe a sigh of relief. She was genuinely concerned that Teacher Lin might detect the fluctuations in her emotions. Jiang Yi-Ning felt frustrated with herself for becoming easily flustered in He-Chi's presence. She wanted to see him but was unsure how to interact with him naturally. After chatting with Lin Shu for a while, Jiang Yi-Ning glanced down at the cat sleeping beside her feet. After contemplating for a moment, she said, "Teacher Lin, I have some free time now. I can help look after it for a few days." Lin Shu, not wishing to be polite, felt a wave of relief upon hearing Jiang Yi-Ning's offer. "You have no idea how much this helps me," she said, then added with a hint of annoyance. "That rascal He-Chi brought the cat over without a word. I had no time to prepare myself." Jiang Yi-Ning took a sip of tea, listening to Teacher Lin's complaints about He-Chi, and she couldn't help but chuckle softly. When He-Chi emerged from the kitchen, he found Jiang Yi-Ning smiling gently, her brows and eyes relaxed. However, the moment she spotted him, her smile vanished. Their sudden eye contact left Jiang Yi-Ning feeling flustered. He-Chi's dark eyes locked onto her, and noticing her anxiety, he averted his gaze. He went to retrieve the birthday cake from the refrigerator. Upon seeing He-Chi take out the cake, Jiang Yi-Ning surmised, "Teacher Lin, happy birthday." She felt somewhat embarrassed, saying, "I didn't even realize today was your birthday. I didn't bring a gift." Lin Shu replied, "Just your presence brings me joy. No need for gifts. Besides, I didn't mention my birthday beforehand." She then redirected the conversation towards He-Chi, saying, "He-Chi, Yining has offered to look after your cat for a few days. Shouldn't you thank her? He raised an eyebrow in surprise, a slight smile tugging at his lips as he turned to Jiang Yining. I appreciate it. It will be a bother for you. Jiang Yining feigned composure. It's no trouble at all. I actually quite like it, by the way. Does it have a name? He replied, yes, it's called He Shall We. Upon hearing her name, He Shall We meowed in response. Lin Shu, knowing her son's nature, shook her head, so lazy, even in naming. After dinner, the group settled in the living room to watch television. Teacher Lin, disregarding Jiang Yining's presence, asked He, didn't you tell the girl you went on a blind date with that you prefer men? He coughed lightly, interrupting, Mom, it's your birthday. Let's not discuss this. He noticed Jiang Yining turning to look at him, her eyes wide with shock. He and Jiang Yining had both attended a blind date at a CAF on the same day. Trying to escape was futile. If he didn't go, Teacher Lin would have severed their mother-son relationship. So he had concocted some excuse to get through it. Now, being brought up in front of others, He sighed, realizing that one must eventually face the consequences of their actions. However, Teacher Lin was not ready to let him off the hook. Do you think I want to bring this up on my birthday? You always say you're busy when I call, and we barely speak before you hang up. Teacher Zhang's daughter in the history department is a year younger than you. After working for a while, she went on to pursue a master's degree and is graduating this year. If you're free, I can arrange for you to meet. Chapter 9. Have you considered marrying me? He did not respond as the atmosphere between mother and son grew tense. Jiang Yining interjected, Teacher Lin, I know Teacher Zhang's daughter. She has a boyfriend. Lin Shu was taken aback. Then why did Teacher Zhang say she was single? Her boyfriend is from another province. Teacher Zhang wants her to find a local partner, but she hasn't planned to come clean with her family. Lin Shu understood. Don't worry, I won't mention it to Teacher Zhang. She sighed, looking at He. I don't have anyone suitable to introduce to you. If you end up old and single, don't blame me. Teacher, he reassured her, matters of fate cannot be forced. Perhaps your destiny will arrive soon. Lin Shu shot him an exasperated glance. You, a physics teacher, shouldn't be spouting such mystical nonsense like Teacher Zhang. Seeing that he had survived this round of conversation, He glanced at the time and then turned to Jiang Yining. I'll drive you, and He Shall We home. Jiang Yining hesitated for just a second before saying to Lin Shu, Teacher Lin, I'll head back now. I'll come by another day. Lin Shu nodded in agreement. All right, drive carefully and stay safe. He acknowledged her with a sound, rising to call out, He Shall We. The cat, responding to his voice, lazily opened its eyes and ambled behind He after the door closed. Lin Shu remarked to He Yuan, look at your son. If he wants to leave, he could just go, but he took Yining with him. It was harder and to have a chat with her, she added. It's good that He is driving her back. It's scorching hot outside, and it saves her the trouble of taking the bus. Outside, Jiang Yining lowered her gaze as she walked down the stairs alongside He. With He Shall We trotting beside her, Jiang Yining pondered the matter of He's blind date, not noticing the distance that had formed between them as they descended the stairs. Unintentionally, what seemed like a casual act to her was perceived by He as Jiang Yining intentionally keeping her distance. Remembering how she had tucked away her smile upon seeing him, He could no longer contain his curiosity. He halted his steps and called out softly, Jiang Yining. Jiang Yining paused, turning to look at He in confusion. Only then realizing the distance between them, she offered a shy smile in his direction, explaining, I was lost in thought just now. He stepped closer, lowering his gaze to lock eyes with Jiang Yining. Why are you so afraid of me? Jiang Yining replied. I'm not. The person before her had his lips pressed together, his gaze cast down, making it impossible for him to discern the emotions swirling in Jiang Yining's eyes or fathom her current thoughts. Jiang Yining looked lovely in the outfit she wore that day. The style complemented her gentle demeanor perfectly. Certainly, the dress she had worn during their last encounter at the bar was also beautiful. But it was evident she had felt uneasy then. Jiang Yining dared not meet He's gaze, instead focusing on the tips of her shoes, yet He was right in front of her, making it impossible to ignore. His tall figure shielded her from the harsh sunlight, and the afternoon air felt stifling, enveloping them in a humid embrace. Since Jiang Yining was unwilling to speak candidly, He decided it was best to head to the car. He motioned for her to follow him outside. Jiang Yining tugged at the hem of her dress and obediently trailed behind him. They boarded the same black Land Rover that He had driven last time. He entered first to turn on the air conditioning. Jiang Yining followed suit, placing He Shall We in the back seat. Remembering the question He-Chi had posed earlier, she suddenly felt less inclined to sit in the passenger seat. Taking her time, she inhaled deeply before opening the car door. As soon as she got in, He-Chi turned to face Jiang Yining. She caught his gaze and found herself staring into his deep, dark eyes. The confined space was filled with his unique scent, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. Her phone vibrated in her bag, and Jiang Yining seized the opportunity to relieve her tension by pulling it out. "I'll take this call," she said to He-Chi. He-Chi responded with an affirmative sound. "Go ahead." Then he inquired, "Do you need me to step out?" The heat outside was unbearable, and the air conditioning in the car was finally becoming effective. Jiang Yining shook her head. "No need." She retrieved her phone. Noticing it was a call from her aunt. An unsettling premonition washed over her. After answering, she held the phone to her ear, distancing it from He-Chi. "Aunt." Jiang Yufang began by asking about Jiang Yining's daily life before revealing the purpose of her call. "Ning Ning, your father asked me if I know any boys around your age. My niece is so beautiful and has a good job. Your aunt thought you were dating, so I didn't worry about you." Jiang Yining stole a glance at He-Chi, noticing he was engrossed in his phone, and lowered her voice. "Aunt, you don't need to worry about me." Jiang Yufang chuckled softly. "Ning Ning, tell your aunt the truth. Are you seeing someone, or do you just not want your father and your aunt to know?" Jiang Yining sighed. "No, I'm not." Hearing the sincerity in Jiang Yining's response, Jiang Yufang understood she was not merely brushing her off. "In that case, I'll help you find someone." Jiang Yining felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. "No, I don't need it. Aunt, I'm quite busy right now. Can we talk later?" After dealing with Jiang Yufang, Jiang Yining felt emotionally drained. She had clearly told her father that she did not want their interference, yet he still sought out her aunt. He-Chi, upon hearing her sigh, felt acutely aware of the tension in the small space they occupied. His sensitive hearing rendered him unable to ignore the nature of their conversation. Both were burdened by the same concerns. When Jiang Yining raised her gaze and their eyes met, they exchanged a knowing smile tinged with resignation. He-Chi smirked slightly and spoke up. "That day at the CAF, I was coerced into a blind date by Teacher Lin, and I made up a hasty excuse to escape." Jiang Yining understood his implication. He rested one hand on the steering wheel, and after delivering this statement, he started the car. Jiang Yining had no desire to revisit the awkward incident at the CAF. Meeting He-Chi under such embarrassing circumstances had left a mark on her. However, his mention of it lightened her heart considerably. Every adult faces their own struggles. Zhao Hong's treatment of her was Zhao Hong's fault, not hers. He-Chi first visited a pet store to purchase a small bag of cat food along with essential supplies. He initially intended to leave He-Xiaowei at his parents' home, as there was a pet store conveniently nearby, planning to return later for the items. He had never considered asking Jiang Yining to look after He-Xiaowei. After exiting the pet store, He-Chi inquired about her address in the car. Jiang Yining asked about He-Xiaowei's usual habits. He-Chi replied lazily, "Just give it some cat food and it's too hot. There's no need to take it out for walks." Jiang Yining glanced back at He-Xiaowei with pity. It bore a striking resemblance to its owner, both exuding an air of aloofness. Upon arriving at their destination, He-Chi found a shaded spot to park the car. He opened the door for He-Xiaowei to step out. He was pleasantly surprised that He-Xiaowei was willing to approach Jiang Yining and accompany her. He retrieved the items purchased from the pet store from the trunk and handed them to Jiang Yining, who looked up at him and said, "I'll head back now. Please contact me once you return." At this point, Jiang Yining realized she had no means of contacting He-Chi. It seemed he had the same thought. His lips curled slightly, as if smiling. Would it be convenient to add each other on WeChat? Jiang Yining was taken aback, but quickly retrieved her phone. "Sure, you can scan my code." His WeChat profile picture was a silhouette of his back, unmistakably him. While Jiang Yining was engrossed in her phone, He-Chi's deep voice suddenly called her name, Jiang Yining. She lifted her gaze, a flicker of confusion crossing her almond-shaped eyes as she pondered whether He-Chi had anything further to say. She parted her lips but remained silent, as He-Chi spoke first. "Jiang Yining, would you consider marrying me?" Chapter 10. A gamble. Jiang Yining suspected she had misheard. Just as disbelief clouded her mind, He-Chi stepped closer, slowly articulating, "I am asking, would you like to consider marrying me?" Jiang Yining met his profound black eyes, inquiring, "Why?" Unlike her usual demeanor of shyness and evasion, her gaze was now calm and unwavering. He-Chi smirked, finding her intriguing. After a moment's contemplation, he explained, "Both of us are facing familial pressure to marry. It appears neither of us has someone we truly like. Instead of being incessantly pushed into blind dates, only to end up with someone who may not be suitable, why don't we give this a try together? Seeing no change in Jiang Yining's expression, He-Chi, usually confident in all matters, felt a rare flutter of uncertainty. I am quite satisfied with your qualities. As for me, I am a little over 2 years older than you, which aligns well. My financial situation is stable, and I can assure you that we will not face financial worries after marriage. He-Chi's gaze fixed on Jiang Yining's strikingly beautiful eyes, noticing a flicker of interest in her gaze. He felt a glimmer of hope. He continued, in my daily life, aside from the occasional smoking and drinking, I have no other bad habits. If you mind, I can quit. However, I must admit that my personality does not tend to endear me to women. Having laid everything on the table, he awaited Jiang Yining's response. His words were candid and pragmatic. Jiang Yining's emotions were a tumultuous mix of confusion, excitement, and apprehension. She had harbored a secret crush on He-Chi for years, never daring to confess. Encouraged by Zhang Qiao, she had taken a brave step forward, only for He-Chi to extend an invitation to marriage. Considering He-Chi's circumstances, she felt unworthy of his proposal. Previously, Teacher Lin had mentioned that He-Chi's grandmother ran a sizable industrial company. Neither He-Chi nor Teacher Lin had any interest in managing the company. It was currently overseen by his aunt and uncle, who received annual dividends that were certainly substantial. Thus, He-Chi's assurance of no financial burdens post-marriage was not an exaggeration. Beyond these considerations, the most significant factor was her affection for He-Chi. Jiang Yining was acutely aware of her own feelings and did not wish to decline his proposal. Under He-Chi's unwavering gaze, she finally spoke. You could find someone with better circumstances than mine. After my mother passed away, my father remarried, and our family is of average means. Our family incurred considerable debt to cover my mother's medical expenses, which I have been repaying since I started working. He-Chi recognized Jiang Yining's unease. Her words indicated she was relinquishing the decision-making power to him. He fixed his deep black eyes on her, sincerely stating, Jiang Yining, I am only interested in you. Jiang Yining grasped the underlying message. He did not care about her family's situation. He then added, as for the debt to your uncle, I will take care of it for you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yining immediately declined without a second thought. No, I can manage that debt myself. He-Chi looked at her, a smile playing at his lips. So, does that mean you agree? He then asked, or would you prefer a few days to consider? You can give me your answer after I return from my business trip. He-Chi possessed striking features, high cheekbones, a prominent nose, and a chiseled visage that often appeared cold and distant. Yet, just moments ago, she had witnessed a soft smile on his lips and a hint of warmth in his dark eyes, evoking an inexplicable sense of tenderness. Jiang Yining blinked, wondering if she had misinterpreted the situation. Reflecting on He-Chi's last remark, she found herself asking, if I decline, would you seek someone else? Her question took He-Chi by surprise. Would I? Certainly not in the near future. He had no interest in marriage. Nor did he have feelings for anyone else. However, he could not be certain that Teacher Lin would not exert pressure on him, as she had done previously when his grandmother urged him to leave the police force. Jiang Yining was beautiful and kind-hearted. If he had to marry someone, Jiang Yining seemed like an excellent choice. Jiang Yining was oblivious to He-Chi's thoughts, and in that moment of silence, she regretted her question. I was just curious. I agree with what you proposed. She nervously looked at He-Chi. Once you return from your trip, let us go get the marriage certificate. Now it was He-Chi's turn to be incredulous. Are you certain you don't want to follow the usual procedure? He explained. For me, it doesn't matter. But you're a girl, and I worry that your uncle might object. Jiang Yining's father seemed unconcerned. Allowing Zhao Hong to arrange blind dates for her, he clearly did not prioritize her well-being. She believed he was aware of Zhao Hong's intentions, but chose to remain indifferent until the situation escalated. Jiang Yining chuckled to herself. My father is currently preoccupied with my brother's schooling. He hardly cares about my affairs. If we don't get the certificate first, we won't be able to get past Teacher Lin's scrutiny. We'll have to act first and inform later. He-Chi chuckled softly. All right, we'll do it your way. After we obtain the certificate, I will handle any issues that arise. You won't have to worry about a thing. Jiang Yining opened her mouth to respond, but He-Chi preempted her. This is my responsibility as a man. Okay. After He-Chi's Land Rover disappeared from view, Jiang Yining floated into the community with He Xiaowei in tow. Upon returning home, she opened the door for He Xiaowei, feeling as though she had returned physically but left her mind elsewhere. Zhang Qiao, sitting on the sofa watching a variety show, called out several times when she heard the door open. Jiang Yining remained lost in her thoughts. Finally, when she looked up, Zhang Xiao asked, "Ning Ning, what's wrong? I called your name several times. Also, how did you end up bringing a cat back after visiting your teacher?" She recalled that Jiang Yining had adopted a blue cat 2 years ago, and during a training session, she had asked Uncle Jiang to look after it. Tragically, upon her return, the cat had succumbed to heat stroke. Later, she discovered that Zhao Hong had left the cat outside during her absence. Initially reluctant to move out, Jiang Yining was furious over this incident and, after a heated argument with Zhao Hong, decided to move in with Zhang Qiao. As Jiang Yining listened to Zhang Qiao's questions, she noticed that Xiaohui had wandered off. She found it completely unafraid, having settled comfortably by the floor-to-ceiling window. "It's not a stray. It's Heqi's cat. He's on a business trip, and I'm just helping to look after it for a few days." Wow. As soon as Zhang Qiao heard this, she became animated. "Heqi's cat." Jiang Yining nodded, mentioning that she only realized today was Teacher Lin's birthday upon her arrival, and naturally, Heqi was also present. She poured herself a glass of water and candidly shared with Zhang Qiao everything she had discussed with Heqi. Zhang Qiao was taken aback, struggling to process the information. "So, you agreed?" Jiang Yining replied, "Yes, Qiao. Do you think I shouldn't have?" Zhang Qiao, unusually serious, said, "Normally, if you were to ask me about such matters, I would certainly offer you some advice. But in this case, I truly cannot. You know I am against marriage. My views on it are rather extreme. Therefore, in this matter, my opinion is inconsequential. What matters is that you come to a clear understanding yourself." Jiang Yining wasn't merely swept up in the moment when she agreed to Heqi. She had weighed her options carefully. After hearing Zhang Qiao's words, Jiang Yining smiled, admitting, "Honestly, I can't guarantee that my future with Heqi will be as blissful as Teacher He and Teacher Lin's. But I wish to indulge myself this once, to take a gamble." Chapter 11. I am her fiancé. Jiang Yining resolved to register her marriage with Heqi, and now that she had made her decision, Zhang Qiao supported her. However, upon reflection, the thought of Jiang Yining moving out after obtaining the marriage certificate struck Zhang Qiao with a heavy blow. They had lived together for over 2 years, and since Jiang Yining moved in, her quality of life had significantly improved. Household chores were shared, and companionship was ever present. Zhang Qiao, feeling melancholic, clung to Jiang Yining's arm and pleaded, "Ning Ning, I can't bear the thought of you moving away. Why not just continue living with me?" This, of course, was impossible. Jiang Yining had not considered this issue until Zhang Qiao brought it up, adding yet another concern to her mind. She would soon be living with Heqi. Burdened by this thought, Jiang Yining dreamt throughout the night, her dreams filled with Heqi's presence. She envisioned herself moving into Heqi's home, lying in the same bed, with Xiaohui nestled between them. The mere thought of this scenario startled Jiang Yining awake. When she opened her eyes, it was already 6:30, and sleep had eluded her. Resolutely, she got out of bed to prepare breakfast. Last night, she had made a cozy little nest for Xiaohui, and she was unsure when it had settled beside her slippers. Upon rising, she found it still sweetly slumbering. Zhang Qiao emerged from her bedroom and spotted the breakfast Jiang Yining had prepared. Her reluctance deepened, prompting her to exclaim, "Why am I not a man?" Jiang Yining chuckled. "What nonsense are you spouting this early in the morning? If I were a man, I could marry you." Zhang Qiao retorted, "You are against marriage. Even if you were a man, you wouldn't marry me." Jiang Yining retrieved the steamed buns from the pot, urging her, "Hurry and eat breakfast. Otherwise, you'll be late for work." Zhang Qiao had been busy with a project lately, practically working overtime every day, even returning to the office on Saturdays. After finally enjoying a day off yesterday, Monday had come around again. Life felt utterly dreary. The moment she stepped into the office, she felt like a zombie. Previously, she had advised Jiang Yining against becoming a teacher, deeming it dull and restrictive. Now she was grateful that Jiang Yining had remained resolute and had not succumbed to her persuasion. Being a teacher was challenging, but at least there were winter and summer breaks to recharge, while they could only look forward to the meager holidays. Jiang Yining served her a bowl of porridge, listening to her complaints, and teased, "What if we switch roles? Just to clarify, our salary isn't high, and we have to outsmart students every day." Zhang Qiao sighed, "Forget it." She glanced at Xiaohui, who was lazily emerging from Jiang Yining's bedroom. "Life is better as a cat," she muttered. After finishing breakfast, Zhang Qiao obediently set off for work. Once Jiang Yining tidied up, seizing the opportunity before the temperature rose, she took Xiaohui for a stroll around the neighborhood. Around 9 o'clock, Jiang Yining received a message from He Chi. Could you send me your ID number and phone number? I'll make an online appointment for marriage registration. Jiang Yining sent the information, and 10 minutes later, she received a text confirming the successful appointment for marriage registration. Upon reading the message, Jiang Yining felt as if she had awakened from a dream. She was genuinely on the verge of registering for marriage, which made her increasingly anxious, wondering if she should wear a white shirt for the photo. The shirts in her wardrobe were not particularly appealing, so she searched online for couple shirts with unique designs. She selected a few styles, asking He Chi if he wanted to purchase two. After sending the message, she received no reply from He Chi, which left her feeling unmotivated for the rest of the morning. Jiang Yining picked up a book on foreign philosophy, forcing herself to read for a while, but she absorbed nothing. Eventually, she set the book aside and played with He Xiaohui, tugging at the long fur by its mouth. Why isn't your master replying to my messages? He Xiaohui looked at her with an air of indifference, as if to say, what does my master not replying to messages have to do with me? Her phone, resting on the desk, vibrated twice, prompting Jiang Yining to release her grip and rise. He Chi. Sorry, I've been busy and just saw your message. He Chi. Let us go with the third set. If you order online, will it arrive before Thursday? Jiang Yining had chosen options that could be delivered within a couple of days and replied to him, yes. Upon seeing her affirmative response, He Chi sent her his size. After discussing this matter, fearing she would disturb He Chi's work, Jiang Yining refrained from sending any more messages. With a sigh, she realized they were on the brink of registering for their marriage. Yet there remained a considerable distance between her and He Chi. There's a saying about familiar strangers, which perfectly encapsulated her current relationship with He Chi. His influence on her was undeniably significant. Now that they would be living together after marriage, how could she conceal her true feelings? On Wednesday evening, He Chi came to pick up He Xiaohui, waiting for her outside the community. After about 10 minutes, He Chi spotted Jiang Yining and the cat emerging from the complex, and he stepped out of his car to take a look at He Xiaohui. He furrowed his brow slightly, remarking, why does this little guy seem to have gained quite a bit of weight? Jiang Yining chuckled awkwardly. Really? How come I didn't notice? Seeing her sheepish laugh, it was evident that she had indulged He Xiaohui with too much food. He Chi suddenly broke into a grin. I must have been mistaken. His gaze landed on Jiang Yining's hands. Is this the white shirt for me? Yes, I washed it, she replied, handing over both the shirt and the cat to He Chi. For a moment, neither knew what to say, standing there in silence. He Chi had likely come straight from home to pick up He Xiaohui, dressed casually in a deep blue shirt with the collar slightly open, embodying a relaxed demeanor. Jiang Yining felt uncomfortable staring at him for too long and ventured, shall we not have dinner together? He Chi inquired. Shall we? After glancing at his watch, his voice carried a hint of regret. It seems a bit late. It was already 9:30. Jiang Yining had likely eaten by now. She looked at him. Haven't you eaten? He Chi replied honestly. I had a little something on the plane, but it was hardly enough. Jiang Yining recalled He Chi's appetite on Teacher Lin's birthday and couldn't help but laugh. Then I'll accompany you for a bite. Fortunately, there was a nearby restaurant where Jiang Yining sometimes dined when Zhang Qiao was away. She led He Chi there. Having frequented the place, the proprietress recognized her and cast a curious glance at the tall man accompanying her. As she brought their dishes, she asked, Miss Jiang, bringing your boyfriend along today? Jiang Yining was at a loss for how to respond, casting a furtive glance at He Chi, observing her discomfort. He Chi smirked and interjected, I am her fiancé. The proprietress was taken aback, exclaiming, oh my. Miss Jiang, just the other day you said you were single, and now you have a fiancé. That's quite the speed. You two are a perfect match. Today, I'll give you a 10% discount, wishing you both a long and happy life together. Upon hearing He Chi refer to her as his fiancé, Jiang Yining felt her ears flush. After the proprietress's teasing, her cheeks betrayed her, turning a delicate shade of pink. She glanced at the man across from her, who appeared unperturbed, his deep black eyes glimmering with a subtle smile. It dawned on her that He Chi had playfully teased her. Chapter 12. Registering the marriage, he continued to jest with her. After we register, let us buy some wedding candies and share them with the proprietress. That way, we can get a discount on our meal tomorrow. This was the first time Jiang Yining had seen He Chi in such a light, exhibiting a playful charm. Though she knew he was being deliberately mischievous, it was impossible for her to be angry. Struggling to maintain her composure, she replied, that might not just be a discount. The proprietress might even treat me to a meal. asking me to give her daughter some advice. Noticing He Chi's confusion, Jiang Yining explained, the proprietress has a daughter who is 2 years older than me and still single. He Chi chuckled, not finding Jiang Yining's statement particularly amusing but rather appreciating her attempt at nonchalance despite her evident shyness. He had not spent much time with Jiang Yining, yet he had gained a deeper understanding of her. She appeared gentle and reserved but was quite assertive and easily flustered. Previously, He Chi had assumed that Jiang Yining was afraid of him. It seemed that perhaps he had misunderstood. After their meal, He Chi walked back with Jiang Yining, who left He Xiaohui waiting in the car. Just before getting in, He Chi asked, "What time would it be suitable for me to pick you up tomorrow morning?" He had planned for the morning. Jiang Yining replied, "Around 8:30. All right, I'll come to get you then." After watching He Chi's car drive away, Jiang Yining entered the community. Having cared for He Xiaohui for several days, its absence left her feeling unexpectedly hollow. Upon returning home, Zhang Qiao had just come back from work as well. She surveyed the surroundings and inquired, "Did you send the little chubby cat away?" He Chi has just taken it away. Zhang Qiao beckoned Jiang Yining with her finger. "Ning Ning, come here." With an air of mystery about her, Jiang Yining could not fathom Zhang Qiao's intentions and complied. Sitting down on the sofa as instructed, Zhang Qiao retrieved a small gift box from her bag, revealing a delicate platinum diamond necklace. She adorned Jiang Yining with it, saying, "This is a gift for your marriage certificate." After putting it on, Jiang Yining glanced down, smiling as she replied, "This must have cost a pretty penny. I feel a bit embarrassed to accept it." Zhang Qiao scoffed lightly, "What is there to be embarrassed about with me? Besides, it's just a necklace. I can afford it for my sister." Ning Ning. For some reason, Zhang Qiao felt a tinge of sadness. "I never expected you would be getting married so soon. I always thought we could live together for a few more years. When you move, leave some clothes and blankets behind. I'll keep this room for you. If that guy He Chi treats you poorly, you can always come back. This room will always be yours." Initially, Jiang Yining was quite pleased with the gift, but after hearing Zhang Qiao's words, tears welled up in her eyes. "No, you can rent it out. It's nice to have company and share the mortgage." Zhang Qiao shook her head. "I want to rent it out. I don't want to accommodate strangers. It's not the same with you. Besides, I'm not short on money." Although she had no intention of accepting Jiang Yining's money, refusing it would only leave Jiang Yining feeling guilty, given her character. Zhang Qiao earned a higher salary than Jiang Yining, and with her parents' support, she was far from financially strained. Jiang Yining ceased her insistence on renting the room and looked at Zhang Qiao gratefully. "Qiao Qiao, thank you. Don't mention it." Zhang Qiao rose. "I'm going to take a shower and rest. This dreadful job makes me not want to go in at all." Listening to Zhang Qiao's familiar complaints, Jiang Yining chuckled softly, tears slipping from her eyes. She too felt a pang of reluctance to move away. The next morning, Jiang Yining rose early to apply her makeup, finally donning the new white shirt she had purchased. Before stepping out, she double-checked her household registration book and identification card. Jiang Yining was registered under her mother's household, while He Chi had moved out from his family's household registry years ago. With both their documents in order, the process of obtaining their marriage certificate went smoothly. Upon exiting the Civil Affairs Bureau, Jiang Yining stared at the red booklet in her hands, still in disbelief that she had become a married woman. He Chi presented his booklet to her, and as she looked up, he smiled gently. "Here, you can keep it." Jiang Yining's lips curved into a smile. "Okay," as soon as they got into the car. Before He Chi could start the engine, he received a call from his mother. The moment the call connected, Lin Shu directly asked, "He Chi, did you go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get your marriage certificate?" With Lin Shu's omniscience, He Chi and Jiang Yining exchanged bewildered glances. He Chi sighed, rubbing his forehead. "Mom, where did you hear that?" "Aunt Wang said she saw you at the Civil Affairs Bureau." He Chi couldn't recall which Aunt Wang it was. His mother had a multitude of classmates and friends, several of whom were named Wang. He asked sarcastically, "Is Aunt Wang going to get a divorce, or is she getting remarried?" Lin Shu was nearly exasperated. "I work at the Civil Affairs Bureau." "No wonder, He Chi. Stop changing the subject. Did you or did you not go to get your marriage certificate?" This time, He Chi admitted directly. "Yes." Upon hearing this, Lin Shu's voice turned calm but carried an icy undertone. "Get your butt back home, immediately." Before hanging up, she added pointedly, "You come back by yourself." Jiang Yining, standing beside him, dared not breathe a word. It was her first time witnessing the usually gentle Lin Shu in a fit of rage. He Chi glanced at her, chuckling, "Are you scared?" Jiang Yining shrank back a bit, feeling less brave now. A little that I'll drop you off at your friend's place, and after I deal with my mother, I'll come find you. Jiang Yining shook her head. I'll go back with you. She offered an awkward smile, realizing that the decision to act first and inform later had been hers. Before He Qi could refuse her suggestion, Jiang Yining quickly added, if I go back with you. It might not be good for Lin Shu. Though she didn't voice the words to hit you, the hesitation in her demeanor made He Qi understand. The man smiled, not refusing her, but he did remind her. Just stand beside me when we return. I'll take all the blame. He then turned to Jiang Yining, raising an eyebrow. After all, I'm used to being scolded by Lin Shu. It's no big deal. Jiang Yining thought this man, even in such a tense moment, still had the leisure to joke. Meanwhile, after Lin Shu hung up the phone, He Yuan inquired, why didn't you have He Qi bring his wife back? Do you want people to laugh at us on their first visit? The couple understood that given the circumstances, they could only accept what had transpired. The saddest part was that their son had obtained a marriage certificate, yet they had no idea who his wife was. After Lin Shu made that statement, she began rummaging around the house. He Yuan, puzzled, asked, what are you looking for? Lin Shu entered the kitchen, searching everywhere. Where is the rolling pin? What do you need a rolling pin for? Lin Shu shot him a look of disbelief. To hit someone? Of course. Are you expecting me to roll out noodles to welcome him? Your son is spoiled by you, reckless. He didn't even discuss something as significant as marriage with us. What will the bride's family think of us? For once, He Yuan didn't side with He Qi. Recognizing that his son had indeed acted inappropriately, I'll help you look. While Lin Shu continued her search for the rolling pin in the kitchen, He Yuan quickly went to the balcony and hid the rolling pin that had been drying there since yesterday. After searching, he ultimately presented a feather duster to Lin Shu. Since you can't find the rolling pin, just use this instead. It'll do. Chapter 13. I like him. He Yuan discreetly messaged He Qi. He Qi, go home and smooth things over with your mom. Explain what's going on. Don't be so headstrong next time. He Qi, driving, felt his phone vibrate in his pocket and simply tossed it to Jiang Yining. Now that she was his wife, it was perfectly normal for her to respond to a message. Jiang Yining looked at He Qi, bewildered. His voice carried a hint of laziness. Can you check the message for me? Jiang Yining responded with a soft okay, her expression calm, yet her heart was filled with an indescribable sensation. She didn't know the password, and just as she was about to ask, He Qi said, the password is shaped like the letter L. Jiang Yining unlocked He Qi's phone and saw a message from He Laosher. Reading it aloud to He Qi helped me reply. Just say got it. Following He Qi's instructions, Jiang Yining sent the message back to He Laosher. Once she finished, her anxiety grew. The situation seemed more daunting than she had anticipated. She had thought they would have more time to prepare. Yet Lin Shu found out about He Qi's marriage certificate so quickly. With a mix of trepidation, Jiang Yining returned to face Lin Shu, while He Qi remained composed, as if nothing were amiss. At the door, Jiang Yining deliberately slowed her pace, quietly hiding behind He Qi. He Qi glanced back at her, noticing her worry, and reassured her, don't be afraid. Lin Shu won't bite, I know. Jiang Yining wasn't worried about Lin Shu blaming her but feared disappointing her. He Qi wouldn't understand her cautiousness. As they spoke, He Laosher unexpectedly opened the door without warning. Towering in stature and blocking Jiang Yining from view, He Qi turned around at the sound of the door opening, greeting, Dad. Lin Shu approached, holding a feather duster, and He Qi felt a sense of resignation. Even at his age, he still faced his parents' wrath. Mom, from today onwards, I'm no longer your mother. Jiang Yining trembled slightly, fearing Lin Shu might next say, Jiang Yining, from today, I'm no longer your teacher. Like a student who had erred, she slowly stepped forward, her voice tinged with tension, Lin Laosher. Observing the couple in matching white shirts, it was clear to Lin Shu and He Yuan that the two were indeed married. Yining? Jiang Yining lowered her head, taking the initiative to apologize. Lin Laosher, I'm sorry. Their hands brushed together gently, and He Qi instinctively grasped Jiang Yining's hand, guiding her aside. Mom, this is all my fault. As her hand was enveloped by his, Jiang Yining stole a glance at He Qi's large palm, which completely enveloped hers, their skin tones contrasting sharply. However, her mind was too occupied to dwell on such thoughts. Lin Shu, both astonished and delighted, soon found her rationality overtaken by anger. Of course, this is your fault, He Qi. Get to your study, now. Yet her tone softened dramatically as she turned to Jiang Yining. Yining, why don't you come in and sit for a while? Perhaps worried she might frighten Jiang Yining, Lin Shu forced a smile, though her eyes brimmed with disappointment when she looked at He Qi. Jiang Yining anxiously glanced at the closed study door. He Yuan brewed a pot of tea, realizing that his wife's most treasured student had become their daughter-in-law. Truthfully, he never imagined the situation would unfold this way. Yining, have a cup of tea. There's no need to worry. Lin Shu will just give him a few lectures in the living room. There were only He Yuan and Jiang Yining. He Yuan found himself at a loss for words. Glancing at the time, it was almost noon. I will go to the market and buy some vegetables to prepare lunch for you and He Qi, he said. Jiang Yining, feeling equally perplexed about how to interact with teacher He alone, understood that he was allowing her some space and responded, "Thank you, teacher He." After He Yuan left, Jiang Yining set down her teacup and rose. Moments ago, teacher Lin had entered the study with a feather duster, and Jiang Yining, concerned that He Qi might really be in trouble, tiptoed over. Inside the study, Lin Shu was momentarily unsure of how to begin. She looked at He Qi, who bore a striking resemblance to his father with his deep, rugged features, yet his temperament was distinctly different from both of his parents. From a young age, He Qi had been rebellious and aloof, refusing to abide by his family's expectations. He had insisted on becoming a special police officer, and during one mission, he had nearly not returned. Ling Yin and He Qi had been brothers for many years, both joining the police force together. Tragically, Ling Yin lost his life during a mission. Since that incident, He Qi's grandmother had vehemently opposed his continued service, even resorting to a hunger strike to compel him to leave the force. Despite her worries for her son, she reluctantly turned a blind eye, allowing He Qi to choose the life he desired. Lin Shu, suppressing her temper, spoke calmly, "He Qi, you should not drag Yining into your reckless antics. She has had a difficult time in recent years." He Qi remained silent. His parents were educators, accustomed to a stable and secure life, and in their eyes, his failure to comply with their wishes was an act of rebellion. He spoke in a subdued tone. "Mom, I understand, but this time, I assure you, it is not a frivolous decision. Jiang Yining and I obtained our marriage certificate after careful consideration. I did not inform you beforehand, fearing you would disapprove." Lin Shu scoffed. "Knowing I would disapprove, and yet you proceeded." Hearing this, He Qi chuckled lightly. "Mom, do you really think your disapproval would stop me from marrying?" He added, "The Qing dynasty has long fallen. Marriage is now a matter of personal choice." Seeing his refusal to acknowledge his error, Lin Shu grew angry. "Marriage is a serious commitment. He Qi, you are nearing your 30s, yet you approach it so flippantly. How can you claim I am not serious about marriage?" Lin Shu could no longer restrain herself and swung the feather duster at He Qi. "If you were serious, you wouldn't have silently taken Yining to the Civil Affairs Bureau for a marriage certificate after only a few meetings. Yining is a wonderful girl. She deserves someone who truly understands and cherishes her. You are doing her a disservice." He Qi stood still, allowing Lin Shu to strike him with the feather duster. The pain was inconsequential compared to the injuries he had sustained during police training. Hearing the commotion inside, Jiang Yining hurriedly opened the study door and positioned herself protectively in front of He Qi. "Teacher, please do not blame He Qi. It was I who suggested we obtain the certificate." Lin Shu was not convinced. "Yining, do not assist him in shirking responsibility. I must teach this wayward son a lesson today." Jiang Yining, perhaps too hastily, declared, "I am not lying. I truly like him." He Qi looked down at Jiang Yining, who stood in front of him, intrigued by her boldness. This excuse had successfully bewildered teacher Lin. Jiang Yining reiterated, "Teacher, I genuinely like He Qi. Otherwise, I would not have married him." Lin Shu was taken aback, glancing at Jiang Yining with uncertainty. "Yining, do not deceive me. You truly like He Qi?" Jiang Yining nodded earnestly. Lin Shu's gaze shifted from Jiang Yining to He Qi, studying them both in disbelief, as if to question, what could possibly make this boy worthy of your affection? Yet, setting aside other considerations, He Qi was indeed handsome, tall and striking, appealing to young women. However, his cold demeanor and lack of consideration were glaring faults. Lin Shu turned to He Qi and asked, "And you?" He Qi, unable to resist following Jiang Yining's lead, replied, "I like her as well." Despite knowing that He Qi did not genuinely harbor feelings for her, Jiang Yining felt her heart race at the sound of those words. With the situation at hand, Lin Shu had little choice but to hold her tongue. She warned He Qi, "You must treat Yining well. Otherwise, I will not spare you," He Qi replied, I understand. Lin Shu exited first, leaving the young couple alone in the study, needing a moment to collect her thoughts in the bedroom. With only He-Chi and Jiang Yining remaining in the study, she suddenly felt awkward. Facing He-Chi, she bit her lip and explained, "What I said earlier was casual. Please do not take it to heart." He-Chi responded with a low hum, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. "I told you to stand aside, yet in the end, I still needed your help to avoid trouble." Jiang Yining recognized his teasing. "Teacher Lin hit you several times. Are you all right?" "I'm fine." The pain was trivial compared to the injuries he had endured during police training, given how much Lin Shu cherished Jiang Yining. Those few smacks could hardly be considered severe. When He Yuan returned from grocery shopping, he was surprised to find He-Chi and Jiang Yining idly sitting in the living room. After surveying the surroundings and noticing his wife's absence, he asked, "He-Chi, where is your mother?" He-Chi nodded toward the bedroom. "I in the bedroom." He Yuan furrowed his brow, wondering if Lin Shu had retreated to sulk due to He-Chi's actions. Concerned for her, he set down his things and headed to check on her, only to see Lin Shu emerging from the bedroom, holding a wooden box that housed her precious jewelry. Noticing her demeanor appeared normal, He Yuan proceeded to the kitchen to busy himself. Seeing that Lin Shu and Jiang Yining had something to discuss, He-Chi took the initiative to assist in the kitchen. Jiang Yining, feeling a bit uneasy, softly called out, "Teacher." Lin Shu sat beside Jiang Yining. "Yining, do not overthink it. I am angry not because I dislike you as my daughter-in-law, but because He-Chi took you to get the certificate without informing me." She smiled and added, "To be honest, I never anticipated that you and I would share such a bond. He-Chi is not worthy of you." Jiang Yining looked up at Lin Shu, her emotions complex. "Teacher, did I in my eyes, you are far superior to He-Chi. Marrying you is a stroke of luck for him. You deserve better than to be treated so casually." Feeling slightly embarrassed, Jiang Yining lowered her gaze. It was indeed her idea to act first and inform later, yet Lin Shu refused to believe it in her eyes. Jiang Yining had always been a gentle and ambitious girl. She assumed it had to be He-Chi's idea. Despite Jiang Yining's insistence that she had proposed it first, Lin Shu opened the wooden box, revealing exquisite jade bracelets, pendants, and hairpins. "These were gifted to me by He-Chi's grandmother. I had intended to keep them for He-Chi's future wife. But now they are yours." As Lin Shu examined the jewelry, she frowned slightly. "These styles are too outdated and do not suit your elegance. In a few days, I will take you to buy some new ones." Jiang Yining was taken aback. "Teacher, I cannot accept this." "Yining, please accept it. Otherwise, I will still be upset with He-Chi." Jiang Yining, that she had never realized how little regard Lin Shu had for He-Chi. Reluctantly, she accepted the jewelry. Lin Shu then produced a bank card for Jiang Yining. "This is for you as well. Use it to buy some beautiful clothes or jewelry you liked." "I cannot take this." Lin Shu insisted. "Take it. Consider it my token of acceptance." With that, Lin Shu's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she looked at Jiang Yining. Understanding her intent, Jiang Yining felt her cheeks flush. After a long pause, she finally mustered the courage to call out, "Mom." It was a challenging utterance, as her mother had passed away 9 years ago, and she had not spoken that word since. The wave of bittersweet emotion washed over her, and Jiang Yining struggled to contain her feelings. Lin Shu, sensing Jiang Yining's longing for her mother, gently grasped her hand, offering comfort. "Good girl, I will protect you from now on." Jiang Yining nearly teared up. Over the years, she had been grateful for the concern shown by Zhang Qiao and Lin Shu, or else she could not fathom how difficult her life would have been. Lin Shu wiped away the tears from Jiang Yining's eyes, saying, "Do not see our wide-eyed eye in the kitchen." He Yuan advised his son, "He-Chi, now that you are married, you must settle down and live responsibly. As a man, you need to be accommodating and understanding toward your partner. Your temperament is rigid, and you have not had much experience interacting with girls. Yining is someone who tends to keep her feelings bottled up. You must be patient with her. Communication is vital in any relationship." He Yuan understood his son well. While He-Chi was well-mannered and cultivated, he had grown accustomed to solitude. Suddenly being married without any romantic foundation or a period of mutual understanding would inevitably lead to friction in their future life together. He-Chi responded, "Dad, I understand all of this. Since I have decided to marry, I never considered divorce. I have resolved to stay in Lynching from now on." He Yuan grunted, "If you dare to leave, just wait until your mother finds out. She will break your legs." He-Chi. During dinner, Lin Shu inquired, "Do we need to purchase a new marital home?" Jiang Yining looked to He-Chi for his opinion. He-Chi replied, "For now, We can stay at my place, as it is closer to Yining's school. We can consider changing homes later if necessary. Lin Shu sought Jiang Yining's input. Yining, what do you think? Jiang Yining nodded. I have no objections. We can do as He Qi suggests. Once they had discussed the issue of housing, He Yuan posed another question. When do you plan to hold the wedding? Jiang Yining hesitated, not wishing to rush into a wedding at this stage. She felt that she and He Qi lacked a solid emotional foundation. She longed for a romantic wedding with someone she truly loved. But not at this moment. I would prefer to wait until later. Jiang Yining was the first to respond to He Yuan's inquiry. Lin Shu. All right, regarding the wedding, I will defer to you entirely. Whenever you wish to hold it and whatever style you prefer is entirely up to you. When the time comes, let He Qi find a professional team to plan it, so you won't have to exhaust yourself. Jiang Yining smiled gently. Thank you, Mom. Lin Shu beamed with delight. Observing this, He Qi jested. Such a smile is something I have never received from Teacher Lin. Chun Ran used to frequently utter similar phrases, to the point where He Qi's ears were nearly calloused from hearing them. It suddenly struck He Qi, prompting him to speak out loud. Jiang Yining could not contain her laughter. Lin Shu also chuckled. Responding playfully, who told you to annoy me every day? He Yuan interjected. He Qi, you ought to thank your mother. Your ability to marry Yining is largely thanks to her prayers to the god of marriage at the temple. Teacher Lin, being a staunch materialist, resorted to such desperate measures for your sake. Had He Yuan not mentioned it, Lin Shu would have forgotten all about it. She remarked, it was introduced by Teacher Dong. It seems the god of marriage at that temple is quite effective. I must find time in the next few days to visit the temple and express my gratitude. He Qi was blissfully unaware that his lifelong commitment had nearly driven Teacher Lin to the brink, leading her to seek divine intervention. Before they departed, Lin Shu specifically advised Jiang Yining, according to tradition, the parents of both sides should meet before you obtain your marriage certificate. If you suddenly get your certificate without informing your family, I suggest you refrain from mentioning it for now. Observe if your family is available in the next few days. I will have He Qi arrange a meal for everyone, after which you can inform them that you have already registered your marriage. Chapter 15. Perfect Match. Jiang Yining understood that Teacher Lin was considering her well-being. If Zhao Hong were to discover that she registered her marriage without informing her family, it would be difficult for her to justify herself in public. Regardless, both families must dine together. Jiang Yining furrowed her brows slightly, displaying a hint of stubbornness. I do not wish for Zhao Hong to discuss my marriage. Lin Shu acquiesced, remembering that she had previously arranged blind dates for her, and that omitting her from the gathering would not raise any eyebrows among relatives and neighbors. I recall you mentioned having a relatively kind aunt, correct? Jiang Yining nodded, affirming, yes. Fortunately, her aunt had not inquired about her blind dates in recent days. Jiang Yining resolved to call her father tonight, asking him to inform her aunt. After all, it was her father's suggestion to arrange the blind dates, and he should take responsibility for it. Lin Shu suggested. Yining, you could invite your aunt, Jiang Yining replied. I will mention it to them tonight. Initially, she contemplated inviting her uncle's family, but her uncle's health was deteriorating, requiring her aunt's care, and her cousin had just begun a demanding job at the hospital. As they waited for the green light on their way back, He Qi inquired, what did Mom say to you earlier? She reminded me not to announce our marriage certificate to the outside world just yet and mention the gathering of both families for dinner. Jiang Yining replied. He Qi noticed that her mood seemed somewhat subdued after leaving his parents' home. His mother was quite particular about etiquette, and He Qi speculated, if you do not wish for your stepmother to join us for dinner, we can exclude her, and I will speak to Mom about it. It's not because of that, Jiang Yining clarified. He Qi, sensing her discontent, asked directly, then why do you seem a bit unhappy? Jiang Yining's almond-shaped eyes reflected surprise. He Qi, having spent 2 years as a police officer, had an acute sense of observation, able to detect even her subtle emotional shifts. I'm not unhappy, she denied. But after a moment's thought, she softly added, I just miss my mother. Had her mother still been alive, she would not have been coerced into blind dates, and knowing that she was marrying someone she loved would have surely brought her mother joy. He Qi, at a loss for how to console her, simply said, once we have settled our current matters, we should find time to pay respects to your mother and inform her of our marriage. Jiang Yining looked into He Qi's eyes, seeking affirmation. Are you serious? As the light turned green, He Qi turned the steering wheel. Of course, I intend to pay my respects. Jiang Yining felt grateful as she glanced at He Qi. The thought of him wanting to honor her mother was more comforting than 1,000 words of consolation. Over the years, her relationship with Zhao Hong had soured. On her mother's Memorial Day, if her father accompanied her, Zhao Hong would always find an excuse to argue with him. Gradually, since 2 years ago, her father had ceased attending, only reminding her of the Memorial Day. Furthermore, her uncle's family still remembered. After his wife's passing, Jiang Wintao remarried almost immediately, which had once led Jiang Yining to question, even fear, marriage. However, every time she visited Teacher Lin's home, witnessing their harmonious relationship, she couldn't help but feel envious. As they exited the neighborhood, He Qi and Jiang Yining got out of the car together. Jiang Yining intended to hand the sandalwood box given by Teacher Lin to He Qi, saying, "This is for Mom. The jewelry inside is too valuable, it's better for you to keep it." He Qi cast a glance at it without taking it. "If it's given to you, then it belongs to you. Keep it. It's not worth much," Jiang Yining thought. Though she did not know much about such matters, she could tell that the box of jewelry was extraordinarily valuable, yet in He Qi's eyes, it was merely insignificant. He Qi broached a more important topic. "When do you plan to move in with me?" Jiang Yining initially intended to say she would move next weekend. However, He Qi leisurely remarked, "He Xiaohui has been reluctant to eat lately and seems a bit downcast. I suspect he misses you." Jiang Yining also missed He Xiaohui. She changed her mind, saying, "Then let's move after both families have dinner. I will tidy up a bit." He Qi smiled gently. "It's quite warm outside. You should head up first." Jiang Yining glanced up at him. He Qi was still dressed in the white shirt from their registration earlier, having meticulously buttoned it to the top at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Perhaps feeling constrained, he had undone a couple of buttons and rolled up his sleeves, his shirt tucked into his belt. The shirt fit him perfectly. He Qi had a remarkable physique, clearly indicative of regular exercise. He had broad shoulders and a slim waist, and the sunlight filtering through his white shirt subtly accentuated his well-defined muscles, exuding the allure of a mature man. Jiang Yining admitted that her initial attraction to He Qi stemmed from his external qualities. In truth, she found it hard to believe that no girl would be drawn to He Qi. Perhaps his stern demeanor had merely intimidated them. However, through their time together, she discovered that He Qi was not as aloof as she had imagined. At times, he even possessed a touch of humor. Standing in close proximity, Jiang Yining felt enveloped by his presence, her cheeks warming as she dared not look at him any longer. "Then I shall head up. Please drive safely on your way back." He Qi replied affirmatively, watching her enter the neighborhood before departing. That evening, upon returning home from work, Zhang Qiao was greeted by the enticing aroma of food. She changed her shoes and headed to the kitchen, where she found Jiang Yining in an apron preparing garlic shrimp. After an afternoon of meetings, Zhang Qiao was ravenous, and seeing that Jiang Yining had prepared nearly all her favorite dishes brought her to the brink of tears. "Ning Bao, what would I do without you? Stop with the flattery. Wash your hands and sit down to eat." "All right," Zhang Qiao replied, entering the kitchen to help serve the dishes. During dinner, Zhang Qiao forgot all about her diet and devoured 2 bowls of rice. Jiang Yining stared at her in astonishment. "Did you not have lunch?" The foolish manager compressed our break time for a meeting, and just as we were about to finish work, he decided to call another meeting. Zhang Qiao bit into the garlic shrimp, the rich flavor enveloping her senses, and she quickly gave a thumbs up. "Ning Ning, these shrimp are exquisite. If you weren't a teacher, you could easily become a chef." Her limited cooking skills had only improved since Jiang Yining moved in, and her dishes were nowhere near as good as Jiang Yining's. Jiang Yining smiled softly. Afterward, Zhang Qiao continued, "That foolish thing, if it's a meeting, just hold it. Why ramble on about unrelated matters for half the time? Lacking any real ability?" Jiang Yining curiously asked, "If he lacks ability, how did he attain the managerial position?" Zhang Qiao, engrossed in her meal, grumbled, "What else could it be? He's the boss's relative." She then remembered to ask Jiang Yining, "Was the registration smooth today?" "Yes, and both Teacher Lin and Teacher He are aware that He Qi and I have registered our marriage." Seeing the smile in Jiang Yining's eyes as she spoke about it, Zhang Qiao realized she had successfully navigated He Qi's parents' expectations. After dinner, Zhang Qiao requested to see Jiang Yining's marriage certificate. Holding it in her hands, she admired the attractive couple featured in the photograph, exclaiming, "What a perfect match. I can hardly imagine how good-looking your children will be. A robust man paired with a gentle beauty. Truly a match made in heaven." Zhang Qiao, being practical, recognized that since Jiang Yining and He Qi had already registered their marriage and his parents were informed, she asked, "Ning Ning, Did his parents express anything? Jiang Yining nodded. I will fetch it for you. She carried the sandalwood box into the living room. Teacher Lin also gave me a bank card. Chow chow, to be honest, I feel quite uneasy receiving all of this. Chapter 16. Subtle sarcasm. Zhang Qiao opened the box and gasped, almost swallowing her words in surprise. Your teacher Lin truly cares for you. Zhang Qiao cautiously picked up a jade bracelet, inspecting it under the light. Noting its high quality, an old mine glass type in imperial green, which is now exceedingly rare. Teacher Lin said it was given to her by He Qi's grandmother. Zhang Qiao understood Jiang Yining's unease. That imperial green bracelet was worth at least 8 figures, something an ordinary family could never afford even if they saved every penny for a lifetime. Thanks to her best friend, she felt fortunate to even touch such a precious jade bracelet. He Qi's parents are indeed remarkably low-key, neither flaunting their wealth nor revealing their status. It truly comes as a surprise that He Qi hails from such a prestigious family. Priceless treasures are casually housed within a mere wooden box. Zhang Qiao placed the bracelet down and returned the box to Jiang Yining. Ning Ning, your Lin teacher has always held you in high regard. Now that you have transitioned from being her student to her daughter-in-law, it can be considered quite a fortunate turn of events. Speaking of my own family, my mother and grandmother have been embroiled in endless disputes for over 20 years, and my father, as my mother's husband and my grandmother's son, has managed to remain blissfully uninvolved. I find it perplexing what significance such a marriage holds. The discord between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law is a troublesome affair for any household. Although you and He Qi currently share no romantic feelings, it is fortunate that you maintain a good relationship with Teacher Lin. Jiang Yining comprehended everything that Zhang Qiao articulated. You should keep these treasures safe. They can be passed down to your daughter or daughter-in-law in the future. Jiang Yining nodded. I need to purchase a safe. These jewels are far too valuable, and it would be impractical for me to wear them at school. Zhang Qiao gazed at Jiang Yining with twinkling eyes. Ning Ning, I am genuinely happy for you. Aunt Du passed away early, and Jiang Shue's conservative mindset clings to the antiquated belief that without a son, the family line is severed. Due to Aunt Du's poor health, he had no choice but to abandon the idea of having a second child, thus showing considerable affection for his only daughter. Yet, less than a year after Aunt Du's passing, he remarried and had a son, Zhang Yiyang, who was nearly 21 years younger than Jiang Yining. Following the birth of his son, he grew indifferent towards his once-cherished daughter, turning a blind eye to Zhao Hong's bullying. After finishing her conversation with Zhang Qiao, Jiang Yining headed to the bathroom and, once her hair was dry, returned to her room. It was precisely 10 o'clock. Thinking that her father might still be awake, she decided to place a call home. After 2 rings, Zhao Hong answered the phone, her tone brusque. What do you need from your father? Jiang Yining, well aware of Zhao Hong's temperament, remained unfazed and replied in a somewhat cool tone. Aunt Hong, as you mentioned, I am seeking my father, so naturally, the matter concerns him. Zhao Hong raised her voice. He is busy bathing Yang Yang. Say what you need or don't say anything at all. With a beep, Zhao Hong abruptly ended the call. After waiting for half an hour without receiving a return call from Jiang Wentao, Jiang Yining scrolled through her contacts. On the other end, a voice greeted her. Good evening, Aunt Sunday. I hope I am not disturbing you at this late hour? Not at all. I rarely retire this early. There's something you need. Jiang Yining explained. I called my father at 10. But Aunt Hong hung up on me. I would appreciate it if you could relay a message to him, as I urgently need to speak with him. Aunt Sun's voice brightened. Oh, it's no trouble at all. It's just a short walk. I shall head to your house immediately. Within 3 minutes, Jiang Yining received a call from Jiang Wentao. Noticing that Sun Shuwan had no intention of leaving, Zhao Hong felt a surge of irritation and muttered a curse towards Jiang Yining. She instructed Zhao Jiajia to take Jiang Yiyang to bed before confronting Sun Shuwan. Sister Sun, I am truly sorry for bothering you at this hour. Jiang Yining is quite something, calling back and then needing to summon someone to notify my husband. Jiang Yining had indeed wished to call her father herself. But Zhao Hong's expression shifted abruptly. Sister Sun, Jiang Yining has been spouting nonsense to you again, hasn't she? Being a stepmother is no easy feat. I kindly arranged a blind date for her, and instead of appreciating it, she accuses me of having ulterior motives. It seems I am at fault in every scenario. Observing Zhao Hong's pitiful demeanor, Aunt Sun felt no sympathy for her. I have watched Yining grow up. She has always been a well-behaved and sensible child. Zhao Hong, you have misjudged her. Yining has not confided in me at all. Aunt Sun interjected. If I may be so bold, children grow up and develop their own thoughts. In my own family, my son and daughter often complain about my interference in their lives. Moreover, you are not Yining's biological mother. Her affairs are under Jiang's purview, so why meddle? Noticing Zhao Hong's displeasure, Aunt Sun remained undeterred. Besides, you have a daughter yourself. Asked Jia Jia if she would be willing to go on a blind date with a man who is over a decade older and has children from a previous marriage. I too was misled by the matchmaker. I had no idea it would turn out like this. Zhao Hong retorted sarcastically. Regardless, I will no longer concern myself with Jiang Yining's matters. I merely worry that some neighbors will claim I am neglecting my stepdaughter. My grievances remain unspoken. Aunt Sun recognized Zhao Hong's insinuation but chose to feign ignorance. How could that be? Upon seeing Jiang Wentao emerge from the room, Aunt Sun made her exit. Oh dear. It's nearly 11. I am too old to stay up late. Let us continue this another day. After Aunt Sun departed, Zhao Hong huffed. With so many issues of our own, why concern ourselves with others? If Sister Sun is so capable, why doesn't she ascend to the heavens? Zhao Hong turned to Jiang Wentao, noting his furrowed brow and troubled expression, and asked coldly, what did your precious daughter say to you? Jiang Wentao did not respond but inquired, Ning Ning called me. Why didn't you mention it? Zhao Hong feigned confusion. I simply forgot in the midst of my busyness. After a moment of silence, Jiang Wentao stated, Ning Ning mentioned she plans to marry her high school Chinese teacher's son, and both families are set to meet for a meal. His voice was tinged with dejection. Perhaps not expecting such sudden news, Jiang Yining was informing him about a meeting with the boy's parents, whereas previously, she would always discuss matters with him. What has changed over these years? The father-daughter duo has scarcely communicated, and now even significant life events are being decided without his input. A sense of defeat, loss, and the bittersweet feelings of a father preparing to marry off his daughter welled up within him. Zhao Hong was equally astonished and, after a long pause, she scoffed, your daughter is quite impressive, managing to find herself a husband in just a few days. Jiang Wentao detected the underlying meaning in Zhao Hong's words and retorted angrily, Zhao Hong, I will not allow you to speak ill of Ning Ning. She has known him for some time. He was working out of town and only returned to Lincheng this year. During their blind date, it was Mr. Chun who put her in a difficult position, yet he helped Ning Ning immensely. Zhao Hong was not in the mood to hear Jiang Wentao's explanations. Her focus remained on the house. Since Jiang Yining is getting married, it is only right that the house be transferred to us. I have never seen a daughter who brings her family's house into her marriage. Zhao Hong then asked, did your daughter mention how much the groom's family is offering as a bride price? Chapter 17. May I hold your hand? Jiang Wentao felt increasingly agitated, and Zhao Hong's inquiries only intensified his frustration. Why do you fixate on that detail? Because there was no mention of it, Zhao Hong replied tersely. When are the families meeting? I cannot guarantee my availability. You need not attend. I will go with her aunt. After saying this, Jiang Wentao sought refuge in his room for some peace. Zhao Hong directed her sarcasm at Jiang Wentao's retreating figure. Those who claim Jiang Yining is sensible must have been deceived. They say I am unkind to her, yet she has entirely disregarded me, her stepmother. Mom, keep your voice down. Zhao Jiajia emerged from Jiang Yiyang's room, where he had just fallen asleep. She too held no affection for Jiang Yining and thought it best if she did not attend. To avoid unnecessary trouble. What do you know? If I don't go, I won't have any idea about the bride price, Zhao Hong replied. Zhao Jiajia scoffed. Jiang Yining is so high and mighty, rejecting a man who could provide her with a house in the city center for one whose parents are merely teachers. How affluent could his family possibly be? At best, they are an average middle-class family. How much bride price can we expect from them? She advised Zhao Hong. Mom, I think it's best you don't get involved, lest Jiang Yining goes around spreading rumors about you again. After that incident, everyone in the neighborhood knows about it, and they keep urging me to talk to you, to treat Jiang Yining better. Recalling that incident filled Zhao Jiajia with anger. I have never experienced such embarrassment in my life. Everyone thinks we are bullying her. Zhao Hong silently cursed under her breath. She had been in a silent rivalry with Jiang Yining for years and knew all too well that this seemingly meek girl was anything but. She was a formidable opponent. On the day of the family meeting, He had reserved a large private room in a five-star hotel in Lincheng, where he and Jiang Yining awaited their guests. Upon hearing the news of Jiang Yining's impending marriage, Jiang Yufang was utterly bewildered. Just days prior, she had been asking her to introduce potential suitors for her niece. Now, she received a call from her brother. She still struggled to process the information in the car. She asked Jiang Wentao, Have you met Ning Ning's fiancé? She mentioned he is the son of her high school teacher, whose surname is Lin. Jiang Wentao reflected on past events, recalling how during her senior year, her mother had been in the hospital, causing her grades to slip. Thanks to teacher Lin's exceptional care and concern, Jiang Yining managed to secure admission to a prestigious university. Both parents are educators, so their son is likely to be quite capable as well. That may not necessarily be the case. Zhang Yufang reconsidered, but I trust Ning Ning's judgment. Why didn't Tishi inform us sooner? The taxi slowly came to a halt outside the hotel, and Zhang Yufang eagerly searched for Jiang Yining's figure. Upon witnessing He Qi alongside Jiang Yining, Zhang Yufang exclaimed softly, "Oh," as she took note of his strikingly handsome features. It was no wonder that our Ning Ning had taken a liking to him. Today, He Qi donned a deep gray shirt, his sleeves slightly rolled up, complemented by black trousers, and he sported a wristwatch that exuded an air of noble sophistication. Beside him, Jiang Yining wore a light green, embroidered new-style dress, and the two stood together in a visually pleasing manner. As Zhang Yufang stepped out of the car and observed her tall niece standing next to her future nephew-in-law, she found herself barely reaching his shoulder. As they approached, He Qi greeted. "Uncle Jiang, Auntie, hello. I am He Qi." Zhang Yufang, who had been anxious before meeting He Qi, now beamed with delight, her eyes sparkling. "Hello, your parents have arrived, right?" "Yes, they are waiting for us in the private room," he replied. Jiang Yining, standing nearby, called out, "Dad, Auntie." Jiang Wentao felt a twinge of annoyance at Jiang Yining for not acknowledging him, her father, but upon reflecting on his own neglect towards her over the years, that irritation quickly dissipated. "Let us head inside. It's quite warm out here," he suggested. Jiang Yining, often becoming uncharacteristically aloof in front of her father and Zhao Hong, was determined to keep such emotions at bay today. Zhang Yufang inquired, "He Qi, how old are you this year, and what do you do?" He Qi patiently responded, "I will turn 30 after my birthday this year. I recently returned to Lincheng and have opened a bar with friends, while also assisting my aunt with managing the family business." Both Jiang Wentao and Zhang Yufang looked at He Qi with surprise. It was Zhang Yufang who broke the silence, asking, "What kind of business does your family engage in?" "Various small ventures, really," He Qi replied. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yufang lost interest, responding politely, "That sounds good." After addressing Zhang Yufang's inquiries, He Qi shifted his focus to Jiang Yining, who had remained silent since her family's arrival. He lowered his voice to match her pace, reassuring her, "Do not worry. We are here." Jiang Yining adjusted her demeanor and smiled in response. He Qi then asked her, "May I hold your hand?" Jiang Yining, momentarily taken aback, gazed at him with a look of confusion. He cleared his throat, "With our families present, it would be wise to appear affectionate. It would put them at ease." Jiang Yining nodded, "That would be fine." Their hands gradually drew closer until, in that fleeting moment of contact, He Qi grasped hers. Previously, while at her parents' home, he had instinctively held Jiang Yining's hand, but his thoughts had not been focused on that at the time. Now, holding her hand, he distinctly noted how slender her fingers were compared to his, their texture smooth and delicate. Inside the elevator, Jiang Wentao witnessed He Qi holding his daughter's hand, and a wave of discomfort washed over him. Regardless of He Qi's merits, a father often feels as though his prized cabbage is being claimed by a pig. Thus, he averted his gaze, pretending not to notice. However, the more Zhang Yufang observed He Qi, the more satisfied she became. Despite his family being somewhat ordinary, his looks and stature were undeniably commendable. As the door to the private room swung open, Lin Shu and He Yuan immediately stood up, and upon seeing the young couple enter hand in hand, they exchanged knowing smiles. After a round of polite exchanges, the two families finally settled down. He Qi helped Jiang Yining pull out her chair, to which she softly murmured her thanks. She felt that the time spent returning to the private room seemed particularly prolonged, and He Qi's palm was warm. She wondered if all men had warmer hands than women. While Jiang Yining sat, He Qi busied himself pouring tea for her family, displaying a commendable humility and gentlemanly demeanor. She genuinely appreciated He Qi's willingness to perform such gestures in front of her family. At the dining table, Zhang Yufang broached the subject of wedding plans. Jiang Yining preemptively replied, "Auntie, the school year is about to begin, and I am quite busy with work. I would prefer to consider the wedding in a year or two." Zhang Yufang disapproved, asserting that work would always be busy, but nothing was more important than a wedding. Lin Shu interjected, It ultimately depends on Yining's wishes. A wedding is certainly essential, she added with a smile. I only have one son, He-Chi. Marrying Yining is indeed a blessing for him, and he must showcase this to all our relatives and friends. She instructed He-Chi to prepare the funds for the wedding expenses in advance and also handed Yining a bank card, assuring her that as soon as she expressed a desire for a wedding, they would arrange everything without compromising her wishes. Lin Shu first praised Jiang Yining and then made a solemn promise, detailing specific actions. With this, Zhang Yufang had no further objections and felt quite content with He-Chi's parents. After discussing these matters, Lin Shu subtly signaled to He-Chi Chapter 18. Disappointment. He-Chi presented Jiang Wentao with a bank card, stating, Uncle Jiang, the card contains 399,000. This is our heartfelt gesture, and I hope you won't find it inadequate. The password is the last 6 digits on the back of the card. He-Chi had initially been reluctant to offer this money, but Lin Shu insisted that it was essential to make some gesture, lest Jiang Yining's father create difficulties for her. Jiang Yining was completely unaware that Lin Shu and He-Chi had prepared this. She looked at He-Chi with surprise. Jiang Wentao, upon witnessing his daughter's reaction, understood that she had not been informed in advance. He recognized that Jiang Yining was quite sensitive about this matter, especially after Zhao Hong had arranged a blind date for her over a sum of 500,000, causing quite a stir at home. Jiang Wentao hesitated. Zhang Yufang, standing nearby, urged, Wentao, accept it. This is a gesture of goodwill from our in-laws. Jiang Wentao complied and inquired, He-Chi, when do you and Yining plan to obtain your marriage certificate? For the first time, He-Chi felt an overwhelming sense of unease. He glanced at Jiang Yining and, mustering his courage, replied, perhaps in the next few days, as a woman. Zhang Yufang had many thoughts. Knowing they were to obtain their certificate soon, she bluntly asked, He-Chi, please don't mind my curiosity, but do you and Ning have a home after you get your certificate? He-Chi understood the concern of a relative wanting the best for Jiang Yining. In a humble tone, he responded, Auntie, a few years ago, I purchased an apartment in Yuhu Bancheng, but it is newly decorated. Our marriage was rather sudden, so Yining will have to stay there with me for the time being. It is also conveniently close to her school. If she finds it uncomfortable, we can always look for another place. Yuhu Bancheng was a prestigious community, known for its spacious apartments, with prices reportedly starting at over 100,000 per square meter. Zhang Yufang had accompanied a neighbor there once and marveled. That's an excellent location. Jiang Wentao, however, expressed concern. He-Chi, did you purchase it outright or through a mortgage? He-Chi assured him, Uncle, I paid in full. Please do not worry. Paid in full? Zhang Yufang was taken aback, reassessing He-Chi and suddenly growing skeptical of his claim that his family only engaged in small businesses. Once their meeting concluded, Lin Shu instructed He-Chi to escort Jiang Yining's family back. As He-Chi helped his parents into a taxi, Zhang Yufang called Jiang Yining aside. Ning, what exactly does He-Chi's family do? Jiang Yining admitted she was uncertain and replied, Auntie, regardless of what his family does, it really doesn't concern me. Zhang Yufang chided gently, My dear, how can it not concern you? Once you are married, you and He-Chi will be one. At her niece, resembling her mother Du Ruo in both appearance and temperament, was resolute and aloof. Zhang Yufang continued, Ning, since He-Chi could afford to purchase an apartment outright in Yuhu Bancheng, why did he only offer your father a bride price of around 400,000? Did his family provide you anything privately? Jiang Yining understood her aunt's concern and altered her tone slightly. Even if He-Chi gives a lot, what can my family provide as a dowry? This statement left Zhang Yufang at a loss for words. Your reasoning is sound. It's wise to avoid being looked down upon by your in-laws. On the way back, a weight pressed down on Jiang Yining's heart. She truly felt that this marriage was not easy to navigate. Love is an ideal, but marriage is a reality. If He-Chi's family weren't in decent circumstances, perhaps today's meal wouldn't have concluded so smoothly. Her moment of impulsiveness in hastily obtaining a marriage certificate had left He-Chi bearing the financial burden. As they approached a fork in the road, Jiang Wentao suddenly spoke, He-Chi, please take Annie home first. Jiang Yining was puzzled. Dad, it's more convenient for us to drop you off first. There's no need to make a big detour. Perhaps you don't wish to return home, but I want to spend a little more time with you, her father replied. He-Chi sensed the underlying meaning in Jiang Wentao's words. Tightening his grip on Jiang Yining's hand, it's all right. We will take Annie home first, he added to Jiang Wentao, Uncle, whenever I have the opportunity, I will accompany Yining back for dinner. Jiang Wentao recognized his daughter's aversion to their home and was skeptical about He-Chi's promise, but he felt that a verbal commitment was better than silence. After dropping off Jiang Yufeng, He-Chi then took Jiang Wentao to Jingli community. Once outside the community, Jiang Wentao asked, "Ning Ning, we're at your doorstep now. Why don't you and He-Chi go up for some tea before you leave?" Jiang Yining declined. "No, I need to go back and pack. School is starting soon, and I must move my things over while I have the chance." Noticing her father's hesitance, she realized he had something he wanted to discuss with her privately. Jiang Yining turned to He-Chi. "We can't linger here for too long. Please find a place to park above and wait for me." He-Chi nodded. "I'm in no rush. I'll wait over there and respond to some work messages." Jiang Yining acknowledged him and opened the car door to exit. After He-Chi's car drove away, she finally asked, "Is there something you wish to discuss with me?" Jiang Wentao pondered for a moment before speaking. "Ning Ning, since you have married, what have you considered regarding the transfer of the house? We cannot afford to be without a home." Jiang Yining had initially thought her father wished to share some heartfelt words, but it seemed he was still fixated on the matter of the house. Disappointment settled within her, and a cold glimmer appeared in her eyes. What did he mean by being without a home? Wasn't the house they currently occupied still a home? "The property is under your name," she retorted. "Does the fact that the house is in my name affect your residence?" Jiang Wentao was left speechless. However, now that Jiang Yining was about to obtain a marriage certificate with He-Chi, and with He-Chi owning a fine house of his own while they resided in an old neighborhood merely favored for its location, the house not being in their names would only lead to endless quarrels from his wife. He wished to avoid constant disputes at home. The wave of helplessness washed over Jiang Wentao as he looked at Jiang Yining. "Ning Ning, it's difficult for your father too. You wouldn't want to see me struggle, would you?" Jiang Yining felt anger and disappointment swell within her. She had hoped for a joyous day and did not wish to discuss such matters on this occasion. Sensing her discontent, Jiang Wentao conceded, "All right, think it over again. He-Chi is still waiting for you. I'll head inside first." Watching her father's retreating figure, Jiang Yining felt a surge of anger. He was over 50 now. This should be a time for him to enjoy life rather than labor. Had he not remarried, or if his stepmother were not someone like Zhao Hong, he could have shielded her, and their father-daughter bond could have remained as it once was. Why must he choose to live such a hard life? She would not allow herself to become a mere vessel for their relentless exploitation. As for her half-brother Jiang Yang, she found it hard to harbor any affection. There was hardly any bond between them. Upon returning to the car, He-Chi was still engrossed in work-related messages. Seeing Jiang Yining return, he set his phone aside and glanced at her, noting the clouds of sorrow etched upon her features. He inquired with concern, "Are you all right?" Jiang Yining forced a smile. "I'm fine." Observing her demeanor, He-Chi's tone turned serious as he called her name. "Yining." Jiang Yining, fastening her seatbelt, instinctively paused at the sound of his voice and turned to him. "What's wrong?" Chapter 19. Indifference. After obtaining the marriage certificate, He-Chi began calling her by the shorter name, Yining. Though the change was subtle, it imbued their relationship with an air of intimacy. For Jiang Yining, aside from the addition of a marriage certificate, her relationship with He-Chi did not seem to have undergone any significant transformation. He-Chi sighed softly, acknowledging the abruptness of their new status. They both needed time to adjust. "We are now husband and wife. You need not force yourself to be happy when you are not. Everyone has their own emotions and should not feel compelled to conform to others' expectations." As they began living together, he expressed his desire for her not to compromise her own feelings, adding, "Regardless of the situation, you can always speak to me." What He-Chi truly wished to convey was his hope that she could shed her facade and live authentically, without suppressing her true self. Although he had not spent much time with Jiang Yining, he understood what his father had meant when he said, "Yining tends to bottle up her concerns. She disliked burdening others." A sentiment that extended even to him, her husband. He-Chi did not want her to sacrifice her own well-being for the sake of others. He chose his words carefully, wary that being too direct might hurt Jiang Yining. She remained silent for a while, her lips pressed together, wanting to apologize, but upon meeting He-Chi's deep black gaze, she hesitated. After a moment of silence, Jiang Yining nodded. "I understand. I will be more mindful in the future." As she fastened her seatbelt, Jiang Yining suddenly released her grip and turned to He-Chi. "I still need to trouble you." He-Chi's dark eyes fixed on her. Jiang Yining smiled. "I meant for you to wait for me a bit longer." "I need to go upstairs," He-Chi asked. "Do you need me to accompany you?" "No, I can manage on my own. I just need to take care of some matters, and it's better if you're not present. Jiang Yining was acutely aware that the house was in her name, which would pose a future complication. Her father would not relinquish his insistence on transferring ownership. She wished to avoid repeated negotiations with them. To protect her life with He-Chi from disruption and to keep He-Chi uninvolved, the door. Jiang Yining fished out her keys and entered, only to overhear a conversation inside. The bride price is merely over 300,000. It's not as good as Mr. Chen I introduced to her. He not only offered 500,000, but also a house. Zhao Hong's derisive voice echoed. Jiang Wentao suppressed his anger. Please refrain from speaking so freely, Jia back. Don't discuss such matters in front of the younger generation. As the door swung open, Zhao Hong and Jiang Wentao emerged from the bedroom, both momentarily startled to see Jiang Yining. Zhao Hong laughed scornfully without restraint. Jiang Wentao suddenly appeared flustered. Jiang Yining regarded them with a cold expression, her gaze landing on the bank card in Zhao Hong's hand, the one He-Chi had given her father at the hotel. She scrutinized Jiang Wentao, an icy demeanor enveloping her, her mind momentarily blank. Ning Ning. Jiang Yining had originally planned to ask her father for the money later and to draft an agreement to transfer the house into his name. Ensuring her future was severed from the Jiang family. What right did Zhao Hong have to claim that money? Jiang Yining pressed her lips together, her voice cold. If you want me to transfer the house, one of the conditions is that you give me the 39,900 He-Chi provided as my dowry, intact. Zhao Hong raised her voice in anger. You must be dreaming, Jiang Yining smiled. Though there was no warmth in her eyes, if you're unwilling, then so be it. She surveyed the room. The house had been newly renovated a few years ago, although the neighborhood was somewhat aged. Its location was prime, with a prestigious elementary school, middle school, and high school nearby, as well as a top-tier hospital. Medical and educational facilities were all in place, and there was a commercial district nearby, with the subway just a few hundred meters away, ensuring convenient transportation. Jiang Yining looked at them and smirked. I previously heard from Aunt Sun that a family in our community sold their house, which is considerably smaller than this one, for over 150,000. Zhao Hong regarded her warily. What are you trying to do? Jiang Yining smiled lightly at her. Of course, I'm considering selling the house. How about a quick sale for 1 million? That would be a significant discount, and they probably wouldn't fear you trying to hold on here. Worst case, they could hire some thugs to throw you out. Ning Ning, Jiang Wentao's expression changed. I am your father. Do you wish to leave me homeless? Jiang Yining countered. Dad, do you still remember that you are my father? Do you even think of me as your daughter? It has barely been half a year since my mother passed and you remarried. How do you face her? Jiang Yining finally unleashed the words she had long suppressed, accusing him. You let Zhao Hong bully me. There isn't even a bed that belongs to me in this house, and now you suddenly remember you are my father. Both Jiang Wentao and Zhao Hong were taken aback. Jiang Yining shouted in a frenzy, drawing the attention of Aunt Sun from next door, who came out to listen. Unfazed by the situation, she approached. Oh, Lao Jiang, the bride price given when marrying off a daughter is typically meant to support the young couple. Zhao Hong, you are not Yining's biological mother. Are you not afraid that Du Ruo will come looking for you in the middle of the night? Zhao Hong, realizing her usual tactics of bullying the weak would not work here, looked at Jiang Yining with trepidation and muttered, Sun Shuwan, are you a fly? Why are you everywhere? You should manage your own family affairs first. You have enough problems of your own without meddling in others' business. Aunt Sun was unyielding, stepping forward to confront Zhao Hong. What do you mean by that? The Jiang family sells their daughter, and you don't allow others to speak about it? Who sells their daughter? Aunt Sun scoffed. Of course, it's your family. Now the entire community knows that Zhao Hong is marrying Yining off to a man who has already been married for money. She feigned ignorance now. Zhao Hong and Aunt Sun began to argue fiercely. Jiang Yining had no interest in their bickering. She turned to Jiang Wentao. Besides the money He-Chi gave me, I have additional conditions. I will draft an agreement once I return. With that, Jiang Yining left without waiting for Jiang Wentao's response. Behind her, Zhao Hong yelled, Jiang Yining, if you dare to sell the house, neither of us will have a good life. Jiang Yining ignored her. Containing her emotions, she descended the stairs, while the sounds of Aunt Sun and Zhao Hong's quarrel echoed behind her. As she departed, Jiang Yining caught a glimpse of her father standing there. Perhaps surprised by her ruthless stance, upon exiting the community, she spotted He-Chi standing by the Land Rover, engaged in conversation with several men. She slowed her pace. Noticing Jiang Yining's emergence, He-Chi's expression shifted slightly. And he wrapped up his conversation saying, "You should come to my bar sometime. I'll treat you to drinks." "Sounds good. I'll take my leave for now. Let us arrange something later." After his classmates departed, He-Chi walked towards Jiang Yining, his brow slightly furrowed with concern. What's wrong? Jiang Yining had been suppressing her emotions all along, and now, seeing He-Chi before her, she could no longer hold back. She rushed into his embrace and began to cry. Chapter 20. Are modern couples this reserved? Jiang Yining, feeling aggrieved, wept bitterly, her sobs echoing through the air. He-Chi, taken aback, was momentarily at a loss as to how to comfort her. His brows furrowed even tighter as he reached out to embrace the person who was sobbing uncontrollably in his arms. Once she had finished crying, Jiang Yining withdrew from his embrace and noticed the front of He-Chi's shirt was dampened by her tears. With a muffled voice, she apologized. "I'm sorry for getting your clothes wet." He-Chi opened the car door and retrieved some tissues. Bowing his head, he gently wiped her tears and softly inquired, "What happened at home earlier?" Jiang Yining sniffled, "That isn't my home." He-Chi understood that she had had an unpleasant quarrel with her family. Since she was unwilling to elaborate, he refrained from pressing further. Following her lead, he replied, "All right, in the future, we will have our own home." Her eyes, swollen from crying, reflected her distress. Lacking experience in comforting women, He-Chi felt an inexplicable pang in his heart at the sight of Jiang Yining's state. Noticing that there was still time left in the day, he asked, "Would you like to go somewhere where you can freely express your emotions?" After Jiang Yining had finished crying, she felt embarrassed about having wept so openly in He-Chi's arms. Spotting an acquaintance approaching, she quickly averted her gaze. When He-Chi asked her, Jiang Yining nodded in response. Upon reaching the car, He-Chi turned to evaluate Jiang Yining, frowning slightly as he asked, "Do you have any suitable clothes for exercising at home?" "I have a set," she replied. "The sportswear I wore during the school sports day last year. Is that all right?" "That will do." He-Chi first drove Jiang Yining home to fetch her clothes. When he had inquired about her workout attire, a sense of foreboding crept over Jiang Yining. She was not particularly fond of physical activity, and that outfit had merely gathered dust in her wardrobe since the school event. Standing at the gym's entrance, her initial hopefulness was swiftly dashed. He-Chi remarked, "When you're feeling down, you must let it out. Exercise is one of the most effective ways." Jiang Yining murmured, "I would rather have a good meal." He-Chi heard her speak, but her voice was too faint for him to comprehend, prompting him to ask, "What's that?" Jiang Yining lifted her gaze and replied, "I said that delicious food can also lift one's spirits." Upon hearing the man beside her chuckle softly, she felt her ears flush with warmth. He-Chi smiled and said, "After we work out, I will take you to enjoy a nice meal." Since they were already at the gym, Jiang Yining did not wish to dampen He-Chi's enthusiasm. He was simply trying to help, so she decided to adopt a more relaxed mindset and followed him into the gym. He-Chi had prepared workout clothes in the car, and they each went to change. Jiang Yining tied her long hair into a high bun and slipped into the sportswear that, despite being purchased a year ago, looked as fresh as new. When she saw He-Chi finish changing, she could hardly bear to look at him. He had donned a tank top and shorts, revealing well-defined muscular arms that exuded an aura of vitality. The gym was filled with numerous fit and attractive men, and Jiang Yining spotted one exercising without a shirt, even counting his abdominal muscles. She mused that Zhang Qiao would likely relish this environment. Engrossed in her observation, she was suddenly blocked from view. He-Chi had approached her from the right, effectively obstructing her line of sight, and he did so decisively. Noting the hint of confusion in her eyes, He-Chi cleared his throat and suggested, "Let's move to a spot with fewer people." Jiang Yining shifted her gaze back with an "oh." Nearby, someone called out, "He-Chi?" Both Jiang Yining and He-Chi paused. Turning to see the source of the voice, it was a friend of He-Chi's from the past, who, upon seeing him, seemed surprised. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the friend remarked, "It's been a while." "What brings you back?" He-Chi replied, "I returned less than 6 months ago." The gym owner then turned to Jiang Yining and inquired, "And who might this be?" He-Chi confidently introduced her, "This is my wife." Jiang Yining. Jiang Yining was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained her composure, offering a gentle smile. "Hello." "Hello, hello," the gym owner responded, visibly surprised by He-Chi's marriage. "When did you get married?" He-Chi replied, "We just registered our marriage recently." "Congratulations. Do let me know when you have a wedding ceremony. I'd love to join in the celebration." He-Chi assured him, "Of course." The owner then turned to Jiang Yining. You should come often. They offer yoga and Pilates private lessons here that many girls enjoy. I'll gift you a membership card. Jiang Yining accepted graciously. Thanking him, he then asked He Chi, would you like me to call a trainer for you? He Chi politely declined, stating, no, it's Jiang Yining's first time at the gym. I will guide her through the equipment. The gym owner chuckled. All right, I won't disturb you any further. Jiang Yining's cheeks flushed crimson at He Chi's repeated declaration of my wife. She thought to herself how swiftly He Chi had adapted to his married status. Even now, Jiang Yining had yet to fully accept the reality of He Chi being her husband, carefully concealing her secret affections. Was it the case that all men could so easily embrace a woman, even without feelings? Jiang Yining shook her head, attempting to dispel such thoughts. He Chi led her to the treadmill, observing her downcast gaze. Noticing her distraction, he wondered what occupied her mind, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. He asked, are you feeling unwell? Jiang Yining looked up, her eyes darting away, and shook her head. No, He Chi, still concerned, urged, if you're not feeling well, please tell me right away. Okay, He Chi adjusted the treadmill's incline and speed, saying, let's warm up first. I'll increase the intensity later. Jiang Yining nodded in agreement. The gym owner, watching from afar, muttered in bewilderment, are young couples nowadays so reserved? It seemed He Chi was almost hesitant to touch his own wife. The two spent the evening at the gym, and by the time they exited, Jiang Yining was in possession of a gym membership card. After an afternoon of exercise, her spirits had indeed lifted considerably, but her body felt utterly exhausted. He Chi took her to a high-end restaurant for dinner, and noticing her weariness, he first drove her back to her friend's home. As Jiang Yining alighted from the car, He Chi advised, get some rest early tonight. If you're too tired, we can postpone the move by a couple of days, and no need. Let us stick to our original moving schedule, she replied. He Chi sought her opinion, asking, would you like me to help you pack? Jiang Yining quickly shook her head. No, I can manage it myself. She had numerous books, including a variety of domestic and international literary works, as well as many romance novels from years past. She had no desire for He Chi to see them. When Zhang Qiao returned from work, she noticed the lights were on in the apartment, yet there was no sound. Tea was not yet 10 o'clock, which seemed unusual. She walked to Jiang Yining's bedroom, where the door was ajar, and immediately spotted her sprawled on the bed. Zhang Qiao chuckled and asked, did dinner leave you feeling utterly drained? Noting that Jiang Yining had not answered her mother's call earlier, she pondered whether something had transpired at Jiang Yining's home. Dinner went smoothly, Jiang Yining replied, reluctantly sitting up. After her nap, she felt as though her arms were too fatigued to lift. After lunch, I went home and vented my frustrations. Then I went to the gym with He Chi. Jiang Yining reflected that being too compliant often made one susceptible to being bullied. Sometimes, it was better to act out, to indulge oneself while causing discomfort to others. In the past, her father had continually shown weakness in her presence, employing psychological manipulation that made her yield time and again. Zhang Qiao asked, you weren't bullied at home, were you? No, receiving Jiang Yining's response. Zhang Qiao did not pry into the specifics, instead commenting with amusement, when I invited you to the gym, you were reluctant, yet now you go with He Chi, she remarked. It seems He Chi's words hold more weight than mine. Hearing Zhang Qiao's words made it seem as though Jiang Yining had forgotten her friend in favor of romance, yet Zhang Qiao did not seem to be mistaken. Jiang Yining sweetly replied, all right, I'll accompany you to the gym from now on. She retrieved her membership card from the drawer, explaining, the owner of this gym knows He Chi, and he gifted me a VIP card today. Jiang Yining was unsure of the benefits of this prestigious card. Zhang Qiao glanced at it and exclaimed, oh, this gym is quite renowned in Ling City, with several branches. A VIP card grants lifetime membership and access to all locations. Jiang Yining lamented, it's registered under my name. Otherwise, I would have given it to you. It would be a waste to keep it for myself. I see He Chi maintains a regular exercise routine. You should join him when you have time, Zhang Qiao suggested. Jiang Yining was inclined to lounge rather than engage in physical activities, preferring to stay at home and indulge in artistic pursuits. Her physical constitution was not robust, and she often fell ill during flu season. As Zhang Qiao spoke, Jiang Yining lay back down, offering a nonchalant as she covered herself with the blanket. There's your favorite sea salt cheese molten cake in the fridge, she informed her. Observing Jiang Yining's demeanor, Zhang Qiao laughed. I've taken a couple of days off, giving me an extended weekend to help you move. Hearing this, Jiang Yining peeked out from under the blanket, a playful smile gracing her face. Qiao Qiao, you truly are my timely rain. Our cohabitation has not been in vain. Zhang Qiao, momentarily at a loss for words, opted to close the door, feeling that even if they had lived together, she need not worry about being overheard by others. The following morning, Jiang Yining, alongside Zhang Qiao, busied herself with packing. During this time, she received a call from Jiang Yufang. Without hesitation, Jiang Yining stated, "Aunt, I am currently occupied with moving. Let us discuss any matters after I am settled in." Taken aback, Jiang Yufang could only respond with an acknowledgement before hanging up. Even after the call, she found herself unable to process the change in her niece, sensing that Jiang Yining was not quite the same as before, though she could not pinpoint the exact difference. Last night, Zhao Hong had called her, lamenting that Jiang Yining intended to evict their family. Jiang Yufang found it hard to believe that her niece would resort to such actions, contemplating a way to mediate the relationship between Jiang Yining and Zhao Hong. For the moment, she decided to wait a few days. The argument that Jiang Yining had with them yesterday was quite loud, and several neighboring households had overheard it. With Aunt Sun's involvement, the news had spread outside. Zhang Qiao, having heard a brief account from her mother the previous night, was aware of the general situation. Upon seeing Jiang Yining hang up, she inquired, "Ning Ning, what are your plans regarding this matter? If Zhao Hong refuses to return the money, are you truly considering selling the house?" Jiang Yining understood Zhao Hong well. She was cunning and fond of small gains. In Zhao Hong's eyes, Jiang Yining was akin to a cold-blooded creature, and it was certain that Zhao Hong believed she could go through with selling the house. Calmly, Jiang Yining replied, "Zhao Hong has coveted this house for many years. While she may resist if I offer her a sum that falls short by hundreds of thousands, she will never relinquish her claim on the house. I will first retrieve the money, then draft an agreement. I shall not allow Zhao Hong to gain any advantage from this property." Zhang Qiao chuckled. "Ning Ning, I believe you are becoming increasingly resolute in your dealings, which is commendable." Having been pampered by Aunt Du since childhood, Zhang Qiao had always maintained a gentle disposition and had grown up carefree. Now, facing someone as unscrupulous as Zhao Hong, with Uncle Jiang remaining indifferent, it was no small feat for Jiang Yining to have held onto the house all these years. As Zhang Qiao organized Jiang Yining's bookshelf, filled entirely with vintage romance novels, she pulled one out, her lips twitching slightly at the title, Escaping 99 Times, the CEO's Priceless Little Wife. Jiang Yining's face flushed, and she hurried over to snatch the book from Zhang Qiao's hands. "Everyone has their little hobbies," she defended. "Are you sure you want to move all these?" Jiang Yining hesitated, pondering what to do. Zhang Qiao suggested, "You have too many books. Let us leave them here for now and move them gradually." Jiang Yining carefully returned the books to their place, aware that some of them were no longer available on the market. Having lived here for nearly 2.5 years, she had never considered herself to possess an abundance of belongings. But now that she was packing, the sheer volume overwhelmed her. Jiang Yining first gathered the books essential for her work and studies, filling 3 large boxes. When she and Zhang Qiao attempted to lift them, it proved to be quite a struggle. Zhang Qiao finally conceded. These 3 boxes can only be moved by He Qi that evening. Jiang Yining texted He Qi, asking, "Are you free?" She awaited his response but instead received a voice call. The moment she answered, she was momentarily taken aback, softly uttering hello. On the other end, He Qi's voice, deep and relaxed amidst soothing music, inquired, "How is the packing going today?" He had just entered a bar when he saw Jiang Yining's message and, almost instinctively, decided to call her, though his words came out somewhat stiff. The two, having entered into a hasty marriage, were still in the phase of getting to know one another. Jiang Yining first asked, "Are you at the bar? Am I interrupting your work?" He Qi replied, "Not at all," with a hint of a smile. "If it were to disturb my work, I wouldn't be calling you at this moment." Listening to He Qi's voice, Jiang Yining felt her grip on the phone tighten slightly, her tone steady as she responded, "We did a bit of packing today. It seems there is quite a bit to move. A few boxes of books are too heavy for us to lift." He Qi immediately offered, "I can handle the heavy items. You two should not strain yourselves," he added. "Tomorrow, I will have the company driver bring a small truck for transporting the items. So do not worry about moving everything." Upon hearing someone call Qi Gu on He Qi's end, Jiang Yining said, "Then you should get back to your work." He Qi chuckled, "All right, I truly do have matters to attend to. See you tomorrow." The following day, when Jiang Yining saw the transport vehicle He Qi had mentioned, she was utterly taken aback. After a moment of disbelief, she messaged He Qi, "Is this the small truck you referred to?" Chapter 22. Quite the rascal. He Qi cleared his throat, a touch sheepish as he explained, "You mentioned having a lot of items. so I feared a regular small truck wouldn't suffice. Observing the couple's reaction, Zhang Qiao could not help but burst into laughter, exclaiming, "This is splendid. We can all squeeze in too. A 7-meter-long truck. Ha ha ha." Jiang Yining found it amusing as well but managed to contain her laughter. Concerned that He Qi might feel awkward, she gently nudged her friend, "Qiao Qiao, please refrain from laughing." Zhang Qiao turned to He Qi, "I apologize. I simply find it entertaining, not mocking in any way." He Qi was not a petty man. He actually wished for Jiang Yining to share in the humor of the moment, just as her friend did. His wife, however, was overly considerate of others' feelings, often neglecting her own. Ultimately, they did not ride with the truck, but instead took He Qi's Land Rover. During the move, He Qi hardly allowed the two girls to lift a finger. Although Zhang Qiao didn't need to help much, she still wanted to observe the process. Knowing they wouldn't neglect Jiang Yining, and recognizing He Qi's favorable financial situation, she felt reassured but still wanted to see for herself. He Qi's new apartment was nearly 300 square meters, a spacious flat with 1 unit per floor. Decorated in a light Italian luxury style. As they entered, a shoe cabinet greeted them, leading into a bright foyer adorned with simple decorations. Upon stepping inside, Jiang Yining was struck by how open and airy the space felt. With sealed windows and floor-to-ceiling windows providing a view of the lake outside, He Qi, a cat owner, had opted against leather sofas, and the living room featured an island counter, with a separate kitchen for Western and Chinese cooking. The dining area, adjacent to the kitchen, boasted a wine cabinet, seamlessly connecting the living room and dining area, creating an expansive sensation. Suddenly, He Xiaowei appeared from somewhere, rubbing against Jiang Yining's leg. Overjoyed, she crouched down and scooped up He Xiaowei. Laughing, "You've lost weight." He Qi had opened the door for them and, upon hearing Jiang Yining's comment, felt a twinge of concern about her potentially spoiling He Xiaowei in the future. He said, "The master bedroom is at the far end. I've organized the walk-in closet and set up a new vanity for you. Please take a look and see if you like it." After saying this, He Qi stepped out, giving Jiang Yining space to familiarize herself with her new home. Zhang Qiao received a call from a colleague and, upon returning, noticed He Xiaowei. "This little chubby cat seems quite attached to you." Jiang Yining agreed. "I also noticed that He Qi just asked me to check the walk-in closet. I think I'll go have a look." Zhang Qiao, feeling bold, followed her in to explore. After visiting He Qi's home, she felt invigorated about her own work life. "Ning Ning, I will never complain about work again. I'll strive to buy a place like this before I lie in a coffin." Exiting the master bedroom, Jiang Yining pondered the thought of sharing a room with He Qi that night. Feeling quite anxious, hearing Zhang Qiao's teasing, she smiled. "As long as the space is appropriate, I am content. I quite like your current home. It feels warm and inviting." Naturally, she also appreciated He Qi's residence, but perhaps due to it being her first visit, she did not yet feel the essence of home there. Yet, it starkly reminded her of the disparity between her and He Qi. Although Mr. Lin and Mrs. He led modest lives, the He family was not an ordinary one, and He Qi's circumstances were significantly better than hers. Fundamentally, they belonged to different worlds. Zhang Qiao concluded her tour and chose an opportune moment to take her leave. As Jiang Yining organized her belongings in the walk-in closet, she noted that He Qi had allocated most of the space for her, with his clothes neatly arranged in the left wardrobe. The new vanity matched the closet's aesthetic. She peeked into the study, where He Qi had nearly cleared out his belongings, evidently to make room for her. When He Qi entered the walk-in closet and saw Jiang Yining standing there, lost in thought, he asked, "Do you not like it?" Jiang Yining turned, smiling gently as she shook her head. "No, I really like it. Thank you." She half-joked, "I am just reflecting on how marrying you feels like I've reached beyond my grasp." He Qi chuckled, "Please do not let Teacher Lin hear you say that." After a pause, He Qi suddenly became serious. "Since I chose to register our marriage, I have never felt that you are beneath me. Whether in the past or in the future, I will never hold such a view." Jiang Yining nodded in understanding. He Qi then asked, "Shall we consider sleeping in separate rooms for the time being?" He explained, "I am entirely comfortable with us sharing a room starting today. I just worry that you may not be accustomed to it yet." Upon hearing the suggestion of separate rooms, Jiang Yining secretly sighed in relief. "Then I will rest in the guest room. The master bedroom has its own bathroom, which would be more convenient for you as a girl. As for me, I am a man and need only a bed to sleep, so I have no particular demands." Jiang Yining did not reject He Qi's kind offer. He Qi had originally intended to visit the guest room, but as he emerged from the cloakroom, his gaze fell upon the grand bed in the room. He turned back, asking, "I've used the four-piece bedding set on the bed. Do you mind?" Jiang Yining, who cherished cleanliness, would typically refrain from using items that had been used by others. However, if that other person was He Qi, she felt no objection. She looked at He Qi, her expression as calm as ever, betraying no sign of discomfort. He Qi's gaze shifted from her composed face to the faint blush at the tips of her ears. He turned to leave, the corners of his lips involuntarily curling upwards. This girl certainly knew how to maintain her composure. Despite feeling shy, her face wore an expression of indifference. Both were preoccupied with tidying their belongings. At noon, He Qi prepared some noodles, making for a rather simple lunch. In the afternoon, as Jiang Yining arranged her books on the shelves in the study, she noticed that her belongings had begun to fill the house. Slowly dawning on her that this was a home shared with He Qi stepped out for a moment and returned with a chilled watermelon, slicing it just as Jiang Yining emerged from the study. "Come over and have some watermelon," he invited. Jiang Yining had a light sheen of perspiration on her skin. She dabbed at her forehead with a tissue and noticed He Qi had changed into casual attire. Donning a simple t-shirt and leisure pants, she took the smallest piece of watermelon, eating it with restraint, not taking another. He Qi observed her, sensing she didn't seem averse to the fruit. "Aren't you going to have more?" he inquired. Jiang Yining shook her head, her voice soft. "My period is approaching, and I'm afraid if I eat too much, it might upset my stomach." He Qi paused, then replied, "I apologize. I hadn't considered that I should have asked for your opinion before buying." "You've been very thoughtful. It's impossible to foresee every detail," she responded, her tone imbued with a gentle and pleasant quality. He Qi noticed her long hair casually secured at the back of her head, with a stray strand brushing against her smooth, fair neck. She wore a light apricot V-neck top that delicately showcased her exquisite collarbone, though the garment was somewhat fitted. Jiang Yining's skin was porcelain-like, while He Qi, who adored outdoor activities, boasted a healthy wheat-toned complexion, creating a stark contrast between their skin tones. His gaze inadvertently drifted downward, tracing the graceful curve beneath her collarbone. He swallowed hard, suddenly aware that his earlier actions had been rather inappropriate. Yet upon reflection, he reasoned that she was his wife, and looking at her openly was not a transgression. Jiang Yining lifted her eyes and caught He Qi's intense gaze fixed upon her. Flustered, she asked, "Is there something on my face?" He Qi met her eyes and candidly replied, "No. I just think you are beautiful." Chapter 23. After all, it will be used eventually. He Qi pondered the reasons behind his desire to marry Jiang Yining. Primarily, he found her strikingly beautiful. To put it bluntly, he was initially attracted to her appearance. Over the years, he had encountered many attractive women, yet none had left a lasting impression on him after their first meeting. Nonetheless, he vividly remembered the astonishment he felt upon first laying eyes on Jiang Yining. When he first saw her at his parents' home, she was a freshman in college, visibly shy upon his arrival. Yet her eyes bore a hint of aloofness. Her petite face was adorned with delicate features, exuding a pure and radiant charm, coupled with an artistic aura. As time passed, he seldom visited his parents and saw Jiang Yining infrequently. Sensing her emotional distance from him, He Qi refrained from pursuing her. One day, he suddenly realized that she had shed her youthful innocence and had developed a more mature, graceful demeanor. Aware of how much Lin Laoshi cherished Jiang Yining, He Qi had never considered developing a deeper relationship with her. After he had navigated the blind date arranged by Lin Laoshi, he was taken aback to learn that Jiang Yining was also participating in blind dates. He had always viewed marriage as a constraint, but with Jiang Yining as a partner, perhaps it wouldn't be so daunting. After voicing this sentiment, He Qi continued to gaze at her. Jiang Yining's face flushed crimson, her ears burning with embarrassment. Observing the change in her expression, He Qi chuckled softly, "Complimenting your beauty makes you shy." In response, Jiang Yining retorted, "I'm not." However, the evidence was clear. Even without a mirror, she was acutely aware of the redness on her cheeks. Typically reserved, she dreaded He Qi's straightforward nature. Seeking to regain some dignity, she attempted to mirror his candor. "You're quite handsome yourself." Finding her response amusing, He Qi replied, "So, Lin Laoshi believes our most compatible trait is our looks." To prevent Jiang Yining's face from burning any further, He Qi changed the subject, asking, "Shall we dine at home tonight or venture out to a restaurant?" "Let's eat at home. We can go to the supermarket and buy some ingredients. I'll cook dinner. Jiang Yining suggested. He Qi added, there's a housekeeping service in the neighborhood. If needed, just call them, and they will provide services, including cooking and cleaning. I prefer to cook myself. I only need help with the cleaning. Jiang Yining replied, if it weren't for the house's size making cleaning laborious, she wouldn't have considered hiring help. He Qi thought about the financial authority of the household that he had yet to relinquish and said, please wait here for a moment. Jiang Yining, unsure of his intentions, obediently waited. He Qi went to the guest room and returned with a black leather document holder. He laid out its contents on the table, explaining, these 3 documents pertain to the businesses I co-founded with friends, a bar and the bank card for the annual dividends from the family company. The rest are important documents and property deeds. He added, later, I'll take you to the bank to get a card so that the family company's dividends can be deposited directly into your account. He Qi continued, our family is aware that we VE registered our marriage. My aunt is currently handling matters at a branch in another city, and my mother suggested that we all gather for a meal once everyone is back. Jiang Yining politely declined, you should keep these? I am afraid I won't manage them well. He Qi chuckled. What is there to mismanage? Are you worried about thieves or your ability to safeguard them? He did not allow her to refuse again. Pushing everything toward her, it's getting late. Let us head to the supermarket. Jiang Yining, unable to think of anything else, said, wait for me. I need to fix my hair and touch up my makeup. She dashed away, calling back, I'll be quick. While Jiang Yining changed, He Qi took the opportunity to gather the bank card and documents into her bag, placing it on the desk in the study. The supermarket was nearby, a comprehensive large-scale store. Upon entering, Jiang Yining decided to look for her preferred brand of sanitary pads, which seemed to have been discontinued. As she approached that section, she glanced at He Qi, who was pushing the shopping cart. Would you like to explore other sections first? She asked that it's crowded. I'm worried you won't find me later, he replied. Jiang Yining wasn't used to having a man accompany her while selecting sanitary products. But she soon dismissed her embarrassment, reasoning that it was merely a mundane purchase. As she browsed, He Qi was equally intrigued. It was his first time learning about the various types of sanitary pads available, including day use and night use options. Jiang Yining selected a pack as well. He Qi asked, shouldn't we get a few more? It's good to have a backup. Jiang Yining shook her head. No, I'm not sure if this brand is good. It was recommended online. I want to try it first. After purchasing the sanitary pads, they passed through the fruit section. He Qi encouraged Jiang Yining to pick out fruit she liked, reminding her that watermelon was off limits for now. She selected a few peaches and a bunch of grapes, not opting for anything else, before heading to buy ingredients for dinner. Before leaving, she peeked into the fridge, realizing it was nearly empty. As she filled the cart, she was surprised to see it nearing capacity. When they entered, the store had been relatively uncrowded, but now there was a long line at the checkout. This supermarket did not offer self-checkout, so they had to queue. After waiting for 7 or 8 minutes, it was finally their turn. He Qi opened his phone to display the payment QR code. The cashier informed them, sir, the supermarket is running a promotion. For every 100 spent, you save 10, and so forth. Your total is 670. Would you like to purchase anything else? Jiang Yining understood the cashier's implication and suggested, should we buy enough to reach 700? Quick to react, she added, we shouldn't pass up free discounts. However, upon glancing back at the line, she felt disheartened at the thought of making the people behind her wait, so she abandoned the idea of grabbing more items. He Qi noticed a shelf near the checkout filled with items that could help maintain population stability and casually grabbed 2 boxes. Let us add these, he said. Jiang Yining was taken aback by He Qi's actions, unable to confront the implications of those 2 boxes. What was he thinking? They had only discussed sleeping separately that afternoon. True, their separation was temporary. They were legally married, possessing both conjugal rights and obligations. He Qi remained silent, wanting to see if Jiang Yining would blush again, and, predictably, she did. Upon exiting the supermarket, he leisurely remarked, after all, they'll be needed eventually. It's better to be prepared. Jiang Yining, her cheeks slightly flushed, murmured in response, you bought the smallest size. Chapter 24. Seeking some sweetness. He Qi. Jiang Yining observed the peculiar shift in He Qi's expression, and soon, the 2 boxes found their way into the trash. The journey home was marked by an unusual silence between the two. He Qi hesitated several times, wanting to speak but falling short, and when Jiang Yining glanced at him, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Upon their arrival, He Xiaohui, the pet, stumbled over, and He-Chi found its presence bothersome, opting to head to the kitchen with some items in hand. Jiang Yining had purchased a plethora of dairy products. Carefully selecting and placing them in the refrigerator, as she returned to the kitchen, she overheard He-Chi's abrupt remark about lacking experience the first time he bought that item. Jiang Yining suppressed a smile, responding with a soft, "I don't blame you." After graduating from university, she found herself indebted to her uncle, leaving her with almost no savings. Her first priority each month was to transfer her salary to him, leaving her with just enough for living expenses. Having grown accustomed to frugality, she had hoped to purchase a few more essentials at the supermarket, thinking it might save her a little money. On her way back, she reflected on herself. He-Chi was different. His affluent background rendered him indifferent to the various expenses of life. It was unreasonable to expect He-Chi to continually adapt to her lifestyle. She too needed to embrace his way of living. Jiang Yining glanced at He-Chi, who was busy washing vegetables, and turned to see He Xiaohui sprawled at the kitchen door. Suddenly, she confided in He-Chi. "There were times I would lament my fate, but now I believe that perhaps fate has been kind to me." He-Chi turned to look at her, noticing the gentle smile gracing her features. Her eyes sparkling with joy, he was momentarily entranced by her, so much so that he forgot the water running from the faucet until it nearly overflowed. Hearing the unusual sound, Jiang Yining called out, "He-Chi, quickly turn off the tap." By the time He-Chi managed to turn it off, some water had already spilled onto the floor. Jiang Yining frowned and instructed, "Please fetch the mop." He-Chi resignedly complied, mopping up the mess. This incident made Jiang Yining question whether He-Chi was truly capable of assisting her until dinner was finally ready, dispelling her doubts. He-Chi sampled the dishes Jiang Yining had prepared and could not help but acknowledge her culinary prowess, which was nearing that of a five-star hotel chef. However, preparing a meal was quite labor-intensive, and with the end of summer break approaching, she needed to prepare for a week-long training at school for the new teachers. He-Chi suggested, "Perhaps we should hire a chef to cook at home from now on. You must be exhausted after a long day at work. Why cooking skills are lacking. I can only manage simple tasks." Jiang Yining was engrossed in her WeChat messages when her father sent her several texts, primarily reflecting on his neglect of her over the years. Finally, he added a brief note. "Yining, your Aunt Xiaohong is still upset. Regardless, we are family. Once she cools down, I will persuade her to return your bank card, and you should apologize to her. We can let this matter pass." Her father's attempts to mediate were as predictably ineffective as ever. Believing that a few conciliatory words could smooth over any issue, the more she read, the angrier she became. Why should she apologize to Zhao Hong? Frustrated, she tossed her phone aside, unwilling to respond, and after a moment of silence, she recalled He-Chi speaking to her earlier. "What did you just say?" Jiang Yining inquired, her voice tinged with residual irritation from her father's messages. He-Chi swallowed hard, quickly altering his response. "Oh, it's nothing. I merely thought I should learn to cook a bit better so I can help share the household chores." Realizing her tone was harsh, Jiang Yining softened her voice. "It's all right if you don't learn. You have work to focus on. If I'm too busy, we can have the chef prepare meals." He-Chi had no intention of learning to cook and simply nodded. "All right, I'll follow your lead." After dinner, Jiang Wentao called again, but Jiang Yining ignored the call and promptly blocked his number in WeChat. With no other options, Jiang Wentao could only wait for Jiang Yufeng to mediate. In the past, such occurrences would have deeply saddened Jiang Yining, but now, aside from a tinge of anger, she felt no sadness or disappointment. She had grown accustomed to her father's blatant favoritism towards Zhao Hong and Jiang Yuyang, rendering her numb to the injustice. The master bedroom's bathroom featured a bathtub, which He-Chi admitted he had never used. He had entrusted the design of the room to his aunt, taking a back seat in the entire process. Observing the overall design, it seemed clear that He-Chi's aunt had considered the needs of a married couple, as the bathtub style was evidently favored by women. No wonder He-Chi had left it unused. Jiang Yining indulged in a relaxing bath, and as she emerged, wrapped in a towel, she faintly heard a knock at the door. She approached the bedroom, but the hallway was silent, just as she thought she had misheard. The knock resonated once more. Upon opening the door, she found He-Chi standing there. Seeing her hair wrapped in a drying cap and her body swathed in a towel, with her fair skin exposed to the air. She had just finished her bath and emanated a gentle humidity that seemed to saturate the surrounding air. He-Chi, towering before her, lifted his brow slightly, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. Momentarily forgetting her attire, Jiang Yining felt her heart race and became somewhat flustered. The man's gaze lingered unabashedly on her, and she suddenly grew anxious. Yu Tiqi attempted to divert his attention from her, but evidently failed, feeling an inexplicable heat rise within him. Standing at the threshold, he observed Jiang Yining for a moment before speaking. "I warmed some milk for you. Remember to drink it before bed." Jiang Yining's cheeks flushed, and unable to meet his gaze, she stammered, "I got it." Tiqi's voice was slightly husky, then, "Rest early." With that, he turned to leave, finding it strangely difficult to take a single step. Just as Jiang Yining was about to close the door, his tall figure pivoted back. She looked at him, bewildered. "Is there something else?" His lips moved slightly. "Madam He, after a long day, may I request a little sweetness?" Jiang Yining was momentarily lost in the term Madam He, failing to comprehend the implications of his words. As she stood in a daze, Tiqi stepped forward, his imposing figure drawing closer, and he leaned down, accurately capturing her soft, dewy lips. Jiang Yining was taken aback, his hand pressing against her waist, pulling them closer, while the other hand found its way to the nape of her neck, the heat radiating from him causing her to tense up. Tiqi, inexperienced, clumsily pried her lips apart, gradually stealing her breath away. As her back pressed against the door, she finally regained her senses and shyly responded to Tiqi, slowly closing her eyes and nervously clutching the fabric at his waist. When Tiqi finally pulled away, lingering on her lips, he breathed heavily. "Remember to drink the milk before sleep. Good night." Jiang Yining murmured in response, watching Tiqi's retreating figure, her fingers gently brushing her swollen lips where he had kissed her. Chapter 25. Do you truly not understand? Or, Jiang Yining lay in bed, the lingering sweetness of milk still on her lips, the taste refusing to dissipate. Her mind replayed the sensations of kissing Tiqi, causing her lips to involuntarily curve into a smile. Previously, she could never have imagined marrying Tiqi, but this sudden happiness was nearly overwhelming, her rationality gradually slipping away in his presence. Now, lying on Tiqi's bed, enveloped in his scent, she found herself unable to sleep and decided to disturb Zhang Qiao instead. "Jiang Yining, are you asleep?" Zhang Qiao replied almost instantly. "No. Why? Are you too excited living with Tiqi to sleep? Or is the happiness of living in a spacious apartment keeping you awake?" Confidently, Zhang Qiao continued, "I bet it's the first reason." Jiang Yining had barely finished reading that message when another arrived. "Wait a minute. You re-sharing a bed with Tiqi and still have time to message me?" She didn't want to disclose to Zhang Qiao that she and Tiqi were currently sleeping in separate rooms. If Zhang Qiao found out, she would undoubtedly mock her for years. "Jiang Yining, I'm asleep. Good night." Zhang Qiao, growing increasingly suspicious, knew Jiang Yining's routine well enough to recognize that she would typically be asleep by 11:30 unless something significant was amiss. Checking the time, it was already past 1 in the morning, and she was still messaging her. Could it be that this girl was playing a game of sleeping in separate rooms with Tiqi? Zhang Qiao texted, "You two aren't actually sleeping in separate rooms, are you?" Jiang Yining replied, "I'm asleep, please don't disturb." Zhang Qiao. Look at her lack of ambition. Jiang Yining intended to reply to Zhang Qiao and then sleep, but she received a text message. "Jiang Yining, I never expected you to be so cold-blooded. Why mother is your elder. It's one thing not to respect her, but now you want to kick your own father out. Don't you fear being struck by lightning?" Having once added Zhao Zhejia on WeChat, they later had a falling out, and Zhao Zhejia deleted her. When Zhao Zhejia attempted to add her back, Jiang Yining ignored her. Not knowing Zhao Zhejia's phone number, it was evident from the content that it was indeed her. Jiang Yining scoffed, replying, "Fool." After sending the message, she blocked the number. Jiang Yining found herself wide awake, deciding to get up and drink a glass of warm water. As she stepped into the living room, she noticed the light on in the shared bathroom. She poured herself a glass of water and waited for a while, but Tiqi had yet to emerge. Approaching the bathroom door, she could hear the sound of running water inside. Jiang Yining furrowed her brows. When Tiqi had come to her main bedroom tonight, he had already taken a shower. Why was he bathing again at such a late hour? Just as she was about to turn and leave, the bathroom door swung open. "Haven't you already showered?" The sudden voice startled Tiqi upon focusing. He saw Jiang Yining clad in a long white nightgown, her waist-length hair cascading down, holding a cup of water, gazing at him with an innocent expression. He was wiping his hair with a dry towel, contemplating how to respond to her question. It was hot, and he wanted to shower once more. Did you not turn on the air conditioning? Jiang Yining glanced towards the guest bedroom. The door was closed, so it seemed likely the air conditioning was on. Seeing her earnest demeanor, He-chi chuckled softly. Are you really that clueless? Or, Jiang Yining, slowly grasping the implication of He-chi's words, felt her back stiffen. He-chi ceased to tease her and asked, why are you still awake at this hour? Insomnia? Jiang Yining, feeling awkward, raised her cup and replied, no, I'm just thirsty and having a drink. Well, I'm going to sleep now. She lifted her gaze to He-chi, her face burning. You continue. He-chi. After speaking, Jiang Yining disregarded He-chi's reaction and hurried back to the main bedroom. Once she shut the door, she leaned against it to steady her heartbeat, unable to suppress her self-criticism. Jiang Yining, how foolish can you be? Clearly, staying up late had dulled her wits. He-chi returned to his room, lying on the bed with one hand propped under his neck. After an hour-long cold shower, he had finally managed to suppress the heat within his body. Closing his eyes, images of Jiang Yining blushing after their kiss flooded his mind, along with the refreshing scent that enveloped her. What kind of body wash did she use? He-chi spent a sleepless night. The next morning, he arose early, taking He-Xiaowei to the community track for over an hour to expend its energy. Returning home around 8 o'clock, he glanced at the bedroom. The door remained shut. After another half-hour passed without the main bedroom door opening, he remembered he had purchased frozen buns at the supermarket yesterday. He decided to steam some buns, leaving 3 in the pot for Jiang Yining, and heated a cup of milk for her. 9 o'clock, He-chi received a call from his assistant. The assistant inquired, Mr. He, should we postpone the meeting originally scheduled for 10? No need. I'll be back shortly, He-chi replied. After hanging up, he looked again at the main bedroom door, noticing the lack of movement. He planned to return to the company first. Calling for a maid before leaving, He-Xiaowei followed behind him, tugging at his pant. It was then He-chi remembered he had not fed He-Xiaowei. He pulled his pant leg free from the cat's mouth, saying, I have to go to work. Just hold on a bit longer. At 10 in the morning, Jiang Yining was awakened by a call from teacher Lin. Upon glancing at her phone, she was instantly alert. How did I sleep until 10? She had been awoken by her alarm earlier, intending to turn it off and grab a few more minutes of sleep. Rubbing her eyes, she answered the call. Lin, Mom. After calling her teacher Lin for so long, it felt a bit strange to switch to Mom. Lin Shu, hearing Jiang Yining's voice, gently asked, Yining, are you still not up? Yes, I overslept. Lin Shu continued, did I wake you? Jiang Yining, pulling back the covers to get out of bed, remembered she had only fallen asleep around 3 in the morning. Even after catching up on some sleep, she still felt lethargic. No, I was about to get up. Lin Shu frowned, are you tired? He-chi really should be more considerate of your health. With the events of last night in mind, Jiang Yining had become more astute. She sensed there was an underlying meaning in Lin Shu's words. Mom, Jiang Yining wanted to clarify that her mother was misunderstanding, but then she recalled she had just moved in. It was natural for newlyweds to share intimate moments. What's wrong? Nothing. I just wanted to ask if you needed to convey anything to me. Lin Shu almost forgot her main purpose for the call. Well, Yining, the school has scheduled a public class for me, and there will be teachers from other schools coming for exchanges and learning. Over the next few days, I might be busy. I was thinking of taking you to buy some jewelry once I'm free. Jiang Yining had little interest in buying jewelry and wanted to gently refuse the opportunity. Before she could speak, Lin Shu seemed to anticipate her response. Yining, jewelry is important. It represents your father's and my sentiments for you. Jiang Yining. Mom, I understand. Then I won't disturb you any longer. Make sure to have breakfast. And tell He-chi to tone it down a bit. He must consider your well-being. Jiang Yining felt her cheeks heat up from Lin Shu's words. After ending the call, she recalled how He-chi had showered in the middle of the night. Whether He-chi toned it down or not was inconsequential. After all, he was still a manual transmission. Chapter 26. She did not refuse. Jiang Yining finished her morning routine and went out to the living room, where she spotted Aunt Wang cleaning. Upon seeing Jiang Yining, Aunt Wang immediately paused her work. Good morning, Mrs. He. My surname is Wang. Mr. He arranged for home services, and I've come to help prepare lunch and clean. Jiang Yining noticed that Aunt Wang was under 50, quite polite, and smiled. Thank you for your hard work. Just then, someone rang the doorbell. Aunt Wang intended to answer it, but Jiang Yining stepped forward. Aunt Wang. You keep busy. I'll get the door. It was a delivery person, presumably bringing items that He-chi had ordered online. Jiang Yining took the bag to the kitchen, and just as she set it down, she received a message from He Qi. This morning, I was in a rush for work and forgot to feed He Xiaowei. The cat food is in the cabinet by the entrance. He Qi. In the leftmost drawer of the first row. Jiang Yining replied, Got it. Seeing her response, He Qi smiled slightly, knowing Jiang Yining was awake. While the people below were presenting their reports, he sent another message to her, He Qi. There are steamed buns in the pot that I prepared. I've called for home services, and an aunt will come to make lunch, so you don't have to do anything. Soon, he received a reply. Jiang Yining, okay. He Qi clicked his tongue. Her response felt rather distant. Was she upset about the kiss from last night? He realized he had indeed been a bit reckless then. Would Jiang Yining think he was too casual? But that seemed unlikely. After all, they were legally married, and a kiss was quite normal. Moreover, he had asked for her consent beforehand, and she had not refused. Mr. He Qi did not respond at all, leaving the employees who had just finished their report feeling quite anxious. The assistant called out, Mr. He Qi casually replied, Very well. He glanced at his watch, frowning. Next, focus on the important matters. Let's hurry. Others felt that the previous speaker had been overly verbose and wasted everyone's time. With only an hour and a half until the lunch break, he was eager to perform, yet it had ended up wasting everyone's time. Jiang Yining was in a rush to feed He Xiaowei and did not think too much about it. While feeding He Xiaowei, the cat was grumbling, seemingly quite angry. Jiang Yining stroked He Xiaowei's head. Apologizing, I'm sorry. I hope you weren't too hungry. Anyway, I can't understand what you're saying, so let's pretend you denied it. He Xiaowei lowered its head to eat the cat food, and whether it understood Jiang Yining's words or not, it lifted its head and meowed a few times, its eyes filled with grievance and anger. Amused, Jiang Yining asked, Did He Qi bully you this morning? He Xiaowei stopped eating its cat food, meowing vigorously at Jiang Yining. Its excitement at hearing He Qi's name made Jiang Yining wary of asking further questions. Aunt Wang had already gone to the kitchen to prepare the ingredients for lunch. Jiang Yining ate a bun. With nothing else to do, she decided to help. After exchanging pleasantries, Aunt Wang found Jiang Yining to be quite approachable and enjoyed chatting with her, and they began conversing. Curious, Jiang Yining asked, Aunt Wang, how is your salary calculated? Aunt Wang replied, We are paid by the hour. Employers estimate the time they need. This time, Mr. He estimated about 4 hours, and will complete the necessary work as quickly as possible based on the time from arrival to finish. Jiang Yining inquired, And what is your hourly wage? 100. Aunt Wang's calm response left Jiang Yining feeling disheartened. She wished she could take Aunt Wang's place and do the work herself. 100 an hour. Working a full 8 hours a day would amount to her 2 or 3 months' salary. Goodness, she was a top graduate from a prestigious university with 5 years of work experience, yet she was worse off than a domestic helper. Jiang Yining quietly asked, Aunt Wang, what qualifications are required to join? Aunt Wang chuckled. As long as you can work out, of course, we have training, and you can stay if you pass. We can't have complaints from employers. What happens if there are complaints? If there are jobs available, the home services won't prioritize those who have been complained about. Jiang Yining looked at Aunt Wang, seriously asking, Aunt Wang, do you think I would be suitable? Are there people my age working there? Aunt Wang laughed. There are young people around 30 working with us, but Mrs. He, you are a person of privilege. Why would you need to do this? Jiang Yining laughed awkwardly. After lunch, Jiang Yining called Zhang Qiao. Qiao, guess what the hourly wage is for the domestic helper here? Zhang Qiao, lounging in a recliner, replied lazily, 30? Incorrect, try again. Upon hearing her exuberant voice, Zhang Qiao realized that she had underestimated the figure. 50? 100. Zhang Qiao abruptly straightened up from her reclined position, uncertainly asking 100. Jiang Yining affirmed, Yes, this morning He Qi summoned domestic help, and I inquired with Aunt Wang. I was quite astonished at the cost. After her surprise subsided, Zhang Qiao pondered for a moment and said, Ning Ning, would you be so kind as to find out if they are still hiring? Are you considering a career change? Are you sure? It's not for me, Zhang Qiao clarified, why mother previously worked as a confinement nanny, and it was too taxing why father insisted she stop, but as you know, my mother cannot bear idleness. She constantly expresses a desire to find work. Aunt Fan married young, having given birth to Zhang Qiao at the age of 22, which means she will only turn 50 next year. Jiang Yining remarked. I am not familiar with this area, but once He Qi finishes work, I will accompany him to inquire further. Realizing the exorbitant cost of hiring domestic help, Jiang Yining, now with some spare time, sought He Qi's assistance, asking him to refrain from summoning Auntie for the time being. She spent the afternoon preparing materials for training new teachers, only emerging from her study as He-Chi was finishing work. When He-Chi returned, Jiang Yining was busy in the kitchen. She received a call from her aunt, putting the phone on speaker and placing it beside her. "Aunt, are you busy?" "No, I'm free at the moment," Jiang Yining replied, leisurely chopping the washed tomatoes. Coincidentally, she had been intending to call her uncle and aunt to discuss her marriage certificate, which she had yet to mention to them. After a prolonged moment of deliberation, Ying Yun was unsure how to broach a delicate subject with Jiang Yining. After a brief silence, Jiang Yining sensed her aunt had something difficult to convey and interjected, "Aunt, why do you still treat me so formally?" "Ning Ning, I truly feel embarrassed to tell you this," her aunt finally confessed. "Your cousin's girlfriend is pregnant, and they are preparing to get married. The girl's family hopes your cousin can provide a marital home. Weddings and purchasing a house require substantial funds." Chapter 27. Who doesn't have a wife? Jiang Yining understood the gravity of the situation and smiled. "Aunt, I intended to call you tomorrow, hoping to join you for a meal and repay the 200,000 I owe uncle." Ying Yun inquired in surprise, "Ning Ning, where did you acquire such a sum?" Initially, she merely wished for Jiang Yining to repay a portion, not intending to pressure the young woman, with her husband and son prohibiting her from doing so. She found herself in a predicament, as the family was currently struggling financially. Jiang Yining, feeling somewhat embarrassed, responded, "Aunt, I've married and obtained a certificate, but we haven't held a wedding yet. I plan to take him to meet uncle in the coming days." Ying Yun was taken aback. The pressing matter was no longer the repayment, but the fact that Jiang Yining had already registered her marriage. Cherishing this niece, she needed to find a way to gently inform her husband of this news. Not wishing to delve too deeply over the phone, she suggested, "Ning Ning, your cousin has taken a few days off. Perhaps you both could return in the next day or two." "All right." After hanging up, Jiang Yining faced a dilemma. Her uncle's family required financial support, and she could no longer afford to repay at a leisurely pace. She had no choice but to call Zhang Qiao, asking, "Qiao Qiao, could you lend me some money?" "What's wrong?" "My cousin wants to buy a house, and I wish to repay uncle as soon as possible." Zhang Qiao inquired, "How much do you need?" Jiang Yining lowered her voice. 20,000. Zhang Qiao candidly replied, "I only have 100,000 in savings, but don't worry. I'll ask my parents for another 100,000 tonight." Upon hearing Zhang Qiao's response, Jiang Yining finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you, Qiao Qiao." Zhang Qiao chuckled, "No need to be so polite with me." After ending the call, Jiang Yining washed her hands and turned to find He-Chi standing at the kitchen entrance. His dark brows slightly furrowed, his expression somewhat cold. Unsure how long he had been standing there, Jiang Yining understood from his demeanor that he had overheard everything. She realized He-Chi was upset, angered that she preferred to borrow money from others rather than using their own funds. Jiang Yining bit her lip, silently sighing. Having a large family did not necessarily equate to an advantage. She raised her gaze to meet He-Chi's, her eyes defiant. "I know this money is trivial for you, but it is my mother's medical debt, and I must repay it myself." Although He-Chi had entrusted her with the family's finances, Jiang Yining found it difficult to convince herself to comfortably spend his money. She was uncertain whether her relationship with He-Chi could endure. She did not want to appear insignificant in his eyes. He-Chi observed her tears welling up. Furrowing his brow, he approached her, gently wiping away the tear that had formed at the corner of her eye. "You can repay it. I never said you couldn't." "Why are you crying?" His tone was soft, as if soothing her. Jiang Yining, despite not wanting to cry, found the tears unstoppable. "I'm not crying." He-Chi chuckled lightly. "No, you're not crying. It's just that the tomatoes were too spicy on your eyes." Jiang Yining was amused by his words. He guided her to the living room sofa, patiently explaining, 20,000 is nothing to our family, but for your friend's family, it may represent a substantial sum. They not in immediate need, but who doesn't he have urgent matters in life? Should they suddenly find themselves in need, where would you acquire 20,000 to help them? Sitting on the sofa, Jiang Yining felt increasingly helpless as He-Chi remained standing. She looked up at him. Jiang Yining could not deny the validity of He-Chi's words. He continued, "I suspect your uncle lent you a considerable sum back then. Over 9 years, if that money had been deposited in a bank, it would have accrued significant interest. My suggestion is that you shouldn't merely focus on repaying the borrowed amount." He looked into her eyes and added, "From the perspective of others, your current situation appears far better than theirs, yet they are in urgent need of funds. They once assisted you. Now that they require help, you must show some acknowledgement. Otherwise, it might dampen their willingness to help in the future. Jiang Yining lowered her gaze, deep in thought. When her mother fell ill, her uncle had provided several $100,000, later lending them an additional $400,000. Her father had barely repaid anything, only starting to do so after she began working. Initially, her uncle's family was relatively well off, but a few years ago, he had fallen gravely ill and had been unable to work since. Remaining at home to recuperate, her uncle required daily traditional Chinese medicine, and his monthly expenses for medication were considerable. Her aunt, occupied with caring for him, couldn't work either. Despite their struggles, they had never pressured her for repayment. Now, due to her cousin's wedding, her aunt had reached out for help. For an ordinary family, when the younger generation marries and buys a house, it often depletes their savings. Jiang Yining felt compelled to repay not only the money her uncle lent for her mother's treatment, but also the original loan. Xiao Qiao would not be able to lend her such a substantial amount. Jiang Yining raised her gaze to He Qi, initially thinking she would resolve this matter independently, but now realizing she had to rely on him. Biting her lip, she asked, He Qi, could you lend me 500,000 for now? It's a loan, not a gift, He Qi responded. I have one condition, go ahead. Technically, we shouldn't use the word borrow between spouses. If you insist on repaying this amount, I will comply, but only this once. He spoke with a somewhat serious tone. Since we are married, you have a rightful claim to half of my income. You must let go of any apprehensions about spending my money. If word gets out, people might think I, He Qi, am stingy with my own wife, and how would I maintain my reputation in lynching then? Jiang Yining lowered her long lashes. I'm sorry. I won't feel that way again. He Qi nodded, observing Jiang Yining with her head bowed, acknowledging her fault. Not long ago, she had nearly cried, her moist almond eyes filled with defiance, yet looking quite pitiful. He reached out to gently tousle her hair and asked, Shall we cook together? Jiang Yining suddenly remembered something and quickly rose. Wait for me a moment. After saying this, she dashed to her study. She returned with paper and a pen. I need to write you an IOU first. He Qi followed her lead, pleased to see her happy. Jiang Yining was aware that He Qi preferred not to engage in household chores and would rather hire help. While she could manage these tasks herself, He Qi insisted on assisting her if she did. During her summer and winter breaks, when she found herself bored, if He Qi still insisted on hiring an aunt, she would propose taking on the job herself. It seemed more sensible to earn the money herself than to have someone else do it. Moreover, she could also seek a part-time job outside. After completing the IOU, Jiang Yining sent a message to Zhang Qiao, informing her not to bother returning home for the money, and then proceeded to the kitchen with He Qi to prepare dinner. As she entered the kitchen in the evening, she casually tied her long hair into a side braid. Her delicate and petite face, combined with a unique grace, paired with her elegantly understated attire, made her appear exceptionally refined. He Qi mused that his group of friends was still unaware of his marriage. Chen Feng, that fellow, boasted daily in their chat group about reconciling with his ex-wife. Who doesn't he have a wife these days? During dinner, Jiang Yining shared her inquiries about Aunt Fan's job with He Qi. He replied, I'll call and ask shortly. The pay for domestic work here is quite decent, but many positions rely on connections for entry. Jiang Yining frowned. Are you suggesting that even if they still need help, Aunt Fan would find it difficult to get in? Hearing this, He Qi chuckled, glancing at Jiang Yining. When did I ever say that? Jiang Yining retorted, Didn't you just say that connections are necessary for entry? He Qi raised an eyebrow and retorted, Do you really think your husband cannot be part of this relationship? Chapter 28. Your face is quite red. Jiang Yining had not anticipated this, her eyes sparkling as she looked at He Qi. Can you truly help Aunt Fan? He Qi did not respond directly but instead asked, Do you remember the person who tried to get close to you at the bar? Yes, Jiang Yining recalled vividly. He had been quite familiar and undoubtedly a social butterfly. He Qi continued, His name is Chen Ran. I grew up alongside his brother, and the Chen family is in the real estate business. Yuhu Bancheng is their property. Jiang Yining, puzzled, inquired, But why does Chen Ran still work as a bartender? He Qi explained, Chen Ran enjoys having fun. His brother Chen Feng sent him to me, hoping I could help keep him in check. But it turns out he really enjoys working as a bartender. Listening to He Qi's straightforward remarks, Jiang Yining felt that the bond between Chen Feng and Chen Ran must be quite strong. Furthermore, Chen Ran had a pleasant demeanor, likely due to a nurturing family environment. After dinner, He Qi called Chen Feng. Arranging a job was merely a matter of a few words, yet Chen Feng was curious. Who are you helping? He Qi scoffed. You really are nosy. And you're not any better than Chen Ran. Pausing, He stated clearly, I am inquiring on behalf of my wife's best friend's mother. On the other end, Chen Feng erupted in laughter. I told you, Lao He, if you're going to make up excuses, at least make them believable. Your wife's best friend? Your wife? His laughter continued, seemingly unbothered by the absurdity. Chen Feng assumed He was trying to back out of the bachelor party he had organized. Lao He, I'm serious. You must come to the bachelor party. I arranged it specifically for people like you who are neither married nor in a relationship. This is my sincere effort for you. I've gone to great lengths to help you find a partner. He, uninterested, clicked his tongue and hung up before Chen Feng could finish. Jiang Yining had chosen a cat tree and some toys for He Xiaohui and wanted to seek He's opinion. When she found him in the living room, He appeared momentarily displeased, and she assumed it was due to the job inquiry not going well. She comforted him. He, don't push yourself. It's not easy to ask someone for help. If they refuse, it's entirely understandable. He was bewildered, just then receiving a text from Chen Feng. Tomorrow morning, go find the person in charge of the housekeeping service. After training, you can start directly. I've already arranged everything. After reading the message, He looked at Jiang Yining, seeing her serious expression, and decided to tease her. Madam He, I just suffered an injustice. What do you plan to do to make it up to me? Her guess was correct. Jiang Yining approached He, determined to finish her task first, showing him her phone. What do you think of this cat tree? He had no idea what a cat tree was. He glanced at it and thought it was a waste since He Xiaohui was too lazy. Getting it to run alongside him required considerable effort, as it preferred lounging in one spot all day. Seeing that He Xiaohui had no toys, Jiang Yining felt sorry for it and insisted. So you mean this cat tree is quite good then? The color was clearly one favored by girls. He had no objections. If you like it, then go ahead and buy it. Jiang Yining happily completed the purchase. However, as soon as she did, her expression changed, frowning. Didn't you say Chen Feng is your good brother? If he has no job, why would he make you suffer? I think Chen Ran is quite good. His brother is not as impressive. He felt as though he had dug his own grave. It was not about the job, as he would be going for a simple interview tomorrow morning, after which he could begin training. Jiang Yining's eyes lit up. Really? He affirmed. Jiang Yining lightly touched her lips. Then I should apologize to your brother. I misjudged him. She then curiously asked He, what injustice did you suffer? After her shower, she emerged wearing a green striped short-sleeved nightgown, the color fresh and resembling a t-shirt, but extending to her calves. He was curious about the brand of shower gel Jiang Yining used, the faint scent enticing him. He lost interest in teasing her. Stepping closer, he gently wrapped an arm around her waist. Inhaling delicately, just teasing you. Jiang Yining was taken aback by He's proximity and tensed, her voice faltering. Huh? He replied. I was joking about suffering an injustice. No one can make me feel that way. He was very close, and his warm breath brushed against her neck, like a feather teasing her heart, disrupting her breath. Seeing Jiang Yining tense up, He suppressed the urge to kiss her. It was strange. He had never felt this way before, wanting to be close to her. His voice took on a slightly husky tone as he asked, what shower gel do you use? It smells wonderful. After speaking, He forced himself to remove his hand from Jiang Yining's waist. Her waist was so slender that it seemed barely wider than his hand, and he feared that a little more pressure might break her. He had stepped back, giving Jiang Yining the impression that he had leaned in merely to discern her scent. Yet, her ears still betrayed her, flushing crimson as she stumbled over her words. This is just a niche domestic brand. There's a Min-S version. If you like, I can get you a bottle. He responded. It's late. I'll go take a shower first. You should rest early. Jiang Yining glanced at the Italian wall clock, exclaiming, oh, good night, it was only 9 o'clock. Was it really that late? Jiang Yining suspected He had misread the time. She needed to call Zhang Qiao, and after saying good night, she turned to head back to the master bedroom. Zhang Qiao, initially not holding much hope, leaped out of bed upon hearing that her mother was to go for an interview the next morning. Rummaging through her wardrobe for clothes, I still have to go home. I'll accompany my mom for the interview. If she has something to do, then I can enjoy a good life. Whenever she's free, she wants to set me up on blind dates. Ever since you got married, she's been even more anxious, almost wishing I could have a grandchild by next year. Jiang Yining chuckled softly. Ciao. I'll cook lunch tomorrow. After your interview, come to my house, and we can have lunch together. All right, I'll stop chatting and change clothes to head back. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, Jiang Yining replied. She asked He-Chi if he would be home for lunch the next day. Upon stepping outside, she noticed the bathroom door was closed and the light was on. He-Chi had already gone to take a shower. Jiang Yining watched TV for half an hour in her room before checking again. He-Chi was still in the shower. After waiting another half hour, she stepped out just as He-Chi emerged, shirtless and clad in black athletic shorts that reached his knees. Having seen many handsome men showcasing their muscles at the gym, she finally got a glimpse of He-Chi's physique. She admired it for a moment, her gaze wandering aimlessly. The more she tried to avert her eyes, the more it seemed to draw attention to her deliberate attempts to look away. He-Chi noticed her little expressions and smirked, teasingly asking, "Your face is quite is it too hot? Or are you feeling unwell?" Chapter 29. A bit mischievous, Jiang Yining feigned ignorance, maintaining an air of composure as she asked, "Is it?" He-Chi chuckled softly. "Is there something you wish to tell me?" The warmth on Jiang Yining's face lingered as she replied, "Tomorrow, I'd like to invite Aunt Fan and Chow Chow over for lunch. Would you like to join?" "Tomorrow, I have no plans. I'll be home," He-Chi answered. Upon receiving his response, Jiang Yining felt compelled to leave hastily. She cast one last glance at He-Chi before swiftly turning to escape. He-Chi called out to her, "Don't run off just yet." Jiang Yining turned back, whispering a phrase to save face. "I'm not running," He-Chi chuckled. "No, you aren't." He continued, "Tomorrow evening, we'll go to my parents' house for dinner." He inquired about her uncle's fondness for tea, mentioning that he was well-versed in tea culture and had access to various fine teas. They could enjoy a meal while also procuring some tea leaves. After Jiang Yining returned to her room, He-Chi contemplated visiting the bar again. He changed clothes and prepared to head out, noticing He Xiaohui comfortably sprawled at the entrance. He nudged the lazy cat with his foot. He then caught a whiff of a faint odor in the air. Getting closer to He Xiaohui confirmed it was emanating from the cat. It had been several days since he had taken He Xiaohui to the pet shop for a bath. Initially planning to go alone, he now decided to bring the cat along. He Xiaohui attempted to escape, but He-Chi swiftly captured it. "Do you not realize how foul you smell? You can either obediently accompany me to the pet shop for a wash, or starting tomorrow, you shall become a stray cat." He Xiaohui mewed a few times in protest. He-Chi threatened, "Don't be ungrateful. Your mother just bought you toys. If you refuse to behave, I'll donate them all." He Xiaohui ceased its struggles, yet its eyes were filled with reluctance. He-Chi didn't care about its feelings. It had to be washed tonight. Jiang Yining had initially planned to take He Xiaohui to the pet shop herself, but upon waking in the morning, she noticed the foul odor was gone. She surmised that He-Chi must have taken it for a wash. Receiving a message from Zhang Qiao, she learned they had arrived for their interview, so she promptly ordered ingredients online. He-Chi intended to have Annie come over to cook, but Jiang Yining quickly stopped him. She looked up at He-Chi, declaring, "From now on, whenever I have the time, I want to hire anyone to cook. I will do it myself." Jiang Yining bit her lip, feeling slightly embarrassed as she added, "I would like that job that pays 100 an hour." He-Chi pondered the wisdom of his promise to Jiang Yining regarding the loan of 500,000 from the previous night. Should Lin Laosher discover his concession to Jiang Yining, he could expect a thorough reprimanding, to say the least. Faced with Jiang Yining's hopeful gaze, He-Chi felt reluctant to dampen her spirits. With a resigned tone, he replied, "All right, you go ahead and take care of your business." Xiang Chuan had mentioned that his wife enrolled in a culinary class, and He-Chi was curious about the quality of the instruction. He sent a message asking, "What is the name of the institution where your wife is learning to cook? And how is the standard?" Both Xiang Chuan and his wife were police officers. Xiang Chuan was the captain of the SWAT team, while Zhu Qingya served as a criminal investigator. They both shone brightly in their respective roles, but their demanding jobs left little room for personal life. Half a year ago, Zhu Qingya, considering that Xiang Chuan was now 35 and she only 2 years younger, felt it was time to have a child. However, their culinary skills were abysmal, and with her strained relationship with her mother-in-law and her own mother's poor health, Zhu Qingya made the bold decision to enroll in a cooking class. After leaving the SWAT team, He-Chi maintained regular contact with his teammates. Last month, he heard Xiang Chuan mention it. Today, with Xiang Chuan at home, he snapped a photo of his wife busy in the kitchen and sent it to He-Chi. Teasing, "This only reflects your sister-in-law's skills, not the institution's." Xiang Chuan replied with the name of the institution. "If the teaching there were inadequate, your sister-in-law would have complained long ago. Since she hasn't uttered a word, I presume it's quite satisfactory." Observing the burnt meat in the photo, He-Chi couldn't help but send a voice message. Officer Zhu is personally cooking, Brother Chuan. How can you still find fault? Xiang Chuan, taken aback by He Chi's mischievousness, opened the voice message in front of Officer Zhu, his survival instincts kicking in. What nonsense are you spouting? My wife is cooking, and in terms of affection, even a gourmet meal pales in comparison. He quickly redirected the conversation, asking, what is the purpose of your inquiry about the culinary school? He Chi replied, of course, it's to learn cooking. What else could it be for? Becoming a chef? Learn to cook? Xiang Chuan was puzzled. He knew He Chi came from a well-off family, one of the wealthiest in Lincheng. His uncle and aunt had a son who was groomed to take over the family business. Consequently, He Chi was expected to manage his family's affairs after his aunt's retirement. The elderly matriarch doted on her only grandson. Following Ling Yan's sacrifice, she had resorted to extreme measures to compel He Chi to leave the police force. Xiang Chuan found it regrettable that He Chi had to abandon his career. He possessed resilience and a proactive spirit, qualities that suggested he would undoubtedly achieve great things in due time. The old lady, unwilling to yield, forced He Chi to choose between his career and his beloved grandmother. Xiang Chuan found it odd that He Chi felt compelled to learn cooking when he could easily afford to have it done for him. What prompted this sudden desire to learn cooking? Just then, the doorbell rang, interrupting their conversation. He Chi, with little time to spare, excused himself, saying, I've got something to attend to. Let us talk later. Jiang Yining called from the kitchen. He Chi, please open the door to IT. Must be Qiao Qiao and Aunt Fan. He Chi was already on his way to the door as she spoke. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the sight of the mother and daughter duo. Both carrying fruit, he noted that Aunt Fan appeared to be several years younger than Lin Laoshi. Hello, Aunt Fan. I'm He Chi, please come in. Fan Peihua beamed upon seeing He Chi's distinguished appearance, exclaiming, Ning Ning has excellent taste. Ivy Long wanted to meet you since I heard she got married. As she entered, she added, I hope you can help me find a job. I feel quite embarrassed asking. He Chi humbly replied. Aunt Fan, it's no trouble at all. Zhang Xiao teased He Chi. My mom can be a bit chatty, so please bear with her. Mom, you must promise to tone it down at work. Aunt Fan responded. Of course, I know this is just casual conversation. Zhang Xiao then inquired, do you need to change your shoes? No need, He Chi replied, leading them to the living room where he prepared tea for them. As Jiang Yining emerged, He Chi excused himself to assist in the kitchen. Jiang Yining asked, how did the interview go? Zhang Xiao replied, it went smoothly. The interviewer only asked a few simple questions and suggested we come in for a health check in the next couple of days. If all goes well, we'll begin training. Fan Peihua held Jiang Yining's hand, expressing her gratitude. Ning Ning, thank you so much for your help this time. Observing the resemblance between Jiang Yining and Du Ruo, Fan Peihua felt a wave of nostalgia. Not only had they been classmates in middle school, but they were also longtime friends, which made her heart ache. Looking around the house, Fan Peihua noted that it surpassed any home she had encountered during her years as a maternity caregiver. Tears brimmed in her eyes as she said, Ning Ning, if your mother knew you were married and living so well, she would be overjoyed. Chapter 30. Just because she is his wife, Jiang Yining recalled that her mother's only concern before passing was her well-being. Gripping her hand tightly as if not wanting to let go, she felt her mother must have regretted not being present to witness her daughter's milestones. Jiang Yining's eyes grew misty. Zhang Xiao nudged her mother's hand. Mom, why bring this up now? She handed Jiang Yining a tissue. Don't cry. Your husband will think we're bullying you. Jiang Yining recognized Zhang Xiao's teasing nature. Aunt Fan, I'm fine. Seeing Jiang Yining clad in an apron, Fan Peihua stood up. Let me handle lunch. You all relax. Zhang Xiao insisted. Mom, you should sit comfortably. Jiang Yining inhaled deeply and smiled. Aunt Fan, Xiao Xiao is right. Both of you must refrain from helping today. I'll manage in the kitchen for now. You can watch some television. Zhang Xiao waved her hand. You do your thing. I can manage the TV myself. Back in the kitchen, Jiang Yining offered. I'll take over. No, you direct, and I'll do the cooking, He Chi countered. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Yining glanced at He Chi's clumsy movements and said, I am afraid your cooking won't turn out well. He Chi realized that his decision to take cooking classes was becoming increasingly urgent. Observing the redness around Jiang Yining's eyes, he furrowed his brow and asked, Why are you crying? While Jiang Yining typically exuded a cool demeanor, He Chi discovered her endearing shyness and sensitivity, having witnessed her tears for the third time. In a muffled voice, Jiang Yining replied, I'm fine. It was just that Aunt Fan mentioned my mother, and it stirred some sadness. He-chi had been contemplating a significant matter over the past few days. He had promised to accompany Jiang Yining to pay respects to her late mother. We'll go to your Uncle S house for dinner tomorrow, and the day after, we'll visit your mother's grave. Jiang Yining explained, we'll go with my uncle tomorrow. My mother is buried in the cemetery near his place. She continued, before her passing, she specifically requested to be laid to rest close to my grandparents, who are also in that cemetery. He-chi had no objections. All right. During lunch, Fan Peihua inquired, Ning Ning, when do you plan to have children? At this, Jiang Yining nearly choked, her face flushing as she stammered, Aunt Fan, that question is a bit premature. We haven't considered it yet. Zhang Qiao, noticing her reaction, realized her earlier suspicions were correct. The couple indeed slept in separate rooms. Fan Peihua continued, once you and Xiao Qiao have children, I'll take care of you during your confinement. With over a decade of experience as a maternity caregiver, I wouldn't have switched careers if your uncle Zhang hadn't persuaded me. Zhang Qiao suggested, Mom, should we tell the home services center that we won't be needing them anymore? Fan Peihua lightly swatted her, you silly girl. Earning 100 an hour, I could easily do 3 or 4 hours of work in a day and still make more than you do at your job. Why would we turn down such a good opportunity? Zhang Qiao chuckled. I was just listening to you complain about not being a maternity caregiver. Yes, it's so wrong to say. Fan Peihua mused, considering the high hourly wage. Ning Ning, from now on, don't hire home services. I'll come over every week to help with cleaning and cooking when I have time after work. Fan Peihua had always treated Jiang Yining as a daughter. And with Du Rua gone, her heart ached for her longtime friend. Jiang Yining promptly rejected the offer, saying, Aunt Fan, that's not necessary. Moreover, she needed to earn that extra income. He-chi chimed in. Aunt Fan, the job at Yuhu City Home Services pays well, but that also means the standards are high. While it may seem simple to clean and cook, nearly every employer in Yuhu City has a large house filled with valuable items. So one must be diligent. Typically, it requires a full 8-hour day, and by the end, one is thoroughly exhausted. Zhang Qiao added, Mom, He-chi is right. This job may seem easy, but don't underestimate it. If it becomes too much, we can always find another job or take a break at home. Fan Peihua acknowledged, I understand. She recognized He-chi's good intentions in reminding her that, as they left Jiang Yining's home, Zhang Qiao advised, Mom, remember that job assignments are usually random unless specifically requested by the employer. In other words, you might end up working for Ning Ning and He-chi, but do not overstep your boundaries. Privately, you may say anything you wish to Ning Ning, but during work hours, you must regard them as your employers. Fulfill their needs without offering unsolicited advice. IT has reached a point where one cannot help but worry about their daughter. And Fan Peihua feels a sense of comfort in this realization. She has taken Zhang Qiao's advice to heart. All right, I will remember. Zhang Qiao added, moreover, if anyone inquires about your workplace, be sure not to disclose it. This job comes with a high salary, and many would be envious if you reveal that Ning Ning was the one who secured it for you. It may bring her unnecessary trouble. Fan Peihua contemplated for a moment. I know, your mother has lived for decades for nothing. This matter should not even be mentioned to your father. Once he learns of it, your grandmother will inevitably find out as well. She has a bias toward your uncle's family. And the last thing we need is her growing envious. That evening, He-chi accompanied Jiang Yining to Teacher Lin's residence. The senior students were already attending classes, and Teacher Lin lived not far from the school. Jiang Yining, disinclined to arrive empty-handed, insisted on purchasing some fruit to bring along. While she was buying the fruit, several students in uniforms from Linqing No. 1 High School were present in the store. She recalled a time when she was just like them, full of vigor and brimming with expectations for the future. However, everything changed when her mother fell ill. Days blurred into one another, shuttling between the hospital and school, with her sole wish being for her mother to suffer less and live well. Upon entering the residential complex, He-chi graciously matched Jiang Yining's pace, glancing down at her delicate fingers as he inched closer. Jiang Yining felt his hand take hold of hers and looked down in surprise. He-chi provided an explanation that made it impossible for Jiang Yining to refuse his hand. There were many acquaintances in the neighborhood. Understanding his intent, Jiang Yining found solace in being led by He-chi, feeling a warmth that was not her own. She subtly curled her fingers, as if to reciprocate his gesture. Jiang Yining was acutely aware of He-chi's earnestness regarding their marriage. He actively sought to close the distance between them. Although He-chi's affection stemmed from their marital bond, Jiang Yining had harbored feelings for him for years and was content with their current state. She pondered whether He Chi held even the slightest affection for her. Teacher Lin had been anticipating Jiang Yining's arrival and, upon seeing He Chi carrying fruit, remarked, "Yining, now that you are home, there is no need to bring fruit anymore." He Chi asked, "Mom, is it not acceptable for me to carry it if I did not purchase it?" Teacher Lin chuckled. "When have you ever come empty-handed?" She gestured towards the kitchen, instructing him to assist his father. The dinner was filled with dishes that Jiang Yining adored. Since her marriage to He Chi, Teacher Lin had developed a more favorable impression of him. Aware that He Chi was visiting Jiang Yining's uncle the following day, Teacher Lin rummaged through their best tea leaves and packaged them as a gift for He Chi before Jiang Yining and He Chi departed. Teacher Lin took a moment to speak to He Chi privately. She inquired, "I heard from your aunt that Ling Yu is working at our family company. Did you arrange that?" He Chi did not deny it. Yes. Teacher Lin held no particular opinion on the matter. But she cautioned He Chi, "Now that you are married to Yining, you must discuss the Ling family affairs with her." It was not a significant issue, and he intended to find an opportunity to mention it to Jiang Yining. To which He Chi responded, "I understand." Chapter 31. Only time can test. Jiang Yining's uncle's home was located in a different district from Yuhu Banqing. He Chi drove for nearly an hour and 20 minutes to reach it. He and Jiang Yining had purchased some gifts at the mall that morning and set out at 10 o'clock. Arriving just before lunchtime. As Du Yingzhe returned from shopping, he first spotted Jiang Yining getting out of the passenger seat of a black Land Rover. He called out, "Ning Ning." Jiang Yining smiled upon seeing him. "Cousin, you've timed your return just right," he remarked. He Chi stepped out of the car, and Jiang Yining had initially planned to introduce the two. But the two men had already shaken hands. He Chi Du Yingzhe. There was no need for excessive pleasantries between men of the same age. Du Yingzhe felt a sense of familiarity with He Chi but could not quite place where he had seen him before. Helping to carry items, he noticed the red wine and realized it was a gift from Jiang Yining. Remembering the bar, he exclaimed, "He Chi, I believe I saw you at the Shiyu bar." He Chi chuckled. "That means we are quite fated. Shiyu is a bar I opened with friends." Upon entering the uncle's self-built home, Jiang Yining was greeted by a strong scent of traditional Chinese medicine and the sound of coughing. She quickened her pace, having last visited a month prior, and noticed her uncle had lost considerable weight since their last meeting. "Uncle." Du Sheng looked up, a faint smile breaking through his pale features. Ning Ning that he glanced outside and saw He Chi standing beside his son. He Chi had deliberately worn a black shirt paired with trousers, appearing slightly taller and more composed next to Du Yingzhe. Upon seeing He Chi, Du Sheng immediately recognized the young man's robust physique, noting the well-defined muscles in his exposed forearm. After years of illness, Du Sheng had come to understand the value of many things. For an ordinary person, health was paramount, and as long as one was not ill, the amount of money one possessed became inconsequential. As Du Sheng acknowledged He Chi's presence, he stepped forward, respectfully introducing himself. "Hello, uncle. I am He Chi." Upon learning of Jiang Yining's marriage, Du Sheng had spent an entire sleepless night worrying, uncertain of the man's character or appearance. Now, upon meeting He Chi, he was at least reassured by the latter's looks, while the former's character would remain to be tested by time. "Ning Ning, please sit with He Chi and keep your uncle company," Du Sheng said. Du Yingzhe poured tea for them and proceeded to put away their belongings before heading to the kitchen to assist his mother. Jiang Yining said, "Uncle, I will first take He Chi to meet Aunt." Just then, Ying Yun emerged, exclaiming, "I thought I heard voices from the kitchen. I thought I was imagining things," Du Yingzhe replied. "Ning Ning, you have no idea? Your aunt has been hearing things since this morning, constantly asking if you have returned." His remark elicited laughter from everyone present. Ying Yun's attention was solely on He Chi, thinking to herself how impressive he was, handsome, with a striking profile and a tall stature, even more so than her own son. Both Jiang Yining and He Chi greeted her, but Ying Yun seemed oblivious. Du Yingzhe leaned closer, whispering, "Mom, the dishes are burning." Startled, Ying Yun hurried back to the kitchen, realizing she had yet to even begin cooking. Jiang Yining chuckled, "Aunt, let me help you." Du Yingzhe restrained her, insisting, "Today, you must sit still and keep my father company." Du Sheng added, "Ning Ning, listen to your cousin." Jiang Yining initially intended to have a private conversation with her aunt in the kitchen, but given her uncle's fragile health, she preferred not to burden him with unnecessary worries. Planning to find another opportunity instead, Du Yingzhe and He Chi engaged in a lively discussion, covering topics from work to international affairs, while Du Sheng quietly listened. Finally, Jiang Yining seized the chance to speak with Ying Yun privately. Taking her into their bedroom, Ing Yun began. Ning Ning, the money you returned previously has been kept by your uncle. He said your stepmother is greedy, and like your mother, you are both gentle souls. Your uncle worries that once you start working, Zhao Hong won't leave you alone. Ing Yun handed Jiang Yining a bank card. Last night, your uncle asked me to give you this as a dowry, adding an extra 200,000. There is 400,000 in this card. Jiang Yining asked, if you give me this money, what about my cousin? Your uncle intends for us to sell the house we currently live in and move in with your cousin. He agrees with your uncle's plan. Jiang Yining sensed that her aunt was not as relaxed about the situation as one would expect, understanding that while her cousin agreed to live with his parents after marriage, the bride might not feel the same. Jiang Yining smiled gently, declining the bank card. Aunt, I cannot accept this money. I appreciate your kindness, but thank you. She then playfully inquired, Aunt, have you been so busy this morning that you haven't checked your phone? Ing Yun replied, I haven't. Why? Jiang Yining teased, then why not take a look at your text messages now? She and He Chi had transferred 500,000 to her aunt's bank account that morning. And seeing her reaction revealed she was completely unaware of it. Ing Yun glanced at her messages, squinting slightly before putting on her glasses to confirm the amount. Astonished, Ning Ning, did you transfer this? Jiang Yining affirmed, holding her hand, Aunt, you need not worry about me. He Chi's family is well off. We are not lacking in funds. Your uncle requires considerable expenses for his health, and my cousin is planning to marry and buy a house. You need this money more than I do. Ing Yun understood Jiang Yining's sentiments. She did not support the idea of living with her son and daughter-in-law in the future. Although she had affection for her husband Esnice, who was not related by blood, her own son was undoubtedly her priority in her husband's eyes. Jiang Yining is the sole child left by his sister. Were it not for the current decline in their family's financial situation, he would have wished to provide a more generous dowry. Just last night, she learned that over the years, Jiang Yining's savings had remained untouched by Du Shang, perhaps due to his concern about her potential discontent, which he had chosen not to mention. Ing Yun felt a deep reluctance in her heart. This child possessed a kind spirit, and as Ing Yun covered her eyes and wept, she lamented, Ning Ning, were it not for your uncle's deteriorating health, I would not dwell on such trivial matters. Jiang Yining embraced Ing Yun, having herself endured the anguish of her mother's grave illness and the ensuing financial strain. Aunt, let's not mention this to uncle. It may cause him unnecessary worry. Please give this money to my cousin so he can purchase a house and properly plan for the wedding. Ing Yun wiped her tears, pondering how such a secret could possibly be kept from him. Wasn't my cousin once involved in stock trading? She sighed, unwilling to bring it up, for the losses had been considerable, and withdrawing the funds felt like a bitter pill to swallow. Jiang Yining suggested, perhaps you could persuade him to tell uncle that the market has surged, allowing him to withdraw the money now, and with the principal, he could afford the down payment. Ing Yun hesitated, but can your cousin's modest capital really yield such profits? Regardless, uncle is not well versed in these matters. He can simply be told that the property values have decreased. Chapter 32. Selfishness. Ing Yun nodded, acquiescing to Jiang Yining's proposal, and shared the matter with Du Yingzhe. Du Yingzhe was resistant. Mom, I cannot take Ning Ning's money. Ing Yun handed him the bank card. Take it. Ning Ning understands well that your father's health may not hold for many more years. Yingzhe, your uncle is currently preoccupied with his youngest son. Should your father depart, the only family member who will genuinely care for Ning Ning will likely be you. You must be her pillar of support. Ning Ning has considered you. You must reciprocate. Yet, Du Yingzhe remained unwilling. Ing Yun pressed on, do you still wish to marry? Xiaoya has been pregnant for over a month, and her family expects both a wedding and a house. Time is of the essence. We cannot have Xiaoya walking down the aisle with a prominent belly. She sighed, both you and Xiaoya have jobs, while I must care for your father. I lack the energy to assist you with a child. If your father and I reside in your new home, Xiaoya's parents will be unable to help. I would have to manage both your father and the child alone. Du Yingzhe lowered his head, cursing himself for not being more of a man. Nearly 30 years old yet still burdening his parents with worries. Ing Yun patted his shoulder. Yingzhe, do not overthink it. You just graduated this year with a doctorate in medicine and have secured a position at the finest hospital in Lincheng. Your career is just commencing. It is natural for everything to feel overwhelming. Moreover, Xiaoya is a civil servant. Both of you have respectable jobs. Consider this money a loan from Ning Ning, and once you have navigated through this phase, you can repay her. Du Yingzhe accepted the notion and went to find Jiang Yining. Observing her conversing with his father, he opted to send a message instead. Ning Ning, your cousin will repay you for this money in the future. Upon reading the message, Jiang Yining glanced at him and nodded at in the afternoon. Jiang Yining took He-Chi to pay respects at her mother's grave. Noting her uncle's lack of vigor, she decided against having him accompany them. And Yun also attempted to persuade Jiang Yining. To no avail, Dusheng remarked, I have not visited a Ruo in quite some time. Yun ceased her attempts at the cemetery. He-Chi gazed at the photograph on the gravestone. Presumably taken in her youth. It was not black and white but vibrant, her smile sweet. Jiang Yining bore striking resemblance to Du Ruo, sharing the same delicate facial features. Even from the photograph, one could sense that Du Ruo was a gentle soul in life. And the two shared a similar aura, though Jiang Yining exuded a subtle chilliness. Jiang Yining spoke. My mother used to say she was fond of beauty, wanting to leave us with her most flattering images. He-Chi nodded in agreement. Mom, I have married Yining, and we have come to see you. Rest assured, I will take good care of her. Both Jiang Yining and Du Sheng desire to spend some private moments there. Prompting Yun to ask He-Chi and Du Ingzhe to wait outside for a while. Pushing the wheelchair, Yun retreated with Du Sheng to a quieter spot. After conversing for a while, Jiang Yining wished to remain alone a bit longer but was aware that her uncle awaited her. So she stood to leave. Yun guided him forward, taking the opportunity to speak privately with Jiang Yining. She felt a persistent worry in her heart. Ningning, your aunt is quite concerned about you and your cousin. I noticed that both your grandparents passed away relatively young, nearly all before reaching 60 due to illness. Your mother was not even 45. Observing Jiang Yining's eyes dimming, she refrained from continuing with Du Ruo's mention. Your uncle also suffered a grave illness in his early 50s. I fear he may not see 60. I worry it may be hereditary, Yun continued. I do not intend to frighten you, but I have spoken to your cousin about this. It is crucial for you both to take care of your health while you are still young. Jiang Yining reassured her, Aunt, my cousin and I undergo annual health checkups. Perhaps things are not as dire as you believe. My mother suffered from cancer, but uncle's condition is different. As for my grandparents, she felt helpless, knowing her grandfather succumbed to cancer. The two fell silent, and Yun regretted bringing up such topics, yet she feared their busy lives might lead them to neglect their health. Yun squeezed Jiang Yining's hand. Ningning, do not dwell too much on this. Your grandparents lived long lives, having had your father in their 30s, and they lived healthily until nearly 90. My parents are still alive as well. Perhaps that balances everything out, and you and Ingzhe will be fine. Yun sought to comfort Jiang Yining while simultaneously reassuring herself. I mentioned this to your cousin previously. He suggested it might relate to genetics. But it does not necessarily mean you will inherit your grandparents' conditions. Jiang Yining acknowledged, Aunt, I understand. I appreciate your concerns, and my cousin and I will take good care of ourselves. Please do not worry. And you must also look after yourself? Yun replied, I will. Taking care of myself will lessen the burden on the younger generation. She recalled Du Ingzhe's work at the hospital. Initially, she and her husband had disapproved of his choice, believing clinical work to be physically taxing, especially given their family's circumstances. Du Ingzhe was slender and scholarly, perpetually wearing glasses due to myopia, which caused his parents considerable concern. Today, seeing He-Chi, they noticed the stark contrast between the two. Jiang Yining had also had a frail constitution as a child, frequently falling ill and disliking physical activity. Their concerns were not unfounded. Outside the cemetery, He-Chi inquired about their house-hunting endeavors. Which property are you considering? Han Juanfu, he replied. Xiaoye and her parents had initially scouted the place. I only had the opportunity to join her yesterday. The environment and surrounding amenities of the community are quite commendable. However, for a 110 square meter, 3-bedroom unit, the total price reaches over 6 million, albeit it is fully renovated with excellent quality, saving us on renovation costs. Given the current sluggish housing market, the future remained uncertain, yet they truly needed to purchase a home. The self-built house was too far from their workplaces, and Xiaoye's family had a college-aged younger brother. Her parents were willing to contribute to furniture expenses and provide a 300,000 down payment without expecting any bride price. Such generosity from her in-laws was indeed rare. His parents had sold nearly all their valuables, depleting their savings to provide him with $1 million, leaving 20,000 for the wedding. Due to his father's health issues, they wished to retain some savings. Du Ingzhe contemplated moving to a different neighborhood to alleviate the financial strain. However, the Gu family was reluctant, primarily because they valued Han Juanfu's amenities, including a prestigious primary and middle school, making it easier for grandparents to pick up the children. With the additional 900,000 from Jiang Yining, they could gather a maximum of 2 million for the down payment. Although both he and Gu Xiaoya had housing funds, the repayment pressure was substantial. Furthermore, Du Yingzhe did not wish to exhaust his parents' entire contribution of 1 million. Han Juanfu, if He Qi remembered correctly, was indeed part of the Chen family's South real estate ventures. The Chen family owned many upscale properties, the most renowned being Yuhu Bancheng and Daijinjuan, with the latter being a standalone villa. He Qi pondered briefly. It seems to belong to a friend's family. I will inquire. If it truly is their property, I can negotiate a discount for you. Du Yingzhe did not wish to feign politeness, expressing his gratitude. He Qi, if you can help us secure a small discount, we will owe you and Yining a favor. Please never hesitate to ask us for assistance in the future. He Qi chuckled. No need to be so formal. To be honest, I have my own motives. Chapter 33. Indifference. Isn't Han Juanfu just a 10-minute drive from Yuhu Bancheng? Du Yingzhe confirmed. Yes, both communities are developed by the same company. Then it's settled. It belongs to Chen Feng's family. He Qi stated earnestly. Yining isn't particularly close to my father-in-law. I can see she was genuinely happy today, radiating a sincerity I haven't witnessed since I met her. By purchasing a home in Han Juanfu, you will be nearby, allowing for frequent visits and the comfort of having loved ones close at hand, giving Yining a greater sense of security. He Qi understood well that their marriage lacked a foundation of affection, and Jiang Yining felt hesitant, always maintaining a distance from him. Jiang Yining had yet to truly see him as her husband. Du Yingzhe and He Qi had been waiting outside the cemetery for half an hour, and they had not yet emerged. Inside, Jiang Yining observed her uncle sitting silently before her mother's gravestone for an extended period, lost in thought and uttering not a word. She was acutely aware of her uncle's thoughts, burdened by the worry that he might not have the opportunity to visit his sister again. Tears began to well in Jiang Yining's eyes as her phone vibrated in her bag. Upon glancing at the screen, she saw it was her grandaunt. Last night, she had been chatting with Zhang Qiao, who mentioned that a colleague was preparing to get married and buy a house. The mere mention of purchasing a home reminded Jiang Yining that she had yet to resolve the transfer of her property. In recent days, Zhao Hong and the others appeared less anxious, likely believing that with their grandaunt intervening, they could afford to tread cautiously, thus alleviating their fears. Last night, Jiang Yining had enlisted Zhang Qiao's assistance, hoping to have her colleague visit under the pretense of viewing the house. Zhang Qiao's colleague was eager to help, thinking perhaps he could also assist her husband with a real estate dispute case. It seemed the agent had already taken Zhang Qiao's colleague to see the property, which was why her grandaunt was now urgently calling her. Jiang Yining took a couple of steps aside before answering the call, her tone somewhat frosty as she feigned ignorance. Grandaunt, is there something you wish to discuss? Jiang Yufeng paused, momentarily forgetting her reproach, and after a long silence, she finally said, Ning Ning, have you really decided to sell the house? Do you truly wish for them to be left homeless? Jiang Yining's voice, however, was laced with indifference. Grandaunt, the choice lies with them now. My demands are quite simple, and I must prepare for all eventualities, mustn't I? Jiang Yufeng found herself at a loss for a rebuttal and could only ask, when will you be free? Shall we meet somewhere this afternoon? Jiang Yining glanced at her uncle, who remained by her mother's grave, and replied, I am unavailable this afternoon. Impatience overtook Jiang Yufeng, who assumed Jiang Yining was being deliberately obstinate. Raising her voice in reproach, Ning Ning, how have you changed so much? You were never like this before. In that fleeting moment, Jiang Yining's eyes dimmed. She let out a derisive chuckle, devoid of any mirth, and all that filled her gaze was sarcasm. Grandaunt, I am currently visiting my mother with my uncle, standing before her grave. If you have anything to say to her, I can put you on speaker. Jiang Yufeng was momentarily rendered speechless. She was unaware that Jiang Yining had gone to see Du Ruo, mistakenly thinking she had brought He Qi to visit her mother-in-law. Well, if you're busy, I shall call you later. Jiang Yufeng quickly concluded, ending the call. The abruptness of the call's termination struck Jiang Yining as astonishing. How had they come to perceive her in such a manner? They all wished for her to revert to her former self, docile, obedient and compliant, a model child dutifully honoring her elders. Yet, the moment she deviated from their expectations, their demeanor shifted entirely. While Jiang Yufeng had previously treated her reasonably well, the bond between a biological brother and his niece was evidently prioritized. And if Jiang Ying were included, she would have to step aside. Jiang Yining reflected that it was no wonder her grandaunt acted this way. as she herself possessed a scale for measuring closeness and distance in relationships. Shortly after Jiang Yufeng hung up, she received a call from Jiang Wentao. How did it go? What did Ning Ning say? Jiang Yufeng sighed. Not much. They want to see Du Ruo today. Wentao, you should urge Zhao Hong to give the betrothal gifts to Ning Ning as her dowry. I believe Ning Ning is serious. She isn't merely trying to intimidate you. This girl has become inexplicably cold. Jiang Yufeng had grown weary of involving herself in her maternal family's affairs, fearing she might end up displeasing everyone. Zhao Hong was notoriously stingy. Now that her niece was marrying well, there was no telling when she might need to seek her niece's assistance in the future. Jiang Wentao had initially thought that Jiang Yufeng's involvement would make Jiang Yining more receptive to her grandaunt's words. But it seemed futile. Zhao Hong, noticing he had finished the call, approached him. What did your sister say? Her tone was far from pleasant. Frustrated, Jiang Wentao retorted. What do you expect her to say? You want both the house and the money? And look what you've turned our home into. Rising, he decided to step outside for some peace. Zhao Hong grabbed his arm. What do you mean by that? Am I to blame for everything now? Oh, the Jiang family is truly amusing. The daughter seeks to cast her father out, while the husband dares only act tough at home. Insulted by her words, Jiang Wentao retaliated. Don't act so innocent. Everyone knows how you, as a stepmother, bully your stepdaughter, always causing a ruckus. He pointed an accusing finger at Zhao Hong. Don't think I don't see how you treat Ning Ning and Jia Jia differently. I cherish Jia Jia as my own daughter. Yet you treat my daughter like an enemy. Your insistence on arranging blind dates for her has made Ning Ning resent me. The state of our family today is entirely your doing. Zhao Hong screamed back. Jiang Wentao, you spineless coward. If you have the guts, just divorce me. Jiang Wentao, unwilling to back down, shot back. If we divorce, you return the money Hechi gave you, or we shall settle this in court. The moment those words escaped his lips, Zhao Hong froze, taken aback that Jiang Wentao genuinely intended to divorce her. She began to pummel him with her fists. You ungrateful man. I risked my life to bear you a son. And you promised to treat me well. What happened to that after just a few years? Jiang Wentao, you scoundrel. Zhao Hong's anguished cries echoed, drawing the attention of neighbors. Aunt Sun emerged, holding a bag of sunflower seeds. Eager to witness the commotion. Did I just hear old Jiang mention divorce? Did anyone else hear that? A nearby middle-aged man chimed in. I think I heard it too. It might be for the best. Old Jiang has been oppressed by his wife for too long, and his own daughter has no place in the house. He should have left long ago. Aunt Sun added, originally, it was fine for Jia Jia and Yi Ning to share a room. But Zhao Hong is so petty that she insisted Yi Ning move out. Now she is even snatching Yi Ning's dowry. It's no wonder Yi Ning is furious. It's truly unfortunate. But what will happen to Yi Yang if they divorce? He's still so young. Aunt Sun disagreed. They argue constantly. It's better for Yi Yang to be raised by old Jiang alone. At least he has a breakfast shop. And I heard someone say they spotted Yi Ning and her husband outside the community the other day. The car he drove looked like a Range Rover. Her husband interjected, that's called a Range Rover. Don't talk nonsense if you don't know cars. Aunt Sun shot him a glare. Oh, you know everything, don't you? Regardless, she continued, I heard him say that car isn't cheap. If old Jiang divorces, Yi Ning is such a kind-hearted girl. How could she bear to see her father suffer? A nearby neighbor remarked, not necessarily. It seems Yi Ning isn't particularly close to Yang. As Zhao Jiajia ascended the stairs, she first heard a cacophony of voices from the gathering of middle-aged men and women, followed by the sound of her mother crying. She opened her door, rolling her eyes at them before shutting it again. Aunt Sun, abandoning her sunflower seeds, addressed the crowd. Oh dear, Jia Jia is upset. Let us disperse. Chapter 34. The agreement. Jiang Wentao initially conceded, requesting Jiang Yufeng to relay that they were willing to offer over 300,000 to Jiang Yining. Jiang Yining removed Jiang Wentao's phone number from her blacklist and sent him a message stating that she would return the following afternoon. Jiang Wentao contemplated calling Jiang Yining to inquire about the specific time, but discovered she had blacklisted him once more. Thus, he and Zhao Hong spent the entire afternoon at home. As evening approached, Zhao Hong's patience waned, and she snapped, Has your daughter stood you up? Jiang Wentao remained silent. Infuriated, Zhao Hong pressed on, Are you mute? Can't you at least call her to check? Jiang Wentao dared not admit that Jiang Yining had blocked both his WeChat and phone. Feeling embarrassed and fearing that Zhao Hong would mock him later, he said nothing, and as Zhao Hong's ire mounted, she contemplated cooking dinner but ultimately decided against it since Jiang Yang was at his grandmother's house. At that moment, footsteps echoed outside, followed by the sound of the door opening. As the door swung wide, Jiang Wentao spotted several people trailing behind Jiang Yining. Jiang Yufang entered first, followed by Fan Peihua, Sun Shuwan from next door, Du Yingzhe, and Jiang Yining with a stranger. Zhao Hong recognized Du Yingzhe and glanced at the gentleman behind Jiang Yining, who was well-groomed yet possessed a piercing gaze. Assuming he was Jiang Yining's husband, she was unaware of his surname and couldn't be bothered to ask, nor did Jiang Wentao mention it. Jiang Wentao inquired, "Yining, who is this?" Jiang Yining introduced, "This is Lawyer Liu." Both Jiang Wentao and Zhao Hong were baffled, unable to grasp Jiang Yining's intentions. Zhao Hong, irked, directed her ire at Sun Shuwan. "What are you doing here? My home is not welcoming to you." Jiang Yining remained composed. "Aunt Sun is my guest. If you do not welcome her, then there is no need for us to discuss the property today." Aunt Sun flashed a triumphant smile at Zhao Hong. Under the watchful eyes of the gathering, Jiang Yining showed no regard for Zhao Hong's feelings, nearly driving her to the brink of fury. Jiang Wentao tugged at Zhao Hong's sleeve. Trying to contain her temper, Zhao Hong huffed but fell silent. Jiang Yining ignored her and addressed Jiang Wentao. "Dad, I am here today to discuss the matter of the house. To prevent any future disputes, I have specifically invited Lawyer Liu, along with my grandaunt and cousin, to serve as witnesses." Jiang Wentao glanced at Du Yingzhe and understood that he was representing Du Ruo's maternal family today. Jiang Yining aimed to convey that she had her mother's family backing her. It was inappropriate for him to remarry so shortly after Du Ruo's passing. At this moment, upon encountering Du Yingzhe, Jiang Wentao felt a surge of dissatisfaction with Jiang Yining for bringing a whole group of people along. Yet he dared not voice his grievances. Jiang Yining cast a cursory glance at them, disregarding their displeased expressions, and raised her voice slightly, stating, "My mother instructed my father to transfer this house into my name before she passed away. A few days ago, my father mentioned to Aunt Hong that Jiang Yang will be starting primary school next year, and he hopes to have the house retransferred back to his name so that Jiang Yang can attend a good school." Zhao Hong expressed her discontent, insisting that it be transferred into both my and your father's names. Jiang Yining glanced at Zhao Hong but had no intention of responding to her remarks. However, Zhang Yufang could no longer remain silent. "Zhao Hong, this house was bought outright by my father as a wedding gift for Wentao and Du Ruo. What is it to you? The funds for the renovations and furnishings were all provided by Du Ruo. I had no objections when Du Ruo requested that Wentao transfer it to Ningning because, after all, Ningning is a child of the Jiang family. It is perfectly reasonable for a father to transfer property to his daughter." Fan Peihua, having discerned Zhao Hong's intentions, deliberately inquired, "Zhao Hong, do you desire this house, or is it merely for Yang's schooling?" Aunt Sun sarcastically chimed in. "It seems that some people are so indirect in their approach, merely seeking an excuse to seize this house." Jiang Yining patiently waited a moment, observing that Zhao Hong was left fuming yet speechless, before continuing, "As for the transfer of ownership, the house will be under the name of Jiang Wentao, and it shall belong to him as personal property." Zhao Hong retorted sharply, "I disagree. If it is a gift transfer, that house will have nothing to do with her." Jiang Yufang disregarded Zhao Hong and addressed Jiang Yining. "Ningning, do you have more to say?" Jiang Yining nodded, proceeding, "Before the transfer of ownership, I have a few stipulations that I must clarify in front of my father and Aunt Hong. First, after the house is transferred, you are not to interfere with my life in any way. Otherwise, I retain the right to reclaim the house and sell it outright. Furthermore, should Jiang Wentao pass away, this house shall belong to me, and no will may be made in favor of Jiang Yang or anyone else." Jiang Wentao had his reservations about this, yet he was aware that he was still her father, and he did not believe his daughter would act so ruthlessly. He would first reclaim the house and then show weakness later. Jiang Wentao remained silent in front of the crowd, and Zhao Hong could not say anything either. Secondly, I have no obligation to provide for Zhao Hong. Zhao Hong had no retort to this. Thirdly, when Jiang Wentao is unable to support himself, the responsibility shall fall upon his 3 children, Jiang Yang, Zhao Zhejia, and myself. Moreover, Jiang Wentao is not to make any unreasonable demands of me. Otherwise, I shall have the right to refuse." Zhao Hong was displeased, stating, "Yang is still young. By the time your father needs your support, Yang may still be in school, and besides, Zhejia has the Zhao surname. What reason is there for her to fulfill this obligation?" Jiang Yining smiled wryly. "Aunt Hong, with what you just said, my father has insurance and savings. It will likely be many years before he requires support from his children. By then, Jiang Yiyang will have graduated from university. Reflecting on Zhao Jiejia, she recalled that during her college years, Zhao Hong had mentioned their family's meager income and the difficulty of supporting a large family, instructing her to manage her own living expenses while secretly saving money for Zhao Jiejia, expecting her family to cover all the costs. Jiang Yining coldly regarded her. After I started working, you claimed there wasn't enough space at home, urging me to move out and give my room to Zhao Jiejia. Yet now, she has a job and still resides at home without contributing a single penny towards my father's living expenses. With a mocking smile, she continued, Aunt Hong, are you now telling me that Zhao Jiejia has no obligation to support my father? After work, Du Yingzhou was called over by Jiang Yining, entirely unaware of the events that had transpired. Thus remaining silent upon entering this moment, he grasped the entirety of the situation. Upon hearing Jiang Yining's words, Du Yingzhou was filled with indignation. He turned to the still silent Jiang Wentao, his expression devoid of emotion, and asked, Uncle, you assured us that after your remarriage, you would take good care of Ningning. Is this how you take care of her? Jiang Yining had gone through so much, and he was oblivious to it all. He thought it was merely favoritism toward Jiang Yiyang, unaware that Jiang Yining had been forced to move out. Not only was Du Yingzhou incensed, but Zhang Yufeng also could not fathom the depth of Zhao Hong's scheming. Zhao Hong glared at Jiang Yining, gritting her teeth. Don't think that just because you brought a few people here, you can slander me. Fan Peihua stepped forward, asserting, Zhao Hong, everyone in the neighborhood is aware of these matters. She turned to Jiang Wentao, Old Jiang, now that Ningning's cousin is present, why don't you clarify whether what Ningning said is true? Jiang Wentao did not deny it. He lowered his head, unable to face the relatives of Du Ruo. His silence spoke volumes. Jiang Yining had long anticipated her father's reaction and smirked derisively. Ignoring Jiang Wentao, she continued, Fourthly, I have no obligation to support Jiang Yiyang. Regardless of what happens in the future, I will not provide any assistance to him nor fulfill any of his requests. You might as well give up on that idea. Zhao Hong was contemplating this very notion and vehemently opposed it. Yang is your brother. What is wrong with offering him help? Jiang Yining turned to her, earnestly inquiring, Lawyer Lu, under what circumstances am I obliged to provide support or care for my younger brother? Having stood by and observed Jiang Yining's confrontation, Lawyer Lu finally found the opportunity to interject, responding firmly, if the parents pass away before he reaches adulthood. Jiang Yining smiled slightly at Zhao Hong. Aunt Hong, did you hear that? After a brief pause, she added earnestly, it's not that I refuse to help care for Jiang Yang. Zhao Hong immediately pressed, what would make you willing? Jiang Yining smirked. For example, if you were to be hit by a car and succumb to your injuries, or if you suddenly fell gravely ill and passed away, I might consider it. Chapter 35. The unyielding spirit. Zhao Hong was enraged, pointing at Jiang Yining and addressing everyone. Did you all hear that? Jiang Yining treats me, her stepmother, this way. If she had shown me just a modicum of respect, I would not have treated her like this. Everyone understood that Zhao Hong had laid her cards on the table, nearly admitting her desire for Jiang Yining to care for Jiang Yiyang. Aunt Sun chimed in, Ningning isn't wrong. The lawyer has stated it clearly. Ningning surely wishes for you to live a long and healthy life, to see Yang marry and have children. She grew increasingly discontent with Zhao Hong, as no one wished to be taken advantage of. It was their children, after all, and yet they expected Ningning to take on the responsibility. Jiang Wentao interjected coldly, that's enough. Noticing the document in Jiang Yining's hand, he recognized it as the agreement she intended for him to sign and said, Give me the pen. Jiang Yining handed over the prepared agreement along with a pen, and once Jiang Wentao had signed, she checked it before placing it into her bag. This is merely a preliminary agreement. Prior to the transfer of the house, I will have Lawyer Lu draft a formal gift contract. Jiang Wentao glared at Jiang Yining. When will the paperwork be processed? Jiang Yining met his gaze without fear. We'll see when I have the time. Jiang Wentao surmised that she intended to delay further, and was about to speak when Jiang Yining turned away. I appreciate everyone taking the time to come here today. Before Jiang Wentao had the chance to speak, Jiang Yining beckoned for everyone to leave. Jiang Yufeng lingered, observing Zhao Hong's reluctance, and remarked, I never knew you would treat your own daughter and Ningning so differently. She looked at Jiang Wentao, feeling a strange sense of unfamiliarity. You have cast aside your own daughter from this family, and you do not protect her at all. It's disgraceful, and I feel embarrassed for you. Jiang Yufeng glanced at Zhao Hong and Jiang Wentao, suddenly realizing that both her brother and sister-in-law were utterly selfish. With a sigh, she declared, "In the future, do not come to me for help. I cannot involve myself, lest I become a target." Downstairs, Jiang Yining expressed her gratitude to Lawyer Liu. "Thank you very much for taking the time to come here amidst your busy schedule." Lawyer Liu shook hands with Jiang Yining, replying courteously, "I have accepted your legal fees but have yet to assist you. If you need anything in the future, I can offer you a discount." "Thank you, Lawyer Liu," she responded. Duingzhou inquired, "Ning, where did you find this lawyer?" "He is the husband of a colleague." As they walked out of the community, Duingzhou pondered before speaking up, "Ning, why didn't you ever share these matters with us before?" Jiang Yining looked up at the sky, where a ribbon of pink clouds was gradually fading into the night, replaced by the glow of countless lights. She smiled contentedly, thinking of Yuhu Hansheng, her home with Heqi cousin. Everyone has their own life. And you have your own challenges. I cannot always trouble you for help. She needed to learn to grow independently. Duingzhou disagreed. Family should not think in terms of trouble. By your logic, I shouldn't have troubled you for a loan or asked Heqi for a discount on the house. Jiang Yining playfully linked her arm with Duingzhou's. "I was wrong. In the future, I will come to you when I need something." Seeing Duingzhou's skepticism, Jiang Yining raised 3 fingers to the sky. "I swear, I really will." Duingzhou playfully pinched her nose, affectionately saying, "You've always been like this since childhood. Now that you have a husband, you don't need to be so strong. When it's time to rely on Heqi, do so." Upon the mention of Heqi, Jiang Yining could not help but curve her lips into a smile. She inquired, "Cousin, have you finalized the purchase of your house?" "The paperwork is almost complete. Thanks to Heqi, who secured an 85% discount for me, saving quite a bit of money." "When do you plan to hold the wedding?" Duingzhou chuckled, "Probably around National Day. I'll let you know once the date is confirmed." Jiang Yining advised, "Cousin, be sure to choose quality furniture. Your wife is pregnant, and I'm concerned about formaldehyde." Duingzhou replied, "We've considered that, which is why Xiao Yu will be staying at my in-laws for a few months after the wedding." After chatting outside the community for a while, a taxi arrived for Duingzhou. "Ning, I need to check on Xiao Yu. We can talk later." Jiang Yining nodded, and only after he entered the cab did she make her way to the bus stop. Once on the bus, Jiang Yining settled into a window seat. Just as she sat down, she spotted Heqi's car driving by, and soon it came to a halt outside Jingli community. Believing Heqi was coming to find her, she stood to get off, but the bus doors closed. As she contemplated calling Heqi, she noticed Zhao Jiajia alighting from his vehicle. Suddenly, a chill swept through her, as the thought of how Heqi had come to be in contact with Zhao Jiajia struck her. Attempting to return to her seat, she found it occupied by other passengers. A nearby individual nudged Jiang Yining, causing her elbow to collide with the armrest, though she barely felt it. "What are you daydreaming about, girl? Can't you see there's no room to stand ahead? Hurry and move further back." Jiang Yining apologized to the elderly lady. "I'm sorry." After saying that, she made her way to the rear of the bus. Looking out the window, she saw Heqi's car swiftly disappear from her view. He was not there to seek her out, but rather to drop off Zhao Jiajia. Not returning to Yuhu Bancheng, she decided to change buses and head to Zhang Qiao's place. When she moved out, she had intended to return the keys to Zhang Qiao, but Zhang Qiao had refused, insisting that Jiang Yining keep them. Upon arriving at Zhang Qiao's home, she found the lights off and tossed her bag onto the sofa. It was about an hour later when Zhang Qiao returned from work, startled to see light seeping through the door crack, fearing a burglar had entered. Upon opening the door, she found Jiang Yining sitting on the sofa, looking lost, her body present but her spirit seemingly adrift. Sighing in relief, she asked, "Did things not go well today?" Realizing her mistake, Zhang Qiao quickly corrected herself. "No, my mother called me during my shift to update me on your situation today." She couldn't help but praise Jiang Yining for her meticulous and cautious approach. "You cleverly invited both Aunt Degu and Aunt Sun. The former can suppress Zhao Hong, and the latter is quite the gossip. Saving on publicity costs in less than half a day, everyone in the vicinity will know what transpired with the Jiang family today, eliminating any worries about misunderstandings in the future." Jiang Yining looked up, her eyes filled with helplessness. Qiao, I saw Heqi dropping off Zhao Jiajia when I left." "What?" Zhang Qiao thought she misheard. Jiang Yining lowered her head. "You must be surprised too. I was completely stunned when I saw them." Zhang Qiao was indeed taken aback. She sat beside Jiang Yining and asked, "How did Heqi come to know Zhao Jiajia? If I knew, I wouldn't be hiding out here." She didn't want to go home, unsure of how to question Heqi. "Why don't you just ask him?" Jiang Yining whispered. "I don't dare." "Are you afraid?" Zhang Qiao refrained from uttering the words He Qi's infidelity. Jiang Yining shook her head. He Qi is not that kind of person. I just feel very blocked inside. I despise Zhao Hong, and I loathe Zhao Jiajia. I can even say I utterly detest them. She had initially planned to keep He Qi far removed from her family, distancing him from Zhao Hong and her daughter. Once she resolved her family matters, she intended to ignore them and live well with He Qi. Despite all her precautions, she never imagined He Qi would know Zhao Jiajia. Jiang Yining's thoughts were a tangled mess, and when she spoke again, her voice carried a hint of tears. Why do they always linger like ghosts? I thought marriage and having a home would free me from them. Zhang Qiao, feeling her pain, embraced her. Ning Bao, try not to think too much. What if they're just ordinary colleagues? You need to go back and clarify things with He Qi. Perhaps the situation isn't as dire as you believed. Isn't it dire enough? Zhao Hong and Zhao Jiajia are still unaware that He Qi is my husband. If Zhao Jiajia finds out, she will undoubtedly be consumed with jealousy, and who knows what schemes they might hatch. I wish I could hide He Qi from their sight. Moreover, the fact that He Qi could drop off Zhao Jiajia indicated that their relationship was rather amicable. While Zhang Qiao pondered how to comfort her, Jiang Yining's phone on the table vibrated. She glanced at it and saw He Qi's name, prompting Zhang Qiao to encourage her to answer. Chapter 36. Anger. At that moment, Jiang Yining hesitated to answer He Qi's call. She knew he was perceptive. If he heard her voice now, he would surely sense something was amiss. He Qi had initially thought Jiang Yining was at home, and on his way back, he had taken a longer route to buy her favorite desserts. Upon arriving home, he found the place shrouded in darkness and silence. He checked the master bedroom but found no sign of Jiang Yining. Only He Xiaohui lazily sprawled on the living room sofa. The house had been like this before their marriage, and he hadn't thought much of it then. However, since Jiang Yining moved in, the home had felt alive. Returning home at that moment gave He Qi a strange sense of nostalgia, as if the house had reverted to its previous emptiness, and he found himself somewhat unaccustomed to it. When his call went unanswered, He Qi furrowed his brow, intending to call again when he received a message from Jiang Yining. Yining, I'm at Xiao Qiao's house. Don't wait for me for dinner. He Qi asked, what time will you be back? I'll come to pick you up. Jiang Yining quickly replied, I don't know when I'll be back. You don't need to pick me up. I'll take a taxi home myself. Seeing the words you don't need to pick me up, He Qi couldn't help but frown, wanting to say something. However, concerned that Jiang Yining might think he was being overbearing and restricting her freedom, he decided against it. With Jiang Yining out, He Qi was disinclined to call the maid to prepare dinner. He placed the desserts he had bought in the refrigerator and opted for instant noodles instead. Just as he sat down at the dining table, He Xiaohui dragged its food bowl over to his feet. He Qi clicked his tongue. Tonight, I'll have instant noodles. You can go on a diet. He Xiaohui meowed in protest, and fearing it would go and complain to Jiang Yining, He Qi got up to fetch its cat food, and the two of them had a simple dinner together. Jiang Yining didn't want to return home just yet. Zhang Qiao, noticing her pitiful demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle. Is this all you can muster? Playing the shrinking turtle now? Jiang Yining did not deny it and asked, shall we order takeout? Zhang Qiao took out her phone. What do you want to eat? Fried chicken, skewers, mousse cake, and a beer. Zhang Qiao obliged, saying, I must warn you, if you end up with a stomachache tomorrow, don't blame me. Jiang Yining reclined, staring at the ceiling, and once Zhang Qiao finished ordering, she sighed. How wonderful it is to know there is a shell that belongs to me in this world. Zhang Qiao playfully slapped her on the backside. How long do you plan to hide here? Are you coming back tonight? Jiang Yining closed her eyes. I will go back. I need to clarify things. But before that, she wanted to sit in silence for a moment. While on the bus, she had longed for a place to be alone for a while, ultimately returning here. I'm not petty. If He Qi were dropping off someone else, I wouldn't mind, but it can't be Zhao Jiajia. Jiang Yining reiterated. I despise them. After the takeout arrived, Jiang Yining drank about half a bottle of beer. When she wanted to have another, Zhang Qiao held her back. Seeing Jiang Yining's cheeks already flushed, Zhang Qiao knew her alcohol tolerance wasn't great. If she drank more, she wouldn't be able to go home by herself that night. Jiang Yining wasn't drunk. She just tended to blush easily after drinking. Looking at Zhang Qiao, she said, Qiao Qiao, I envy you. You have Uncle Zhang and Aunt Fan to care for you. If my mother were still around, I would also have someone to love me, and I wouldn't be bullied by Zhao Hong and her daughter. Why did my mother have to leave me so early? Jiang Yining began to sob softly. As Zhang Qiao wiped her tears, Jiang Yining asked, do you think I'll end up like my mother? What? Zhang Qiao did not comprehend her words. Jiang Yining sniffed. My aunt said my grandparents are both in poor health. Neither of them lived to see 60 and my grandfather and mother both died of cancer, and my uncle is. Zhang Qiao interjected firmly. No, you won't. Stop thinking such things. Hearing Jiang Yining express these fears made her heart race. Her mother had told her similar things before, but she had refrained from mentioning it to Jiang Yining, not wanting to add to her worries. Jiang Yining was burdened with heavy thoughts, anxious and distressed. Yet Zhang Qiao understood her plight. Without her mother and with a father who showed no affection, if she didn't plan for herself, she would truly be treated as a mere blood bag. Gently, she took a tissue and wiped Jiang Yining's tears. All right, little crybaby, if you keep crying, your eyes will swell. Thinking about returning home later, Jiang Yining stopped her tears. Can I have another drink? Just one. Zhang Qiao's heart softened, but she only poured her half a glass, saying, just this last half. If you drink more, I'll have to force you to stay here for the night. Jiang Yining lingered at Zhang Qiao's place until nearly 12:30 at night. Before leaving, she made a point to wash her face in the bathroom, carefully examining her eyes, ensuring there was no trace of her earlier tears before she was finally ready to go home. Halfway through her journey, a low rumble of thunder echoed in the night sky. Jiang Yining, concerned about the possibility of rain upon her arrival home, glanced down into her bag, only to realize she had forgotten her umbrella. Zhang Qiao sent her a message. Ning Ning, it seems like it's going to rain soon. Did you bring an umbrella? Jiang Yining replied. No, surely, she thought. It couldn't be that unfortunate. Zhang Qiao suggested, if it rains when you get home, just have He Qi come down to pick you up. It was quite late, and she wondered whether He Qi was already asleep. After replying to Zhang Qiao, Jiang Yining put her phone away. As she lifted her gaze, the summer rain began to pour down with fervor, leaving streaks of water on the car window. The vehicle halted at the entrance of Yuhu Half City, and Jiang Yining clutched her bag tightly to her chest, rushing inside as swiftly as possible. Upon reaching her doorstep, she raised her hand to wipe the rainwater from her face, but her hands were so wet that she failed to unlock the fingerprint lock after 3 attempts. The door was opened by He Qi from the inside. Upon meeting his somewhat cold gaze, Jiang Yining felt momentarily flustered. Haven't you gone to bed yet? He Qi's sharp black eyes swept over her. Taking in her drenched figure, her hair dripping with water, and her long eyelashes fluttering as she looked at him, lost in confusion, he stepped aside to let her in, questioning her. Why didn't you let me come pick you up? You returned in the rain without even calling me? Jiang Yining bit her lip. I thought you were asleep. Sensing the chill in He Qi's tone, she realized he was upset. She had initially intended to inquire about Zhao Jia, but decided to set that aside for the moment. He Qi sighed in resignation, saying he would take a shower first and then prepare ginger soup. Jiang Yining nodded in response, glancing at He Qi's retreating figure before heading towards the master bedroom. He Qi, having never made ginger soup before, searched online for a recipe. After completing his first attempt, he sampled it only to find it utterly unpalatable, prompting him to discard it and start anew. Jiang Yining, initially worried that He Qi might be waiting too long, hurried her pace. Upon drying her hair, she discovered He Qi still in the kitchen. He Qi ladled out a bowl from the latest pot, which was now drinkable. They sat facing each other, with Jiang Yining looking down as she sipped the ginger soup. It was somewhat unpleasant, and she held her breath, trying not to notice the taste. Downing it in one go, He Qi observed her quietly for a moment. When he was angry, he exuded a chilling aura, which Jiang Yining could feel even across the dining table. Chapter 37. Is this a Cold War? The man across from her remained silent, his eyes fixed on her. As he did not speak, Jiang Yining's thoughts drifted to He Qi escorting Zhao Jia home, and she felt a lump in her throat. Not wanting to engage in conversation, exhausted, she longed for rest. Keeping her head down while drinking the soup, she avoided looking at He Qi. Once finished, she spoke first. I'm tired. You should rest early. Upon hearing this, He Qi frowned but said nothing further. After Jiang Yining returned to her room, He Qi rose to take her bowl to the kitchen, then stepped outside to smoke a cigarette before heading back to bed. The following morning, He Qi woke early, needing to return to the office for some matters. When he noticed it was around 9 and Jiang Yining had yet to emerge, he called for the housekeeper to prepare breakfast for her before leaving for work. Jiang Yining slept until 10, awakening in a daze. She touched her forehead, finding it quite hot, and felt feverish. Struggling to rise from bed, she made her way to the bathroom to freshen up. Hearing noise from the kitchen, she peeked in to find a housekeeper busy at work. Upon seeing her, the housekeeper greeted, "Hello, Mrs. He. Mr. He asked me to make porridge. Would you like to eat now?" Jiang Yining nodded, "Yes, thank you." After the housekeeper served her the porridge, Jiang Yining added, "I need to step out for a while, so no need to prepare lunch, and no problem. Mr. He bought plenty of ingredients, and I've put them in the fridge." Jiang Yining, feeling too weak to engage in conversation, simply responded with an forcing herself to finish the bowl of porridge. She grabbed her phone and ID before heading to the hospital. Upon arriving at the hospital, she encountered Du Yingxia in the lobby. "Ning Ning," he called out. Jiang Yining paused, turning to see her cousin approaching in a white coat. "Cousin?" Du Yingxia noted her pale complexion and reached out to check her forehead. "Why is it so hot?" Jiang Yining did not conceal the truth, explaining, "I got caught in the rain last night, and after sleeping, I developed a fever." He supported her as they walked, chiding her gently, "Your constitution has always been weak. You should take better care of yourself. When it rains, avoid getting wet. I'll take you to the fever clinic." After ensuring Jiang Yining was settled within 4 drip, Du Yingxia left to attend to his duties. Requesting the nurse to keep an eye on her, he returned later, just as Jiang Yining was waking up. Thanks to Du Yingxia's request, the nurse was particularly attentive, changing the 4 bag when it ran empty without Jiang Yining even noticing. Du Yingxia sat beside her for a while, asking, "Why did you come alone? Is He Chi not at home?" Jiang Yining was still somewhat dazed, taking a moment to respond, "He's not here. He probably went back to the office." Du Yingxia poured her a glass of warm water, saying, "You shouldn't come to the hospital alone with a high fever. What if you fainted? It's not that dramatic. I've come to the hospital alone before when I was sick. I'm not that fragile." She had visited hospitals numerous times throughout the year and was quite familiar with this one. Understanding Jiang Yining's stubborn nature, Du Yingxia chose not to scold her while she was unwell, advising her to drink some water instead. Jiang Yining, parched, accepted the cup and drank it all. Du Yingxia inquired, "Would you like more?" Jiang Yining shook her head. She had hastily chosen her outfit before leaving, wearing a white high-waisted skirt paired with a matching pleated tank top and a gray cardigan. Jiang Yining's naturally cool demeanor was accentuated by this ensemble. Though she wore no makeup, her clear and fair skin made her stand out in the hospital. At that moment, her brow furrowed, and her face bore a hint of illness, making her appear pitiable. Du Yingxia, feeling concerned, asked, "Ning Ning, do you feel very uncomfortable?" Jiang Yining shook her head. She urgently needed to use the restroom but found it inconvenient with one hand connected to N4. The discomfort was becoming unbearable. "Cousin, you go ahead with your work. I'll return home after this 4 bag is done." Du Yingxia glanced up, reminding her, "There's still 1 bag left." Jiang Yining thought to herself. She regretted drinking that glass of water earlier. Not wanting to worry Jiang Yining, Du Yingxia suggested, "Ning Ning, I'll have He Chi come to keep you company." Jiang Yining refused. "No, he's at the office. Don't make him come back for me. I can go home myself." "Work is not more important than your wife." Du Yingxia noticed her unusual expression, asking, "Did you two have a fight?" Jiang Yining remained silent for a moment before replying, "I don't know if it counts as a fight." She lacked experience. Was it a Cold War? It seemed not quite. Du Yingxia, seasoned in such matters, remarked, "Couples quarrel but reconcile quickly. Cousin, you go back to work. Just leave my matters to me. I can handle it myself." She simply did not want He Chi to know that she had caught a fever from being drenched in the rain, fearing it would only infuriate him further. Jiang Yining was still trying to understand He Chi's temperament, but she felt that he became particularly distant when upset. His icy demeanor left her uncertain about how to respond. Unable to hold it any longer, she stood up, taking the 4 stand with her, and added as a parting shot, "Don't tell He Chi, or I'll sever ties with you." "How old are you, still playing these games? As if you're 3 years old?" Taking advantage of Jiang Yining's trip to the restroom, Du Yingxia made a call to He Chi. He Chi was in a meeting. Upon seeing it was Du Yingxia, he answered casually. Hearing voices in the background, Du Yingxia hesitated momentarily before saying, "I hope I'm not interrupting you. No, go ahead. Ning Ning has a fever and is getting N4 at the hospital. I was worried about her coming alone. If you're busy, I can wait and take a leave to take her home." He Chi replied in a low voice, "No need. I'm on my way. Just send me the address." Du Yingxia paused before agreeing. "All right." After hanging up, He Chi signaled for his secretary to summon the vice president, then hastily grabbed his phone and left. When Jiang Yining returned from the restroom, she was surprised to find Du Yingxia still there, believing he hadn't informed He Chi about her illness. Just as she let out a sigh of relief, Du Yingxia stated, "He Chi is on his way. I need to get back to work." Jiang Yining felt as though a thunderbolt had struck her, angrily exclaiming, Du Yingzhe, I'm going to sever our relationship, Du Yingzhe calmly replied. Let's discuss this after you recover. Be good. With that, he slipped away. Just as Jiang Yining was finishing her last 4 bag, He Qi arrived. Throughout his journey, He Qi had reflected on his behavior the previous night, regretting his less than pleasant attitude. However, upon seeing Jiang Yining drenched to the bone, his anger had flared. She would rather return in the rain than call him for help. He couldn't comprehend why she had pushed him away so vehemently yesterday. Today, his frustration deepened as she had gone to the hospital alone with a fever, and he had only learned of it through someone else. Upon arriving, He Qi quickly spotted Jiang Yining sitting there, her slender figure appearing fragile, her eyes reflecting a hint of vulnerability. His anger dissipated instantly. When their eyes met, Jiang Yining quickly averted her gaze. He Qi approached her, sitting down beside her without uttering a word of reproach. Instead, he gently touched her forehead, noting, You still have a fever. He glanced at the back of her hand, which was slightly swollen, suggesting she had been pricked more than once. Her skin was pale, with delicate veins hidden beneath the surface, barely visible. He Qi cradled her hand, which was connected to the fore. On his palm, softly inquiring, Does it hurt? Chapter 38. Trusting He Qi, Jiang Yining had anticipated that He Qi would scold her, yet he uttered not a single word of reproach. Instead, he expressed his concern for her. She had always been somewhat of a crybaby in her youth, but following her mother's passing, she had grown considerably stronger, no longer easily revealing her vulnerabilities in front of others. However, at that moment, He Qi's tender words of care nearly shattered her composure. Tears welled up in her eyes, and despite biting her lip, they began to fall in a flurry. He Qi hurriedly wiped away her tears. And whenever she blinked, he felt an ominous foreboding, as he had feared. He was not adept at soothing women. He softened his tone and said, Let us cry when we return home. Look, they are all watching. With her eyes glistening, Jiang Yining turned her head to see that, indeed, there were onlookers assessing her, and He Qi she sniffled and promptly stifled her tears. The hospital was air-conditioned, and noticing that she was dressed lightly while he wore only a shirt without a jacket to drape over her, He Qi inquired, Are you cold? Jiang Yining nodded in affirmation. He placed her hand on the armrest of the chair and said, I see that Du Yingzhe loves to wear suits. I shall go find him. Please wait for me. Watching He Qi's somewhat flustered retreat, Jiang Yining's heart was a tumult of emotions. He Qi was not like her father. Even if he knew Zhao Jiejia, the mother and daughter duo could not meddle in her marriage with He Qi. She reassured herself, attempting to bolster her confidence while also placing her faith in He Qi. In the past, she had been gentle and lacked independence, forced to endure bullying in silence. However, she was no longer the Jiang Yining of yore. She would protect her little family and would no longer be swayed by Zhao Hong and her daughter. Du Yingzhe asked He Qi to wait outside his office, and after finishing his work, he returned with a suit jacket. He asked, Did you have a quarrel with Ningning? He Qi lightly sniffed the jacket after receiving it. Du Yingzhe reassured him, Rest easy, my wife is pregnant. I neither smoke nor drink. He Qi did not respond, ensuring there was no scent of tobacco or alcohol before draping the jacket over his arm. Have you noticed that Yining's mood is off? Du Yingzhe chuckled. Of course. I can tell. After 7 or 8 years of marriage, I recognize her sulking demeanor. Sometimes she gets upset over something but refuses to articulate it, leaving me to guess. Quite taxing, really. He Qi could empathize. But after a moment of contemplation, he remarked, Yining is not like that. She probably just hasn't figured out how to express herself to me. In truth, he had pondered for quite some time the previous night. Jiang Yining was not the type to be coy. She would speak directly if asked. He regretted not showing concern when he first saw her drenched from the rain, instead scolding her. Jiang Yining was also a perceptive person prone to overthinking. Perhaps that was why she feared he would be angry like the night before and chose not to inform him of her illness, opting instead to head to the hospital alone. Let me tell you something, Du Yingzhe said, grasping He Qi's arm. My family has a generally poor constitution. Ningning has been sick often since childhood. I must trouble you to take good care of her and encourage her to be more active rather than cooping herself up at home. He Qi had intended to ask about her maternal lineage that day at the cemetery. With Du Yingzhe's words, a heavy stone seemed to drop in his heart. What caused your grandparents' deaths? He inquired. My grandfather and aunt both succumbed to cancer at the age of 50-6. Why, mother told me that my grandmother had poor health in her youth and had to rely on traditional Chinese medicine after giving birth to 2 children. Duingzhe patted He-Chi's shoulder. You need not worry excessively. The hereditary risk of cancer is not high. As a doctor, I advise regular health checkups. Should any issues arise, seek prompt medical attention for early detection and treatment. Regular exercise is essential. Noticing He-Chi's grave expression, Duingzhe chuckled. I am not afraid. I chose clinical practice for a reason. I keep a close eye on Ningning's health checkups. Apart from her relatively weaker constitution, everything else appears normal. I merely wish to make you both more cautious, nothing more. Jiang Yining awaited his return, and He-Chi knew he needed to return to her soon. I understand, he replied. You, too, work hard in clinical practice. Take care of your health. When He-Chi returned to Jiang Yining's side, he maintained a composed demeanor, though his gaze remained fixed upon her. Under his prolonged scrutiny, Jiang Yining began to feel uneasy. Why do you keep staring at me? What did my cousin say to you? He-Chi reached up to touch her forehead but did not answer her question. Instead, he furrowed his brow and asked, Why haven't you stopped running a fever yet? Jiang Yining confidently replied, I just need to sleep at home, and it should subside. I have to return for another 4 drip tomorrow. He-Chi regarded her thoughtfully. Did you not consider that you might fall ill while out in the rain? Jiang Yining fell silent, biting her lip. Dio, you have a driver's license? No, during her university years, her family had not provided her with living expenses. Once she began working and earning an income, she thought it unnecessary to drive and thus never pursued a license. He-Chi, with an unwavering tone, insisted, Then you must go and get one. I won't. Jiang Yining was currently disinterested in obtaining a driver's license. There was a bus stop outside her community, and in just a few minutes, she could reach her school. She did not wish to exert herself. Although their time together had been brief, He-Chi had gleaned enough about her to know she was somewhat lazy. This was not to say she was idle. She was simply not inclined to engage in activities beyond her culinary interests. Just the other day, when a colleague had invited her to go shopping, she had declined, citing her lack of enthusiasm for such outings, especially when her friends could shop for hours on end without rest. During their previous visit to the gym, Jiang Yining had only exercised for a short while. After a brief stint on the treadmill, she sought a place to sit and rested for an extended period, culminating in less than an hour of actual exercise. The weaker her body became, the more fatigued she felt, leading to a cycle of inactivity. He-Chi noticed that upon hearing about the prospect of obtaining a driver's license, her laziness resurfaced. He adjusted her jacket around her shoulders. Are you truly not going to take the test? Jiang Yining affirmed. No, I'll manage with the bus. I can always keep an umbrella in my bag. The thought of acquiring a driver's license would require sacrificing her weekends, which she deemed better spent resting at home. He-Chi lamented, What a pity. I had intended to offer you a reward of 50,000 yuan upon obtaining your license. Since that is not the case, Jiang Yining's eyes immediately lit up. A reward of 50,000 yuan just for getting a driver's license. Of course, He-Chi chuckled, his tone laced with an affection he himself was unaware of. Is it the promise of a reward that motivates you? Feeling shy, Jiang Yining turned her head away. It would be foolish to forego such an opportunity. She still owed 500,000 yuan, and this money would be much easier to earn than the chores she would undertake at home over the weekend. However, using He-Chi's money to repay him did not sit well with her. After pondering, she realized it might not be the best idea. To prevent Jiang Yining from having second thoughts, He-Chi promptly contacted a friend who owned a driving school, enrolling Jiang Yining and arranging for a private instructor. Observing Jiang Yining's hesitance, He-Chi calmly stated, You are already enrolled, and the payment has been made. There is no turning back now. All right then. Upon returning home, He-Chi escorted her to the master bedroom, only turning to leave after she had settled into bed. On their way back from the hospital, He-Chi received several work-related phone calls. Assuming he was heading back to the office, Jiang Yining called out to him. He-Chi turned. What is it? Jiang Yining met his deep, dark eyes, biting her lip as she asked, How do you know Zhao Jia? Chapter 39. They lacked the capability. He-Chi's dark eyes were filled with confusion. Who? Zhao Jia, Jiang Yining repeated. He furrowed his brow, recalling everyone he knew, yet he could not place her. I do not know her. Having already lain down on the bed, Jiang Yining sat up. How can you not know her? You dropped her off at Jingli Community last night. I saw you. Upon hearing this, He-Chi recalled that after work, Linghua had asked him to give her a ride home, and she had brought along a colleague with whom she got along well. Initially, He-Chi had been reluctant to take them, But upon hearing that they were heading to Jingli Community, he thought perhaps she knew Jiang Yining, so he agreed. Sensing Jiang Yining's agitation, He-Chi felt something was amiss. He approached the bedside and pulled up a chair to sit down at. So, you didn't want me to pick you up last night because of this? Jiang Yining did not respond, insisting, you first tell me how you know Zhao Jia. I do not know her, He-Chi replied, gently laying her back down. I was just giving Ling Yue a ride home and happened to take her along. I do not even know her name. Ling Yue mentioned she was a new colleague and still in her probationary period. Furrowing her brow, Jiang Yining asked, who is Ling Yue? He-Chi tucked her in and rose to his feet. Wait for me a moment. He left the bedroom and went to his guest room, returning 2 minutes later with a framed photo. He presented it to Jiang Yining in the photograph. They were all clad in police uniforms. With He-Chi among them, it was evident that he had been full of vigor at that time, his dark eyes shining brightly with determination. He-Chi pointed to one individual in the photograph. This is Ling Yin. We were classmates in elementary school and grew up together before joining the police force. His tone turned somber as he continued, on one mission together, Ling Yin. He paused, collecting himself before proceeding. He sacrificed his life during that operation. In the past, we had made a pact that should any misfortune befall one of us, the surviving party would look after the family of the other. Over the years, I have dutifully taken care of Ling Yan's family. Ling Yu is his sister. With these few words, Jiang Yining felt a weight settle upon her heart. She gazed at the photograph of Ling Yin, who stood alongside He-Chi, flashing a bright smile with his pearly whites. He was likely of the same age as He-Chi, having been only 24 at the time of his sacrifice. A saying echoed in her mind. There is no such thing as a tranquil existence. It is merely that someone bears the burden for us. Jiang Yining inquired, did you leave the police force because of Ling Yan's sacrifice? Not exactly, He-Chi replied, but in a way, yes. He then asked, did Mom not mention to you the reason for my departure from the force? No, she replied. Mom seldom discusses matters concerning you, unless she is overwhelmed with anger and cannot help but vent. He-Chi chuckled lightly. I thought I had become transparent to you. His voice carried a hint of helplessness and a deep-seated regret. Ling Yan's sacrifice had greatly affected their grandmother. She feared a similar fate might befall He-Chi and resorted to a hunger strike to compel him to leave the police force. Her stance was resolute. My captain had tried to persuade her, as had higher-ups, but to no avail. Ultimately, with no other options left, I had no choice but to resign. Jiang Yining had assumed he left voluntarily. Perhaps due to this incident, He-Chi had refrained from remaining in Lin City over the years, choosing instead to stay away and seldom return. She clumsily attempted to comfort He-Chi. It's all right. You have done remarkably well. Grandma is merely concerned for you at a loss for words. She extended her hand from beneath the covers and gently patted the back of He-Chi's hand. He-Chi lowered his gaze and noticed several needle marks on her hand, which appeared somewhat swollen. He rose to fetch a towel, soaked it in warm water, and returned to apply it gently. As He-Chi warmed her hand, he asked, let us not dwell on my issues for now. Why did you refuse to let me pick you up last night? Was it because I dropped off that Zhao person? Yes, Jiang Yining admitted directly, her tone somewhat petulant. She is the daughter of my stepmother. Both she and her mother are quite malicious, and I harbor a strong dislike for them. You must not let her near you again. He-Chi insisted, his concern growing as Jiang Yining's agitation escalated, leading her to cough uncontrollably. He-Chi quickly retrieved her thermos, finding it still contained warm water, and urged her to take a sip. Calm down. We are at home, so vent slowly, he advised. Unbeknownst to He-Chi, Jiang Yining's stepmother bore the surname Zhao. Had he known, he would have been more cautious the previous night. Realizing her own overreaction, Jiang Yining softly apologized. I am merely fearful they might disrupt my life and our relationship. He-Chi brought the thermos to her lips, encouraging her to drink. He gazed intently at Jiang Yining, enunciating each word. They lacked the capability to do so. Once the thermos was nearly empty, Jiang Yining took a few sips, feeling considerably better. Though He-Chi reassured her, she remained uneasy and furrowed her brow. Asking, is Zhao Jia in your department? No, I am unaware of her departmental affiliation. In due time, I shall have the department head find a reason to dismiss her. I will also speak with Ling Yu. Advising her to keep her distance, He-Chi checked her forehead once more, noting a slight decrease in temperature. Do not overthink it. Try to get some rest. Jiang Yining reminded him. I believe I have yet to take my medication. I left it in the living room. Wait a moment, I will retrieve it. Shortly thereafter, He Chi returned with the medicine and a glass of water. As he opened a packet of pills, Jiang Yining's brows furrowed in dismay. Several of the pills were uncoated and quite bitter, dissolving in water and leaving a harsh taste on her tongue. He Chi poured the pills into his palm and handed the glass to Jiang Yining. Slowly, she sat up, taking one pill at a time, struggling to swallow them down. He Chi observed patiently as she saved the most bitter pills for last. There's still 3 left, he gently reminded her. I know, I just need a moment. She had sugar prepared at Zhang Qiao's house, but she had forgotten to bring it along now. Her mouth was filled with bitterness. Summoning her resolve, Jiang Yining shut her eyes and tossed the last 3 pills into her mouth. How bitter, she complained. There's no sugar at home. Seeing her petite face contort in distaste, He Chi sighed and went to the kitchen to fetch a handful of cherry tomatoes for her. After consuming them, Jiang Yining found the bitter taste significantly diminished. He Chi spoke plainly, you must learn from this. In the future, regardless of the situation, come directly to me with your concerns instead of harboring them and making wild assumptions. It seemed absurd that she had refused his help over someone inconsequential, only to return home in the rain. Lying down, Jiang Yining cast a pitiful glance at him, her eyelashes fluttering before she averted her gaze. Murmuring weakly, I wasn't making wild assumptions. She had not anticipated the situation would unfold this way. He Chi felt a pang of compassion and apologized to her, acknowledging, I also fell short. I should have discussed the Ling family matters with you sooner. Teacher Lin had advised me, but I let it slip during busy times. It was my fault, Jiang Yining replied. He Chi chuckled softly, you cannot claim fault so readily. Very well, let us sleep for now. You have not fully recovered from your fever, mem, she murmured in agreement. He Chi picked up the remote and drew the curtains closed, leaving the door ajar to allow some light into the bedroom. Before stepping out, he glanced back at Jiang Yining, noticing her brow still slightly furrowed. Is your mouth still bitter? He inquired. Jiang Yining opened her eyes, her glistening orbs conveying a hint of vulnerability. A little, she admitted. He Chi leaned closer, his lips brushing against hers. Let me taste. Chapter 40. I am married. I do not need to. Jiang Yining was momentarily taken aback before He Chi's figure descended upon her. Capturing her lips, He Chi's hand supported himself against the pillow as he began with gentle kisses, initially restrained. But as he noticed Jiang Yining's wide-eyed surprise transform into compliance as she closed her eyes, he became bolder, exploring her lips with increasing fervor. Jiang Yining's hands emerged from beneath the covers, instinctively encircling He Chi's neck. She felt her temperature rising, a wave of warmth coursing through her body. He Chi's kisses grew more intense. Jiang Yining found it difficult to breathe, unable to stifle a soft whimper. Fortunately, He Chi remembered her illness. Upon hearing her struggle, he gradually ended the kiss, lingering for a moment longer. Gently sucking on her lips while tenderly wiping away a tear from her eyes, Jiang Yining listened to He Chi's heavy breaths, her discomfort intertwined with a new, overwhelming desire to draw closer to him. She shyly averted her gaze, unable to meet his dark eyes. He Chi looked at her now rosy, enticing lips, bending down for another soft peck, his fingertips gliding over her lips as he murmured hoarsely. Not bitter, very sweet. Jiang Yining's cheeks flushed deeper, and as He Chi straightened up, she quickly pulled the covers over her face, concealing most of it. Turning away, she said, I am going to sleep now. She shifted, presenting only the back of her head to him. He Chi recognized her shyness, smirking as he picked up a picture frame from the bedside table and exited the master bedroom. After hearing the door close, Jiang Yining cautiously peeked out. The bitterness in her mouth had vanished, all swept away by He Chi. Her mind felt foggy, and shortly after taking her medication, drowsiness overcame her. He Chi spent the afternoon working in his study. During a lull, he recalled how Ling Yu had asked him for rides several times since joining the company. She referred to him as Brother He Chi at work. Despite his attempts to correct her, urging her to call him President He instead. Eventually, she had begun to tone it down. Those with keen perception understood that Ling Yu shared a close bond with him, which could easily lead to misunderstandings. Ling Yu had a driver's license, and he had funded her parents to purchase a car for her so she could drive to and from work. Due to Ling Yin, he felt a sense of obligation towards the Ling family, but Jiang Yining had no part in his past. He could not expect her to fully comprehend it. Ultimately, he shared no blood ties with Ling Yu, and as time passed, Jiang Yining might understandably feel uneasy about their closeness. Teacher Lin had specifically urged him to clarify the Ling family matters with Jiang Yining sooner. Likely out of concern for this very reason, his phone screen lit up, and upon glancing at it, He Chi saw Chen Feng had messaged their group chat. He opened the message to find 2 bright red marriage certificates. He Chi asked, "What is the difference between a remarriage certificate and a wedding photo?" Chen Feng replied, "No difference. They look the same." Ji Jinzhou suggested, "When shall we gather at He Chi's bar to celebrate and congratulate De Chen for once again plunging into the depths of matrimony?" Chen Feng tagged Ji Jinzhou, "Can you say something pleasant? I've only just transitioned from a divorced individual back to a married one." Ji Jinzhou shared a screenshot from 2 years prior where Chen Feng had proclaimed, "Brothers, quickly congratulate me. I've finally crawled out of the mire of marriage." Chen Feng retorted, "Look at how you've embarrassed yourself. You dug up an ancient relic from 2 years ago. Quickly delete it before my wife sees it." Chen Feng added, "Why has no one signed up for my bachelor party? My wife invited all her single friends. You all should show some appreciation, especially you, He Chi and Ji Jinzhou." After being called out, He Chi finally chimed in, "I'm married. I do not need to." With this declaration, a flurry of responses erupted. Chen Ran, "Chij, if you're going to make excuses, at least choose a good one." Ji Jinzhou, "Lao He, do we really need to go this far? If married excuses are already being brought up, then I might as well say I have a child too." Han Jing, "Is that really necessary?" He Chen Feng, "Lao He, stop making excuses. Also, remember to reserve a private room for us at your bar the night after tomorrow." He Chi felt quite helpless, but upon reflection, if Ji Jinzhou suddenly announced to everyone that he was married, it was likely that no one would believe him. Perhaps he could bring Jiang Yining to the bar the night after tomorrow? Dazzling them with the revelation, he glanced at the time. It was nearly 6 o'clock. He wondered if Xiang Chuan was available. After calling and receiving no answer, he decided to hire a cleaning service to prepare dinner. As he opened the door for the housekeeper, he took a moment to peek into the master bedroom. Jiang Yining was still fast asleep, and he gently checked her forehead. The fever had subsided. She was sleeping soundly, so he planned to let her rest a little longer and would wake her up after dinner was ready. He went to the kitchen to instruct the housekeeper to prepare another pot of meat porridge. Around 7 o'clock, Xiang Chuan finally returned his call. "What's up?" He Chi was seated on the sofa in the living room, with He Xiao Hui lazily sprawled across his lap. He absent-mindedly stroked the cat while inquiring about when they could visit Ling Yan's home together. Xiang Chuan asked in confusion, "Didn't we just go there half a month ago?" Their work schedules were busy, and they typically only visited once a month, except for holidays or the birthdays of Ling's parents. He Chi replied calmly, "I'm married now, and I want to take my wife along to meet everyone." Xiang Chuan chuckled, "Today's not April Fool's Day. Are you joking with me?" He Chi countered, "Do you think I would jest about something like this?" After a moment of silence, Xiang Chuan still seemed skeptical. "You don't seem like the type to settle down and get married." Just then, He Chi heard footsteps in the hallway and turned to see Jiang Yining approaching. He gestured for her to come over. After sleeping the entire afternoon, she awoke to find it already evening. Her mind still a bit hazy. She walked over quietly, noticing He Chi was on the phone, so she remained silent. Unexpectedly, He Chi handed her the phone, saying, "Wife, come say hello to Brother Xiang." Jiang Yining stared at him in bewilderment. Taking a few seconds to digest the term wife, she then lowered her voice and asked, "Who is it?" He Chi tossed He Xiao Hui aside, took Jiang Yining's hand, and guided her to sit beside him, softly explaining, "My former captain." The phone was pressed to her ear, and although Jiang Yining didn't understand why he wanted her to greet him, she obediently said, "Hello, Brother Xiang." Xiang Chuan was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated He Chi was serious. Hello, congratulations on your marriage." Jiang Yining thanked him, and then He Chi took the phone back. He casually asked, "Now do you believe it?" Xiang Chuan, astonished yet pleased, replied, "I believe you. You really went and did it quietly, didn't you? This is good. Finally, someone can keep you in check," he added. "Let us plan for next week. This week your sister-in-law is busy and probably won't have time. I'll let you know once we finalize the date." He Chi nodded. After hanging up, he heard 2 clear chirps. He smiled slightly and looked down at Jiang Yining. "Are you hungry?" Jiang Yining nodded shyly. After her nap, her fever had completely subsided, and her appetite was quite good. The housekeeper had prepared delicious dishes, and after finishing a bowl of meat porridge, Jiang Yining enjoyed several servings of the meal. After sweating quite a bit during her afternoon sleep, she rested for half an hour after dinner before heading to the master bathroom for a quick shower. Just as He Chi was about to shower, He received a call from Ling Yu. He answered. Ling Yu's voice carried an imperceptible hint of urgency. He-Chi, they said you got married. Is that true? He-Chi affirmed directly, yes, one Xiang Chuan and the others are free. I'll take my wife over to meet everyone. Upon hearing He-Chi's admission, Ling Yu nearly lost her composure, suppressing her disappointment. After a moment, she forced a smile and asked, congratulations. Is your wife very beautiful? Thinking of Jiang Yining, He-Chi felt an inexplicable joy. Yes, she is beautiful and a wonderful person. You will like her. Ling Yu's voice dropped. Is that so? He-Chi continued. If you have some time in the next few days, you can check out the card and I'll have your parents buy you one so you can drive yourself to work in the future. Ling Yu declined. He-Chi, I don't need a car. He-Chi bluntly stated, whether or not to buy a car is your choice. I'm merely suggesting, he added. You're already 25. I shouldn't interfere with your work, but your mother is concerned about you facing exclusion at other companies and being unhappy. Which is why I arranged for you to work at my family's company. He spoke calmly, however. You must be mindful of your conduct in the workplace. I'm the leader, and you're the employee. Ive already reminded you of this. If you don't want to buy a car, that's entirely your decision, but you can no longer ride in my car after work if other colleagues see this. They'll think our relationship is too close, and no one will regard you as an ordinary colleague anymore. They will only see you as someone with connections, which hinders your true growth. He-Chi was always straightforward in conversation, lacking gentleness. Although Ling Yu understood his temperament, she still found it difficult to accept his overly cold tone. With a hint of grievance, she replied, all right, I understand, I'll be careful in the future. He-Chi didn't notice her emotional shift and assumed she had taken his words to heart. He thought for a moment before advising, stay away from Zhao Jiajia. She has ulterior motives. He-Chi's warning wasn't prompted by learning of Zhao Jiajia's connection to Jiang Yining. Ling Yu worked in the same department as Zhao Jiajia, and many employees knew about He-Chi and Ling Yu's acquaintance. Some were indifferent, while others sought to curry favor, which was typical in the workplace. However, Zhao Jiajia deliberately linked arms with Ling Yu in front of others and then got into his car. She was testing how close He-Chi and Ling Yu were. If he rejected her in front of everyone, it would be very embarrassing for her. But if she guessed correctly, leveraging his connections would make her transition to a permanent position much easier. Had He-Chi not heard her mention living in Jingli community, he would have shown her no courtesy. Ling Yu didn't know Zhao Jiajia well, and at that moment, she wasn't concerned about her. Merely responding with an indifferent Having said all that needed to be said, He-Chi decided to end the call. Ling Yu looked at the call that had been abruptly terminated, biting her lip in a daze. When her mother noticed her secretly wiping away tears, she asked with concern, what did your He-Chi brother say? Ling Yu couldn't hold back anymore. Mom. He-Chi said he's married. Isn't that a good thing? Ling's mother sighed. She had anticipated this day would come but still felt for her daughter. Xiaoya, I've told you before, if your He-Chi brother liked you, he would have made his feelings known long ago. But he only sees you as Ling Yan's sister. Ling Yu cried in her mother's embrace. Mom, I know all of this, but I just can't help but like He-Chi. Her parents were aware of her feelings for He-Chi. Yet he remained oblivious. Ling Yu couldn't contain her sorrow. Ling's mother patted her back, comforting her. Stop crying. Xiaoya, your He-Chi brother is married now. You must not harbor such thoughts anymore, understand? Ling Yu did not respond. Her mother insisted, did you hear me? Ling Yu wiped away her tears defiantly. Liking someone isn't something I can control, but I have my moral boundaries. I won't ruin someone else's family. Ling's mother replied helplessly, then keep it to yourself and don't let anyone find out. When He-Chi emerged from his shower, he saw Jiang Yining pouring water to take her medicine. He approached her, pondering for a moment before asking, would you like to sleep together tonight? Jiang Yining was taken aback. Lifting her gaze to meet He-Chi's, having just showered, he wore a simple t-shirt as sleepwear. His sharp, chiseled features exuded a cool demeanor, but the light color of his attire softened his intimidating aura. After her shower, Jiang Yining felt much clearer-headed, and seeing He-Chi reminded her of the kiss they shared in the master bedroom earlier that afternoon. Her eyes lingered on He-Chi for a while, and after appreciating his good looks, she lost herself for a moment. What did you just say? He-Chi was unsure whether she genuinely hadn't heard him or was pretending to be confused. Observing the clear curiosity in her eyes, he patiently repeated, I said, do you want to sleep together tonight? You're still recovering, and I can monitor your condition while I'm by your side. He moved closer, and Jiang Yining, not wanting to refuse, nodded. Then you should grab a pillow to bring back. After saying this, Jiang Yining avoided looking at He-Chi again, fearing that another glance would reveal her inner thoughts. As He-Chi went to the guest room to fetch a pillow, he began to feel something was off. Jiang Yining was usually shy. Why was she so indifferent to his suggestion of sleeping together? It was as if she didn't care whether he returned to the master bedroom or not. The hour was still early, and since Jiang Yining had napped for most of the afternoon, she wasn't tired at all. Coincidentally, the cat climbing frame she ordered online had just arrived a few days prior. Jiang Yining asked He-Chi to go downstairs to pick up the package. Originally, she wanted to help assemble the cat climbing frame, but He-Chi wouldn't let her lift a finger, so she settled for watching with He Xiaohui. She tugged at He Xiaohui's ear and inquired, "Do you like it?" He Xiaohui remained unresponsive. He-Chi glanced at its lethargic demeanor and mused that He Xiaohui bore a certain resemblance to Jiang Yining at times, both prone to bouts of laziness. He tugged at the corners of his lips and offered a silent chuckle. If He Xiaohui didn't like it, he could always give it to the Persian cat downstairs. Upon hearing He-Chi's remark, He Xiaohui reacted with remarkable fervor. Jiang Yining, intrigued, asked, "Does He Xiaohui have a grudge against the Persian cat downstairs?" He-Chi explained, He Xiaohui once competed with it over the same female cat and lost. Jiang Yining instinctively glanced at He Xiaohui. He-Chi, with a hint of amusement, added, "It's already been neutered." Jiang Yining responded with a look of pity towards He Xiaohui, feeling immense sympathy for it. Having lost to another tomcat and now being deprived of its manhood, He Xiaohui leaped off the sofa and trotted over to He-Chi in a provocative manner. He-Chi picked it up and chuckled. "So, with someone backing you, you feel emboldened? Do you?" Jiang Yining was uncertain if He-Chi was subtly chastising her for indulging He Xiaohui, and quietly turned her head away. After setting up He Xiaohui's climbing frame, He-Chi was summoned by He-Jin with a phone call to the bar. Jiang Yining felt a sense of anticipation about sharing a bedroom with He-Chi, yet she found herself unable to suppress her nervousness at the prospect of sharing a bed for the first time. Once He-Chi left, Jiang Yining quietly exhaled in relief. Around midnight, with He-Chi still absent, she decided to return to her room and sleep. Less than half an hour after lying down, she heard footsteps outside the door, followed by the sound of the door being turned. In a flurry, she covered herself with the blanket, closed her eyes, and pretended to be asleep. Chapter 42. Are you nervous? He-Chi entered the master bedroom, where the curtains were drawn open just a crack, revealing the twinkling lights along the riverside. The soft glow from outside filtered into the bedroom, casting a dim light within. Jiang Yining was already asleep, lying on her side facing the door, her long, gently curled hair cascading over the pillow like dark waves. He held the pillow he had brought from the guest room in one hand. Having changed into his pajamas beforehand, He-Chi closed the door and tiptoed to the side of the large bed, carefully lying down. The bed was spacious, and both he and Jiang Yining lay at the edges, leaving a considerable distance between them. He-Chi interlaced his fingers beneath his head, staring at the ceiling for a long time. The sound of Jiang Yining's steady, gentle breathing filling his ears. Jiang Yining, with her eyes closed, was unaware of He-Chi's position, but she sensed that he was not close. Pretending to be asleep was easy for a moment, but maintaining the charade was more challenging. She listened intently for a long while, uncertain if He-Chi had fallen asleep, as there were no other sounds. Jiang Yining wanted to turn over, as the current position was quite uncomfortable, before she could move. She sensed He-Chi sitting up and leaning closer to her, almost pressing against her back. His breath brushed against her ear, tickling her. Unable to contain herself, she shifted slightly, her long lashes fluttering irregularly. He-Chi hesitated momentarily and asked, "Did I wake you?" Jiang Yining, following his cue, opened her eyes, feigning surprise as she asked, "You're back?" He-Chi replied with a soft explaining, "I wanted to check your temperature. Worried you might have a fever again." Jiang Yining felt a twinge of disappointment and replied, "I'm not feverish." He-Chi, still unconvinced, got out of bed to fetch a thermometer for her, only relaxing a bit once he confirmed she was indeed fever-free. He positioned his pillow next to hers. Despite the 2-meter-wide bed, they ended up sleeping at the edge. He had no intention of returning to his previous spot. Jiang Yining glanced over and suggested, "Let us sleep a bit closer." He-Chi, ever straightforward, moved his pillow to the center, even helping Jiang Yining with hers. Though they were now close, He-Chi soon began to regret his decision. The scent of Jiang Yining enveloped him, and it was intoxicating, like a catalyst igniting a restless yearning within him that he struggled to suppress. When Jiang Yining's hand brushed against his arm, she instinctively withdrew. In the darkness, He-Chi, with his eyes closed, sensed she was still awake and asked, "Are you very nervous?" "And no," she stammered, a slight tremor in her voice. Hichi immediately caught on to her unease. With a hint of exasperation, he asked, "Would you prefer I sleep in the guest room?" Jiang Yining did not respond directly, merely stating, "I'm tired. Let us sleep," which implied that it was unnecessary. Jiang Yining truly felt she was being foolish, but she couldn't help it. Hichi's presence was overwhelmingly strong, radiating warmth like a furnace, continuously drawing her in. His heavy breaths stirred her attention. Even the slightest movement from him captured her focus. Jiang Yining was reluctant to suggest sleeping separately. If she asked Hichi to return to the guest room, would it come off as too forward? Hichi, too, was wide awake, internally regretting his decision to temporarily vacate the master bedroom. If he proposed returning now, would Jiang Yining think him fickle? After all, they had only just begun adjusting to sharing separate rooms. Both of them, wrapped in their own thoughts, spent the night together. Initially, they had maintained a respectable distance, but the next morning, Jiang Yining awoke to find herself nestled in Hichi's arms. The position was undeniably intimate, causing her cheeks to flush. Seizing the opportunity while Hichi remained asleep, she carefully shifted back to her own side. Hichi was a light sleeper. The moment she moved, he awakened. Concerned that Jiang Yining might feel shy, he kept his eyes closed. After a while, Hichi stirred, sitting up and informing her, "I'm going to wash up in the guest bathroom. After breakfast, I'll accompany you to the hospital for your 4-drip." Jiang Yining replied, "I don't have much to do today. If you're busy, I can go by myself. It's not particularly busy. I still have some time," Hichi stated as he got out of bed. Jiang Yining chose not to pursue the topic further. Originally, she was supposed to return to school for training with the new teachers today, but she had asked her colleagues to cover for her the previous night. While Jiang Yining was receiving her 4-drip, Du Yingxia stopped by for a visit, arriving just as Hichi was feeding her water from a thermos. The couple had clearly moved past their earlier estrangement, and Du Yingxia approached with a grin, asking, "Have you reconciled? I told you, couples don't hold onto grudges overnight. They fight at the head of the bed and make up at the foot." Jiang Yining chided, "Cousin, don't speak nonsense." She hadn't tied her long hair up but had tucked the sides behind her ears, a few strands resting delicately against them. Hichi glanced at her, clearly noticing the faint blush creeping onto her ears, hidden beneath her hair. Du Yingxia teased her further, and she felt a wave of shyness wash over her. "Your wife is quite bashful," Hichi remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Du Yingxia before steering the conversation elsewhere. "Have you finalized the house purchase? Heading to the bank for the loan next Monday?" Du Yingxia sat beside Hichi, proclaiming, as someone with experience, "I have the right to offer advice. Make sure to discuss things more often and avoid constant arguments and cold wars. They can harm your relationship," Hichi interrupted. "You seem to have a lot of free time at work. Don't you?" Du Yingxia nearly covered his mouth, warning, "Don't say such things in the hospital. It's taboo. I won't tease it any longer. Ning, take care of your health and don't get caught in the rain again. You must look after yourself." Jiang Yining had grown more subdued, wishing she could turn back time to the night before and reprimand herself to avoid needing injections and medication. She nodded in acknowledgement. As soon as Du Yingxia left, Hichi turned to speak with Jiang Yining. Before he could say anything, she earnestly declared, "I truly know I was wrong." Hichi smiled gently. "I know, but that's not what I wanted to discuss. I was wondering if you'd like to accompany me back to the office later." Jiang Yining initially thought Hichi intended to revisit their previous issues, so she was ready to admit her fault again. But to her surprise, he was making this suggestion. Confused, she asked, "Why would I go to your office?" Hichi explained, "I thought you might be bored at home. I have a small lounge in my office where you can rest if you feel tired." Jiang Yining murmured, "Wouldn't that be even more boring?" Hichi rubbed his nose, conceding that it indeed might be. He was at a loss as to why he suddenly wanted Jiang Yining to accompany him back to the office. Hichi fixed his gaze on the 4-drip, then took a sip from Jiang Yining's thermos. Noticing that he drank from the same spot she had, she bit her lip. After all, they had already kissed. So sharing a drink didn't seem like such a big deal. Once the 4-drip was complete, Hichi escorted Jiang Yining home. He had several urgent documents awaiting his signature at the office, so he needed to hurry back. Before leaving, Hichi called for the housekeeper, then paused, returning for a moment. Chapter 43. As if under a spell, Jiang Yining had set up a lazy sofa in the living room and had just intended to nestle into it when she spotted Hichi returning. She asked, "Did you forget something?" Hichi replied calmly, I wanted to tell you that the idea of you doing housework for money can't continue. Jiang Yining frowned and prepared to protest. However, He added, but we can find another way to earn money. Jiang Yining, intrigued, asked, what other way? He replied, spend 2 evenings a week accompanying me to the gym. Each visit earns you 1,000, and if you maintain perfect attendance for the month, I'll give you an additional 20,000. Jiang Yining was taken aback. The way he spoke made it seem as though money held little value to him. Indeed, she found it hard to comprehend the world of the wealthy. Jiang Yining looked up at He, who appeared eager to extend an olive branch. She blinked and asked, can I practice yoga instead? The exercises He had introduced her to previously had been quite challenging for her. He replied, that works. He expressed a desire to take Jiang Yining to the bar tomorrow evening. Thus he inquired further, are you free tomorrow night? Jiang Yining, uncertain of his intentions, replied truthfully based on her own circumstances. I don't know. I have to return to school tomorrow, but I'm not sure what time I'll be back. He frowned slightly. Tomorrow? You've just recovered. Shouldn't you rest a few more days? Observing his serious demeanor. Jiang Yining's voice softened. I was supposed to go back today. I've already troubled others for a day. It would be awkward to ask someone to cover for me again. She lowered her gaze. Avoiding his eyes, he felt inexplicably helpless against her demeanor. As if he were ensnared, he sighed. Do as you see fit. If you're unwell, just take a leave. There are plenty of experienced teachers at the school who can train new teachers. It doesn't have to be you. Yet, the issue was, who would dare to trouble them? Jiang Yining didn't wish to elaborate further, merely responding with a faint just as he was about to step closer to her. His phone rang and he glanced at the screen. It was a call from his assistant. He answered, preemptively stating, I'll be there in 20 minutes. After hanging up, he turned to Jiang Yining, I have to head back to the office now. I'll try to return early for dinner. Jiang Yining responded with a simple only diverting her gaze after watching him exit. The vast house felt empty with just her and He remaining. Suddenly, Jiang Yining found herself longing for Zhang Qiao's home. Though modest, it exuded warmth. He seemed to delight in the cat tree she had purchased, lazily lounging atop it. Jiang Yining called out, He, come here. The indifferent feline spared her a glance, licked its paw, and showed no intention of descending. Jiang Yining took matters into her own hands, lifting the cat down, insisting that He join her on the lazy sofa. She had barely settled when the doorbell rang. Jiang Yining set He down and rose to answer the door, her face lighting up upon seeing the visitor, Aunt Fan. Fan Peihua smiled. He asked me to come over to prepare lunch and dinner for you. I'll be here all afternoon, tidying up as well. He mentioned you were unwell and requested light dishes. Ning, what is troubling you? Fan Peihua had brought back groceries, all of which Jiang Yining relished. It's nothing serious, just a common cold and fever, she replied. She reached out to take the items from Fan Peihua, but the latter evaded her grasp, saying, Ning, it's my working hours. You can't help. Just rest well. And let me know what you want to eat. Jiang Yining smiled. All right then. Aunt Fan, I would love some of your red bean soup. Fan Peihua affectionately responded, very well, I'll make you red bean soup. After preparing the desired dish, she thought to seize the early afternoon to tidy up. Noticing a slight gap in the guest room door, she asked Jiang Yining, Ning, should I clean this bedroom? Jiang Yining took a photo and sent it to Zhang Qiao. Your mom is at my house. Do you want to come over for dinner tonight? Just as Fan Peihua asked her question, Jiang Yining finished sending the message. She turned casually to glance, but immediately tensed up when she saw Fan Peihua about to open the door. No, Aunt Fan, that room doesn't need cleaning. Jiang Yining's anxiety escalated. Leaving Fan Peihua puzzled, quickly concocting an excuse, she said, He has some confidential documents in there. He doesn't allow anyone inside, and I can't go in either. This explanation evidently convinced Fan Peihua, who promptly withdrew her hand. Then I won't clean it. It's better to be cautious. Ning, make sure to lock it. Jiang Yining smiled, I understand, and she sighed in relief. After a moment's thought, she added, Aunt Fan, the master bedroom doesn't need cleaning either. We tidied it up last night. Fan Peihua inquired, any others? No, just those 2 rooms. She nearly allowed Fan Peihua to enter the guest room where He was temporarily staying. If Fan Peihua were to discover that she and He were sleeping in separate rooms, it would certainly raise eyebrows. Meanwhile, at work, Zhang Qiao, upon seeing the bowl of red bean soup Jiang Yining had, lost all interest in her tasks. Her mother's red bean soup was the best, she replied. I'll find a chance to leave work early this afternoon. Zhang Yining asked, "What about clocking out?" Zhang Qiao replied, "I'll just say I'm out for fieldwork, discussing business." At noon, He Chi had lunch at the company cafeteria. After filling his plate, he texted Zhang Yining, "Have you eaten?" He also sent her a photo. The cafeteria had quite a decent menu. Zhang Yining responded with a photo of the array of dishes laid out at her home. "We're about to eat too." She sent He Chi a cute emoji. Upon seeing it, He Chi smiled, realizing that compared to her lavish spread, his meal seemed rather meager. He Chi texted back, "My grandmother called, asking me to visit tonight. I'll be staying at her place." Zhang Yining replied, "Okay, I'll have dinner with Aunt Fan and Zhang Xiao tonight. Please send my regards to your grandmother, and when Annie returns, I'll accompany you both to visit her." She recalled teacher Lin mentioning that He Chi's grandfather had passed away due to an accident in his early years, leaving his grandmother to uphold the He family while raising her children to be successful. She was indeed a strong woman. Though now of advanced age, she enjoyed good health and clarity of mind, content to enjoy her later years with her daughter and grandson managing the company. After finishing their texts, He Chi put away his phone and focused on his meal. Not far away, Zhao Jejia and Ling Yu were arm in arm, heading to get their meals, searching for a place to sit. Having arrived a bit late, nearly all the tables were occupied. Zhao Jejia's sharp eyes quickly spotted He Chi sitting alone at a table. Excitedly, she tugged on Ling Yu's arm. "Let's join General He. He's sitting there all by himself." Ling Yu glanced over, her spirits low these past few days. She had seen He Chi when they first entered the cafeteria. He Chi exuded a powerful aura, appearing cold and aloof, causing most employees to keep their distance. He had little tolerance for those who flattered without contributing. Since his arrival, countless executives had been dismissed, replaced by a cadre of capable individuals. His decisive and unyielding manner instilled fear among many in the company. Seeing him dine alone, few dared to approach. Ling Yu pursed her lips, retracting her gaze. Her voice faint, "We aren't familiar enough. It would invite unnecessary gossip." Zhao Jejia was taken aback. "What do you mean, Chapter 44? Including me." Zhao Jejia was startled by Ling Yu's indifferent demeanor, retracting her words before they could escape her lips. Ling Yu and General He were not close, and few would believe it if she spoke up. While others in the company referred to him as General He, Ling Yu had previously called him He Chi Go. Zhao Jejia was unaware of the circumstances between Ling Yu and He Chi, but seeing the look in Ling Yu's eyes, she refrained from probing further. Smiling instead, "Let's find another spot." Just as they settled down, Zhao Jejia received a message from Zhao Hong. "Jejia, can you reach Zhang Yining? She has blocked your father's contact number." "Mom, she promised to give us the house. But now there's been no word. Your father is getting anxious at home." After reading the message, Zhao Jejia cursed under her breath. Does Zhang Yining have to stir up trouble? Sitting opposite her, Ling Yu paused, then looked up at Zhao Jejia. Zhao Jejia vented her frustration. "I told you before, my stepfather's daughter is heartless. She wants to kick her own father out." Just days after her marriage, she was already having an agent bring people to view the house, attempting to evict our family. It's infuriating. It was indeed quite excessive, but lacking the full picture, Ling Yu refrained from commenting. She preferred to stay out of others' family affairs, not wanting to get embroiled in their complications. Zhao Jejia couldn't help but feel anger when discussing Zhang Yining, and she continued to vent to Ling Yu. "You have no idea. She looks so gentle and is a teacher, yet her methods are ruthless. After her mother married my dad, she not only helped manage the business but also worked tirelessly day and night, handling household chores." Zhao Jejia scoffed, "And Zhang Yining? Not only is she ungrateful, but she also spreads lies about my mom bullying her. She knows how to play the victim, and now everyone believes her. It's all become my mom's and my fault. In the end." Zhao Jejia recalled something her mother had said. "Zhang Yining is just like her short-lived mother. Both are bad seeds." Meanwhile, as Zhang Yining was having her lunch, she suddenly sneezed twice in quick succession. Fan Peihua handed her a tissue, asking with concern, "Is your cold still not better?" Zhang Yining accepted the tissue, shaking her head. "I'm fine." She hadn't contacted them in the past couple of days. Perhaps someone was getting anxious. Zhang Qiao had mentioned she would leave work early. However, Zhang Yining waited until nearly dinner time without seeing her. As Fan Peihua was leaving, she happened to run into Zhang Qiao coming in. Zhang Qiao hurried down the stairs, asking, "Mom, where are you rushing off to?" Fan Peihua replied, "I'm going to take over." Upon seeing Zhang Qiao, Zhang Yining teased, "Did you come because you caught a whiff of something delicious?" "I wish I could sneak out earlier," Zhang Qiao sighed. When will I be able to quit? Don't you want to buy a big house anymore? Not anymore. I'm quite comfortable in my little rundown house. Zhang Qiao sat down and picked up some braised pork ribs, exclaiming, "My mom's cooking is the best." Zhang Qiao recalled a humorous incident, unaware of how assertive her mother had become in front of her grandmother. When faced with her grandmother's sarcastic remarks, she responded directly, showing no signs of yielding. In the past, she would have shown some deference to her father, but now that her income surpassed his, she no longer felt the need to extend that courtesy. Jiang Yining understood that Zhang Qiao's parents were quite affectionate, provided that Zhang Qiao's grandmother was not around. The three of them enjoyed a harmonious relationship, but whenever Aunt Fan was in the same space as the elderly lady, arguments were inevitable. Uncle Zhang maintained a philosophy of avoiding conflict, yet this often left Aunt Fan feeling wronged, as it was expected for the younger generation to accommodate the elderly. Uncle Zhang did not favor sons over daughters and treated Aunt Fan well, empathizing with her contributions to the family, but he struggled to manage the delicate dynamics between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law. He had set up a wine cabinet at home, filled with his cherished collection of red wines. Both Zhang Qiao and Aunt Fan enjoyed red wine, and when Jiang Yining casually grabbed a bottle from the cabinet, she, unfamiliar with red wine, inquired of Zhang Qiao if it was acceptable. Upon seeing the bottle in Jiang Yining's hand, Zhang Qiao hesitated momentarily before suggesting, "Ning Ning, how about we stick to juice?" "What's wrong? Is this wine not good?" Jiang Yining asked. Zhang Qiao replied, "The wine is exquisite, but perhaps you should consult He first?" Jiang Yining snapped a photo of the wine and messaged He, asking if she could open it for them. Freshly out of the office and en route to visit Grandma He, after fastening his seatbelt, noticed Jiang Yining's message and replied, "Of course, you are the mistress of the house. Everything here is under your jurisdiction." He put down his phone, only to pick it up again a second later to add, "Including me." Observing her bashful expression, Zhang Qiao stood up and teased, "Including me, oh? I thought He was just a rough and straightforward man, but it seems he has some finesse." Jiang Yining felt her cheeks flush from her friend's remarks and tucked her phone away from Zhang Qiao's view. After several minutes in the car, He grew increasingly anxious as Jiang Yining had yet to respond. Doubts crept in. Did she dislike the way he spoke? Finally, after a minute, Jiang Yining replied with a simple nodding emoji. He's face broke into a grin at her adorable expression. He responded, "I just got off work and am heading to Grandma's." Jiang Yining quickly replied, "We're about to have dinner, so drive slowly and be safe." He acknowledged, "All right, you all start without me." Once Jiang Yining finished her message, Zhang Qiao asked, "Are you sure you want to open that bottle? Luoshini wines average around 300,000. And the one you have might cost 60 to 70,000. Jiang Yining was taken aback, finally grasping why Zhang Qiao had reacted the way she did. She returned to the wine cabinet and noticed several identical bottles. Finding a corkscrew, she declared, "Since He said we could drink it, let us go ahead." Honestly, she could hardly imagine the taste of a 60 to 70,000 yuan bottle of wine. Jiang Yining fetched 3 goblets and a decanter. And as they poured the wine, Fan Peihua returned. Zhang Qiao handed her a glass, saying, "Mom, give this a try." After tasting it, Fan Peihua remarked, "This wine is truly delightful. Ning Ning, where did you buy it? I want to get a bottle too." Zhang Qiao chuckled, "Just one bottle is fine. If you like it, let us indulge a bit more tonight." She savored the wine and mused, the taste of money. During her previous stays at Zhang Qiao's home, Jiang Yining occasionally joined her for a drink, but as her tolerance was poor and she was currently on medication, she opted for a glass of juice instead. After dinner, Fan Peihua headed home. Jiang Yining and Zhang Qiao sat by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing across the river at the dazzling lights of the CBD in Lincheng, a stark contrast to their tranquil surroundings. With no one else present, Zhang Qiao bluntly asked, "Are you and He sleeping in separate rooms?" Jiang Yining replied, "Yes, we're giving each other some time to adjust, but we did sleep together last night." Chapter 45. Regrets. Zhang Qiao mentioned hearing about Jiang Yining's illness and inquired, "What happened? Did you catch a cold from being out in the rain that night?" Jiang Yining bit her lip in silence, blinking at Zhang Qiao, which effectively confirmed her mother's suspicion. Zhang Qiao felt a surge of frustration, thinking, it's just Zhao Zhejia. After all, by the way, how did He meet Zhao Zhejia? Jiang Yining clarified, "He doesn't know her. There was another girl in the car at the time." She briefly explained the situation to Zhang Qiao and added, "I returned home quite late that night, thinking He must have been asleep, so I didn't want to disturb him." Knowing Jiang Yining well, Zhang Qiao studied her friend without saying a word. Eventually, Jiang Yining conceded. All right, I admit I was a bit sulky, but that was only a minor part of it. She stubbornly gestured, just a tiny bit. After a pause, Zhang Qiao earnestly advised, Ning Ning, you can't let things be like this in the future. Jiang Yining, now more subdued, acknowledged, I understand. From now on, I will endure for the sake of the world, but not at the expense of myself. She reflected on the need to remain calm when encountering matters related to Zhao Hong and her daughter, ensuring they would not affect her. Zhang Qiao chuckled lightly, playfully tapping Jiang Yining's foot. I hope you can stick to that. Observing Jiang Yining's current state, Zhang Qiao felt a sense of joy knowing her childhood friend was happy with He Qi. Do you think I might be as lucky as you? Perhaps. Zhang Qiao trailed off, shaking her head as if to dismiss the thought. The following morning, Jiang Yining rose early. After freshening up, it was just 7 o'clock, coinciding perfectly with the alarm she had set ringing. She turned off the alarm and stepped out of her room. He Qi returned home, carrying breakfast from Grandma He. Noticing the time, he remarked, up so early? Jiang Yining wanted to retort that he was up early too. Her gaze fell on the food container in He Qi's hand, realizing he had brought her breakfast, which made her smile softly. I went to bed early last night, she replied. Have you had breakfast yet? He Qi headed toward the dining area. No, I brought breakfast back from Grandma's to share with you. I'll drop you off at school afterward. The breakfast was exquisite, featuring pastries and congee. As He Qi opened the container, Jiang Yining caught a whiff of the delightful aroma. What kind of congee is this? It smells like milk, he replied. It's milk and bird's nest congee, specially prepared by Grandma with Aunt Fong's help. Aunt Fong was a distant cousin's niece who had been taking care of Grandma for years. Jiang Yining smiled sweetly. Thank you, He Qi glanced at her. Raising an eyebrow, Jiang Yining met his gaze and replied, thanks to Grandma and Aunt Fong. He Qi placed a bowl of congee in front of her, urging, give it a try. Did Aunt Fong also make these pastries? Jiang Yining inquired. Though she typically preferred sour flavors over sweet, she found these pastries to be sweet yet not overpowering, beautifully crafted, and delicious. He Qi nodded. If you like them, take some to school later to stave off hunger. What about lunch? Jiang Yining mused, contemplating ordering takeaway since the school was nearby, and she could return by bus for a nap afterward. Takeout isn't healthy, He Qi remarked thoughtfully. Let's hire a live-in maid. Grandma has some excellent cooks. Previously, he had been reluctant to have anyone else in the house, considering the convenience of home services in Yuhu Hanqing. But with Jiang Yining now living there, it would be necessary for someone to be home to let the maid in. Jiang Yining shook her head. I prefer not to have outsiders in the house. She was aware He Qi shared the same sentiment. He Qi suggested, how about having Aunt Fan come over during weekdays for lunch and dinner? We can set up a fingerprint access for her. Jiang Yining declined again. Aunt Fan always seems so anxious when she comes over. Yesterday, when you let her stay the whole afternoon, she was practically on edge, rushing to finish dinner and leave. Jiang Yining understood that He Qi had hoped Aunt Fan would keep her company that afternoon, but neither of their proposals seemed suitable. They were both hesitant to have a stranger in their home while no one was around. Jiang Yining concluded, I can just buy groceries and cook for myself. It's quite simple to prepare a meal for one. He Qi disagreed. By the time you finish eating, it will be time to work. You won't have a chance to rest, he decisively declared. Let's ask Grandma to help find a skilled cook who can come over before mealtime. That way, we can feel more at ease. Jiang Yining had no objections. All right, let's do it your way. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she asked, when are we going to the gym to work out? He Qi looked at her, a smile dancing in his dark eyes. Are you that eager? You know we have to wait until you're fully recovered. All right, Jiang Yining acquiesced, returning her focus to her congee. After breakfast, He Qi drove Jiang Yining to school, conveniently heading back to the office afterward. However, before stepping out, He Qi inquired of Jiang Yining about the marriage certificate, leaving her perplexed regarding his intentions. Faced with her bewilderment, He Qi simply stated that it was useful. Jiang Yining retreated to her room to fetch the certificate, which He Qi casually tucked into his pocket, pondering that it could be replaced if lost. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Yining chose not to voice her thoughts. Upon reaching the school gate, He Qi remarked, I'll be heading to a bar tonight. Some friends are coming over, and I might return quite late. Don't take the bus after work. Take a taxi instead. All right, drive safely, she replied. After exiting the car, she watched as He Qi's vehicle disappeared from sight before she stepped onto the school grounds. Soon after, someone called out to her, Teacher Jiang. Turning around, she smiled upon recognizing the caller. Good morning, Teacher Yang. Good morning, Yang Hui responded, glancing in the direction of He-Chi's departing car, and delicately inquired, I believe I saw a gentleman drop you off just now. Is he a family member? His question was tinged with a hint of audacity. Jiang Yining, unbothered, answered with a gentle smile, Yes, he is my husband. Yang Hui appeared incredulous, his eyes widening as he stammered, Teacher Jiang, you are married? Nodding with a smile, Jiang Yining replied, We just recently obtained our certificate. Yang Hui managed a strained smile, Congratulations. The two proceeded towards the office for the first-year classes, and midway, Jiang Yining curiously asked, Teacher Yang, I recall the school assigned you to guide the graduating class. Why have you ended up teaching first-year students? Yang Hui deftly sidestepped the question, citing the pressures of teaching a graduating class. Jiang Yining recognized the excuse but refrained from pressing further. While teaching a graduating class indeed bore the weight of academic pressure, the transition from elementary school left many first-year students in a rebellious phase, making it no easier than guiding older students. Jiang Yining preferred to teach the graduating class, yet the school had assigned her to begin with the first year, likely intending for her to accompany this cohort through their middle school years. Upon returning to the office, Jiang Yining discovered that both she and Teacher Yang taught the first and second classes, with Yang Hui overseeing mathematics. Noticing the schedule, she smiled at Yang Hui. What a coincidence, we both teach the first and second classes. A fleeting expression of regret crossed Yang Hui's eyes, quickly replaced by a smile. Indeed, it's quite a coincidence. I hope we enjoy a pleasant collaboration ahead. Chapter 46. Are you serious? That night, at the Shi Yu Qing bar, as He-Chi entered, Chan Ran hurriedly approached with a tray in hand. Brother Chi, room 207 on the second floor is ready. They've all arrived. What would you like to drink? Just grab any drink, He-Chi replied nonchalantly. Chun Ran gave an affirmative gesture. All right, He-Chi then made his way upstairs to the private room. Upon his arrival, the group playfully teased. Ah, so our married brother Chi has graced us with his presence. Ji Jin-Zhou patted the person next to him. Scoot over. Make some space for brother Chi. Chen Feng interjected. Aren't we here to celebrate my remarriage today? Ji Jin-Zhou smirked. Your remarriage pales in comparison to brother Chi's wedding. Chen Feng raised an eyebrow. That's true. He willingly vacated the center seat. Brother Chi, please take a seat. He-Chi, unpretentious, settled into the chair without pretense. Unbeknownst to anyone, a mahjong table had been brought in, and 4 individuals were already engaged in a game, while others smoked, drank, or played cards. The private room had been transformed into a social club atmosphere. He-Chi cautioned He-Jin, be careful. Someone might come to check. He-Jin replied, we're just playing for fun. I've already told them no gambling. At this moment, Chun Ran entered, balancing 5 new drinks from the bar on his tray. He placed one in front of He-Chi and took one for himself. Han Jing teased, Chun Ran, both your bosses are here. How can you be so reckless? He-Chi, lighting a cigarette, glanced at Chun Ran and quipped, ask your brother if he allows you to take a night off. Chen Feng shrugged it off. When did this bar become a Chin establishment? The young man had become so accustomed to working at the bar that he hesitated to return to the company for training, with their parents blaming him for neglecting Chen Ran. Chen Feng felt he had dug himself into a deep pit. Sensing his older brother's disapproving gaze, Chen Ran cleverly changed the topic, cheerfully asking, Brother Chi, didn't you say you got married? Why didn't you bring your wife along? Others chimed in, yes, Brother Chi, why not bring your wife? He-Chi, cigarette pinched between his fingers, responded with remarkable calmness. She's busy with work, no time to join. This remark elicited a round of laughter. Ji Jin-Zhou couldn't hold back. If you're feeling lonely, just buy a toy. Otherwise, you might end up with issues down below. Affecting your mind up top. His sharp tongue prompted Chen Feng to chuckle. Old he, I'm siding with Ji this time. The bachelor party is set for the day after tomorrow at 7:30 p.m. at my place. Don Timus out, He-Chi remained composed, watching his rowdy friends tease him, unperturbed, as he anticipated their astonished expressions. He smirked, you can reserve that opportunity for Ji Jin-Zhou and Han Jing. I have no need. Before they could continue their mockery, He-Chi leisurely retrieved the marriage certificate from his pocket. Holding the vibrant red document aloft for all to see, he generously opened it for their inspection, advising those with poor eyesight to don their glasses to clearly observe the embossed seal. The room fell silent and shocked. Ji Jin-Zhou, catching sight of the characters spelling He-Chi, glanced at the seal. But before he could see the photo of the bride, He-Chi swiftly closed the document. This year had indeed been filled with peculiarities. Ji Jin-Zhou, still in disbelief, finally stammered, Are you serious? Chen Ran abandoned his game. But by the time he approached, He Chi had already stowed the certificate away. Chen Feng and Han Jing, emerging from their stupor, asked incredulously, "You really got married?" He Chi sipped his drink, a smile creeping onto his face. "What would I gain from deceiving you? If it weren't for my wife having work tonight, I would have brought her along." The room erupted into another round of raucous noise. After the commotion subsided, Ji Jinzhou recalled, "Married? Impossible. Not in this lifetime, nor the next." Upon his declaration, Chen Feng and the others burst into laughter, recalling how just a few years prior, He Chi had proclaimed that he would never settle down. Chen Feng asked, "Does your face hurt?" He Chi didn't deny his past statements, casually remarking, "What was true then is not relevant now." His meaning was unmistakable. At this, everyone chuckled. Ji Jinzhou teased, "What kind of divine being is your wife? Able to tame our wild, free-spirited brother Qi into a life of matrimony?" Chen Feng attempted to snatch the marriage certificate from He Chi, only to be skillfully evaded. "Why be so stingy? Can't we take a look?" He Chi wore a mischievous grin. "I'm not being stingy. If you want to see it, you should have looked when I showed it. This opportunity may not come again." Chen Ran, recalling He Chi's earlier remark about his wife needing to work late, cautiously asked, "Brother Qi, your wife wouldn't happen to be Yi Ning, would she?" He Chi's lips curled into a slight smile, offering no denial. Chen Ran exclaimed, "Wow, you didn't acknowledge it before, and now, in less than a month, you've already taken her to get the certificate?" He hesitated to criticize He Chi, finally muttering, "Brother Qi, you're quite inconsiderate. Very inconsiderate." Ji Jinzhou and the others probed Chen Ran further. "Who? Have you met her?" Chen Ran replied, "She was a guest at our bar not long ago, and Brother Qi spoke with her for quite a while, even having us deliver desserts. She was a student of Aunt Lin." The group turned their attention to He Chi, who appeared unfazed, leisurely sipping his drink, offering no denial. Their curiosity about Jiang Yining only intensified. Having known He Chi for so long, they couldn't recall ever seeing him pursue a woman so actively. Learning that He Chi had indeed tied the knot, the brothers were determined not to let him off easily, especially since they were in He Chi's bar, and they drank vigorously in the end. The bill fell to the newlyweds. For the first time, He Chi didn't refuse any patrons, and as the night concluded, he called for a designated driver to take him back to Yuhu Bancheng. Arriving home just before dawn, expecting Jiang Yining to be asleep, he was surprised to find the living room lights still on. As he passed through, he noticed the cat tree and saw Xiao Hui nestled in its little nook. Jiang Yining, just about to call He Chi to inquire whether he would be returning that night, heard a noise outside and rose to investigate. As she opened the door, she was startled to find He Chi poised to knock. They shared a moment of surprise, standing just a step apart, and Jiang Yining caught a whiff of the alcohol on He Chi's breath. Gazing into his dark eyes, she noted the haze of intoxication clouding his usual clarity. With a languid smile, He Chi asked, "Still awake?" Jiang Yining had been waiting for him, but the words caught in her throat, and she simply replied, "I was organizing some materials. It took a bit longer. Would you like me to make you a cup of honey water?" "No, thanks." He Chi withdrew the marriage certificate from his pocket and handed it to Jiang Yining. Having just come out of the shower, she wore a nightgown, but tonight she had donned a sleep shirt instead. He Chi, slightly inebriated, took a moment to admire her but didn't dwell on it. After giving Jiang Yining the certificate, he gently cradled her face in his hands and leaned down, closing the distance to her lips. Chapter 47. So when will he be able to? Jiang Yining assumed that He Chi intended to kiss her, so she tilted her face up in compliance, her long eyelashes fluttering delicately before slowly closing. She had already braced herself, yet He Chi lingered without making any further moves. Suddenly, she heard a low chuckle escape from his throat. He Chi, exhibiting remarkable restraint, merely brushed his lips against hers like a fleeting dragonfly, fearing that if he indulged too deeply, he might lose control of his rationality. He released her and offered a brief explanation for his inebriation that evening, mentioning that his friends were aware of his marriage and had encouraged him to drink more out of celebration. Jiang Yining's cheeks flushed with warmth, and upon opening her eyes, she dared not meet He Chi's gaze. She merely responded with a soft "oh." Observing the blush adorning her face, He Chi felt a surge of delight and smirked, saying that their friends wished to see her and would like to gather at the bar when she was available. Jiang Yining felt a surge of happiness at the prospect of meeting He Chi's friends and smiled, replying affirmatively. She assumed He-Chi would be sleeping in the master bedroom that night, and just as she was about to ask if he wanted to retrieve some clothes to take a shower, He-Chi announced that he would just grab a pillow. The aroma of alcohol clung to He-Chi, and concerned that it might overwhelm Jiang Yining, he decided to retreat to the guest room. Knowing she would likely feel anxious sleeping beside him, a tinge of disappointment washed over Jiang Yining. With He-Chi already inside to fetch the pillow, she parted her lips but ultimately refrained from asking him to stay in the master bedroom. When she saw He-Chi emerge with the pillow, she inquired with concern, "Is there any hangover remedy at home?" "Yes, I'll take one shortly. You should go to bed first. It's getting late," he replied. As Jiang Yining watched He-Chi's unsteady form, worry crept into her heart. Just how much had he drunk? The next morning, Jiang Yining rose before 7. Spotting a pumpkin in the fridge, she prepared pumpkin porridge and steamed a few buns. By 8, He-Chi had yet to awaken, which was unusual as he typically exercised downstairs by this time. After feeding her cat, Xiao Hui, she knocked on He-Chi's door but received no response after a brief wait. She turned the doorknob and, finding it unlocked, decided to enter. Upon reaching the bedside, He-Chi opened his eyes and, upon seeing Jiang Yining, lazily smiled and grasped her hand. Jiang Yining was suddenly pulled down to sit on the edge of the bed, still processing his actions when He-Chi rested his head on her lap. His voice slightly hoarse as he asked, "What time is it?" "It's almost 8, she replied. He-Chi was shirtless, a thin blanket draped across his chest, revealing glimpses of his well-defined muscles. With a languid tone, he murmured, "I feel dizzy." Jiang Yining glanced down at him. His eyes were closed as he lay on her legs, their position undeniably intimate. She had often fantasized about such moments, envisioning a life as an ordinary couple with He-Chi. Filled with tranquility and happiness, that alone was enough to satisfy her. A wave of warmth enveloped her heart as she cheerfully offered, "Let me massage your temples." After a moment's thought, she added, "You should drink less in the future." He-Chi acknowledged her with a hum, explaining that he had indulged last night due to the celebratory atmosphere and would strive to limit his consumption moving forward. Adjusting his position, he buried his face in Jiang Yining's waist, his arms encircling her. Inhaling the faint, refreshing scent that lingered on her, he felt his mind clear considerably. Jiang Yining asked, "Would you like to sleep a bit longer? I made pumpkin porridge. You can eat breakfast later." He-Chi sat up, stating, "No need. I'll get up now." With that, he threw off the blanket and swung his legs over the side of the bed. Jiang Yining was momentarily struck dumb. He-Chi was bare-chested before her, fully exposed. His sun-kissed skin, broad shoulders, and muscular physique were striking, tapering down to a well-defined waist that seemed to radiate strength. Jiang Yining, unable to help herself, swallowed hard, her gaze trailing down to find him in nothing but black underwear. Upon catching sight of a particularly prominent area, she panicked and turned her face away, her cheeks aflame as she stammered, I'll step outside." Without finishing her sentence, she bolted from the room, not forgetting to close the door behind her. He-Chi opened his mouth to explain but was met with the sound of the door slamming shut. He had been oblivious to the situation, and now, with the door closed, he raised an eyebrow in bemusement. Was it truly that alarming? Moments later, Jiang Yining heard He-Chi leave the room to wash up. She got up to serve the porridge, though her tumultuous thoughts had yet to settle. During breakfast, she kept her head down, drinking the porridge, daring not to meet He-Chi's gaze across the table. He-Chi, however, remained unfazed, noting that they were already a legally married couple and, moreover, he was not entirely unclothed. Clearing his throat, he suggested, "If you're not working late tonight, let us go out for dinner. We haven't bought our wedding rings yet. We can choose one to wear for now and have a designer create a special one for the wedding later." Jiang Yining had no objections, replying, "I finished the training materials last night, so I probably won't need to work late tonight." She glanced up at He-Chi, her gaze involuntarily darting away. Seeing him triggered memories of an earlier incident, the small umbrella he had tossed into the trash. It truly had been too small. He-Chi still felt somewhat intoxicated and had arranged for a designated driver before they left together. As they settled into the back seat, nearing her school, he noticed the blush on her cheeks had yet to fade and that she was avoiding leaning closer to him. Amused, he asked, "Is your shyness really that potent? Just a glance, and you've turned all bashful. How long must I wait for?" Jiang Yining understood the implication behind his words, but, unwilling to admit her own timidity, feigned composure and retorted, Haven't we seen each other before? He-Chi chuckled softly. Well then, I shall make it a point to show you more often. Jiang Yining fell silent, wishing she could retreat into her shell, seeking comfort within it, as the evening approached and work was about to conclude. Jiang Yining received a message from He-Chi. I'm on my way to pick you up. In the office, only a few younger teachers were present. Teacher Lu, who taught history, noticed Jiang Yining looking at her phone. Her beautiful eyes sparkling with joy, and teased, Yining, you seem quite happy. Are you chatting with your husband? Jiang Yining did not deny it, instead smiling as she replied, My husband is here to pick me up. I'll be leaving now. We have nothing else to do. So let us all go together and see what your husband looks like. Other teachers chimed in. Jiang teacher, is that all right? Jiang Yining did not refuse, her eyes curving into a smile as she replied, Of course. The teacher's curiosity was piqued. Jiang Yining was undeniably beautiful, and a couple of years ago, several male teachers around her age had confessed their feelings to her, all of which she had gently declined. The news of her marriage surprised those who knew her, and they were eager to see what kind of person could make the typically reserved Jiang Yining choose to marry so hastily. Just as Yang Hui returned to the office and overheard the laughter, he inquired, What is the occasion for such merriment? Teacher Lu looked at him and said, We're going to see Jiang teacher as husband. Yang teacher, do you want to join us? Chapter 48. Subtle the moment Yang Hui glanced at Jiang Yining, he noticed the gentle smile gracing her exquisite features. Jiang Yining was indeed beautiful, her aura strikingly distinct. She radiated a blend of warmth and a touch of aloofness. In their initial encounters, she had been difficult to approach, always maintaining a certain distance. You took a step closer, and she would retreat a step back. However, as one grew familiar with her, it became apparent that she was, in fact, a tender-hearted young woman. Typically modest, she often observed her colleagues' banter from the sidelines, her eyes bright with mirth, yet seldom participating. This was her first time being the center of attention, and rather than shying away, she embraced the teasing and jesting with joy. After a mere summer apart, she seemed to have blossomed into a more cheerful version of herself. Yang Hui relished this side of her, but, perhaps out of a desire to avoid the spotlight, was reluctant to join the others. He fabricated an excuse, stating, I still have some matters to attend to. Yet Teacher Lu would not let him off the hook, suggesting, If you're not in a rush, we can go tomorrow. After Jiang teacher leaves with her husband, if we're not in a hurry to head home, we can stop by a bar for a while. Yang Hui politely declined, saying, Teacher Lu, I'm not particularly interested in bars. Teacher Lu chuckled, Young teacher, that sounds like a stereotype. The bar I'm referring to is a quiet one, where you can enjoy a drink and chat, with a singer performing soothing songs. It's quite different from what you might be imagining. Listening to their conversation, Jiang Yining interjected curiously, Teacher Lu, are you referring to the Shiyu Qing bar? Yes. Teacher Lu's interest piqued as she asked, Jiang teacher, have you been there? I went once. It was indeed quite nice. Jiang Yining replied. See, even Jiang teacher says it's good, so it must be worth a visit. Teacher Lu pressed on, Come on, I've invited a few single teachers from Lin University's affiliated school too. The others chimed in, Young teacher, you should come along. It wouldn't hurt to meet a few more friends. Unable to refuse their warm invitation, Yang Hui reluctantly nodded. Teacher Lu once again inquired of Jiang Yining, Jiang Laoshi, when did you go? After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yining deemed it better to share with everyone that she had visited this month, explaining that Shiyu Qing Bar was a venture opened by her husband alongside his friends. Yang Hui suddenly regretted having nodded in agreement earlier. However, Teacher Lu appeared quite intrigued, playfully suggesting, Oh, does that mean we could receive a discount? With a smile, Jiang Yining replied, Of course. Upon receiving a message from He-Chi, she informed everyone, I must take my leave now. Teacher Lu then said, Well, let us all tidy up and depart together. As they walked toward the school's entrance. Teacher Lu noticed Yang Hui's silence and encouraged, It's all right, Yang Laoshi. If you find it unenjoyable, you can leave early. Yang Hui responded with a perfunctory He-Chi parked his car by the roadside at the school's entrance, glancing through the rearview mirror to see Jiang Yining emerging with her colleagues. Unbuckling his seatbelt, he stepped out of the vehicle. Jiang Yining noticed He-Chi as well. Following her gaze, Yang Hui caught sight of the tall and striking figure of He-Chi. The man's aura and appearance were so captivating that several teachers at the school were drawn to him. Jiang Yining, who had a fondness for Western cuisine, contemplated returning to that Western restaurant they had dined at previously. He-Chi had purposefully changed into a different outfit before leaving that morning. Clad in a black shirt and trousers, the dark attire accentuated his cool demeanor, and with his chiseled features, he stood out remarkably beside the Land Rover. Observing Jiang Yining's unwavering gaze on the man, her colleagues speculated that he must be her husband. The Land Rover he drove was worth several million, and with his handsome looks and wealth, they grew curious about how Jiang Yining had met her husband. As she approached, she introduced him. "This is my husband, He Chi," with Chi meaning to gallop. He Chi humbly greeted them, shaking hands while saying, "Hello." The teachers, unfamiliar with him, were unsure how to initiate conversation. Teacher Lu took the lead, lightening the atmosphere with a compliment. "Zhang Laoshi, your husband is even more handsome than my favorite movie star. You two are quite the match. Congratulations." He Chi turned to Jiang Yining, his dark eyes reflecting a gentle smile, before replying to Teacher Lu, "Thank you for the compliment. This is no mere flattery. I mean it," she replied. The other teachers offered their congratulations and exchanged a few pleasantries. One male teacher, wearing silver-rimmed glasses, had been staring intently at He Chi, falling silent after extending his congratulations, his gaze toward Jiang Yining noticeably shifting. He Chi discreetly directed his attention toward Yang Hui, keenly observing the subtle change in his expression. After the conversation had meandered to a close, Jiang Yining mentioned to He Chi that Teacher Lu and the others were headed to Shi Yuqing Bar. He Chi immediately understood and said, "Since it's our first meeting and I didn't bring any wedding candies, let me cover all your expenses tonight. Please enjoy yourselves." Teacher Lu declined, saying, "We appreciate your kindness, but as you are in business, it would be inappropriate for us to accept a free meal." Jiang Yining smiled playfully. "Teacher Lu, please don't be modest. Such an opportunity is rare." Upon hearing this, the teachers chuckled. "Very well, we shall not be polite then. Once again, congratulations on your marriage." Jiang Yining expressed her gratitude with a smile. Once her colleagues had departed, Jiang Yining got into the car with He Chi. Inside the vehicle, He Chi casually inquired, "Was that teacher with the silver-rimmed glasses familiar to you?" Jiang Yining was in the midst of responding to a WeChat message when she heard his question. Reflecting briefly, she realized there were indeed two teachers with silver-rimmed glasses among the group. She instinctively replied, "Are you referring to Teacher Lu? She teaches history, and we get along quite well. We often go to a nearby restaurant for lunch." While waiting for the traffic light to change, He Chi turned to look at her, captivated by the gentle smile gracing her face. He then asked, "And the other one?" Jiang Yining, typing on her phone, continued, "The other is Teacher Yang, who teaches mathematics. I don't speak with him much. He has a rather reserved personality and doesn't engage much with others." She put her phone away and added, "Originally, the school had arranged for Teacher Yang to teach the graduating class, but he requested to teach the first-year students, which I only learned yesterday. I teach one class, and he teaches another." He Chi asked, "Was it also his request to teach the second class?" "I'm not sure about that. After all, it's not my place to pry into others' affairs, especially since I'm not very close with Teacher Yang." After a moment, He Chi slowly responded with an "oh." Jiang Yining looked up at him, noticing the deep contemplation reflected in his dark eyes. She asked, somewhat puzzled, "Is there something on your mind?" He Chi pressed his lips together slightly. Just as the traffic light turned green, he started the car, saying, "Nothing much, just pondering a few things." Chapter 49. Nothing much, just wanting to kiss you. Based on his instincts as a man, He Chi was almost certain that Yang Hui harbored feelings for Jiang Yining. Fortunately, Yang Hui's reserved nature kept him from confessing his feelings to Jiang Yining. If he were to express his affection, it would jeopardize He Chi's chances of marrying Jiang Yining. Yang Hui's convoluted efforts to teach first-year students, especially in two classes, would inevitably lead to more interactions. A potential rival lay close to his wife. He Chi remained silent throughout the drive, maneuvering the car into the underground parking garage. Spotting an empty space, Jiang Yining suggested, "There are many available spots over there." He Chi glanced in that direction but continued to drive deeper into the garage, ultimately parking in a secluded corner. Though Jiang Yining found his choice puzzling, she said nothing. Once He Chi parked, she unbuckled her seatbelt and exited the car. He Chi followed suit, circling around to stand before her. This position was quite isolated. Had there been no spaces available ahead, it was unlikely any vehicles would venture this far. Instead of stepping outside, he approached her. A hint of confusion flickered in Jiang Yining's eyes as she looked up at He Chi given his tall stature and her flat shoes. Standing face to face with him lent an unspoken sense of pressure. As He Chi took a step closer, Jiang Yining instinctively stepped back. Quick to react, He Chi placed his hand behind her head. teasingly asking, "Am I going to eat you or something?" With her head resting in his palm, Jiang Yining softly replied, "You can be a bit cold and somewhat serious when you don't show any expression." He Chi did not deny it, raising an eyebrow. "So you're afraid of me?" He stated it as a fact. Jiang Yining shook her head. "Not really," He Chi pressed. "If that is the case, then why do you avoid me?" "I am not avoiding you." Her response felt weak, but Jiang Yining truly hadn't intended to evade He Chi. It was merely a reflexive action. He Chi chuckled softly. "As long as you're not avoiding me." "That's good." With that, he leaned down, precisely finding her lips. Jiang Yining leaned back against the car, facilitating his movements. His long, finely knuckled fingers gently lifted her chin, and as he kissed her, he playfully bit her lip. Recalling her willingness to engage last night, yet how he had only given her a fleeting kiss, she was left bewildered by He Chi's biting this time. It didn't hurt, but it was unexpected. Once He Chi pried her lips apart, Jiang Yining slowly closed her eyes. In their previous encounters, He Chi had been relatively gentle, considerate of her feelings. However, this time, his kiss was fervent, nearly stealing away her breath. The sound of a car nearby startled Jiang Yining, causing her to grasp He Chi's shirt sleeve in a panic. She pulled away from the kiss, anxious. A car is coming. He Chi, still lingering in the moment, swallowed hard and murmured, "It won't matter." Without hesitation, he kissed her again, even more fervently, lightly biting her tongue as if punishing her for her distraction. Afterward, he pressed his forehead against hers and asked in a husky voice, "We've been married for a short while now. What do you think of me?" Jiang Yining pondered whether He Chi had deliberately driven to this secluded spot. She replied earnestly, "You're great." He Chi's expression brightened. "Really? Better than all the male teachers you know at school?" Jiang Yining found the latter part of his question somewhat bewildering but did not dwell on it. She nodded. "I don't know how the others are. I don't care to find out. All I know is that you're great in my eyes." As soon as she finished speaking, her lips were captured once again by the man. And for some reason, Jiang Yining sensed an unmistakable possessiveness in this kiss. Amidst the occasional sounds of cars nearby, she became oblivious to everything else. All she could hear was He Chi's increasingly ragged breathing. When the kiss finally ended, Jiang Yining was left breathless, her face flushed, and she dared not look at him. He Chi bent down to retrieve the bag that had fallen to the ground, holding it in his hands. Once she regained her composure, Jiang Yining could not suppress her curiosity. "Why did you want to come here?" Her sentence trailed off, but He Chi understood her unspoken question. Smirking as he stated plainly, "Nothing much, just wanted to kiss you, Jiang Yining." That He Chi had always been straightforward, and while he used to be considerate of her shyness, lately, he seemed increasingly candid, casually making flirtatious remarks. The couple first enjoyed dinner at a Western restaurant before heading to a jewelry store in the mall. Jiang Yining is a teacher who prefers not to adorn herself with overly ostentatious jewelry. When selecting a ring, she opted for a more understated design, ultimately choosing a pair of wedding bands, with the men's version being particularly simple. He Chi, on the other hand, was indifferent. After finding the right size for their rings, He Chi promptly placed one on Jiang Yining's finger. Upon exiting the jewelry store, Jiang Yining glanced down at their hands, both adorned with wedding rings, and a subtle smile graced her lips. With time still on their side, and cherishing the rare occasion of being out together, she proposed, "Shall we catch a movie before heading back?" He Chi replied, "Sure, you can choose what you'd like to watch." Though he had little interest in films or television, he figured there might be some good movies playing during the summer break. Jiang Yining browsed a mini-program and found a comedy that had received decent ratings, set to start in 20 minutes. Although nearly sold out, she showed her phone to He Chi, indicating the few remaining seats. There were 2 seats together, but they were in the last row. Given that Jiang Yining has nearsightedness of about 1 diopter and does not usually wear glasses, she knew she wouldn't be able to read the subtitles from that distance. He Chi inquired, "Are your glasses in your bag?" Fearing that they might miss out on those last 2 seats if they delayed. And considering that online ticket sales stopped 15 minutes before the show, Jiang Yining had already clicked to purchase while He Chi was speaking. "Let us go ahead and buy them," she said, handing her phone to He Chi with a playful smile, already having completed the transaction. "The movie is about to start. Let us head up," she urged, taking He Chi's hand and quickening her pace. "We should hurry. It's summer, and there will be a queue. I want to buy some popcorn." He Chi picked up his pace to keep up with Jiang Yining, asking, "Weren't you full earlier?" Despite having eaten quite a bit during dinner, could she still have room for popcorn? He Chi noted Jiang Yining's admirable trait. She does not consciously restrict her diet, eating, and drinking as she pleases. He found himself curious about how, despite not being fond of exercise and having a hearty appetite, she maintained such an enviable figure. Realizing her hand was still intertwined with He-Chi's, Jiang Yining glanced down. A slight blush creeping onto her lips as she answered his question. I didn't have rice for dinner, so I'm still a bit hungry. He-Chi smiled quietly in response. When Jiang Yining attempted to release his hand, He-Chi gently pulled her back. Chapter 50. It seems you simply haven't encountered someone who can sway you. Jiang Yining returned the gesture, and their fingers remained interlaced as they ascended to the 6th floor of the shopping mall. Once they arrived at the cinema, Jiang Yining went to collect their tickets while He-Chi queued to buy popcorn for her. As He-Chi stood in line, he spotted a familiar figure ahead and called out, Chuan Ge. Xiang Chuan turned back, surprised to see He-Chi, and maneuvered through a few people to stand directly in front of him. The two were nearly of the same height, and while Xiang Chuan spent most of his time outdoors, giving him a slightly deeper complexion than He-Chi's, he feigned ignorance, asking, Did you come with your wife? He-Chi nodded. And where's your sister-in-law? She's over there getting tickets, he replied. Upon hearing this, He-Chi turned to find Jiang Yining standing behind Zhu Qingya. A smirk spread across his lips as he gestured toward the self-service machine. My wife is right there. Xiang Chuan followed He-Chi's gaze, noting, the one in the white dress? Yes, He-Chi confirmed. Jiang Yining's figure was striking, and considering He-Chi had never dated anyone before suddenly marrying, it was clear he had discerning taste. Zhu Qingya, having collected her tickets, turned around and was immediately captivated by Jiang Yining standing behind her. Estimating her height to be around 1.67 meters, she had a petite and exquisite face, with soft, wavy black hair cascading like silk over her shoulders, and a graceful figure, dressed in a simple French-style long dress. Her long, smooth neck showcased delicate collarbones. With a fair complexion and bright eyes, she was indeed someone one couldn't help but admire. The bag she carried wasn't a designer brand, yet it did not detract from her remarkable aura, which was gentle yet carried an air of distance. Jiang Yining regarded the striking woman, pausing to smile warmly before stepping up to the ticket machine. Zhu Qingya initially thought Jiang Yining would be cool and aloof, but was pleasantly surprised by her gentle and serene smile. Jiang Yining quickly collected the tickets and saw that He-Chi had already bought the popcorn, standing beside a man who appeared to be a few years older than He-Chi. This man also sported a short haircut and, like He-Chi, had a rugged and stoic appearance. Zhu Qingya and Jiang Yining approached them, and upon seeing this, Zhu Qingya chuckled. I didn't realize you are He-Chi's wife. He-Chi introduced, This is Xiang Chuan, my former team leader whom I mentioned. Before He-Chi could continue, Zhu Qingya interjected, I'm Zhu Qingya. It's a pleasure to meet you. Jiang Yining shook her hand, offering a sweet smile. I'm Jiang Yining. Zhu Qingya teased He-Chi. You've done well for yourself, quietly finding such a beautiful wife. I'm almost envious. Xiang Chuan chuckled helplessly and addressed Jiang Yining. My wife speaks quite candidly and has an affinity for attractive women, so please don't take it to heart. Jiang Yining replied with a smile, Not at all. I appreciate straightforward people like Qingya. The comment made Zhu Qingya consider playfully stealing He-Chi away. She asked, Which movie are you watching? We're about to start, and I'll buy 2 more tickets so we can all watch together. Jiang Yining showed her the ticket. We're going to see this one. What a coincidence. So are we? Zhu Qingya exclaimed. We can sit together. Look, Xiang Chuan and I will sit right next to you. Jiang Yining felt pleased, recognizing the camaraderie He-Chi shared with them, suggesting they often met outside of these occasions. They settled into the last row, with He-Chi on the end, followed by Jiang Yining and Zhu Qingya. Yet Zhu Qingya was hardly focused on the movie. Her curiosity about He-Chi and Jiang Yining's whirlwind marriage was piqued. Jiang Yining, too, found her attention waning. The comedy was getting laughs throughout the theater. Yet He-Chi and Xiang Chuan seemed less entertained by the humor. Most of her popcorn ended up in He-Chi's belly, while Xiang Chuan was preoccupied with work messages, glancing at the screen only a few times. As the film progressed, Jiang Yining began to feel a slight discomfort in her abdomen. Initially planning to visit the restroom, her encounter with Xiang Chuan and Zhu Qingya had made her forget her original intention. She sensed her period was likely imminent, having intended to pack sanitary pads that morning, but her thoughts had been disrupted by He-Chi midway through the movie. The discomfort intensified. After a moment's hesitation, she discreetly tugged on He-Chi's shirt sleeve. He-Chi leaned closer, softly asking, What's wrong? Jiang Yining bit her lip. I need to use the restroom. Without a second thought, He Chi made room for her. As Jiang Yining passed by him, the light brightened momentarily, revealing a small stain on the back of her dress. He Chi's expression shifted as he realized what had happened, and he quickly followed her out. Yining, wait a moment, he called after her. Jiang Yining turned back, noticing He Chi was right behind her. He stood protectively, saying, "Your dress is stained." Understanding immediately, Jiang Yining turned to see a spot of red on her white dress. He Chi instructed, "You go to the restroom first. I'll buy you something, and when I return, I'll have Qingya bring it to you." With no other option, Jiang Yining agreed. After about 15 minutes in the restroom, she received a message from He Chi containing a photo. He asked, "How about this dress?" Jiang Yining replied, "It's quite beautiful." Not long after responding, she heard someone calling for her outside the restroom. She opened the door to find Zhu Qingya. Zhu Qingya smiled at her. "He Chi asked me to bring this for you." The dress was wrapped in gift paper, alongside the sanitary pads He Chi had purchased. Jiang Yining recognized the brand. "Qingya, I'm so sorry for interrupting your movie with Xiang Chuan," she said apologetically. "There's no need to feel bad. It's just a small matter," Zhu Qingya reassured her. Growing increasingly fond of Jiang Yining, she found the girl not only beautiful but also refreshingly uncomplicated. "You change first. I'll wait for you outside." After a few minutes, Zhu Qingya saw Jiang Yining emerge. Now wearing a dark green dress that enhanced her gentle elegance, as Jiang Yining stood before her, Zhu Qingya couldn't help but think she resembled a refined young lady, unable to restrain her admiration. "I had no idea He Chi not only has high standards for his wife, but also for her dresses," she remarked. Zhu Qingya scrutinized Jiang Yining for a moment, then suggested, "Since there's still time, let us pick out a pair of shoes and a bag to match." Jiang Yining quickly shook her head. "No, Qingya, I actually want to return this dress." Zhu Qingya was baffled. "You look so stunning. Why would you want to return it?" Jiang Yining revealed the tag she had hidden behind her back. "It costs over 40,000. I just don't feel comfortable in it." Zhu Qingya chuckled lightly. "Is it the price that makes you uneasy, or the fabric?" Without waiting for Jiang Yining to respond, Zhu Qingya helped her remove the tag. Understanding Jiang Yining's concerns, she encouraged, "Silly girl, look at the watch on your husband's wrist. It's worth millions. They're well off. You don't need to pinch pennies. Women deserve to treat themselves better, and you certainly deserve the best." Two men were conversing outside when Zhu Qingya gently pushed Jiang Yining towards them. Indeed, upon catching sight of Jiang Yining, He Chi lost all interest in speaking to Xiang Chuan, fixated instead on her. Zhu Qingya teased, remarking that she had previously been unaware of who was so averse to love and marriage. It seemed that person merely hadn't encountered someone capable of making them relent. Chapter 51. Do you have so little faith in our marriage? In response to Zhu Qingya's jest, He Chi did not offer a rebuttal but instead smirked. Affirming her statement, Jiang Yining possessed an admirable aura, yet she dressed simply and seldom concerned herself with adornment, relying solely on her face and grace to carry her. At that moment, adorned in a tasteful dress, she appeared remarkably elegant, rivaling even the daughters of affluent families. In the presence of others, Jiang Yining felt a touch bashful, lowering her head in modesty. He Chi's gaze fell upon the bag she carried, then shifted to her shoes. He turned to Xiang Chuan and said, "Brother Chuan, Yining and I will continue to explore, you and your wife." Zhu Qingya interjected, "I want to go shopping with Yining." Xiang Chuan, always attuned to his wife's wishes, agreed, and they all set off together. Zhu Qingya first led Jiang Yining to change her shoes. Furthermore, He Chi was laden with a multitude of spoils. Before marrying He Chi, Jiang Yining had envisioned saving up to buy herself beautiful clothes and bags, aspiring to indulge herself like Zhang Qiao whenever she felt discontent. However, reality had not permitted such luxury, even after marriage. Jiang Yining maintained her previous spending habits. He Chi's words rang true. She refrained from spending his money, as deep down, she had never dared to believe they had truly become husband and wife. Yet, after spending these days with He Chi, Jiang Yining sensed a change in his demeanor towards her, perhaps indicating that her secret admiration was no longer one-sided. Gradually, she felt a burgeoning confidence within her. Observing how Zhu Qingya could be her genuine self in front of Xiang Chuan, Jiang Yining envied their relationship, their gazes filled with affection for one another. Noticing her prolonged silence, He Chi inquired, "What's the matter?" Jiang Yining glanced at the couple holding hands ahead, stating, "Sister Qingya and Brother Chuan are so affectionate. It's truly enviable." He Chi concurred, acknowledging that they had been married for 4 years. And with their courtship, Their bond had flourished for nearly 6 years, remaining as ardent as ever. Turning to Jiang Yining, He observed the envy in her eyes and remarked, "Why should we envy others? We can have that too." This statement resonated like a love declaration, prompting her to look up at He, her heart stirred by a cascade of emotions. After a moment, she hesitantly replied, "Can we really?" He countered, "Why not? Do you have so little faith in our marriage?" It was not a lack of faith. It was her reluctance to harbor excessive expectations. She felt content just being with He. Fearing that greed might lead to loss, she remained silent. He sighed inwardly, pondering that there were no barriers, only the question of desire. Over these days, He had come to a realization. He liked Jiang Yining. Initially, his interest was piqued by her beauty, as men are visual creatures by nature, and he was merely an ordinary man. In the years that followed, he occasionally remembered her, noting her aloofness, and he had no desire to pursue romance. Preferring freedom instead, when he saw her on a blind date, he could not decipher his own feelings, which were undeniably complex. Seeing that rotund man and thinking of how her family treated her stirred anger within him. Yet he felt powerless. Living together, he found himself irresistibly drawn to her, yearning for intimacy, affection, and even. Jiang Yining remained silent, and He did not feel disheartened. After all, the future was long, and she was already his wife. A fact that would not change. Just as He presumed Jiang Yining would not respond, she reached for his hand, looked up at him with a gentle smile, and said, "I wanted to tea this." He could not suppress the smile that crept onto his lips. Xiang Chuan and Zhu Qingya turned back to glance at them, having distanced themselves. Zhu Qingya halted in front of a light luxury clothing store, calling out, "Hey, stop being all lovey-dovey, come over here." Jiang Yining appreciated Zhu Qingya's straightforward nature. Learning that she was a police officer only deepened her admiration. She released He's hand and hurried towards Zhu Qingya. He looked at his now empty hand, then at the two women linked arm in arm, and resigned himself to stay with Xiang Chuan. Xiang Chuan noted, "What's wrong? You seem displeased." He replied helplessly, "My wife and sister-in-law seem to be getting along quite well." Xiang Chuan chuckled, "Your sister-in-law can't take her eyes off beautiful women. She is also quite fond of Ling Yu." Xiang Chuan continued, "By the way, a few brothers in our team are busy with assignments and might not be free for a while. Let us wait for them to finish before we head to the Ling family together." He nodded in acknowledgement. He glanced at the store, recalling that he had recently purchased a dress for Jiang Yining there. Jiang Yining and Zhu Qingya had already stepped inside, leaving the two men to find a place to sit for a while. Meanwhile, Zhu Qingya enthusiastically selected dresses for Jiang Yining, her delight evident as she watched her try on various outfits. When Jiang Yining emerged from the fitting room, Zhu Qingya was absent, prompting her to search for He. Upon spotting him, she sought his opinion, asking whether the color of a particular dress was too youthful. The dress was a pale pink, with a square neckline and a length that fell just below her calves. Jiang Yining had never worn such a color before. Standing before the mirror, she admired the dress, appreciating its beauty. He, observing her careful scrutiny, understood her feelings. He positioned himself behind her and remarked, "You typically wear very plain attire. This dress compliments you wonderfully." The garment accentuated her sweet and gentle demeanor. Jiang Yining murmured, "It's a pity it's not suitable for school." He replied, "Wear it during breaks. If you like it, buy it. The main bedroom's closet is mostly empty. There's plenty of space." Jiang Yining smiled, saying, "Then I'll take this one too." Just as she finished trying on that outfit, Zhu Qingya returned with a pile of clothes, exclaiming, "Yining, try these on too." Jiang Yining felt exhausted, hesitantly glancing at the garments Zhu Qingya had handed her. He chuckled, asking, "Tired?" Jiang Yining nodded bashfully, admitting she had tried on over 10 outfits. He reached out, ruffling her hair, and said, "Your sister-in-law only brought clothes in your size. If you're too tired to try them on, we can just take them all." Before Jiang Yining could respond, the nearby sales assistant promptly took the items to pack them. After leaving the clothing store, Zhu Qingya and Jiang Yining proceeded to a luxury goods store. Zhu Qingya inquired, "Yining, does your school allow teachers to carry designer bags?" While there was no explicit prohibition, some teachers did carry bags worth several thousand yuan. It was better to remain discreet. Zhu Qingya asked the sales assistant to recommend a few bags priced between 20 to 30,000 yuan. Jiang Yining asked, "Sister Qingya, aren't you planning to buy anything?" She was genuinely curious about Zhu Qingya, who seemed knowledgeable about luxury items and could easily appraise Heechi's expensive watch yet dressed quite modestly. Appearing uninterested in such possessions, Zhu Qingya smiled at Jiang Yining, saying, "I have no need for them." She added, "But I enjoy seeing you girls dress beautifully. It's quite pleasing to the eye." Jiang Yining thought of Zhu Qingya as a true aesthetic enthusiast and smiled in response. After their shopping spree, on their way home, Jiang Yining started asking questions about Zhu Qingya. Heechi recalled something and grinned, saying, "It was thanks to me that Brother Chuan and sister-in-law got together." Chapter 52. Let us go home. Mrs. He Jiang Yining was taken aback. Heechi elaborated, "Sister-in-law's family was once well off. I knew her before Brother Chuan did. There was a connection between her father and my aunt. I met her a few times before. Unfortunately, her family's business suffered, and I lost contact with her. Afterwards, I heard from my aunt that she had enrolled in the police academy and became a police officer." Jiang Yining was surprised to learn of Zhu Qingya's past, but her ability to remain so open-minded and steadfast was truly admirable. She eagerly asked, "What happened next? How did you introduce her to Brother Chuan?" Heechi turned to glance at her, chuckling softly, "So curious, aren't you?" Jiang Yining replied, "I just want to confirm my suspicions." Heechi raised an eyebrow. "Suspicions? Why don't you share them?" After pondering, Jiang Yining said, "First, I believe you Wudanti have taken the initiative to introduce them. I suspect Sister Qingya had feelings for Brother Chuan and asked you to introduce them." She added playfully, "Sister Qingya is quite the esthetician and straightforward. She would definitely take the initiative." Upon finishing, Jiang Yining winked at Heechi, teasing, "Am I right?" Heechi was rarely graced with such a charming display from her, his throat constricting slightly. Unfortunately, they were still in the car. A low chuckle escaped his lips as he replied, "That's precisely how it happened." His tone carried a hint of affection, and as he noticed the smile tugging at his lips, Jiang Yining felt warmth spread across her cheeks. Quickly diverting her gaze elsewhere, just as she was still trying to adapt to the flirtatious atmosphere, her phone rang with a call from Jiang Yufang. Coincidentally, Heechi turned the car into the garage and parked it. Jiang Yining hesitated for a moment but did not avoid Heechi as she answered the phone. "Aunt, is there something you need at this late hour?" Jiang Yufang had long since lost interest in their affairs. Yet Jiang Wentao persistently sought her out. She stated plainly, "Your father is looking for you. He wants you to return his call. He wishes to inquire when you'll go with him to handle the paperwork." Jiang Yining, showing no signs of emotional upheaval, replied, "I understand. The house will eventually be returned. The school has assigned me to train new teachers, so I truly have no time. Let them wait a few days." Jiang Yufang did not press further as she contemplated ending the call. She felt compelled to impart a serious reminder to Jiang Yining. "Ning Ning, you are ultimately father and daughter. The bond of blood is not easily severed. Do not let the relationship become too strained." The car was confined in space. Although she was not on speakerphone, her proximity to Heechi meant he likely heard her words. She turned to glance at Heechi and, biting her lip, said, "Aunt, this is not what I desired. I yearn for familial affection more than anyone, but my father has already formed a new family. He abandoned me first. Nonetheless, I appreciate your words." Jiang Yufang fell silent for a long moment, responding only with a quiet mm. After they hung up, Jiang Yining briefly relayed to Heechi the matter of Jiang Wentao and Zhao Hong wanting her to transfer the house. Upon finishing, Jiang Yining lowered her gaze, her fingers idly twirling the wedding ring on her fourth finger. The ring was simple in design, yet the diamond at its center glimmered brilliantly. Heechi enveloped her hand within his broad palm. He contemplated the pain Jiang Yining must have endured upon realizing her father no longer loved her, being forced to vacate the home she had inhabited for years while her father remained indifferent. They continued to press her under the guise of familial ties, but she was unwilling to compromise any further, resolutely fighting for herself and severing ties with them. Heechi struggled to find words of comfort. Recalling a statement made by their captain when he first joined the police force, "The abuser will never understand guilt, while the victim often takes a long time to heal, sometimes becoming ensnared in painful memories they cannot escape. You are wonderful. They simply do not know how to cherish you." Jiang Yining understood the meaning behind his words and resonated with them deeply. For instance, she found herself easily triggered by matters related to Zhao Hong or the Jiang family. Jiang Yining raised her gaze to meet Heechi's, revealing a vulnerability she had never shown him before. She managed to force a smile, saying, "Heechi, thank you. In truth, after expressing these sentiments to Heechi that evening, she felt a considerable weight lifted from her heart. She had initially refrained from letting Hichi know, fearing he would perceive her family as a chaotic mess. Perhaps it was her pride at play. Hichi affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, "Let's head home, Mrs. He." Jiang Yining chuckled softly. She had a home with Hichi, however. Upon opening the trunk, her smile vanished. The thrill of shopping had faded. While shopping, she hadn't felt much since Hichi and Xiang Chuan had carried everything. Now, she realized the trunk was stuffed to the brim. Hichi remarked, "I'll come down again shortly. Let's head upstairs first, it's getting late. You should shower, and you need to return to school tomorrow." Once Hichi brought everything home, Jiang Yining meticulously organized the items, finally filling the once-empty master bedroom closet. Standing before the full-length mirror, she gazed at her reflection, feeling as though she had transformed into a different person. She had always been understated. Yet now she appeared radiant and captivating. She recalled Zhu Qingya's words, "You deserve better." She thought of the significant upheaval Zhu Qingya's family had faced, yet she remained resolute, choosing a challenging path and thriving. Finding happiness. Jiang Yining smiled at her reflection, feeling a sense of liberation. The days ahead were long, and she would find happiness in the following days. Jiang Yining resumed her work at school methodically, sharing dinners with Hichi each evening, taking leisurely walks afterward, and occasionally walking He Xiao Hui. After completing her training duties, she finally sent a message to Jiang Wentao, mirroring her previous actions by immediately adding his number to the blacklist. That day, Jiang Yining arrived at the agreed time, only to find Jiang Wentao already waiting there. After being ignored for a few days, Jiang Wentao felt a surge of irritation. Upon seeing Jiang Yining, he said with an expressionless face, "I've been waiting for you for half an hour." Jiang Yining responded nonchalantly, "I wasn't late. You were the one who eagerly came to wait. That has nothing to do with me." Jiang Wentao felt humiliated by his daughter's retort, but with the house still not transferred, he dared not protest and had to swallow his anger. "Wait," Jiang Yining said, her eyes devoid of any mirth as she smirked slightly. "Dad, it seems you've forgotten something." "What is it?" he asked, feigning ignorance. Jiang Yining reminded him, "What about the bank card that Hichi gave you?" Jiang Wentao did not dare meet Jiang Yining's gaze and, after a moment, replied, "I forgot to take the card. I'll bring it back to you after the transfer." Jiang Yining halted her steps, responding with a casual "oh," and added, "In that case, remember to return the card to me before the transfer." "I am not in a hurry," she emphasized. "After all, Jiang Yang won't be in first grade until next year, so there's plenty of time." Jiang Yining turned to leave, however. Jiang Wentao grew anxious and hurried after her. "Ning Ning, I must have remembered incorrectly. I have the card right here." Jiang Yining turned back to see Jiang Wentao holding out the bank card. She grasped the card, tugging it forcefully until it was in her possession, and smiled. "Dad, your son is only 6 years old. Your memory seems to be failing. You must take care of your health." Chapter 53. Wounding the heart. Jiang Wentao could not miss the mocking tone in her words. Jiang Yining avoided looking at Jiang Wentao's darkening expression and glanced around. Spotting a bank nearby, she said impassively, "I'll check the balance first. If everything is in order, we can proceed with the transfer." Jiang Wentao was furious but felt powerless. He had initially intended to give this money to his daughter, but after the previous incident, he realized Jiang Yining would no longer concern herself with family matters. Thus, he hesitated to part with the money, hoping to test her attitude. To his surprise, his usually obedient daughter had turned so callous, showing no regard for the difficulties he faced as a father. Jiang Yining confirmed that the money in the bank card had not been tampered with. Before entering to handle the paperwork, Jiang Wentao called out to her, "Ning Ning, I'd like to discuss something with you. Let us proceed with the sale transfer instead. The tax on a gift transfer is quite high." Jiang Yining firmly interrupted, "Of course not." Jiang Wentao fell silent for a moment before asking, "What about the taxes incurred?" Jiang Yining replied coolly, "That will be your responsibility. I still owe my uncle 200,000 in medical expenses. Where would I find the money?" Jiang Wentao did not believe her excuse. After all, he had just returned the 39,900 in betrothal gifts to her. "Ning Ning, your brother is still young. There will be plenty of occasions when money is needed in the future." Jiang Yining's eyes sparkled with sarcastic amusement. "If you lack money, why have children? Also, do not use Jiang Yang to morally bind me. He has nothing to do with me. I do not care about him in the slightest. Stop referring to him as your brother. Has he ever called me sister?" She pressed her lips together, her tone growing colder. "Since you don't even want to cover a few thousand in deed taxes, then let us not proceed with the transfer." Jiang Wentao endured and endured, nearly losing his temper at his daughter's words. After all, I raised you. I worked hard to support your education. I never expected you to repay me as your father. Just look at yourself. Is this how a daughter should behave? Jiang Yining's gaze remained calm as she regarded Jiang Wentao. I have heard these words many times since you remarried Zhao Hong. If you only came here to argue with me today, you might as well go back, as I have already received my money and am indifferent. Jiang Wentao trembled with anger, exclaiming, You? He scoffed, I've raised an ungrateful daughter. Jiang Yining retorted nonchalantly, Then consider me an ungrateful wolf. That way, you won't have too many expectations of me that ultimately go unfulfilled. Jiang Wentao felt a sharp pain in his heart, left speechless, and had no choice but to pay the deed tax. Once all the paperwork was completed, Jiang Wentao emerged with Jiang Yining. The previously sullen expression on his face had completely transformed. Looking at Jiang Yining, he said warmly, Ning Ning, regardless of everything, we are still blood relatives. Let us put the past behind us. From now on, let us strive to get along as a family. Jiang Yining did not respond. She stood by the roadside, taking out her phone to hail a cab. The students were returning to school tomorrow, and with a week-long military training ahead, she needed to prepare for the parent-teacher meeting the day after tomorrow. With the house now reverted to his name, Jiang Wentao felt elated and did not mind Jiang Yining's coldness. Family is family. Despite their quarrels, they would eventually reconcile, bound by years of familial affection. Jiang Wentao remarked, Ning Ning, my birthday is coming up soon. You remember, right? Jiang Yining turned to look at him, the warm sunlight casting a glow upon her, yet she still appeared distant and aloof. She pressed her lips together and finally spoke. What do you wish to say? Jiang Wentao was momentarily taken aback, taking a while to respond. That night when you and He-Chi came home for dinner, I didn't want you to come back for my birthday to avoid giving the neighbors something to gossip about. Jiang Yining decisively refused. I have no time. Even if I did, I wouldn't return. Have you forgotten the contents of that contract? Would you like me to read it to you? Jiang Wentao fell silent. Coincidentally, she had arranged for a ride on the platform, and Jiang Yining could hardly be bothered with him. Why ride has arrived. Let us cease all contact from this day forth. The bond between father and daughter has reached its conclusion. Without waiting for Jiang Wentao to react, Jiang Yining swung open the car door and climbed in. Through the window, she noticed Jiang Wentao still standing on the street corner, motionless. Perhaps it was the toll of his demanding job that rendered him significantly more haggard than before. But he had brought this upon himself. Before her mother passed away, her father had showered her with affection, practically willing to give her the world. Consequently, his remarriage left her grappling with a profound sense of self-doubt and disorientation for an extended period. Whether one deems her heartless or cold, all she desires now is to live her life well. She resents her father's selfishness, as well as Zhao Hong's, and now, Jiang Yining acknowledges her own selfishness. No one shall disrupt her little haven any longer. Turning her head away, she chose not to look back, closing her eyes to calm her thoughts. Upon returning home, Jiang Yining bent down to scoop up He-Shall-We. And after finishing her work in the study, she settled into the lazy sofa in the living room, facing the floor-to-ceiling window, where she and her cat lingered in peaceful silence for quite some time. As dusk fell, the evening glow painted the sky, and Jiang Yining found herself enveloped in a sea of orange hues, comfortably nestled on the lazy sofa, one hand gently stroking the cat, until nightfall deepened. He-Chi mentioned he would be dining out that evening and would not return for dinner. Jiang Yining felt no inclination to summon the aunt to prepare a meal, opting instead for a casual takeaway. The previous night, He-Chi had opened a bottle of red wine, leaving more than half of it untouched. Once the takeaway arrived, Jiang Yining retrieved the bottle of red wine, pouring herself a modest glass. Upon receiving a message from Zhang Qiao, she felt as if she might faint from laughter. You woman, how could you do this? Who pairs Romani Conti with spicy hot pot? Though Jiang Yining was not well versed in wine, she had heard the name in dramas and, after searching for its price, breathed a sigh of relief that it was cheaper than the last bottle. She replied to Zhang Qiao. He-Chi probably won't be home until around 11 or 12. Would you like to come over? After sending the message, she added, There's still more than half a bottle of wine left. I warmly invite you to share a drink with me. Seeing the message, Zhang Qiao chuckled. I'll tidy up and be there in half an hour. When Zhang Qiao arrived, she noticed Jiang Yining's cheeks had taken on a faint flush. Your tolerance for alcohol is truly poor. I'm not drunk, Jiang Yining protested, lightly patting her own face, murmuring, I just don't understand why I turn red when I drink, especially since I hardly had much. Zhang Xiao advised, then you should drink less. Jiang Yining had already prepared a glass for her, and the two nestled on the sofa, leisurely sipping red wine while watching television. Zhang Xiao would need to take a taxi home later. And although she had a good tolerance, Jiang Yining did not dare let her drink too much. Around 10:30, Zhang Xiao rose to leave, and Jiang Yining insisted she take the remaining half bottle with her. Less than 10 minutes after Zhang Xiao departed, He Qi returned home. Seeing him, Jiang Yining stood and walked towards him. Didn't you say you wouldn't be back until after 11? Her cheeks were flushed, and her almond-shaped eyes sparkled with a hint of intoxication. As she reached He Qi, she leaned forward slightly. Quick as a flash, He Qi extended his arms, drawing her into his embrace. How could you drink so much? Chapter 54. Discontent. Jiang Yining found herself cradled in He Qi's arms and realized she was genuinely tipsy, her mind swirling with a sense of bliss. Suddenly, she wrapped her arms around his waist, nuzzling her small face against his chest, soft and obedient, which left He Qi momentarily taken aback. Just as he intended to tighten his hold, Jiang Yining released him and casually turned to return to her room. I need to wake up early tomorrow. I'm going to shower and sleep now. He Qi stood still, observing her retreating figure, a smirk playing on his lips as he silently chuckled. The following morning, Jiang Yining rose before her alarm at 6:30, proceeding to wash up. The school required homeroom teachers to arrive by 7:30, so she aimed to leave around 7:10. When she emerged from the master bedroom, He Qi had returned from walking He Shui, carrying 2 breakfast bags. Jiang Yining exclaimed in surprise, What time did you wake up? She regarded He Qi. You really didn't need to get up this early just to see me off. It only takes me a few minutes to catch the bus back to school. He Qi placed the breakfast on the dining table and candidly replied, As a married couple, if we don't leave together in the morning, we only have a brief time together in the evening. That's a roommate, not espoused. We can't even share the same bed at night. Jiang Yining conceded there was some truth in He Qi's words. But that means you have less time to rest, He Qi shrugged. I'm used to waking up early. Jiang Yining chose not to press the matter further. He Qi returned to their room to change. Emerging in a white shirt and black trousers, his collar casually undone, exuding a relaxed and languid vibe. During breakfast, He Qi took a bite of a bun, yet his gaze remained fixed on Jiang Yining across the table. Today was her first meeting with students and parents, and she had intentionally donned a polished outfit that radiated elegance and style, an ensemble she had selected with Zhu Qingya during a recent shopping trip. The white silk shirt was loose-fitting, the sleeves ending just at her wrists, featuring a distinctive lantern shape, paired with a high-waisted black skirt and adorned with simple pearl earrings. The understated colors created a striking impression. Her slightly curled long hair fell gently over her shoulders, and she tucked stray strands behind her ears. As Jiang Yining sipped her porridge, she glanced up only to meet He Qi's deep, dark-gazed eyes. There's something on my face, she wondered aloud, thinking she might have smeared something while eating the bun. He Qi slowly replied, No. After a pause, his voice, laced with a hint of amusement, continued, I was just thinking. If only my homeroom teacher had been as beautiful as you, perhaps I could have excelled further. Jiang Yining. His words were so direct that they made her feel slightly embarrassed. Teacher Lin is also quite beautiful. You see her every day, yet your grades didn't improve dramatically. She had often heard Teacher Lin lament about He Qi's previous struggles with his studies, claiming he only improved under her strict guidance. He Qi lifted his bowl to sip his porridge and, once he set it down, remarked thoughtfully, Teacher Lin is strict. You're different from her. Noticing the spoon Jiang Yining had prepared for He Qi lying abandoned on the side. Untouched, she observed him drink directly from the bowl. After hearing He Qi's comment, Jiang Yining unabashedly defended. How is my mother strict? You're the one who frequently vexed her. In response, He Qi chuckled, realizing that in his wife's eyes, his mother held greater importance. I apologize. It was my fault. You're done eating, right? Jiang Yining nodded. Having consumed 2 meat buns and a bowl of porridge, I'm full. I'll just head to the study to grab a few things. On the way back to school, He Qi informed Jiang Yining, Auntie should be back next week. If there are no other plans, we'll visit Grandma. Sure, Jiang Yining replied. I'll prepare something for Grandma and Auntie. Do you know what they like? He Qi glanced at her. You don't need to bring anything. Before she could respond, he added, Teacher Lin specifically mentioned that if you bring anything back, she will ask. Jiang Yining. He Qi continued. If you don't have much to do, familiarize yourself with Subject 1. Jiang Yining almost forgot about her driving test. As students gradually arrived at school, He could no longer park at the school gate as he had before. Nearing the school, he found a spot by the roadside, free of vendors, to park the car. Jiang Yining exited the vehicle and, upon spotting someone approaching, politely greeted, "Good morning, Teacher Yang." Yang Hui, remembering the car He drove, smiled and replied, "Good morning, Teacher Jiang." He rolled down the window to take a look and quickly recognized Yang Hui as the math teacher who had an interest in Jiang Yining. He unbuckled his seatbelt, preparing to exit the car. Seeing that He's vehicle had not yet departed, Jiang Yining called back, "He, drive slowly. We'll head in first." Yang Hui and Jiang Yining stood together, maintaining a distance of 2 steps apart, both glancing back at He felt a surge of displeasure, finding Yang Hui's presence irksome. With his lips pressed together and an expression of cold detachment, he turned his attention back to Jiang Yining, allowing a smile to curve at the corners of his mouth. "All right, my dear wife. I'll pick you up after work tonight." Just then, Teacher Lu strolled over, teasing, "Oh dear, I must report to the school. Teacher Jiang is spreading affection at the school gates so early in the morning. How are us single teachers supposed to survive? I don't care. I want the school administration to find me a boyfriend." Being publicly called wife by He and teased by Teacher Lu made Jiang Yining blush uncontrollably, her face flushed with embarrassment as she shot He an annoyed look. It was all his fault. Noticing her reaction, He fastened his seatbelt, a grin spreading across his face. This teacher had a knack for lightening the mood. He decided that next time they visited the bar, he would bring a few membership cards to give one to Jiang Yining's colleague. After watching He's car drive away, Jiang Yining joined her fellow teachers as they walked towards the school gate. She returned to her office, and as soon as the clock struck 7:30, she made her way to her classroom. Before she reached the classroom door, she heard a cacophony of chatter. Upon entering, the students fell silent in unison. Jiang Yining had served as a homeroom teacher for 5 years, yet each time she encountered a new face, an indescribable anticipation stirred within her. Standing at the podium, she offered a simple self-introduction. "My surname is Jiang, and you may call me Teacher Jiang. From now on, I shall be your homeroom teacher as well as your Chinese language instructor." Jiang Yining exuded an aura of cool elegance, possessing a subtle air of detachment. However, when she smiled gently, her warmth radiated with a bright and graceful charm, and her voice was soothingly soft. The students were captivated by her presence. Their initial apprehension of her being a stern teacher dissipated the moment she smiled, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. Jiang Yining inscribed the character for Jiang on the blackboard, holding a list in her hand. "I have completed my introduction. Next, I will call the roll. When I mention your name, please stand so that I may recognize you." As she reached the final name, Wang Zhiyao, no one rose. Jiang Yining repeated the name, inquiring, "Is Wang Zhiyao present?" Scanning the room, she noticed an empty seat. To confirm, she counted the students. One student raised a hand and said, "Teacher, Wang Zhiyao is absent." Jiang Yining asked, "Do you know her?" The student replied, "Yes, we are elementary school classmates. I haven't seen her this morning." Chapter 55. Do you dislike me? Jiang Yining set this matter aside for the moment and asked, "Tomorrow we will begin military training, and I need 5 students to assist in collecting the training uniforms for the class. Who would like to volunteer?" No sooner had she finished speaking than a group of boys eagerly raised their hands, exclaiming, "Teacher, I will go." Jiang Yining selected 5 of the more robust boys. Once they had transported the uniforms, she instructed them to assist in distributing them according to the sizes listed. She then appointed temporary class leaders. Afterward, back in her office, Jiang Yining sought out the student records provided by the school and found the sheet with the contact information for the parents. The parents' phone numbers had been collected before the start of the school year, and a parent meeting was scheduled for the afternoon to create a communication group for future correspondence. For now, she could only contact Wang Zhiyao's parents by phone. Jiang Yining first called her father's number, but there was no answer. Next, she dialed her mother's number, which rang for quite a while before being answered. "Hello, may I speak with Wang Zhiyao's mother? I am Wang Zhiyao's homeroom teacher." The voice on the other end sounded somewhat despondent, and upon realizing her identity, she politely inquired, "Hello, teacher. Has something happened to Wang Zhiyao at school?" From her tone, it was clear that Wang Zhiyao's mother believed her daughter had returned to school. Jiang Yining replied, "Wang Zhiyao did not attend school today. May I ask if you can reach her at this moment?" Wang Zhiyao's mother became flustered, exclaiming, "She left home this morning. How could she not be at school? Teacher, please hold on. I will call her right away. It was the beginning of the school year, and many students likely carried their mobile phones. The school allowed students to bring phones on campus, but they had to be placed in a storage box outside the classroom, to be retrieved only during lunch and after school. However, Jiang Yining had not yet discussed the phone policy with the students. After a moment, Jiang Yining received a call back from Wang Jiao's mother. Teacher, I cannot reach her. Jiang Yining reassured her, Jiao's mother, please do not panic. Is her phone turned off? Or is it just that no one is answering? No one is answering. Jiang Yining took out a pen. Please provide me with her number and I will call her. After hanging up, Jiang Yining dialed Wang Jiao's number. She answered with a simple hello. That single word revealed to Jiang Yining that it was indeed a young girl's voice, and from her tone, it mirrored the low spirits of her mother. Jiang Yining wondered what could have transpired in the Wang household. Jiao, I am your homeroom teacher. Before she could finish her sentence, the call was abruptly ended. Remembering that she had a classmate named Wang Jiao, she asked her to call Wang Jiao and inquire about the situation. Fortunately, Wang Jiao was willing to speak with her elementary school friend, and after learning of Wang Jiao's whereabouts, Jiang Yining promptly relayed the information to her mother. Returning to her office, Yang noticed Jiang Yining on the phone and asked, Is everything all right? Jiang Yining, who had been anxious until now, finally exhaled, One of my students is absent, and her parent mistakenly thought she was at school. Thankfully, we now know where she is. Yang responded, as long as she is safe. Teacher Lu remarked, Today's children are incredibly difficult to manage. They cannot be scolded or punished, and their thoughts are so varied. From what I heard on your call, it seems there might be some issues at home. Jiang Yining concurred, and she surmised that Wang Jiao was likely aware that it was her classmate who had called her, perhaps hoping to draw attention from her family and teacher. Otherwise, she would have simply turned off her phone. Jiang Yining set up a separate WeChat account for work purposes, allowing Wang Jiao's mother to add her. After locating Wang Jiao, she would notify her. On the first day of school, the children in the class were in an excited state. If she were to step away for even a moment, they would become rowdy. Fortunately, military instructors would be there to keep them in line the following day. The next day, Jiang Yining returned to the classroom and checked once more. But the bell rang, and still, Wang Jiao had not arrived. The previous afternoon, Wang Jiao's mother had informed her that they had found her, and Jiang Yining had informed her about the upcoming parent meeting. After the instructor led the students to the playground for training, Jiang Yining called the parents again and learned that Wang Jiao was unwilling to attend school. During the afternoon parent meeting, Wang Jiao's parents were also absent. Unable to glean any information over the phone, Jiang Yining resolved to visit their home after school to understand the situation. She had previously informed Wang Jiao's mother of her intention to visit, and the mother requested she come around 8 o'clock. He Chi picked her up after work and noticed her distracted demeanor. Once she had fastened her seatbelt, he inquired, What's wrong? Jiang Yining, having spent the afternoon under the sun with students during military training, turned to He Chi and asked, Have I gotten darker? How to put it, you are indeed a tad darker than the past few days. Even He Chi, being rather straightforward, recognized the importance of diplomacy at that moment. He scrutinized her for a moment and tactfully said, It's all good. I see you every day, and you don't seem to have changed much. In truth, Jiang Yining already had her answer. She merely sought a comforting word. Taking a deep breath, she decided to let it be. After all, it wouldn't be darker than He Chi. He Chi chuckled softly at her remark, locking his gaze on her. Madam Jiang, does that imply you find me undesirable? Jiang Yining inadvertently blurted out her thoughts, her ears turning slightly red. She dared not meet He Chi's eyes, stammering, I did not mean that. She glanced at He Chi, her gaze flitting over his deep-set brows and eyes, settling at the bridge of his nose, then resting on the collar of his shirt. He Chi often wore a shirt with a couple of buttons undone, his sleeves rolled up slightly, exuding a relaxed and carefree demeanor. He enjoyed outdoor activities, his skin a warm brown rather than pale, and with his well-built physique and defined muscular arms, a potent aura of masculinity enveloped her. Jiang Yining found herself tempted to remove his white shirt, suddenly recalling that morning when he stood before her clad only in a pair of black boxers. The memory brought a flush to her ears, and she swallowed nervously in his presence. He Chi smirked as he watched her, intrigued by her sudden shyness. He was eager to know what thoughts occupied his wife's mind, as her mere glance at him could redden her cheeks. Jiang Yining averted his gaze and awkwardly changed the subject. Shall we go eat? He Chi, still wanting to tease her, replied, No rush, there is still time. Let us discuss what you were just thinking about. He leaned closer to her, his strong presence enveloping her. Jiang Yining feigned calmness, nearly losing her composure. I wasn't thinking of anything. He raised an eyebrow. Oh really? Then why are you so flustered? Chapter 56. Being married. There's no need to feel bashful with your husband. He kept inching closer, leaving Jiang Yining with no choice but to subtly shift away. She couldn't very well admit that she was envisioning removing his shirt. Such bold thoughts were far too brazen for her to voice. Stealing a glance at the clock on the dashboard, she cleared her throat and said, I'm quite eager to grab a bite. I have a home visit to attend afterward. Home visit? He recalled Jiang Yining mentioning it the night before. Regarding the student who hadn't shown up, he inquired further, is it about the student you mentioned yesterday? Yes, Jiang Yining confirmed. She didn't come today either, and her parents missed the parent meeting. It's neither a transfer nor anything, so I need to find out more. He started the car, asking, what would you like to eat? Jiang Yining noticed he had stopped pressing her, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief, her voice lightening. Anything is fine. I'm not picky. The school was not far from the restaurant near Zhang Qiao's home. After He drove off, Jiang Yining suggested, could we go to that restaurant close to Qiao Qiao's place? The one you took me to before. All right, He replied thoughtfully. But if we go to that restaurant, we'll need to buy a pack of wedding candies for, Jiang Yining suddenly recalled, her face breaking into a smile. Yes, we do need to buy a pack of wedding candies. Upon arriving at the store, they found the proprietress seated at the front desk, her head bent over her phone. Jiang Yining approached, and as the proprietress looked up, she greeted her with a gentle smile, saying, Madam, we would like to treat you to some wedding candies. Might we request a discount today? The proprietress, noticing the joy radiating from the two, glanced at the bag of wedding candies in He's hand, chuckling, Congratulations, congratulations. I was wondering why you hadn't visited recently. Miss Zhang mentioned you had moved away. Today, I shall treat you. I wish to bask in your happiness, hoping my daughter finds her own joyous union soon. He offered the wedding candies, replying, there's no need for that. A 91% discount would suffice. The proprietress, captivated by He's striking appearance, nearly inquired if he had any single brothers at home, but instead laughed. That would be no different from not having a discount at all. That simply won't do, Jiang Yining interjected. We appreciate your kindness. We merely seek a good omen and wish you prosperous business. Very well, take a seat, the proprietress replied. Jiang Yining found a spot by the window. The restaurant's location was somewhat obscure. Being the proprietress's own establishment, there was no rent to pay, and it thrived on familiar clientele. Observing the couple's casual approach to business, yet noting the freshness of the ingredients, she realized that during her 2.5 years residing there, she had often chosen to dine out rather than cook herself. Jiang Yining recalled her father's breakfast shop, which had once flourished due to its prime location, frequented by patients visiting the nearby hospital and students seeking a morning meal. Her parents had bought the shop outright years ago, but after her father remarried Zhao Hong, the business had suffered considerably. This decline was largely attributed to Zhao Hong's petty nature, often refusing to discard overnight buns, instead selling them mixed with fresh ones the next day. Gradually, many regulars ceased to visit, and the business naturally dwindled. In a rush, Jiang Yining ordered only 2 dishes, but when the food arrived, there was an extra serving of braised pork, a dish she frequently ordered. Before she could protest, the proprietress said, this dish is on the house. I recall you quite enjoy it. Please, take your time. Jiang Yining thanked her with a smile, though her appetite was lackluster today. The rich braised pork did not entice her further. She picked up a piece sluggishly. Taking only a small bite, He, noticing her lack of appetite, poured her a cup of tea, encouraging her not to force herself to eat, suggesting something lighter instead. Jiang Yining softly replied, I feel somewhat embarrassed not to finish it. Given the proprietress's good intentions, He moved the braised pork in front of himself, saying, it's fine. I'll eat it if I can't finish it. I'll take it home for a late-night snack. Jiang Yining cast a grateful glance at He. Having eaten little, she continued to sip her tea, her gaze lingering on him. Whenever he lifted his dark lashes, she discreetly shifted her gaze away. At the front desk while settling the bill, the proprietress observed them with amusement. She remarked to He, being young is wonderful. The affection between you two is palpable. Throughout the meal, Miss Zhang's eyes hardly left you. Jiang Yining trailed a few steps behind He, overhearing the proprietress's teasing as she approached. He turned back with interest, smirking, is that so? Her face flushed, She attempted to deny it, saying, "Madam, you must be mistaken. I was merely drinking tea." The proprietress, with a knowing smile, replied, "Look at you, blushing. I saw it quite clearly. You're married now, so there's no need for bashfulness with your husband." Jiang Yining averted her gaze from He Qi, who seemed increasingly at ease. He cheerfully addressed the proprietress, stating, "My wife is shy. We shall take our leave now and return to your establishment another time." She slipped away, and upon hearing He Qi's words, Jiang Yining wished for a hole to hide in. Back in the car, He Qi refrained from mentioning the earlier incident. After asking Jiang Yining for the address, he began navigating. Before driving off, He Qi glanced at her, noting her composed demeanor, as though the bashful girl from moments ago had transformed. Yet, upon closer inspection, he detected a faint blush at her ears. He silently smirked, turning the steering wheel to head in the opposite direction, maintaining a silence that was only punctuated by the rhythm of his fingers tapping lightly on the steering wheel. Each tap seemed to resonate within Jiang Yining's heart, stirring her nerves. He might as well have asked her directly, giving her the chance to deflect, yet he chose silence. Soon, however, Jiang Yining's mind shifted away from such thoughts as the car stopped outside a residential complex. She first contacted Wang Jiao's mother. He Qi said, "I will wait for you in the car." Jiang Yining unbuckled her seatbelt and replied, "All right, I'll head in first." She proceeded to register at the security desk. Upon arriving downstairs, a short-haired girl looked up at her, asking, "Are you Teacher Jiang?" Jiang Yining affirmed, "Yes, are you Wang Jiao?" Wang Jiao nodded, her demeanor subdued as she said, "My mother asked me to come down to fetch you." Her eyes were calm, seemingly indifferent to Jiang Yining's arrival. Yet her speech and actions conveyed deep respect. Noticing her reluctance to converse, Jiang Yining chose not to force a connection, quietly following her into the elevator. Once inside, Wang Jiao said, "Teacher Jiang, no need to change your shoes. Please come in." She then poured tea for Jiang Yining, adding, "My mother just received a phone call and will be out shortly. Please enjoy the tea." Jiang Yining smiled at her, saying thank you. She took a gentle sip of tea and sat in the living room for a short while, when suddenly an angry voice erupted from the room. "Wang, you were the one who strayed first. I will settle for half of the house in savings. That is already a concession on my part. Since you refuse to agree, we shall meet in court. Whether you have a chance of winning is not for you to decide." The voice carried a tone of incredulity. "What if the money was earned by you? Have I not contributed over the years? I sacrificed my career to care for the children in this home. How dare you claim I have made no contribution? I do not wish to argue with you. We shall see each other in court." Jiang Yining gently set down her teacup, realizing she had inadvertently overheard a conversation that was ill-timed. Now, she understood why Wang Jiao had not been attending school and had severed ties with her family. Jiang Yining pretended to glance casually at Wang Jiao, who appeared unperturbed, showing no emotional response. Chapter 57. She needs you too. Shortly after, the door swung open, and Wang Jiao's mother approached, apologizing to Jiang Yining. "Teacher Jiang, I'm so sorry for the disturbance. I was caught up with something." She glanced at her daughter. "I've already spoken with Jiao. She will return to school tomorrow. I apologize for the inconvenience." Jiang Yining expressed her understanding, her voice soothing. "It's no trouble at all, Jiao's mother. This is part of my job," she added. "I'm here merely to gain a brief understanding of the situation, which will facilitate my future guidance for Jiao." Wang Jiao's mother looked at her daughter, her eyes filled with remorse. Wang Jiao stood up and said softly, "You two talk." Once they were alone, Wang Jiao's mother confided, "My marriage with her father has encountered some issues, and we are currently navigating the divorce process." She glanced toward Wang Jiao's bedroom. "She may be struggling to come to terms with the upheaval in our home. She was quite vivacious before, but has become rather withdrawn lately." Wang Jiao's mother sincerely implored, "Teacher Jiang, I would appreciate it if you could keep an eye on her. Oh, be honest. I am quite worried about her." Jiang Yining assured her, Jiao's mother, "I will certainly do that. I would like to learn more about Wang Jiao, her interactions with her parents, her interests and hobbies, or her past academic performance. Any details you can share would be helpful." They spoke for about half an hour, and Jiang Yining gained a general understanding of Wang Jiao and her family dynamics. Wang Jiao's mother was a homemaker who had prioritized her family since giving birth. After Wang Jiao started school, she focused on her daughter's education. Previously, the family had been harmonious, and Wang Jiao excelled academically while also participating in various extracurricular activities, making her a bright and cheerful girl. Her father was successful in his career but often traveled for work, sometimes being away for a month or two at a time. Wang Jiao relied heavily on her mother, having a mediocre relationship with her father due to their limited time together. Since her mother managed the household, her father was often oblivious to family matters, devoting himself to his career. Jiang Yining delicately refrained from discussing the reasons behind her parents' divorce. She later had a private conversation with Wang Jiao. Initially, the girl was somewhat aloof, but gradually, she began to open up about her personal matters. As time passed, Jiang Yining decided not to linger longer and prepared to leave. Wang Jiao's mother accompanied her to the door, saying, "Teacher Jiang, thank you for your hard work today. I truly apologize." Jiang Yining smiled, replying, "It's quite all right, and I appreciate your cooperation with my work." The school required homeroom teachers to conduct home visits for their students, and since she had visited Wang Jiao's home, there would be no need for another visit. Many teachers disliked home visits, as some parents were also averse to them, but it was a requirement. Jiang Yining, however, did not mind visiting her students' homes. Although it could be inconvenient, it allowed for deeper communication with parents and provided insights into the students' home environments, which would aid in her future management of them. Wang Jiao walked her to the entrance of the community, halting to look up at Jiang Yining. "Teacher Jiang, I'm sorry. I deliberately hung up on you that day." As she spoke, she lowered her head again, her voice softening. "I thought that if I didn't return to school, the teachers would contact my parents, prompting my father to notice me. However, he merely scolded me, claiming I was being unreasonable and causing him trouble." Jiang Yining gently ruffled her hair and said, "Jiao, the teacher does not blame you." Unsure of how to comfort her, fearing that too many words might overstep boundaries, she continued, "Your mother cares about you deeply." Upon mentioning her mother, Wang Jiao pursed her lips and suddenly brought up, "My mom asked me what I would do if she divorced my dad. Would I stay with her or go with him?" Jiang Yining recalled the words Wang Jiao's mother had spoken during a phone call in her room. If she remembered correctly, it indicated that Wang Jiao's father had cheated first and likely already had a new family. Indeed, Wang Jiao's next words were, "I only found out yesterday that my dad has another child. I'm no longer his only child. He doesn't want my mom, nor does he want me." Jiang Yining hesitated, contemplating whether to ask. Wang Jiao lifted her gaze to meet hers. "Teacher Jiang, are you wondering why my mom still asks if I want to live with my dad?" Jiang Yining did not deny it, simply responding, "Because I believe your mother loves you dearly, and under these circumstances, she would not want you to live with your father. It's because my mom is worried she won't get half of the family assets. She's afraid she won't find a job later, and that I might suffer if I stay with her." Wang Jiao replied as Jiang Yining looked at this stubborn and sensible child. Her eyes involuntarily welled with tears while saying this. Wang Jiao's demeanor reminded Jiang Yining of her younger self, when her mother was gravely ill, and she felt utterly helpless, unable to alleviate her mother's suffering or share the financial burden. Overwhelmed by confusion, she often felt hopeless during the quiet of the night. Jiang Yining understood her feelings all too well. Wang Jiao was still so young, only 12 or 13, yet she had to accept that her father did not love her. The once complete family of three was now embroiled in a legal battle. Stepping closer, Jiang Yining embraced Wang Jiao and asked, "You must also wish to live with your mother. Why are you still conflicted?" Wang Jiao's sudden sharing likely stemmed from unresolved issues she couldn't discuss with those close to her, but felt she could confide in her teacher. Lowering her eyelashes, she spoke softly, "I'm afraid I will become a burden to my mom." After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yining replied, "Jiao, you will never be a burden to your mother. She loves you more than anything else. In truth, she needs you very much right now." Wang Jiao suddenly lifted her head to meet Jiang Yining's gaze, seemingly eager for her to elaborate. Jiang Yining continued slowly, "She has sacrificed so much for your family, leaving her career for over a decade. Now, suddenly facing divorce, she must find work again. Taking any step forward is immensely challenging for her. At this time, she needs you by her side to encourage her." Wang Jiao asked, "What should I do?" "Live well," Jiang Yining explained. "Your mother is most worried that the divorce will affect you. You need to let her know that regardless of whether she divorces, you can still live as you did before. Your lives will not fall apart simply because of a divorce." Jiang Yining's voice was gentle yet resolute. "Jiao, your lives will only improve from now on." A glimmer of light flickered in Wang Jiao's eyes as she looked up at Jiang Yining. After a long pause, a smile finally graced her face as she said, "I understand now. Thank you, Teacher Jiang." Jiang Yining returned her smile, replying, "No need to thank me. If you have anything in the future, you can always talk to your teacher." You mustn't keep things to yourself like last time. Your mother will worry about you. Wang Xiao nodded. I won't. I will return to school tomorrow, Teacher Jiang. See you then. All right, see you tomorrow. Chapter 58. A bright future. He Chi's car was parked across the street. He had seen Jiang Yining as she exited the community and waited for quite a while before she approached him. Once Jiang Yining entered the car and fastened her seatbelt, He Chi casually asked, "Why were you chatting at the community entrance for so long?" She pondered for a moment before briefly sharing the situation with He Chi. After listening, He Chi reflected for a moment and voiced his concerns. If we meddle in the private affairs of students, he did not finish his sentence, but Jiang Yining understood his apprehensions. What he considered meddling was merely her offering a few words of advice. Furthermore, when a student confides in her, she cannot simply dismiss it lightly. Moreover, if it weren't for Teacher Lin's help during her senior year, there would be no current Jiang Yining. Had she failed to enter a prestigious university? After her father married Zhao Hong, they would likely have opposed her repeating a year and would have forced her into a lesser institution. Consequently, she would not have smoothly transitioned into a job at a key provincial middle school after graduation. Jiang Yining realized that her choice to become a teacher was heavily influenced by Teacher Lin. He Chi, unaware of Jiang Yining's thoughts, noticed her seemingly downcast mood. He gently ruffled her hair and said, "It's getting late. Let's head home." Jiang Yining nodded. Looking at He Chi, admiring the sharp contours of his profile, she said, "He Chi, thank you." He Chi glanced at her, raising an eyebrow. "What are you thanking me for?" With a smile, she replied, "Thank you for waiting for me for so long. Thank you for stepping into my life and allowing me to fulfill my wishes." Reflecting on it now, Jiang Yining herself could not fathom why she had silently cherished someone for 8 years. Unwavering despite the absence of any reciprocation in the following days, Jiang Yining accompanied He Chi to the gym. This time, she opted for yoga classes rather than joining him in the more strenuous activities. Her naturally flexible body made yoga relatively easy for her, and after the session, she promptly received a transfer of 1,000 yuan from He Chi that evening. In high spirits, Jiang Yining invited He Chi out for dinner. Previously, Zhang Qiao had recommended an excellent seafood buffet, but the individual price was 450 yuan, a sum Jiang Yining had hesitated to spend. However, with He Chi's generous gift in hand, she wasted no time purchasing 2 dinner tickets online. As they left the gym, her stomach began to protest noisily, and upon arriving at the restaurant, the sight of so much delectable food nearly overwhelmed her senses. Leading her to indulge recklessly, He Chi wandered around, returning with the table nearly piled high with dishes. Noticing the sign on the wall, he spoke with a hint of fondness and exasperation. "Yining, if you can't finish, you'll need to pay an additional 20%. He Chi was not particularly concerned about the extra charge. It was just that Jiang Yining was typically frugal. Taking a calm look at the mountain of food before her, Jiang Yining confidently declared, "I can finish it, and I must get my money's worth." Observing her self-assured demeanor, He Chi smiled slightly, a touch of indulgence in his expression, and chose not to press the matter further. However, halfway through the meal, Jiang Yining realized she had overestimated her capacity. Although she ultimately finished everything, the consequence was that she now felt queasy at the sight of seafood. The last time He Chi visited his grandmother, she inquired about Jiang Yining's food preferences, and upon hearing that she enjoyed seafood, she had arranged for the kitchen staff to prepare a menu. Seeing Jiang Yining in her current state, He Chi called back to ask his grandmother to adjust the menu. He Chi's aunt, He Qingwen, had just returned from out of town and had been waiting for Jiang Yining to finish military training with her class before bringing her home that weekend. That morning, Jiang Yining woke up before 7. She changed into a new traditional Chinese dress she had selected the night before but hesitated upon wearing it, feeling it might be too deliberate. Jiang Yining suddenly felt troubled, searching through her wardrobe before ultimately deciding on a cream-colored dress. The satin long dress, with its fitted waist and paired with a light French jacket, complemented her choice of matching low heels. Finally, she adorned herself with a pearl necklace, giving her an overall gentle and intellectual appearance. One must admit that Zhu Qingya had chosen every outfit to perfectly suit her temperament. She spent over an hour just selecting clothes and applying makeup. He Chi had worked late the previous night, waking up later than usual, but when he rose, he caught sight of Jiang Yining emerging from the master bedroom. After finishing his morning jog, he went out to buy breakfast. Noticing the master bedroom door still firmly closed, He Chi walked towards it and raised his hand to knock just as the door swung open. Jiang Yining, unaware of He Chi's presence outside, halted her movement upon seeing him. She raised her gaze to meet his, only to find him studying her intently, his eyes unwavering and utterly candid. He-Chi's dark eyes brimmed with admiration. She appeared significantly brighter and more confident than before. His gaze seemingly glued to Jiang Yining. Jiang Yining felt her cheeks flush under his scrutiny. After a prolonged moment, He-Chi finally diverted his gaze, indicating that breakfast was ready. Pausing, he spoke in a low, deep voice, "You look beautiful today." Initially feeling somewhat anxious about meeting the He family, Jiang Yining relaxed upon hearing He-Chi's compliment, her lips instinctively curving into a smile. The laughter in her enchanting eyes seemed to draw him in, captivating his heart with every expression. He-Chi's Adam's apple bobbed slightly as he gazed toward the master bedroom, letting out a soft sigh. Moving out was easy, but returning would be a challenge. Jiang Yining noticed his expression dimming but remained oblivious to his thoughts. The two enjoyed a quiet breakfast together. Jiang Yining occasionally feigned indifference as she glanced across the table, observing that He-Chi appeared to be just as he usually was. He ate breakfast with a casual demeanor, taking a bite of his pancake followed by a sip of soy milk, finishing his meal in just a few minutes. In contrast, she savored her food at a leisurely pace. Yet, He-Chi always waited for her to finish before rising from the table, never rushing her, instead taking out his phone to peruse the news. Jiang Yining recalled what Teacher Lin had said about He-Chi lacking sensitivity, fearing that his straightforward nature might not be compatible with hers. However, during their time living together, Jiang Yining had not found this to be the case. Although He-Chi did not indulge in sweet talk, his consideration was evident through his actions. After breakfast, Jiang Yining and He-Chi set out for the He family residence. Halfway through their journey, she felt uneasy about arriving empty-handed. She remarked to He-Chi, "Since it's my first time meeting Grandma, it would be inappropriate to go without a gift." He-Chi replied leisurely, "Our family doesn't mind this. If I brought a gift, Teacher Lin would surely scold me." He then turned to Jiang Yining, a hint of mischief in his tone as he asked, "Do you want to see your husband get reprimanded?" Jiang Yining playfully blinked at him and responded, "Actually, I would quite like to see that." He-Chi. Observing her composed expression, one would never guess she was joking if not for the hint of laughter in her voice. He-Chi clicked his tongue in amusement and suddenly felt an urge to pinch her cheek. Teasing, "You clearly intend to ally with Teacher Lin, so I suppose I shall have to endure life under both your thumbs from now on." Chapter 59. After all, I am the one who relentlessly pursued you to marry me. Jiang Yining, unable to suppress her shyness, chuckled at He-Chi's playful banter. With the topic deftly diverted by He-Chi, Jiang Yining promptly set aside her thoughts of buying a gift. Approximately 10 minutes later, He-Chi's car slowed in front of an iron gate, and only after the security guard opened it did he drive inside. The opulent and grand villa was flanked by lush green lawns, with a pavilion for rest and cobblestone paths winding through the grass. He-Chi parked in the garage and glanced at Jiang Yining, who sat beside him in the passenger seat. He reassured her, "Grandma and Aunt are both easy to get along with. They've been eagerly awaiting your arrival, so there's no need to be nervous." Jiang Yining smiled at He-Chi and inquired, "Does Grandma usually stay home alone?" He-Chi replied, "Yes, Aunt and Uncle come back occasionally, and my parents visit during the summer and winter vacations." The villa was quite expansive, and as they got out of the car, Jiang Yining felt increasingly anxious about arriving empty-handed. Marrying He-Chi was, after all, a significant elevation for her. Although Teacher Lin held her in high regard, she was uncertain whether He-Chi's grandmother and aunt genuinely accepted her. Upon entering, a middle-aged woman greeted them with a warm smile, exclaiming, "You're back! The old lady has been waiting for you." He-Chi introduced her, saying, "This is Aunt Fong, whom I've mentioned to you." Jiang Yining politely greeted, "Hello, Aunt Fong." Having heard from Teacher Lin that she was quite pleased with her daughter-in-law, Aunt Fong, recognizing He-Chi as the only son of He Yuan and Lin Shu, was eager to make a good impression. She beamed at Jiang Yining, complimenting, "You are truly beautiful and possess a wonderful demeanor. No wonder Madam likes you." Aunt Fong then informed He-Chi, "Today is quite fortuitous. Cousin brought her daughter-in-law and niece to visit the old lady, and they are currently in the living room." Upon hearing this, He-Chi's brow furrowed slightly, and his expression darkened. Jiang Yining, perceptive as she was, sensed there was more to the story behind He-Chi's reaction. He said nothing further but took her hand, guiding her into the living room. As they approached, the sounds of laughter and chatter greeted them. A woman, dressed in luxurious attire and of similar age to Teacher Lin, was conversing jovially with the old lady. Though their gestures lacked intimacy, Jiang Yining surmised that this woman was the cousin Aunt Fong had mentioned. Upon their entrance, the room fell silent. Lin Shu extended her hand towards Jiang Yining, smiling. "Yining, come here." She proceeded to introduce her to everyone, saying, "This is Grandma." Jiang Yining gazed at the kindly, alert elder before softly greeting, "Hello, Grandma." Previously, Grandma he had had a falling out with He Chi over his career. But after reconciling, she had longed for him to marry. Now that he had brought his granddaughter-in-law before her, her joy was evident. Lin Shu introduced the other attendees. Aunt He Qingwen, Uncle Su Yuan, and then the cousin visiting today, along with her daughter-in-law Sun Xian and niece Li Luo. Grandma he pulled Jiang Yining to sit beside her, beaming as she said, "Our He Chi is fortunate. Your mother mentioned you to me long ago, praising your good character and ambition. Who would have thought you'd become my granddaughter-in-law now?" Aunt He Qingwen chimed in, "Mother, this is fate. Look, Yining is the pride of my sister-in-law. And you both share the same profession." Jiang Yining felt overwhelmed by the barrage of compliments and could only smile modestly. Fortunately, seated to her right was Teacher Lin, and she instinctively leaned towards her for support. Like a child seeking refuge, Lin Shu chuckled. "All right now, Yining is shy. If we continue, she'll become embarrassed." He Chi found a spot next to He Yuan. The atmosphere in the living room was warm and cheerful, but directly across from him sat the cousin, who remained silent, clearly displeased that He Chi had not acknowledged her presence at all. He Yuan, noticing his son's disregard for the cousin, chose to remain uninvolved as well. His household was characterized by a stern mother and a lenient father, and he had always indulged He Chi. Sensing his son's discontent, he opted to support him. The cousin, who had remained silent since Jiang Yining and He Chi's arrival, finally spoke. "How old are you this year, Yining?" Jiang Yining replied, 27.27. "You are the same age as my Luo Luo." She turned her gaze to her quietly seated niece, commenting, "Look at Yining. She is your age. And not only does she have a stable job, but she has also resolved her major life events." She added, "You should learn from Yining and find a good family to marry into." The cousin then addressed Jiang Yining. "My Luo Luo just returned from studying abroad last year and is now working at a research institute. She has high standards and hasn't he taken a liking to any of the boys we've introduced? Luo Luo is wonderful in every way, but not as pretty as you. Being so choosy might make finding someone worthy of her harder." Sensing that the cousin was about to continue her line of critique, Sun Xian quickly interjected, "Mom, why not have a sip of tea? This tea is quite good." The cousin, noticing the others had fallen silent and were ignoring her, was more than willing to heed her daughter-in-law's suggestion. Jiang Yining discreetly scanned the room, observing He Chi's tightly pressed lips and somber expression. Even Teacher Lin and the others appeared displeased, merely responding out of politeness. It dawned on her that the cousin had come to scrutinize her. The earlier comment implied that she had merely leveraged her looks to ascend into the He family, casting aspersions on He Chi as well. Aunt Fong's earlier remark about the coincidence of their visit likely held no truth. The cousin had likely come specifically because she knew He Chi was bringing Jiang Yining home to meet the family. He Chi's gaze rested on Jiang Yining, watching her sit obediently beside Teacher Lin. Their interactions warm and affectionate, resembling a mother-daughter bond. Despite Jiang Yining's awareness of the cousin's veiled insults, she maintained an air of detachment. He Chi's lips curled into a slight smile at the sight. Jiang Yining was typically an emotionally stable individual, occasionally playing the role of a hidden tiger. She concealed her true feelings well. However, Teacher Lin was less forgiving, especially since this was Jiang Yining's first official visit to the family. The cousin had brought her daughter-in-law along, and her remarks dripped with sarcasm. Lin Shu's tone turned frosty as she retorted, "I cannot accept that sentiment. What do you mean by finding a good family to marry into? That notion belongs to a bygone era. Women today are no less capable than men and can achieve greatness just as well." Lin Shu held Jiang Yining's hand, her eyes filled with affection, stating, "Yining marrying He Chi is a bit of a compromise. If not for He Chi's decent looks, Yining may not have even considered him." She then turned her gaze to He Chi, her tone laced with admonition. "You must treat Yining well. Marrying her is a blessing you've earned over several lifetimes." He Chi readily complied, his dark eyes reflecting a gentle smile as he turned to Jiang Yining, his lips curving upward. "Of course, this is only natural, for after all, I am the one who relentlessly pursued you to marry you. How could I treat you poorly?" Jiang Yining. Chapter 60. I can wait. "You need not force yourself. What do I think it is? Isn't it merely a matter of admiring someone's beauty? She scoffed, declaring that all men are of such ilk. Fortunately, Luoluo showed no interest in him. I refuse to believe that He-Chi and that girl could maintain a lasting relationship. Sun Qian could hardly be bothered to converse with her, were it not for her awareness of what kind of person her mother-in-law was. She might have been able to dissuade her. Yet, she worried that her words and actions might unintentionally offend others. Otherwise, she would not be making this trip while heavily pregnant. Suddenly, she found herself envious of Jiang Yining. Though her background was somewhat ordinary, her aunt adored her, and her mother-in-law protected her. Moreover, her uncle and cousins were reasonable individuals who would not look down upon her because of her origins. As her thoughts settled, her irritation grew, and she glanced at Li Luo, who had remained silent beside her. Luoluo, I am here today for you. Could you at least say something? Li Luo replied. Aunt, what do you want me to say? You mentioned that today was important, which is why I set aside my work at the Research Institute to accompany you. Only to find this. She pursed her lips, adding, moreover, I believe there is something amiss with your mindset. Why must one marry? Does not marrying equate to death? I relish being single, enjoying life on my own. Had I known you brought me here merely to create difficulties for others, I would never have come. Furthermore, she declared, from now on, I shall not heed your words, nor shall you think of arranging any more blind dates for me. Her aunt trembled with anger, exclaiming, You child! Li Luo ignored her, leaving her behind to assist the heavily pregnant Sun Qian, saying, Cousin, there's a step, be cautious. Once they departed, Lin Shu candidly informed Jiang Yining that her aunt had long wished to introduce her niece Li Luo to He-Chi, hoping to bring them together. Li Luo was a good girl. In truth, she had little interest in He-Chi, but her aunt's insistence was hard to resist. Lin Shu gestured towards He-Chi, remarking, You know He-Chi's character. He's rather blunt and direct in his rejections. Your aunt, too, lacks emotional intelligence. Despite both children being uninterested, she refuses to relent. Jiang Yining understood. He-Chi lacked patience for others, and with her aunt's repeated attempts to matchmake him with Li Luo, he likely ceased to regard her with any respect. Leading to their confrontation, Jiang Yining smiled at Lin Shu, saying, Mom, I understand I won't overthink it. Lin Shu felt relieved and turned to He-Chi, instructing, Take Yining to the room to check if anything is missing. At those words, Jiang Yining immediately comprehended that they would be staying over tonight. She turned to He-Chi, noticing his calm demeanor, which suggested he had already known. As they ascended the stairs, Jiang Yining remarked, You should have informed me sooner. I didn't bring any clothes. He-Chi, somewhat sheepish, rubbed his nose and downplayed, Teacher Lin has already prepared everything for you. He opened the door, and Jiang Yining was taken aback. The bedroom appeared to have been redecorated to reflect a girl's preferences. Following He-Chi into the walk-in closet, she found even new pajamas laid out for her. Having previously shopped for clothes with Teacher Lin, she knew that Lin was well aware of her size. A warm current flowed through Jiang Yining's heart. She smiled slightly and asked, Was Grandma's reason for summoning you back just to redecorate the room? He-Chi affirmed, So you needn't worry. My family will be delighted to have you. With my temper, marrying you is my fortune. They will be overjoyed. Since her mother's passing, Jiang Yining had seldom felt such significance. Almost all her affection came from Teacher Lin and the others. Observing the tears welling in her eyes, He-Chi almost forgot that his wife was a hidden sentimentalist. He promptly redirected her attention, stating, My parents will also be staying at home tonight. We must share a room. Originally, there had been a sofa in the room, but Lin decided it was inappropriate and had it removed. Jiang Yining grasped the implication in He-Chi's words. Lifting her face to respond, I don't mind. She endeavored to appear less eager, suggesting, We could forego separate beds. I feel quite comfortable. You can decide. He-Chi observed her struggle to maintain composure with amusement. Stepping closer, his gaze fell upon her flushed ears, and with a teasing tone, he remarked, Your ears are red. Jiang Yining glanced at the makeup mirror, realizing it was true. She covered her ears, which He-Chi had touched, and retorted, It's just stuffy here. I'm hot. He-Chi's voice was laced with skepticism. Is that so? He continued, ever considerate. I can wait. You need not force yourself. Jiang Yining knew that her shyness often led to redness in her cheeks. While she had previously overlooked it, she now loathed this little flaw. She insisted, I am not forcing myself. Truly. No sooner had she spoken than a low laugh escaped He-Chi's throat, as if it suggested she was eager to share a bed with him. Yet, she was indeed looking forward to it. He stepped forward again, closing the distance, his lips curling into a smirk as he proclaimed, "We certainly must share a bed tonight to ease your nerves. It's best we acclimatize beforehand." With the vanity behind them, He advanced, and she instinctively retreated, realizing she had nowhere else to go. The intensity of his presence was overwhelming. Meeting his aggressive black gaze, Jiang Yining nervously swallowed. She tentatively proposed, "If it's too much, shall we lie down for a bit?" He was amused by her suggestion. Before she could react, he wrapped one arm around her slender waist, lifting her to sit upon the vanity. The vanity was not low, and as Jiang Yining settled, her head barely reached He's chin. Flustered, she looked up at him just as he leaned down to seek her lips. Tilting his head slightly, his soft lips brushing against hers, he murmured, his voice husky, "There's truly no need for such elaborate pretense." The warmth of his breath intertwined with hers, saturating the air with an intimate tension. He cradled her face in his hands, skillfully kissing her, his lips deftly exploring hers. Jiang Yining belatedly realized she had fallen into He's trap. His elaborate ruse ultimately aimed to kiss her, causing her to struggle to conceal her feelings. Clutching the fabric of He's shirt, she suddenly found an opportunity. He winced, unable to suppress a sound of pain, asking, "Why are you biting me?" Chapter 61. Yining, you can't possibly be pregnant, can you? Jiang Yining boldly retorted, "You've bitten me several times. Is it wrong for me to bite you once?" He chuckled lazily, "All right, I never said you couldn't bite." He gently pinched Jiang Yining's nose, then added, "But, Mrs. He, I only ever graze you." "You're truly fierce." He detected a faint metallic taste in his mouth and asked, "Can you check to see if I'm bleeding?" At his words, Jiang Yining grew anxious. Upon seeing that he had indeed bitten his tongue, she looked at him with genuine concern, saying, "I'm sorry. It's my first time biting someone. I'm inexperienced." "Does it hurt?" she asked. "Quite a bit," He replied, initially teasing but softening as he observed her frown with concern. "So, you must make it up to me." Jiang Yining was still contemplating how to make amends when suddenly, his lips covered hers once more. He kissed her again, this time with a tenderness that conveyed patience, as if savoring every moment, leaving both of them breathless. Jiang Yining was oblivious to when her outer garment slipped from her shoulders onto the vanity. The dress, a strapless design, left her fair skin exposed to the cool air. He's lips gradually moved from hers to her neck. Jiang Yining tilted her head back, making it easier for him to continue. His hands pressed down on her shoulders, the roughness of his palms against her delicate skin sent shivers coursing through her. Jiang Yining felt herself burning, overwhelmed by an unfamiliar sensation that compelled her to lean closer to He. Reason had long since abandoned her. At that moment, she felt like a small boat adrift at sea, entirely at He's mercy, as they succumbed to their reckless pleasure. A hurried voice abruptly disrupted them. He reacted first, quickly retrieving Jiang Yining's fallen outer garment and draping it over her, turning to face the door. Aunt Fong, caught in the act, could not escape and instead put on a bold face, saying, "The matriarch said dinner is ready. I was sent to look for you." The door was ajar, and when I knocked with no response, I thought to check here. Apologetically, she added, "I'm sorry, you may continue." Jiang Yining, too embarrassed to lift her gaze, buried her face into He's chest, clutching his shirt tightly. Once the coast was clear, He turned back to her, his eyes falling upon her crimson ears. With a teasing smile, he remarked, "Aunt Fong has left. Grandma wants us to come down for dinner. Should I wait for you outside for a moment?" Jiang Yining, however, had no desire to eat. Biting her lip, she scolded him, "It's all your fault. Aunt Fong caught us. I don't know how to face her now." He appeared unfazed, and seeing his nonchalance only fueled Jiang Yining's irritation. "Why are you laughing?" Once she had donned her outer garment, He lifted her down from the vanity. "Isn't it perfectly normal for newlyweds to share some affection? Aunt Fong's children are already working. She understands." Jiang Yining found it difficult to be as untroubled as He. She took her time to tidy up her clothes and hair, feeling a sense of urgency within her, aware that she should be heading downstairs where the elders awaited her and He. Yet, she found herself unable to take that crucial step. He patiently waited for her to gather her thoughts. As Aunt Fong descended the stairs, Lin Shu noticed the smile on her face and curiously inquired, Aunt Fong pointed upstairs, saying, "Madam, you might soon be cradling a little grandchild. He Chi and Jiang Yining are quite enamored with each other, so there's no need for concern." The marriage between He Chi and Jiang Yining came as a surprise. The family had been worried about his reluctance to engage in blind dates, only to find him bringing Jiang Yining home just a few days later. Not only did old lady He and He Qingwen harbor doubts, suspecting He Chi was merely appeasing the family, but even Lin Shu and He Yuan felt uncertain. Aunt Fong was well aware of these sentiments. Lin Shu glanced at the stairs, not seeing He Chi or Jiang Yining emerge. She tugged at Aunt Fong's sleeve, asking for clarity. "What did you see?" Aunt Fong hesitated to divulge, simply stating, "I went upstairs at an inopportune moment, knocked on the door, but no one responded. The door was ajar. So I took a quick peek. Had I known, I wouldn't have intruded. I might have spoiled their moment." Upon hearing this, Lin Shu couldn't help but smile broadly. She wanted to confirm, "Did you really see something?" "I'm not yet at the age where my vision fails me, but I suspect Yining might not dare to come down," Aunt Fong replied. Lin Shu nearly burst with joy at Aunt Fong's words, but then cautioned her, "You should avoid coming over for now. Yining is shy, and I fear she might feel uncomfortable." Aunt Fong nodded. "That's precisely what I was thinking. They likely won't come down anytime soon. I'll have the kitchen delay sending up the meal." The two women whispered to each other near the staircase. Upon returning, Lin Shu was met with He Yuan's inquiry, "Why hasn't He Chi come down yet?" Lin Shu shot him a glare, urging him not to ask too many questions. He Qingwen chuckled, "Sister-in-law, what has you so cheerful?" Lin Shu settled beside He Yuan, saying, "I was thinking that perhaps in a few years, I might be indulging in the joys of grandchildren." Old lady He and He Qingwen, seasoned by years of hard work in the marketplace, recognized Lin Shu's reaction and understood that Aunt Fong must have stumbled upon something significant. Both women secretly sighed in relief. If that were the case, then He Chi and Jiang Yining's marriage was indeed genuine, rather than a ruse concocted by He Chi to deceive the family. Old lady He's heart blossomed with joy. If she were to hold her great-grandchild, she would surely boast to his father in the afterlife. He won't have that blessing if he leaves so soon. She mused, mentioning her late father. He Qingwen felt a pang of sorrow. "Mother, please don't speak of this. You must take care of your health so you can witness your great-grandchild's wedding," she urged. Old lady He shook her head with a smile. "Then your father would be lonely for a long time." He Qingwen dared not pursue the topic further, fearing her emotions would overwhelm her, and softly remarked, "Who told him to leave so early?" He Yuan, too, felt regret. Their father had perished in an accident while on a business trip, and by the time they arrived, it was too late to see him one last time. This sorrow remained buried deep within the family, seldom spoken of. Hearing movement from upstairs, he reminded everyone, "The children are coming down. Let's prepare for the meal." After Jiang Yining descended, she noticed Aunt Fong was absent and saw that everyone else appeared unchanged from the morning, allowing her to breathe a quiet sigh of relief. When the dishes were served, it was a different aunt she did not recognize attending to them. "Old lady," he remarked, "He Chi, you mentioned finding a family aunt to cook for you. Aunt Zhang's cooking is quite good. Let her take care of your meals from now on." He Chi responded affirmatively. Jiang Yining offered a gentle smile to old lady He, saying, "Thank you, Grandma." Then she turned to the aunt beside her. "Aunt Zhang, I look forward to your meals." Aunt Zhang, noticing Jiang Yining's beauty and politeness, replied with a smile, "It's no trouble at all. Feel free to tell me what dishes you'd like, and I'll prepare them for you." Lin Shu noticed that the last two dishes were Jiang Yining's favorites, seafood, and instructed, "Place these two dishes in front of Yining, as she loves them." He Chi glanced over, having previously requested no seafood, suspecting that Lin Shu had requested the kitchen to add them. Before he could ask Jiang Yining if she wanted to eat, he saw her cover her mouth. Looking nauseous, Jiang Yining felt unwell at the scent of seafood and apologized to everyone. "I'm so sorry." He Chi asked Aunt Zhang to move the two dishes away and brought a cup of warm water for Jiang Yining, encouraging her to sip slowly. Old lady He decided to have Aunt Zhang remove the seafood entirely. Seeing Jiang Yining's reaction and He Chi's evident concern, Lin Shu suddenly felt a surge of excitement and tentatively asked, "Yining, could it be that you were pregnant?" As soon as the words left her mouth, everyone at the table looked at Jiang Yining with expectant eyes. Even He Chi froze momentarily. Both he and Jiang Yining understood that it was merely a case of having overindulged in seafood earlier. He Chi, wary of appearing too direct in denial, pondered for a moment before saying, "It's unlikely. It hasn't even been a month since we got our marriage certificate. Even if she were pregnant, it wouldn't show so soon." Lin Shu considered He-Chi's reasoning and responded, "So, Yining, is it just an upset stomach?" Jiang Yining, feeling embarrassed, explained, "Mom, it's probably because He-Chi and I went to a seafood buffet a few days ago and I ate too much. Now the smell just makes me uncomfortable." Understanding dawned on everyone. While the family certainly hoped for children, such expectations could weigh heavily on a newlywed couple. Lin Shu noted this and thought it might be for the best if she wasn't pregnant. They had only just married and were not yet prepared for parenthood, so there was no need to rush. Jiang Yining covertly glanced at He-Chi, seeing him handle the situation with calmness, reassuring her that she would be careful. Jiang Yining thought to herself, "What should I be careful about?" After this small interlude, the family enjoyed a lively and jovial lunch. During the meal, He Qingwen mentioned her son, He-Chi's cousin, who had been abroad handling family business and had not returned for nearly 2 years. Perhaps seeing her elder brother's family reunited made her yearn for her son, and after lunch, she decided to make a phone call. He-Chi also received a call, indicating he had plans to go to a bar and would likely return late. Having risen early that day, Jiang Yining returned to her room for a nap after lunch. Upon arriving at the bar, Chen Ran hurried over, grinning as he asked, "Chi-Gu, when do you plan to bring Yining Jia over to hang out?" He-Chi shot him a glance and walked past him, nonchalantly replying, "Your enthusiasm makes me think you have ulterior motives." Chen Ran, flustered, retorted, "What could I possibly want? Haven't you seen the messages in the group? My brother and Jin Zhou are all asking about you." The group chat had been buzzing with activity lately, prompting He-Chi to mute the notifications. Seeking peace, he pulled out his phone to check and indeed found a flurry of messages. "Jin Zhou, old he, when will you finally bring your wife out for us to meet? You can't be stingy enough to hide her from us. Chen Feng, if you don't bring her out soon, I might just suspect that marriage certificate is fake. Han Jing, honestly, I never believed that He-Chi actually got married. Otherwise, why wouldn't you let us see the marriage certificate last time?" Chen Feng, exactly. My farewell party was already held. It's too late for regrets now. He-Chi couldn't be bothered to read further, clicking his tongue at the use of reverse psychology. Chan Ran chimed in, "Chi-Gu, the guys are just curious. Just bring Yining Jia out for fun. Once they meet her, they'll stop talking nonsense." After all, it was quite the spectacle for someone who once claimed they would never marry to suddenly tie the knot without a word. Who wouldn't he be curious? He-Chi found Chen Ran annoying and gave a non-committal hum, suggesting he would ask. With that, He-Chi ascended the stairs. Chen Ran excitedly exclaimed, "Yes, let the others know. Chi-Gu just said he'll bring Yining Jia over now. Anyone who doesn't come will miss out." As soon as He-Chi returned to his office and sat down, he noticed Chen Ran's message in the group chat. The responses from the other guys flooded in, and before He-Chi could say anything, they had already set a time. Chen Feng asked He-Jin, "The private rooms at your bar aren't fully booked today, are they?" He-Jin, "There are still 2 rooms available. Jin Zhou, save one for us. We'll be there at 7:30. Anyone who late pays the bill." He-Chi. With no other choice, He-Chi had to call Jiang Yining to see if she wanted to join. When he had left, she mentioned wanting to take a nap, so he waited until around 3 o'clock to call her. When Jiang Yining answered, she was in the flower room with Lin Shu, holding a bouquet of hibiscus roses. With no place to set them down, she handed the bouquet to Lin Shu, saying, "Mom, could you hold this for a moment? I need to take a call." She pulled out her phone and saw it was a voice call from He-Chi. After listening to his proposal, Jiang Yining did not decline, asking, "What time should I come over?" "About 7. I'll come to pick you up when it's time," he replied. Jiang Yining agreed. "All right." Once she hung up, Lin Shu inquired, "Is He-Chi taking you out?" Jiang Yining nodded. "He said he wants me to meet his friends." Lin Shu, without needing to ask further, understood that they were likely headed to the bar owned by He-Chi. When He-Chi returned to pick up Jiang Yining, she reminded him gently, "Yining has a low tolerance for alcohol, so please keep an eye on them." Jiang Yining went upstairs to fetch her bag. He-Chi settled on the living room sofa below, awaiting her return. While Teacher Lin was speaking, He-Chi was distractedly replying to messages, lazily mumbling an to Teacher Lin's ears. It sounded dismissive, prompting a knowing glance from him that He-Yuan immediately understood. When a cushion was thrown his way, He-Chi swiftly caught it with ease. He felt that since marrying Jiang Yining, his standing at home had diminished increasingly. "Teacher Lin, may I ask for your guidance?" he inquired. Did you not hear what I said? Teacher Lin pressed. He dared not admit his distraction, and just then, Jiang Yining descended the stairs. He promptly stood up, saying, Mom and Dad, we must take our leave. Teacher Lin reiterated, make sure Yining doesn't drink too much. He nodded, acknowledging her concern. From the moment he laid eyes on Jiang Yining, his gaze remained fixed upon her. As she was scrutinized for an extended period. Jiang Yining could no longer maintain her composure. Once in the car, she softly asked, do I not look good in this outfit? Earlier that afternoon, while at the flower house, her dress had inadvertently gotten a bit muddy, prompting her to change before heading out. The light green ink-wash long dress she wore, a gift from Teacher Lin, featured spaghetti straps and a modest neckline, its fresh color paired with a thin cardigan of the same hue. The dress perfectly complemented her demeanor, enhancing her gentle and graceful aura. He reached out, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear. His fingers brushed against her cheek, eliciting a tingling sensation. Instead of directly answering her question, he stated, we're not going to the bar. We'll drive home. Jiang Yining blinked in confusion and asked, why not? He's Adam's apple bobbed slightly as he replied with a calm demeanor. My wife is so beautiful. I don't wish to share her with others. Jiang Yining felt her cheeks flush at his words, unsure whether he was teasing her or speaking earnestly to T that moment. He's phone rang. Upon seeing it was Chun Ran, he answered the call. Gu, everyone is here. Are you on your way? Chun Ran exclaimed, praising Jiang Yining as if she were a celestial being, piquing everyone's curiosity even further. He had no intention of standing them up, so he decided to head over. After a brief exchange with Chun Ran, He hung up and prepared to leave. Chun Ran, brimming with energy, strode into the private room, instructing everyone to extinguish their cigarettes and open the windows for ventilation. You lot, stop playing cards and return the table to its original position, he commanded. Observing Chun Ran's authoritative demeanor, Ji Jinzhou extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray and remarked to Chen Feng, doesn't your brother's attitude seem to surpass the norm? Chun Ran, being younger, usually wouldn't dare speak so boldly in front of them. Chen Feng chuckled and extinguished his cigarette as well, adding, if he can give you orders, then it's definitely a sign of growth. This gathering of brothers was typically casual, but it was their first time being so orderly. Han Jing assisted in opening the windows. Chun Ran remained silent, but they all understood that this was Heqi's intention. Someone quipped, is our Gu a henpecked husband? Chun Ran immediately refuted, not at all. Yining is incredibly gentle. Her voice is always soft. Ji Jinzhou prodded Chun Ran. So, is your brother henpecked? Chun Ran glanced at Chen Feng, feeling too shy to admit the truth, merely stating, you would have to ask him. Han Jing chimed in, being henpecked ultimately depends on whether a man is willing to listen to his wife, and I reckon Heqi is quite close to that. Uncle he had long set a precedent. Look, they were worried about the smoke smell before she even arrived. Someone remarked to Chun Ran, you've only met sister-in-law once. Are you exaggerating, or is it truly as you say? Just as he finished speaking, the door to the private room swung open. Upon entering, Jiang Yining was taken aback to see a crowd of people staring at her. Feeling a bit anxious, she tightened her grip on her bag. Heqi led her inside and introduced her. This is my wife, Jiang Yining. When introducing his friends, Heqi was rather perfunctory, stating simply, they are all my brothers. Jiang Yining stood gracefully beside Heqi, maintaining a natural smile and greeted, hello, everyone. Initially, they thought Chun Ran might have exaggerated and were surprised by Heqi's sudden marriage. However, upon seeing Jiang Yining's gentle smile, their gazes shifted to Heqi, filled with envy. Although Heqi was of the same age as Ji Jinzhou, he had an earlier birthday. They quickly adapted, responding in unison, hello, sister-in-law. Ji Jinzhou and Han Jing readily offered their seats. Warmly saying, sister-in-law, please take a seat here. The middle spot is for you. They proceeded to introduce themselves one by one. He Jian had specifically returned from out of town that day and teased. Heqi, you have known sister-in-law for so long. Why didn't you pursue her sooner? Were you afraid or something? Their enthusiasm made Jiang Yining feel slightly socially anxious, unable to keep up. Heqi, however, remained calm and composed, replying, it was difficult to get past Teacher Lin. Upon hearing this, Ji Jinzhou questioned, so all those grand declarations about never getting married were just empty words? In front of his wife. Heqi could only play along, shaking his head with a light laugh. Of course, that was sarcasm. The room erupted in laughter, teasing Heqi, and even Jiang Yining couldn't help but smile. Chen Feng tried to pry for details, asking a few questions, but He-Chi deftly deflected them at one point. He-Chi received a work-related call and informed Jiang Yining before stepping outside the room to take it. The moment he left, a flurry of questions bombarded Jiang Yining. Ji Jinzhou was the first to ask, sister-in-law, who suggested getting the marriage certificate first? Jiang Yining, feeling a bit shy yet enjoying the camaraderie among He-Chi's friends, replied, He-Chi suggested it first. Chen Feng followed up with, when did you two first meet? 8 years ago in the summer, she recollected, even providing the specific date. She seemed to remember it quite clearly. The others asked a few more questions, and Jiang Yining, uncertain of what He-Chi had shared, answered according to her thoughts. Chen Feng, being an experienced one, could tell from her subtle reactions that she genuinely cherished He-Chi. Meanwhile, He-Chi's gaze had not strayed from his wife, At this moment. Chen Feng couldn't help but believe that He-Chi and Jiang Yining were truly married for love, not merely to appease family expectations. Chen Ran approached the bar to have some drinks prepared and brought them back to the private room, handing a glass to Jiang Yining. They could all see that she was shy, and with He-Chi absent, they instinctively toned down their exuberance. Seizing the opportunity while He-Chi was outside, Chen Feng showed Jiang Yining some photos on his phone. He asked, sister-in-law, do you recognize this little kid with no clothes on? Ji Jinzhou glanced over and said, Chen Feng, you're really crossing the line. He-Chi will surely kill you when he returns. Jiang Yining realized this was a childhood photo of He-Chi. Having never seen such pictures before, she found it quite novel. Was this taken on his first birthday? Chen Feng confirmed. I went to great lengths to sneak a few shots at Uncle He's place. Chen Ran leaned in, bro. I want to take a look too. He-Jin laughed. Chen Ran, if you look at that, do you think He-Chi will let you come back to work tomorrow? Chen Ran promptly halted. Fine, I won't look. After viewing the photos, Jiang Yining couldn't help but smile, finding He-Chi's childhood self rather stoic, his little face conveying a keep your distance vibe. Yet he was also quite adorable. Possessing striking looks, she suddenly pondered whether, if she and He-Chi had children, they would resemble her or him. Chen Feng mischievously sent the photos to Jiang Yining. The atmosphere in the private room was lively, and He-Chi returned after about 10 minutes. Jiang Yining took a sip of the drink that Chen Ran had brought, finding it not too strong but rather unique in flavor. As her face began to redden after just half a glass, Chen Ran, concerned she might be getting drunk, asked, Sister Yining, are you all right? Jiang Yining smiled lightly, shaking her head. I always blush easily when I drink. Chen Ran was still worried. This drink packs a punch. Just keep an eye on it. If you can't handle it, I'll get you something else. The drink was originally meant for He-Chi, but as he brought the tray over, the glass meant for him was taken away, leaving only stronger drinks. Chen Ran reluctantly offered Jiang Yining another glass. After finishing her drink, Jiang Yining felt that Chen Ran was exaggerating. The drink was quite pleasant, and she felt no different than when she usually enjoyed red wine. When Chen Ran went down to fetch more drinks, Jiang Yining asked him for another glass. Chen Ran hesitated. Sister Yining, are you sure? He-Chi said not to let you drink too much. Ji Jinzhou lightly kicked Chen Ran's shoe, urging, if she wants it, let her have it. Just because He-Chi says no doesn't mean she can't drink. It was a rare sight to see a husband restricting his wife's drinking. Usually, it was the other way around. Chen Feng chimed in, just get it. If you want to drink, go ahead. We're all here. So what is there to fear? Chen Ran went out, and Han Jing rarely indulged in gossip, so he asked, Sister-in-law, who manages who more between you and He-Chi? Chapter 64. It is his wife. Jiang Yining replied truthfully, there is no hierarchy of management between He-Chi and me. Even after marriage, we must maintain our individual spaces. It is always better to negotiate matters amicably. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng felt a twinge of envy and remarked, I almost want to record this on my phone and let my wife listen to it when I get home. Ji Jinzhou chuckled. De Chen, do you dare to record that and let your wife hear it? Chen Feng hesitated but asserted defiantly, what is there to be afraid of? Ji Jinzhou nudged Han Jing beside him and smirked. Did you record it? Han Jing had begun recording as Jiang Yining spoke, and it was evident to them all that she was not a domineering person. Fearing that He-Chi might use his wife's strictness as an excuse to avoid drinking, he decided to gather evidence in advance. Unexpectedly, Ji Jinzhou managed to drag De Chen into the situation as well. Han Jing chuckled and showed them the phone screen. Sorry, I recorded it casually. Chen Feng lunged for the phone, but Han Jing deftly evaded him. He no longer dared to be defiant. Just delete it. If my wife hears this, I'm done for now. You think my marriage is easy to salvage? Ji Jinzhou mocked him. You coward, still pretending to be the tough GUS, they bantered. Jiang Yining glanced towards the door, noting that He Chi had been gone for 5 or 6 minutes. The door to the private room swung open, and Jiang Yining, expecting He Chi, lifted her gaze with anticipation. Instead, it was Chun Ran who entered. He handed her the drink she had requested and reiterated, "Sister Yining, this is the last drink." Jiang Yining smiled at him. All right. The drink was quite mild, nothing like what Chun Ran had claimed about its potency. However, after finishing this glass, she could no longer hold that belief. She had overestimated her tolerance. The effects of the alcohol began to rise, and she felt a warmth envelop her, her thoughts gradually becoming disjointed. When He Chi returned to the room, he noticed Jiang Yining's petite face was flushed. She was quietly seated, likely unaware to others that she was intoxicated. He frowned, wondering who had given her so much to drink. Ji Jinzhou was chatting with Chen Feng when he glanced over and noted, "She hasn't drunk much, just 2 glasses. She was speaking with us a moment ago." He swallowed the rest of his words. He Chi settled beside Jiang Yining, and she leaned against him, her eyes fluttering shut as drowsiness overtook her. Clearly, she was drunk. Her tolerance was indeed low. No wonder He Chi was cautious. He Jin was taken aback, exclaiming, "Wasn't she fine just moments ago?" Having stepped out briefly, he was unaware of what had transpired in his absence and looked at his friends, who were all unusually quiet. He Chi sighed softly, "My wife has a low tolerance. She usually can only manage 2 glasses of red wine." He had instructed Chun Ran to prepare a low-alcohol fruit drink for her. And after leaving for just 10 minutes, he returned to find her intoxicated. He picked up Jiang Yining's bag and, cradling her in his arms, announced, "You all carry on. I'll take her home first. We can gather again another time." As he carried Jiang Yining downstairs, she was surprisingly docile, nestled quietly against him. Were it not for the rosy hue of her cheeks, one might not suspect she had been drinking. The bar was bustling, and after 7 in the evening, finding a vacant spot was a challenge, with many patrons ascending and descending the stairs. He Chi navigated carefully. Hichiji.as, he reached the first floor. He heard someone call out to him, prompting him to halt. Ling Yu hurried over, her gaze pausing upon the woman in his arms. She froze momentarily before quickly regaining her composure, smiling lightly. "He Chi Gu?" What a coincidence. Jiang Yining's face was nearly buried in He Chi's chest, revealing only a hint of her profile, yet it was enough to captivate. Ling Yu observed for a moment, initially believing she would be indifferent upon contemplation, but at that moment, she regretted having called out to He Chi pretending to be unaware. She asked, "Is sister-in-law drunk?" He Chi glanced down at the person nestled within his embrace, his voice unconsciously softening. "Yes, she has a low tolerance. Just 2 glasses and she's intoxicated." He turned to Ling Yu and inquired, "Are you here with friends?" Ling Yu merely nodded, refraining from mentioning she was out with colleagues from the company. He Chi offered no further comment, simply advising, "Don't drink too much. Head back early so Uncle Ling doesn't worry about you." With that, he carried Jiang Yining away from the bar. Once their figures faded from sight, Ling Yu turned back to the booth. Inside, Zhao Jiejie had been craning her neck to catch a glimpse, recognizing He Chi, but from a distance, she could not hear what Ling Yu and He Chi discussed. Zhao Jiejie was well aware that He Chi was holding a woman. She could only see her back, but the silhouette felt somewhat familiar. It resembled Jiang Yining. Just as the thought crossed her mind, she dismissed it. After all, this was Hizong. Zhao Jiejie deemed herself insane for thinking that back looked familiar. Jiang Yining was married. Her husband's family background was not particularly affluent, or she would not have severed ties with her father over that 30-some thousand. This realization left Zhao Jiejie disdainful. Upon returning to the booth, Ling Yu had barely settled when Zhao Jiejie pressed her eagerly. Yeah. Did you ask Hizong for me?" In truth, Ling Yu was not particularly close to Hizong, and he certainly wouldn't concern himself with the dismissal of a probationary employee. Ling Yu, exasperated, suggested, "Jiejie, perhaps you should appeal to the department manager instead." Others chimed in, "Yes, logically speaking, what you did was a minor mistake. It shouldn't warrant dismissal. I wonder why the manager was so harsh. Did you offend him?" Zhao Jiejie reflected for a moment, convinced she had not offended anyone, and though she was good friends with Ling Yu, the manager had previously been quite amiable towards her. It puzzled her. A colleague curiously inquired, "Ling Yu, who was the person Hizong was holding earlier? Is she his girlfriend?" Ling Yu hesitated before responding. "She's not his girlfriend." The others immediately retorted, "If she's not his girlfriend, She must be something close. Ling Yu clarified. She is his wife. Zhao Jejia was taken aback. He Zong is married. When did that happen? Not a word was hinted. A colleague sitting beside Ling Yu remarked, I suspected something when He Zong suddenly wore a ring. Our department had been speculating, but who would have thought he truly got married? We haven't seen him for a while. I didn't realize he had a ring on. Another colleague asked Ling Yu, Hey, Ling Yu, did you see what He Zong's wife looks like? Is she pretty? Ling Yu had little interest in this topic and wished to avoid further discussion but did not want to reveal her discomfort, so she replied, I didn't see clearly. She should be quite beautiful. She stood up. I still have work to finish. I'll head back now. Tonight is on me, so you all take your time chatting. Yes, Ling Yu prepared to leave. Zhao Jejia hurriedly stood. Yeah, I'll go with you. She did not want to lose this job, having finally secured a position in this company, where the salary and benefits were unmatched by others. Zhao Jejia followed closely behind Ling Yu as they exited the bar. Outside, Ling Yu found a quiet spot to stand and told Zhao Jejia, I really can't help with your job situation. This company isn't mine. Zhao Jejia seemed unconvinced. Yeah, aren't you quite familiar with He Zong? Could you please ask him for me? Just days ago, He Chi had made his stance clear. Although they worked in a familiar company, she could not take advantage of that to receive special treatment. She had to conduct herself appropriately at work. Ling Yu was only an acquaintance of Zhao Jejia's, not a close friend, and she certainly wouldn't go out of her way for her. Jejia, I want to help you, but I truly have no power in this matter. Even if it were me being dismissed, He Zong wouldn't intervene. Zhao Jejia felt despondent. Not long ago, Ling Yu had called him He Chi-gu. But recently she had switched to He Zong. It was puzzling, especially since He Zong had been so cordial when he had driven her home. What had transpired in the interim? Chapter 65. Do you like him? He Chi gently placed Jiang Yining in the back seat and fastened her seatbelt. She wasn't entirely asleep, merely in a dazed state. Once seated, she found a comfortable position and tilted her head to observe He Chi. He Chi, bending slightly from outside the car, met her gaze, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear. Gazing upon the handsome face so close to her, Jiang Yining smiled. She reached out, her fingers lightly caressing his face, tracing his brows and eyes, the bridge of his nose, and finally brushing against his lips. Her cheeks were flushed, her hazy, almond-shaped eyes sparkling with a gentle smile, her usual cool demeanor replaced with a playful innocence. She remarked, You resemble He Chi. He Chi took her hand, allowing her fingers to explore his face. Having never witnessed her truly intoxicated state before, his heart softened completely at that moment, his voice turning tender. Really? Do you know him? Jiang Yining obediently nodded. He Chi pressed her hand to his lips and gently asked, Then do you like him? As if triggered by a specific word, Jiang Yining froze, neither shaking her head nor nodding. Her lips pursed in silence. After a brief pause, she softly replied, I can't say. Following her admission, she closed her eyes and drifted into sleep. He Chi found her response perplexing. What was there to be hesitant about? Before leaving, Teacher Lin had repeatedly urged him to keep an eye on her and prevent her from drinking too much. If he were to take the inebriated Jiang Yining home, a reprimand would be inevitable. As they approached the fork in the road, He Chi contemplated turning back to his own residence. However, it was Jiang Yining's first visit home, and considering that Teacher Lin and his grandmother had painstakingly prepared the bedroom, with his grandmother having anticipated this moment for quite some time, it would be utterly unreasonable for him to silently whisk her away. With his hands resting on the steering wheel, He Chi's fingers rhythmically tapped in sync with the countdown on his phone's navigation. Weighing his options, he ultimately decided to continue forward, avoiding the left lane. Lin Shu, hearing the sound of a vehicle outside, got out of bed and changed out of her pajamas before stepping out of her room. Upon seeing He Chi carrying Jiang Yining upstairs, she felt an urge to fetch a feather duster. The two exchanged a glance, and He Chi cleared his throat awkwardly. Mom, you're still awake at this late hour? Lin Shu replied, It's not even 10 yet. Noticing her follow closely behind, He Chi first carried Jiang Yining into the bedroom. The girl peeked out, grinning foolishly as she said to Lin Shu, Teacher Lin, what are you doing here? He Chi quickly wrapped his arms around her, whispering, All right, stay still. Lin Shu hastened her steps to assist in supporting Jiang Yining's head. Yining, be good. Don't move around. Jiang Yining rubbed her cheek against Lin Shu's palm and, with a furrowed brow, murmured, Teacher Lin, my head feels so dizzy. Lin Shu comforted her, You'll feel better soon. I'll go fetch you some hangover medicine. Upon hearing the word mom, painful memories flooded Jiang Yining's mind, and tears welled up in her eyes as she looked at Lin Shu with an expression of deep grievance. "Teacher Lin, my mother is gone." As she spoke, tears began to cascade down her cheeks, and she soon started to sob softly. He Chi had just placed her on the bed when both he and his mother watched her cry with heavy hearts. He embraced her gently. "From now on, you have us. Don't cry." Lin Shu, her voice filled with compassion, added, "Let her cry it out for a while. I'll go downstairs to get the hangover medicine." He Chi's uncle loved to drink, and at family gatherings, he would often get thoroughly intoxicated. So He Qingwen had stocked up on hangover remedies at home. Lin Shu went to request the medicine from He Qingwen, poured a glass of warm water, and returned to He Chi's bedroom, where she found Jiang Yining had finished crying and was nestled in He Chi's embrace, sniffling softly. He Chi shifted his position, sitting behind Jiang Yining so she could lean against him. "Mom, could you pass me the water?" Lin Shu handed both the water and the medicine to He Chi. Jiang Yining's tear-streaked eyes were red, her almond-shaped eyes glistening with moisture. Seeing her like this pained Lin Shu, who found a spot by the bed to sit down and face Jiang Yining. She gently stroked Jiang Yining's cheek, saying, "Yining, don't be sad. From now on, Mom will love you twice as much. Your mother wouldn't want you to be unhappy. She just wanted you to live joyfully." Leaning against He Chi, Jiang Yining found a comfortable position and began to feel sleepy. She drifted in and out of slumber, and He Chi was uncertain if she had truly fallen asleep this time. Lin Shu offered her a tissue to wipe her tears and stood up, saying, "He Chi, you should change Yining's clothes and give her a quick wipe down. Otherwise, she won't be comfortable sleeping." The person in his arms finally settled down, and He Chi reached out to adjust her outer garment, his fingers still grasping her clothing. After hearing Lin Shu's suggestion, He Chi glanced down at the girl leaning against him, feeling at a loss for where to direct his gaze. He looked up at Lin Shu, his lips moving slightly. "Me?" Lin Shu shot him a look. "Who else would do it?" She dismissed it nonchalantly. "It's no big deal to change your wife's clothes and give her a wipe down." After the sound of the door closing, He Chi laid Jiang Yining down and locked the door behind him. Returning to the bedside, he watched Jiang Yining, who had fallen asleep, and suddenly felt parched. He rubbed his head in frustration. After a moment of contemplation, He Chi walked towards the wardrobe, which held pajamas and nightgowns, ultimately selecting the latter, all of which were rather conventional in style. Upon returning to the bedside, he placed the nightgown down and went to fetch a clean towel from the bathroom. Wetting it before bringing it back out, he gently wiped Jiang Yining's face and hands. Then, pausing for a long time, he found himself at a loss for what to do next. He propped Jiang Yining up again and called her name softly. Yining, seeing her respond, He Chi shook her arm gently, waking her up. Once her eyelids fluttered open, He Chi coaxed, "I'm going to help you change your clothes. Is that all right? If you don't say anything, I'll take it as a yes." Jiang Yining mumbled in discontent, annoyed that he had woken her. He Chi hadn't caught her words, leaning closer to ask, "Did you say mm?" Jiang Yining nuzzled against his chest. Ignoring him, He Chi sighed, wishing he hadn't bothered to answer that work call earlier. After a while, he slowly reached out to remove her light outer garment. She wore a spaghetti strap dress, and after searching for a moment, he finally found the small zipper on her back. Before pulling it down, He Chi first slipped the nightgown over her head. His palm was suddenly filled with a delicate sensation, causing He Chi to instinctively draw his hand away, his breathing becoming erratic. After changing her clothes, He Chi let out a deep sigh. That Chun Ran had foolishly given her 2 strong drinks. Jiang Yining had no idea how long she had slept, but she woke up feeling the urge to relieve herself, pressing her aching head. The bedroom was dimly lit by a warm light, and as she peeled back the covers and stepped out of bed, she swayed unsteadily towards the main bathroom. The door was closed, and the light shone through the frosted glass. Jiang Yining turned the handle, and upon entering, she found He Chi standing under the shower, water cascading down him. He faced the wall, one hand braced against it. As the door swung open, their eyes met. He Chi's gaze was tinged with red as he stared at her, momentarily unsure how to react to her bewildered expression. Jiang Yining stood at the doorway, rubbing her eyes in confusion, and slowly processed the scene. "I see He Chi standing before me, bare. Am I dreaming?" After a moment, she concluded, "I must not be fully awake." He Chi couldn't help but chuckle, his voice slightly hoarse. "Yes, you're dreaming." He turned off the water, casually wrapped a towel around himself, and, aware that she had been awakened by her urgent need, made space for her. The bathroom was designed with a wet and dry separation, but He-Chi had neglected to close the door while showering, splashing some water outside. He supported Jiang Yining's arm, cautioning, "Be careful. The floor is wet." He guided her to the toilet, then stepped out of the bathroom, closing the door behind him. Once she emerged, He-Chi walked alongside Jiang Yining, escorting her back to bed. After she lay down, He-Chi gently pinched her nose, his voice filled with affection. "You were dreaming just now. Did you know?" Jiang Yining, utterly exhausted, managed to muster the energy to glance at him before slowly murmuring an affirmative. The following day, her stomach grumbled with hunger as she opened her eyes to find the bedroom shrouded in darkness. As her awareness returned, she realized something was amiss. A man's arm was draped across her waist, making it difficult for her to move. Leaning against He-Chi, they slept on their sides, his warm breath rhythmically brushing against her head. He-Chi seemed still asleep, and Jiang Yining dared not stir. It was her first time getting thoroughly drunk. How had she made it home last night? Her head throbbed as she closed her eyes, fragments of memories resurfacing. She recalled crying to teacher Lin about her mother's absence. She had dreamt of seeing He-Chi while in the restroom. In retrospect, it was hardly a dream. Jiang Yining cautiously raised her hand to cover her face, and upon glancing down, she realized she was not in the dress she had worn out last night, but rather in the nightgown gifted by teacher Lin. He-Chi lazily lifted his eyelids, and his gaze fell upon the rosy tips of her ears. With a low, slightly husky voice, he asked, "Awake?" Jiang Yining bit her lip and remained silent, attempting to feign sleep. After a moment of waiting, He-Chi, noticing her lack of response, smirked but chose not to call her out, instead pulling her closer. Jiang Yining found it difficult to breathe. She could no longer maintain the fade and shifted slightly. Their body types were quite different. Standing at around 167 centimeters, she felt petite in He-Chi's embrace, completely enveloped by him. He-Chi inquired again, "Are you awake?" Jiang Yining responded with a soft Realizing her phone was misplaced, she asked, "What time is it?" He-Chi extended his hand from under the covers, rummaging through the bedside table until he found his phone. Glancing at it, he replied nonchalantly, "It's just past 11, and no wonder she felt so hungry." She pushed He-Chi's arm off her waist, feeling significantly lighter. "I'll get up first. Do you want to sleep a bit longer?" No more sleep. He had awakened at 7, but since Jiang Yining had still been sound asleep, he hadn't gotten up then. It was the first time he had slept in so late. Jiang Yining pulled back the covers and got out of bed, glancing down only to feel her ears flush even more. She had worn a spaghetti strap dress the previous night, using breast pads, and now, without the built-in padding of the nightgown, she felt a chill. Facing away from him, He-Chi couldn't see her expression, and after a moment, he said, "I changed your clothes last night with your consent, but I didn't help you bathe." How could she not recall when she had agreed for He-Chi to change her clothes? Jiang Yining replied, "Thank you for that." Perhaps due to just waking up, He-Chi's mind was a bit foggy, and he blurted out, "It's no trouble. I quite enjoyed it." The moment those words left his mouth, both were momentarily taken aback. He-Chi decided to abandon any pretense. They had been married for quite some time, and it was only last night that they had finally shared a bed. Jiang Yining has always been a person who takes time to warm up. If he were to adapt slowly alongside her, how long would he have to wait before he could resolve his issues independently? He-Chi approached Jiang Yining from behind, enveloping her in an embrace and gently kissing her hair as he leaned down. "Darling, let's not sleep in separate rooms anymore after we return." This matter had already been discussed yesterday, and she had no intention of continuing to sleep apart. Jiang Yining felt her heart race subtly. After a moment, she managed to reply with a strained calmness, "All right." With her response, He-Chi felt a sense of ease and went to wash up in the bathroom, hastily finishing his routine to leave the space for Jiang Yining. Half an hour later, she finally descended from upstairs. It was nearly lunchtime before she had risen for the day. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, she walked into the living room where her family was seated, greeting each person in turn. "Grandma," he looked at her with kind eyes, "Yining, you haven't had breakfast yet. Go have a bowl of bird's nest porridge first, or you won't have an appetite for lunch." He-Chi reached out, taking her wrist and pulling her to sit beside him in a teasing tone. He remarked, "Grandma, I didn't have breakfast either. Why don't you ask about me?" "Grandma," he gazed at her grandson with indulgence. "You rascal," He Qingwen laughed at him. "He-Chi, You can't even stand your wife's jealousy. As Jiang Yining absorbed the He family's cheerful atmosphere, her own unease gradually dissipated. Perhaps it was the incessant quarrels in her family over the years that had led her to forget that a family could genuinely care for one another without ulterior motives. As they made their way to the dining room for porridge, Jiang Yining remarked, "I quite like your family. We can come back often in the future." He responded, "Not just my family, He Tai Tai. They are your family too." Jiang Yining lifted her face and smiled brightly at He. "Yes, they are my family as well." With her aunt and uncle busy with work, and her parents rarely home. Grandma was getting older, if you like it here. We should come back to have meals with Grandma whenever we have the chance. Before arriving at the He family home, Jiang Yining had been worried that Grandma might not take a liking to her. After all, her background was quite ordinary. Had it not been for Teacher Lin, she might never have had the opportunity to connect with He. Knowing that Grandma had pressured He to leave the police force only added to her apprehension. Grandma had once been a formidable businesswoman, single-handedly supporting the He family. Such a woman was truly admirable. Yet, Jiang Yining worried that Grandma's strong character would make her hard to approach. However, upon getting to know her, she discovered Grandma was kind and approachable, maintaining an optimistic outlook despite her many experiences. The pressure she once exerted on He to leave the police force likely stemmed from her fear of losing him after the passing of Grandpa He. Jiang Yining could sense He's regret over leaving the police force. She could still recall the wistful longing in his eyes as he gazed at a photo of himself in his special police uniform. Chapter 67. Awakening. Seizing the opportunity of a free day, after lunch, Teacher Lin proposed taking Jiang Yining out for a stroll. Lin Shu instructed the family driver to bring the car around, saying to Jiang Yining, "A few days ago, I mentioned taking you to pick out some jewelry you like. Since we both have time today, let us go have a look." He accompanied the two to the entrance. Asking, "Do you want me to join you?" Lin Shu immediately declined. "No need, if you're with us, I'll feel awkward. You should go about your business. I'll bring Yining back later." Unbothered by Lin Shu's blatant dismissal, He chuckled, "Then I'll head to the bar." Jiang Yining nodded in agreement. Once He departed, she leaned into Lin Shu, her smile radiant. "Mom, where are we going?" Lin Shu replied, "We're going to the auction house. Do you want to come?" Jiang Yining had only seen auctions in short videos and was quite curious about the experience of being there in person, so she eagerly nodded. Lin Shu smiled indulgently. "Then let us go explore." Just then, the driver parked the car in front of them. As they got in, He's Land Rover passed by. He rolled down the window, smirking, and joked with Lin Shu, "Mom, I'm entrusting my wife to you. Make sure to bring her back in one piece." Watching his car drive away, Lin Shu didn't bother to respond. Jiang Yining couldn't help but laugh. While in the car, Lin Shu asked seriously, "Yining, how does He treat you on a daily basis?" Without hesitation, Jiang Yining replied, "Mom, He treats me very well." To ensure Lin Shu believed her, Jiang Yining elaborated. "At first, we were a bit out of sync. I'm quite sensitive, while He is the opposite. But he is considerate of my feelings. There are times I feel lost, and he helps guide me." As she spoke, Jiang Yining couldn't help but smile. He prefers bold flavors and spicy food, whereas I enjoy milder tastes, yet he always accommodates me first. Thinking of something, she continued, "Last night, he took me to meet his friends. I noticed he often observes whether I'm comfortable and tries to include me." She beamed at Lin Shu. "Mom, I even met brother Xiangchuan and sister Qingya. I really like sister Qingya." Lin Shu couldn't believe her rather oblivious son had become so enlightened. Seeing Jiang Yining speak of He with such joy eased some of her lingering doubts. Last night, when Jiang Yining got drunk, she had asked He to help change her clothes, and his expression had seemed a bit unusual. In Lin Shu's heart, she cherished Jiang Yining just as much as her son. Over the years, He had spent little time in Linqing, returning only 2 or 3 times a year, which made Jiang Yining's companionship all the more precious. Compared to He, Jiang Yining had been by her side far more often, chatting intimately, going shopping, and discussing work. It was no wonder people said daughters are a mother's little treasures. In contrast, He seldom failed to frustrate her. Yet, these two silently obtained a marriage certificate, which left her feeling quite concerned. Before entering the auction house, Jiang Yining snapped a photo and sent it to Zhang Qiao, accompanying Teacher Lin to broaden my horizons. Zhang Qiao replied instantly, "Do you need a handbag made? Should I consider joining you?" Jiang Yining asked, "Are you coming over?" "It's just me and Teacher Lin. He isn't here, to be honest." Zhang Qiao was quite tempted but ultimately declined. "No, I don't want to be the third wheel for you, dude. Maybe next time you can take me along. Jiang Yining responded with an okay emoji. As soon as she and Teacher Lin entered, someone came to greet them. Good afternoon, Mrs. He. Teacher Lin introduced Jiang Yining. This is my daughter-in-law. You can call her Miss Jiang. Today, she is here to select jewelry. The staff member remarked, Mrs. He, your daughter-in-law is truly beautiful. She is a perfect match for young Master He. Acknowledging the flattery, Lin Shu smiled. This is Manager Yuan from the auction house. Hello, Manager Yuan, Jiang Yining greeted. Hello, Miss Jiang, Manager Yuan responded. Please follow me. Manager Yuan led them to the office. Mrs. He, Miss Jiang, all the jewelry for this auction is here. This is the catalog. Jiang Yining inquired curiously, Mom, aren't we participating in the auction? Manager Yuan smiled and explained, Miss Jiang, our auction officially begins next week. You can view the items up close and even try them on. Lin Shu added, just have He-Chi's assistant come by if you're interested. I can accompany you when the time comes. Jiang Yining understood. She scanned the array of jewelry, spotting a ruby necklace adorned with white diamonds that sparkled under the lights, its value immediately apparent. The heart-shaped pink diamond ring was the size of a pigeon egg. Surely, no girl could resist it. Each piece of jewelry here likely started at 8 figures. Lin Shu sat down with Jiang Yining. Going through the catalog, Yining, let me know which pieces you like. Jiang Yining, avoiding Manager Yuan's gaze, leaned closer to Lin Shu, murmuring, Mom, should we just pick from the jewelry stores outside instead? Lin Shu gently stroked her hair. Don't worry about the money. Our family has plenty. Besides, these jewels are an investment. It's merely a different form of preserving wealth. You'll accompany He-Chi to various formal dinners in the future, representing the He family, so it's essential to have some exquisite jewelry to wear. Lin Shu's words dispelled Jiang Yining's concerns, and she smiled gratefully. Thank you, Mom. After selecting her favorites, Manager Yuan arranged for Jiang Yining to try on the pieces. Initially, she intended to choose just 1 or 2, but Lin Shu clearly wanted more, urging her to pick 5 or 6 sets. Jiang Yining felt her heart race as she counted the prices in the catalog. After exiting the auction house, her heartbeat had yet to settle. Since there were other exhibits at the auction house, Lin Shu took Jiang Yining on a tour, with Manager Yuan accompanying them to provide explanations. An hour later, as they left the auction house, it was already 5 in the afternoon. Lin Shu instructed the driver to head to Yuhu Half City first. Jiang Yining had yet to visit since moving there, and she felt a twinge of concern. Seeking Jiang Yining's opinion, Lin Shu asked, Yining, it's still early. May I join you upstairs for a bit? Jiang Yining readily agreed. Of course, I'll let He-Chi know. Lin Shu stopped her, saying, No, I really don't want to see him. Just the 2 of us. I'll sit for a moment and then leave. Jiang Yining tightened her grip on her phone. He-Chi's belongings were still in the guest room, and she was uncertain whether he had closed the door before leaving yesterday morning. Chapter 68. Are you hiding something from me? Jiang Yining sat quite close to Lin Shu. She now suspected that Teacher Lin might have noticed something and deliberately came to check on her and He-Chi's home. Otherwise, why wouldn't Teacher Lin allow her to speak with He-Chi? Even if she did, there was no guarantee that He-Chi would return. Teacher Lin's reason for not wanting to see him was simply too flimsy. Jiang Yining felt an overwhelming sense of dread. She couldn't bear to imagine the consequences if Teacher Lin discovered that she and He-Chi were sleeping in separate rooms. Halfway through the journey, Jiang Yining's phone buzzed. She glanced at it. Zhang Qiao asked, Ning Ning, would you like to have dinner together tonight? Seizing the moment while Teacher Lin was looking out the window, Jiang Yining quickly texted He-Chi, Did you close the guest room door before you left yesterday morning? Teacher Lin is with me on our way back to Yuhu Hancheng. What should I do? Lin Shu turned her head back, just in time to catch Jiang Yining looking at her phone. Casting a casual glance in her direction, Jiang Yining offered her a sheepish smile, showing her phone to Lin Shu, saying, Mom, a friend invited me out for dinner tonight. Lin Shu glanced over and replied, It's fine. Mom won't stay for dinner. The students have evening study sessions, so I need to head back early. Jiang Yining put her phone away, her voice suddenly tinged with tension. Then I'll ask He-Chi if he is coming home for dinner. Yining, even after getting married, one must have their own personal space. He can eat wherever he likes. It's no concern of yours, Lin Shu advised. Jiang Yining hadn't intended to ask He-Chi about this. She nodded with a smile. Then I'll just reply to my friend. Lin Shu acknowledged with a sound. Observing Jiang Yining's slightly furrowed brow and restless demeanor, she asked with concern, Yining, are you feeling unwell? As they neared Yuhu Hancheng, He-Chi still hadn't responded, which made Jiang Yining feel anxious. She pretended to feel a bit nauseous, providing an excuse, Mom, It might be the stuffy car. I feel a bit sick. Lin Shu instructed the driver to lower the window halfway for some fresh air. After a while, she asked, "Are you feeling better?" Jiang Yining nodded. "Much better." Why hadn't He Chi replied yet? As the car approached the outskirts of Yuhu Hanqing, an idea struck Jiang Yining. "Mom, He Xiaohui is still at the pet shop. It must be missing us. I want to pick it up first." She had tried to stall for time, yet He Chi still hadn't replied. After picking up He Xiaohui, she realized she could no longer fabricate excuses. Otherwise, Teacher Lin would certainly discover something amiss. He Xiaohui nestled in Jiang Yining's arms, staring coldly at Teacher Lin. Remembering Teacher Lin's earlier remark about how He Xiaohui didn't get close to her, Jiang Yining playfully grabbed its paw and waved it at Teacher Lin. "He Xiaohui, this is Grandma." Lin Shu. Lin Shu awkwardly patted He Xiaohui's head and replied, "Good." Perhaps due to her age, she didn't understand the modern trend of treating pets like children. He Chi was even more outrageous. The last time she video called him, he was holding the cat, just as Jiang Yining had done, shaking its paw and saying, "He Xiaohui, call Grandma." Seeing Teacher Lin take a long moment to muster a good, Jiang Yining couldn't help but laugh. The car came to a steady stop in her driveway, and Jiang Yining's smile faded. It had been nearly half an hour, and He Chi had yet to respond. Jiang Yining felt a twinge of annoyance and confronted him. "He Chi, tell me, are you hiding something from me? It's driving me crazy." Upon reaching home, Jiang Yining bent down to set He Xiaohui on the ground. This little creature seemed heavier than before, possibly due to being spoiled. It was also lazy. Without He Chi around, it refused to walk and insisted on being carried by her. Jiang Yining opened the door slowly, pondering how to sneak a look at He Chi's room under Teacher Lin's watchful eye. Unexpectedly, as soon as she opened the door, He Xiaohui tugged at her pant leg, insistently leading her towards He Chi's guest room. Lin Shu, puzzled, asked, "Yining, what's wrong with the cat? Why is it so excited the moment we walk in?" Jiang Yining was at a loss for words. He Xiaohui had been misbehaving recently, so He Chi had confiscated the toys she had bought for it and kept them in his room. Jiang Yining forced a dry laugh. "I don't know. Perhaps it's upset, and that's why I want to pick it up." Lin Shu, curious, replied, "Wasn't it behaving well just now?" "Yining, I think it wants to go somewhere." "You should follow it and see," she suggested. Jiang Yining looked down at He Xiaohui, her tone turning slightly serious. "He Xiaohui, don't be naughty." He Xiaohui released her pant leg and meowed angrily a couple of times. In that instant, Jiang Yining felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. How could she scold it? But turning back to Teacher Lin, she smiled and said, "Mom, you see, it was just being a little mischievous." Lin Shu, half convinced, asked, "Is that so?" Jiang Yining nodded emphatically, her tone unwavering, "Yes." Nearby, He Xiaohui let out a loud meow, seemingly protesting Jiang Yining's assertion. Jiang Yining felt exhausted. Lin Shu, observing Jiang Yining's reaction, sensed something was amiss. After spending years together, she knew her student well. Reflecting on Jiang Yining's odd demeanor in the car, Lin Shu couldn't help but think deeper. Jiang Yining's reactions were decidedly unusual. Jiang Yining filled a teapot to brew tea for Teacher Lin. He Xiaohui slipped over to Lin Shu's feet, similarly pawing at her. Lin Shu stood up, following He Xiaohui as it led her to the first room behind the living room sofa. Halting at the door, Jiang Yining, glancing back after filling the water, felt a surge of panic and shouted, "Mom!" Lin Shu was startled, patting her chest to calm her racing heart. "You scared me half to death." Teacher Lin paused, but He Xiaohui didn't. He Chi had carelessly left the door ajar, and the chubby little cat sauntered inside. Jiang Yining felt as if her heart had stopped, her mind buzzed, and she sighed deeply, leaving Lin Shu baffled. Lin Shu peered inside, seeing nothing unusual, and turned back to Jiang Yining. "Yining, this cat seems to be searching for something. Why don't you help it look?" Jiang Yining, noticing Teacher Lin's lack of reaction, walked over to take a look. There was nothing belonging to He Chi inside. It looked exactly as it had before he moved in. She was dumbfounded. A large question mark filled Jiang Yining's mind. She thought she must have seen it wrong, blinking rapidly, yet the room remained unchanged. It truly wasn't an illusion. After a while, seeing He Xiaohui rummaging through the cabinet, she said, "Maybe it's looking for its toys." "Looking for toys?" Jiang Yining explained to Lin Shu. Lin Shu shook her head. He Chi, at his age, still holding a grudge against a cat. Jiang Yining opened the cabinet to check, telling He Xiaohui, "The toys aren't here." I don't know where they are. Lin Shu was unaware of Jiang Yining's earlier anxiety. Standing at the door, she clearly noticed Jiang Yining's deep sigh of relief. Jiang Yining thought she had passed this hurdle, but to her surprise, Lin Shu remarked, "It seems this cat won't give up easily. Yining, you should go look for it." "Mom, I don't know where He Chi put them." Lin Shu, understanding her son well, replied, "He probably put them in your master bedroom. Go take a look." Chapter 69. Impatience knowing the guest room's belongings had been cleared out, Jiang Yining realized He Chi must have returned home. With a flutter of anxiety, she approached the master bedroom. The moment she opened the door, she saw 2 pillows neatly arranged on the bed. Jiang Yining let out a gentle sigh of relief. Suddenly, she felt a twinge of admiration for He Chi. Was he some sort of clairvoyant, able to predict that Teacher Lin would come to check? He Xiao Hui had already sauntered into the master bedroom. While Jiang Yining and Lin Shu remained at the doorway, she boldly suggested, "Mom, why don't you help me look for it?" Seeing Jiang Yining invite her in to help find the missing items, Lin Shu began to reflect on her own excessive suspicions. How could she ever doubt that the young couple was sleeping apart? Lin Shu didn't refuse Jiang Yining's proposal and entered to help search for a while. Asking Yining, "How big are the cat's toys?" Jiang Yining planned to check the dressing room, replying, "Not very big." She turned to Lin Shu, gesturing to indicate their size, "About this big, 4 small balls in total." Lin Shu inquired, "Could they be in the nightstand drawer?" Without much thought, as she happened to be standing there, she casually pulled open the drawer. Both women froze in place, staring at the small umbrella crammed inside the drawer. Jiang Yining opened her mouth, utterly at a loss for words. For Lin Shu, who was over 50, this was the first time encountering such an awkward situation. She exchanged glances with Jiang Yining, noticing her face turning beet red, making it impossible to pretend she hadn't seen anything. After a brief pause, Lin Shu calmly closed the drawer, saying, Yining, Mom didn't see anything." Jiang Yining felt her entire face flush with embarrassment, wishing she could hang He Chi up and give him a good thrashing. Ultimately, Jiang Yining found He Xiao Hui's toys in a drawer of the dressing room wardrobe. Lin Shu didn't linger long at Yuhu Hancheng. When she left, she couldn't help but grin, feeling reassured that the couple was happily living their lives together. Upon escorting Teacher Lin downstairs and returning home, He Chi's response arrived rather tardily. He Chi began by explaining the reason for his delayed reply. "I left my phone in the office. Some friends from high school came to the bar this afternoon, and I was unable to extricate myself from the private room." He then inquired, "Is Teacher Lin still there?" He added, "I've already moved everything back to the master bedroom." Jiang Yining, in a fit of anger, accused him, "He Chi, I want to sever ties with you. You lack honor. Why didn't you give me a heads up? You made me worry for nothing." He Chi, wanting to laugh but remembering Jiang Yining's anxious demeanor regarding Teacher Lin, found it difficult to do so. He called Jiang Yining, opening with an apology. "I'm sorry, dear, that I truly had no idea Teacher Lin would come." His deep, melodious voice emanated from the phone, especially as he affectionately referred to her as dear, causing Jiang Yining's anger to dissipate. However, she remained skeptical of He Chi's words, questioning, if he had not anticipated Teacher Lin's arrival, why had he made a special trip home to move things and fill the drawer with? On the other end, the man chuckled softly. Jiang Yining bit her tongue, momentarily forgetting her anger, but upon hearing He Chi's laughter, she retorted, "You're laughing." Teacher Lin saw everything. He Chi, fearing that another laugh would truly provoke her ire, stifled his amusement but casually remarked, "So what if she saw?" Teacher Lin probably just came to check in because she was concerned. He assured her that it wouldn't trouble her further. Jiang Yining did not respond to his comments and said, "You still haven't answered my question." He Chi patiently explained, "I genuinely did not expect Teacher Lin to come by. As for why I moved things back early, it's simply because I was anxious. Bringing everything back put my mind at ease." He cleared his throat, intending to tease her. "I've never used that thing, so shouldn't I buy a few different kinds to try?" Jiang Yining's face flushed crimson, but he persisted with a teasing tone. "What do you think?" Just as he finished speaking, Jiang Yining abruptly ended the call. Now she understood why He Chi was so insufferable in front of Teacher Lin. After hanging up, Jiang Yining sought out He Xiao Hui, who was playing with a toy ball. She squatted beside him, sighing deeply. Having frequently witnessed He Xiao Hui being deliberately teased by He Chi, today she too experienced his mischief. Jiang Yining gently patted He Xiao Hui, plotting to form an alliance with him. When He Chi returned tonight, they would both ignore him. He shall we, with his adorably foolish cat eyes, glanced at her without a sound. As if to say, do you really think I would believe you? Irritated, Jiang Yining tugged at his long whiskers, threatening, meow once, or I'll pull your fur out. Theo gained his freedom. He showy half-heartedly meowed. And once Jiang Yining released him, he lazily scampered off with his reclaimed toy ball. As she stood up, Jiang Yining received a message from He Chi. I want to be home for dinner tonight. It's rare for us to gather, and we made plans to eat out with He Jin. Jiang Yining replied. 1. Upon seeing Jiang Yining's response, He Chi shook his head in amusement. Coincidentally, Jiang Yining had also arranged to have dinner with Zhang Qiao that evening. Zhang Qiao invited Jiang Yining to a relatively upscale foreign restaurant, having reserved a private room in advance. After sulking for 2 days, Zhang Qiao, upon Jiang Yining's arrival, tearfully sought comfort. Ning Ning, do you think I've hit a rough patch this year? Why am I so unlucky? Jiang Yining had never seen Zhang Qiao looking so dejected. What happened? I mentioned that our company recently secured a major contract, right? Jiang Yining nodded. I remembered. It seems our manager finally decided to act like a human being. Seeing that I had been working overtime, he arbitrarily assigned me to oversee this project. Zhang Qiao expressed her frustration. I blame that insufferable ex-boyfriend of mine. Jiang Yining, puzzled, asked, what does he have to do with it? Zhang Qiao sighed, explaining, the project isn't related to him. But the night before I was supposed to meet the big client, I ran into him at a bar. That insufferable jerk was flaunting his girlfriend in front of me, provoking me. After a few heated exchanges, in a fit of rage, I splashed my drink in his face. Jiang Yining recalled having met Zhang Qiao's ex-boyfriend. He had attempted to coax her into a hotel room just a week into their relationship. However, Zhang Qiao had always preferred platonic relationships, finding these men uninteresting. When she refused him, they had a falling out, leading to inevitable conflicts whenever they crossed paths. Jiang Yining inquired, and then? Zhang Qiao gritted her teeth. That insufferable jerk actually dodged my drink, and it ended up splashing a bystander instead. Now I can't stand him. That bystander, tragically, is the very client I was supposed to meet the next day. Apparently, he has a cleanliness obsession. After I splashed him with red wine, his face darkened as she spoke. Zhang Qiao gave Jiang Yining a mischievous smile. Let me tell you, this client is incredibly handsome. Few men receive such praise from Zhang Qiao. Jiang Yining was intrigued, asking, how handsome? On par with your husband. Equally distinguished and extraordinary, but with a distinctly different aura. He Chi appears rather aloof, while this client is quite the opposite. Zhang Qiao lamented, this guy is exceedingly arrogant. Impeccably dressed, radiating sophistication, like a true old-school gentleman. She shook her head, sighing, why can't there be more perfect men in this world? What a pity. Chapter 70. Couples Intimacy. Jiang Yining, curious, asked, based on your description, according to my years of reading romance novels, such old-school gentlemen typically don't frequent bars. If they do, it wouldn't be a wild one. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qiao chuckled. You analyze others so astutely, yet when it comes to matters related to He Chi, you falter? Isn't there a difference between an outsider and an insider? Zhang Qiao teased with a smirk. He was there to find his sister, and thankfully he had important matters to attend to. Otherwise, he would have held me accountable for my actions. Just think, his attire would have cost me a fortune. Suddenly recalling something, Zhang Qiao smirked. When they argue, his sister calls him an antique, which I think is quite fitting. Jiang Yining asked the crucial question. So, is your project off the table now? Zhang Qiao sighed. His assistant conveyed his message, saying they're still considering whether to collaborate with our company, so I need to wait for further notice. My colleague who accompanied me to the bar accidentally let it slip in front of the manager, and when he learned I splashed wine on a client, he scolded me thoroughly on Friday. Zhang Qiao shrugged nonchalantly. It's fine. If worse comes to worst, I'll apologize profusely when the client returns from his business trip, hoping to secure the project if I can't. I can't blame anyone but myself. Honestly, I was thinking of quitting anyway. After such a lengthy conversation, Zhang Qiao, feeling hungry, passed the menu to Jiang Yining, saying, enough talk. Ning Ning, order something. Jiang Yining took the menu and ordered a couple of reasonably priced dishes. Zhang Qiao glanced at her selections and frowned. When did you turn into a rabbit? Always opting for vegetables. She thrust the menu back into Jiang Yining's hands, but Jiang Yining refused. I've eaten too much meat these past few days. The two were of the same age, with Zhang Qiao being merely 2 months older than Jiang Yining. Growing up together, they knew each other better than anyone else. Zhang Qiao recognized that Jiang Yining was trying to save her money. Thinking, "You don't eat, I will." Knowing Jiang Yining's taste, she ordered several dishes that Jiang Yining loved, ultimately even requesting a bottle of red wine priced at 10,000. Jiang Yining quickly intervened. "Qiao Qiao. Calm down." Speaking candidly in front of Zhang Qiao, she added, "You dare order a 10,000 yuan bottle of wine with your savings of 100,000, and you don't even know if your job is secure." Jiang Yining understood that while Zhang Qiao complained, she had been working at the company for 2 to 3 years and had only recently been promoted to team leader with a decent salary. If she switched companies, her pay might not be as high. Zhang Qiao rang for the waiter, unbothered. "What are you afraid of? I've drunk 6 or 700,000 worth of Le Fleur de Lis. What is a 10,000 yuan bottle? If it makes me happy, it's worth it. Why do we work so hard if not to enjoy life?" Jiang Yining nodded in agreement. "You have a point. I should learn from you." Since marrying He Qi, Jiang Yining had increasingly felt the disparity between her and He Qi, especially this afternoon when teacher Lin took her to the auction house. She had been so anxious wearing jewelry that she barely dared to breathe, fearing she might damage it. Jiang Yining tried hard to appear less petty, but stepping into their circle, she found it overwhelmingly difficult. When the waiter brought the dishes, Jiang Yining received a message from He Qi. He sent a photo of the gathering, all men, and informed her, "Just arrived at the hotel. It will probably be quite late when we finish dinner." After reading the message, Jiang Yining replied with a simple "oh" on He Qi's end. He clicked his tongue. Is she truly angry? After He Jin heard him whisper this sentence, he leaned over to take a look, only to be dodged by He Qi. He Qi tucked his phone away. Had he been assimilated by Qian Ran after spending so much time with him? Wasn't it curiosity? How could someone as gentle and generous as his sister-in-law be angry with him? What on earth had he done? He Qi chuckled softly. Do you understand the playful banter between couples? Someone like you, who has been single for so long, would never comprehend, as they whispered. A classmate at the table jokingly inquired. Is there something we shouldn't hear? He Jin replied. Our brother Qi is boasting to me that he has a wife while I do not. Speaking of which, during the afternoon at the bar, a classmate noticed the ring on He Qi's finger and asked if he was married. He Qi affirmed, and when they wanted to ask a couple more questions, he skillfully evaded them. Everyone had been particularly close during high school, especially He Qi and He Jin. Now that He Jin brought it up, the others were naturally unwilling to let He Qi off the hook. You rascal, we always saw you as a solitary figure. How did you suddenly get married? Yeah, where is your sister-in-law from? Another one asked. How did you two meet? I'm quite curious about what kind of person could settle you down. The class monitor filled He Qi's glass. Look, everyone is quite curious. This time you can't escape. He Qi raised his lips in a light laugh, drank his wine, and declared he wouldn't avoid the topic. After leaving the restaurant, Jiang Yining followed Zhang Qiao to her home. There was still half a bottle of red wine left from the night, which Zhang Qiao took back to her place, intending to continue drinking. However, Jiang Yining stopped her. Qiao Qiao, we have work tomorrow. Let us save it for tomorrow night. Hearing the mention of work made Zhang Qiao quite displeased, but she listened to Jiang Yining and refrained from drinking further. The two of them nestled on the sofa, chatting idly. Noticing Jiang Yining hardly replied to He Qi's messages while eating, Zhang Qiao asked, Have you had a fight with He Qi? Jiang Yining replied, No, we are doing quite well. Seeing Zhang Qiao still looking glum, she recounted the events of the afternoon. Zhang Qiao immediately burst into laughter, her eyes nearly tearing up. Ning Ning, thank you. You've successfully brightened my mood. Now, Teacher Lin shouldn't dare to question you anymore. Right? Jiang Yining found it amusing as well. I doubt it. Wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes, Zhang Qiao said, Now I'm just curious when you two plan to use up that drawer full of supplies. Jiang Yining, seeing that it was getting late, Zhang Qiao pulled Jiang Yining up from the sofa, thrusting her bag into her hands. Be good. Head back early this time. You two have finally moved into the same bedroom. Make the most of it tonight. After saying this, Zhang Qiao pushed Jiang Yining out the door, thoughtfully reminding her, But take care of your health. Don't overdo it. Jiang Yining's face flushed crimson at her words, and she stared speechlessly at the closed door. When she took a taxi back to Yuhu Bancheng, it was not yet 11 o'clock. He Qi had not returned. Jiang Yining played with He Xiaohui in the living room for a while. After washing up, she noticed He Qi still hadn't returned by around 11:30, so she sent him a message. Are you not done yet? 2 minutes later, she received He Qi's reply. On my way back. He Jin had seen He Qi home, escorting him to the door. It's quite late. I want to come in. He responded with a sound of acknowledgement, and after helping him swipe the elevator card, he entered. Jiang Yining was watching TV in the living room, waiting for He to return. Hearing movement at the entrance, she walked over to He, feeling dizzy, saw Jiang Yining and smiled. Wife, help me out here. Upon noticing this, Jiang Yining hurriedly approached him, only to catch a strong whiff of alcohol as she got closer. How could you drink so much? He wrapped his arm around her waist, leaning heavily against her as if he had found a refuge. His tall frame pressed down on her, forcing Jiang Yining to stagger back a couple of steps, finally managing to guide him to the edge of the sofa. Jiang Yining thought to let He lie down there, only to be pulled down alongside him. Chapter 71. Don't move recklessly. He was sprawled over her, but thankfully he still retained a modicum of clarity, managing to brace himself on his hands rather than collapsing onto her completely. Jiang Yining felt dizzy. She propped her hands against He's chest, but he continued to weigh down on her, prompting her to release her grip. Without any obstruction, He nestled his head into the crook of her neck. Their position was excessively intimate, especially with He's breath, infused with the scent of alcohol, warm against her skin. Jiang Yining's cheeks flushed, feeling as if she too were tipsy. Recognizing that she needed to rein He in, she shook his arm and called out. He was not asleep. He merely felt a heavy head, responding with a low sound upon hearing Jiang Yining call him. Initially intending to address the issue sternly, her heart softened upon noticing his discomfort. She spoke gently. He, you can't drink like this anymore. Didn't you promise me last time you would try not to drink so much? He shifted slightly, his voice laced with a hint of laughter. Speaking of which, Yining, this time it's partly your fault. As he spoke, his lips brushed against her skin, akin to a kiss, leaving Jiang Yining momentarily frozen. After a long pause, she asked in confusion, My fault? He nodded, easing himself up just enough to create a slight distance. I initially planned to stop drinking after that glass from the monitor, but when they kept persuading me, I thought I could just say my wife at home is strict and I can't drink anymore. Who knew Jian had your recording? Where you said you wouldn't care about me? Jiang Yining recalled her words from the bar the night before, which she had taken as a joke. A flicker of guilt crossed her mind, but she retorted, Well, you can't blame me. Blame Jian instead. He chuckled. I'll blame him too. He buried his head once more in the crook of Jiang Yining's neck, his voice tinged with a soft complaint. Why don't you care about me? Jiang Yining felt trapped, nearly out of breath. Typically, men do not appreciate being overly controlled by their wives, yet she couldn't understand why He felt wronged. She countered, Isn't it better to have freedom? He did not respond directly. Instead, he remarked, If teacher he came home in this state, he'd probably have to sleep on the sofa tonight. Jiang Yining, complying with his suggestion, responded, Then you should sleep on the sofa tonight, He. Having drunk too much, his mind was indeed muddled as he dug a pit for himself. He let out a muffled laugh. Propping himself up, holding Jiang Yining's face in one hand, planting 2 kisses on her, Wife, are you truly so heartless as to make me sleep on the sofa tonight? Suddenly kissed, Jiang Yining's thoughts became disordered. I am just complying with your request. She understood He's intent. Previously, her parents had shared a loving relationship, with her mother managing her father. She believed in love, yet also felt it was the most ephemeral and unpredictable thing in the world, subject to change at any moment. During passionate times, men enjoy being managed, but once feelings shift and love fades, what was once care can become restriction. Thus, Jiang Yining preferred to maintain a certain degree of freedom in their relationship. As long as He did not cross any fundamental lines, she merely wished to make suggestions rather than impose demands. He nibbled on her flushed earlobe, releasing his grievances. Jiang Yining gasped softly. I didn't really mean for you to sleep on the sofa. It's getting late. Can you go wash up now? Her tone was almost coaxing. He refused to budge, trapped beneath him on the sofa. Jiang Yining realized she couldn't return to her bedroom to sleep if he didn't get up. Reluctantly, she acquiesced to his previous words. All right, I'll manage you from now on. Can you get up? I need to wake up early tomorrow. Finally, He, showing a bit of conscience, perhaps responding to her acknowledgement or perhaps realizing she needed to wake early the next morning, finally relented. He cupped her face and kissed her twice more before he was willing to rise. He stumbled as he walked, and Jiang Yining supported his arm, guiding him to the master bathroom. She rummaged through the wardrobe for his pajamas, feeling a bit uneasy. "Can you shower by yourself?" To which He promptly replied, "No, so can you help me wash?" Quick on the uptake, Jiang Yining shot him a playful glare. "You wish?" She placed the clothes down. Hearing He chuckle lowly, realizing he was teasing her, he deliberately began to take off his shirt right in front of her. Jiang Yining's face turned beet red as she backed out of the bathroom, closing the door behind her. After hearing the sound of running water, she walked over to the bed, initially intending to sleep on the outer side. She reconsidered and moved to the inner side. After climbing into bed and pulling the covers over herself, Jiang Yining set 3 alarms, knowing that students began their morning readings at 7:30, and she needed to arrive at school beforehand. He had yet to emerge, and Jiang Yining left the lights on, closing her eyes to cultivate some sleepiness. Within 10 minutes, the sound of a hairdryer filled the air, from turning on the dryer to finishing drying his hair. It took less than half a minute. With his short hair, He usually didn't need to use one. Hearing footsteps, Jiang Yining glanced back. Just a glance made her panic and avert her eyes. He was clad in nothing but a pair of boxers. Noticing him pulling back the covers, Jiang Yining bit her lip and gently said, "He, I placed your pajamas in the storage basket in the bathroom." He appeared to have not heard her, lying down next to her and wrapping an arm around her from behind. Until He was pressed tightly against her, he leisurely opened his mouth. "I know." It was tossed into the wardrobe. Having been incessantly plied with alcohol that evening, even his considerable tolerance could not withstand such indulgence. They insisted he recount the process of obtaining a marriage certificate with Jiang Yining, and would not relent otherwise. He tried his utmost to navigate through the conversation, as everyone began to share updates about their lives, gradually becoming intoxicated with merriment. With Jin's recordings from earlier, he found it impossible to abstain from drinking. He needed to find a time to have Jiang Yining record a message forbidding him from drinking. Jiang Yining was embraced by He, who was nearly unclothed, leaving her too timid to move. Her back pressed against his chest, the heat radiating from his body seeped through the thin fabric, causing her to feel flushed all over. The bedside lamp on her side remained lit, and she listened to his steady breathing, which suggested he had already drifted off to sleep. Stretching her hand, she found it insufficiently long. She carefully removed He's arm from her waist, struggling to turn off the lamp. The moment she moved, He awakened. As Jiang Yining returned to his embrace, she barely had time to exhale in relief before something made her face flush crimson. She wanted to flee, but before she could act, He pulled her back, his voice hoarse as he instructed, "Don't move." Jiang Yining's body froze. She dared not stir, her heart racing like a drum. He held her close, his breath filled with the pleasant scent of Jiang Yining, and he sighed. Had he known he should not have accepted their invitation tonight, he would have declined. After a while, He pressed a kiss to the top of her head. "Wife, when can we try out the little things in the drawer?" Chapter 72. Anticipation. In the afternoon, Jiang Yining stole another glance at the drawer filled with an array of small umbrellas, each different in brand and function. The sight left her both astonished and apprehensive, pondering how others must have perceived He when he procured these items. She hoped he hadn't purchased them from the supermarket they often frequented. If so, she would be too embarrassed to return there at that moment. He awaited her response. Though the lights were off, Jiang Yining was certain her face was flushed with embarrassment. She bit her lip and murmured, "I fell asleep." He, feeling dizzy, struggled to maintain his composure while awaiting her reply. Upon hearing her words, he couldn't suppress a chuckle. Listening to his laughter, Jiang Yining felt the urge to cover her face and flee. He, however, did not press her. Just when he thought he wouldn't receive a definite answer, he heard Jiang Yining's shy voice, "Tomorrow, I should be able to return earlier tomorrow night, in the darkness." He embraced her, a silent smile gracing his lips. The following morning, when the alarm rang, He remained in slumber, silenced by Jiang Yining with a single press of a button. It was only when the second alarm went off that Jiang Yining prepared to rise. Having slept in one position all night, she attempted to extricate herself from He's tight embrace but found it impossible. Furthermore, He slept particularly soundly when intoxicated, and no amount of calling could rouse him. After getting up, Jiang Yining felt a dull ache in her back and waist. When she finished washing up, He finally stirred awake, glancing at his phone to see it was already 7 o'clock. Jiang Yining said, "You should sleep a little longer. I don't have time for breakfast at home. I'll grab a pastry on the way. He, not in the best condition to drive, lazily replied, take a taxi. Don't squeeze onto the bus. The blanket that had nearly slipped to his waist revealed an unexpectedly provocative sight, making Jiang Yining fear she might bleed from her nose. She quickly averted her gaze, responding before hastily exiting the bedroom. Having only kept the bedside lamp on the previous night, the dim light in the bedroom paled in comparison to the bright daylight, creating a stark visual impact. He had intended to sleep for another half hour, but as soon as he closed his eyes, he recalled Jiang Yining's words about returning early that day. With that thought, he felt invigorated, his spirits unperturbed by the lingering effects of his hangover. Instead, he felt increasingly exhilarated, even excited. Monday would undoubtedly bring a myriad of tasks at the company, and with He Jian keeping a watchful eye over the bar, he could make occasional visits without issue. To avoid working late that night, He promptly threw off the covers and got out of bed, arranging for a designated driver while washing up. As he stepped out, He Xiaohui followed closely behind upon seeing He leave. Having been left at the pet shop over the weekend, He Xiaohui was eager to accompany him to work. Especially since Jiang Yining was heading out as well and in a good mood that day, He indulged He Xiaohui, beckoning it to follow. He walked briskly, prompting He Xiaohui to run to keep up. Just as he was about to open the door, he received a message from Jiang Yining. I've arrived at school. Remember to feed He Xiaohui some cat food before you leave. He sent her a photo. It wants to come to work with me. Jiang Yining's message served as a reminder, prompting He to fetch 2 of He Xiaohui's toy balls and some cat food. As Jiang Yining ascended the stairs, she spotted the image He sent her. When He Xiaohui was with her, it was quite lazy, insisting on being carried. However, it didn't receive such treatment from He. In this day and age, even cats seem to understand the dynamics of power. She smiled to herself. It was still early, and there had been no traffic on her way over, with the driver navigating swiftly, allowing her to arrive at school in just 10 minutes. Remembering there were cookies in her desk drawer, she decided to forego the bakery altogether. The school was sparsely populated with only a few students, and she guessed the other teachers in the office had yet to arrive. Upon entering the office, Jiang Yining was surprised to see Wang Zhiyou standing by the door. Zhiyou, are you waiting for a teacher? Wang Zhiyou shyly nodded, following Jiang Yining inside once she opened the door. Handing her something, Wang Zhiyou said, Teacher Jiang, these are meat buns my mother made. She wanted to thank you for coming to our home to guide me. The meat buns were packed in a disposable container, and Jiang Yining had been unaware of Wang Zhiyou's intention to give her something. Smiling gently, Jiang Yining said, Zhiyou, this is what teachers ought to do. She looked at the box of meat buns in Wang Zhiyou's hands with concern, aware that their school had strict regulations regarding such matters. Previously, a teacher had faced complaints from parents over a similar incident, where a student gifted handmade items, leading to other parents feeling that the teacher might favor the gift-giving student in the future. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Yining politely declined, saying, Zhiyou, the school has rules. Teachers cannot accept gifts from students. Before she could finish, she noticed the faint glimmer of disappointment in Wang Zhiyou's eyes. I understand, Teacher Jiang, but I still want to thank you very much. After a pause, she looked up, her eyes sparkling with joy as she continued. My father has relented. He is willing to divorce my mother, and the house, half of the assets, and my custody will all go to her. Teacher Jiang, I know you don't interfere in students' family matters. I just wanted to let you know that my mother and I will be fine from now on. Just as Wang Zhiyou was about to leave, Jiang Yining called out to her, Zhiyou. Wang Zhiyou turned back. Jiang Yining smiled at her, extending her hand. I have cookies in my drawer. Would you like to trade breakfast? I would love to, Teacher Jiang, Wang Zhiyou beamed, handing over her meat buns. Jiang Yining took the meat buns, ruffled her hair affectionately, and then opened her drawer, revealing a bottle of milk from Teacher Lu. She offered it all to Wang Zhiyou. Joking, Zhiyou, my breakfast is rather humble. It's not as fragrant as your meat buns. I hope you don't mind. I don't mind. Thank you, Teacher Jiang. Jiang Yining gently added, Zhiyou, we can only trade breakfast this once. Okay. Wang Zhiyou nodded vigorously. I understand, Teacher Jiang. After taking the cookies and milk from Jiang Yining, she exited the office, turning back at the door to flash Jiang Yining a cheerful smile. Upon returning to the classroom, Ma Xing, sitting behind her, entered and immediately asked, Wang Zhiyou, I can smell the fragrance of meat buns. Can I have one? Your mother's buns are so delicious. Wang Zhiyou generously shared, my mom made plenty today. But I can only give you 2. I have to save some for my deskmate. Xing nodded eagerly. That's enough. I bought milk. I'll give you a bottle. Wang Zhiyou showed him the milk Jiang Yining had given her. Smiling, no need. I have milk. All right, don't buy milk tomorrow. I'll bring you some, Ma Xing replied. Thank you. Wang Zhiyou said appreciatively. Ma Xing, the temporary class monitor, had to attend to some matters in the office. And after devouring 2 buns, he stepped out. Iti the office door. He knocked and, seeing only Jiang Yining inside, called out, Teacher Jiang. Jiang Yining smiled at him. Ma Xing, have you had breakfast? I have, he replied. Upon seeing Jiang Yining eating buns, he could tell they were Wang Zhiyou's just by the aroma. He asked, Teacher Jiang, do you also love the buns made by Wang Zhiyou's mother? Chapter 73. The words left unspoken. Jiang Yining paused, momentarily halting her bite into the bun. Xing, oblivious, chimed. Her mother's buns are exceptionally fragrant, far better than those sold outside. She just gave me 2. He gazed at the several buns still on Jiang Yining's plate, his mouth watering. Noticing Ma Xing's ravenous stare, Jiang Yining pushed the container toward him. I traded breakfast with Wang Zhiyou, she offered. Would you like to have 2? Ma Xing hesitated for just a second before reaching out. Thank you, Teacher Jiang. I want to be polite then. Jiang Yining curved her lips into a smile and said, no need to thank me. Initially, she had intended to leave 2 for Teacher Lu, but upon witnessing Ma Xing devour 1 bun in mere moments, she was taken aback. When they reached the last 2 buns, Ma Xing hesitated to take 1. Noticing that he still seemed unsatisfied, Jiang Yining chuckled and reassured him, it's all right, you can have it. The teacher is full. After Ma Xing finished the final meat bun, he inquired, Teacher, when shall we go to collect the new books? Where are we heading? She replied, we'll go at 7:30 to the same place where you picked up the military training uniforms last time. Do you remember where that is? Ma Xing nodded affirmatively. Jiang Yining cautioned him, the books are quite heavy, so bring along a few male classmates. Do not overexert yourself. If you cannot carry them all at once, just make another trip. Having discussed the matter, Ma Xing returned to the classroom. Jiang Yining gazed at the now empty lunchbox, contemplating how voracious this child could be. At 11 o'clock, Aunt Zhang called Jiang Yining, asking if she wanted to come to Yuhu Banqing for lunch. Jiang Yining declined, as she planned to accompany Teacher Lu to a small restaurant outside the school for a casual meal, forgoing her usual midday rest to prepare lessons in the office. Today marked the first day of the new school year, and the school had arranged a preliminary assessment in Chinese, mathematics, and English for the new students. After distributing the new textbooks in the morning, they commenced with the Chinese exam. Glancing at the papers on her desk, Jiang Yining casually flipped through them, realizing that the quality of students at their school was already commendable. However, after a summer of freedom, much of what they had previously learned seemed to have faded away. This was a yearly occurrence, and Jiang Yining had grown accustomed to it. She initially planned to prepare her lessons first and then grade the papers later if there was no meeting in the afternoon. But if a meeting was necessary, she would have to work late into the night. Grading papers often dampened her spirits, so after some contemplation, she decided to tackle the grading first. Yes, she picked up a red pen to begin. She received a message from He Chi. He had sent lunch to the office for her, and they would share it with He Xiaowei, each enjoying a meal in the office together, in good spirits that day. He Chi had even returned before leaving to fetch a packet of dried fish for He Xiaowei, ensuring it had a little extra treat for lunch. Upon reading the message, Jiang Yining couldn't help but smile gently, feeling both excitement and nervousness at the prospect of what might transpire that evening. At that moment, Teacher Lu happened to catch sight of her and teased, Jiang teacher, are you chatting with your husband? You look so happy. Jiang Yining did not deny it. Observing her bashful expression, Teacher Lu felt a pang of longing for romance. She approached Jiang Yining and opened her phone to show her something. What do you think of the person in this photo, Jiang teacher? Jiang Yining glanced at the picture. The individual appeared rather well proportioned, but having been misled by photos before, her first reaction was, have you seen him in person? I have, Teacher Lu clarified. Remember, we arranged to meet a few teachers from the affiliated school, and I found this person quite easy to converse with. She hesitated, adding, but I feel like he isn't quite handsome enough. He falls just a bit short. Jiang Yining, aware of her fondness for appearances, chuckled lightly. I actually think he looks quite decent. What about his height? Teacher Lu seemed pleased with the man's height, finally showing a relaxed expression. He seems to be over 6 feet tall, but I'm unsure if he was wearing height-enhancing shoes. Jiang Yining suggested, you might consider getting to know him better.
I believe character is more significant than looks. And he already appears quite acceptable. Teacher Lu smiled and agreed. That's my plan as well. We've been keeping in touch. He even invited me to an exhibition this weekend. Jiang Yining returned the phone to her. Teacher Lu began to share some gossip, saying, let me tell you, there's a teacher from the affiliated school who seems quite fond of Teacher Yang. Jiang Yining expressed genuine curiosity, and how does Teacher Yang feel about it? Teacher Lu shook her head. The girl expressed her interest to him, but he seemed to avoid her completely. He fled before even finishing his drink. Teacher Yang could be a bit more tactful in his rejection, giving her at least some dignity instead of leaving her feeling awkward. Jiang Yining remarked, Teacher Yang has always been like this. There are female teachers at the school who are interested in him. Yet he consistently turns them down decisively. He seems to resist the idea of romance altogether. Suddenly, a thought struck Jiang Yining, and she exchanged a knowing glance with Teacher Lu, both of them wide-eyed. Teacher Lu furrowed her brow and remarked, but Teacher Yang doesn't seem like he would be interested in men either. Just as she finished speaking, Yang Hui arrived at the office door, stopping in his tracks upon overhearing their conversation. Caught red-handed, both Jiang Yining and Teacher Lu awkwardly lowered their heads, attempting to feign ignorance. Yang Hui stood at the doorway for a moment. Noticing Jiang Yining's flushed cheeks, he pursed his lips, choosing to act as if he hadn't heard anything, and walked inside. He retrieved some items from his desk and, as he prepared to leave, addressed the two who were nearly buried in their stacks of papers. I don't like men. Jiang Yining lifted her head. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, I'm sorry, Teacher Yang. Yang Hui wasn't he angry. I'm not blaming you. He glanced at Jiang Yining's blushing face and, knowing she was married, decided against saying more. I simply have someone I like. He almost said, but hesitated to voice it, deciding it best to avoid unnecessary complications. Someone you like? Both Jiang Yining and Teacher Lu waited curiously for him to elaborate. Yang Hui adjusted his glasses. I am just a proponent of being single. Everyone has their own aspirations. I hope you can understand my position. I won't participate in such activities moving forward. Teacher Lu apologized. I understand, and I'm sorry. Teacher Yang. Yang Hui acknowledged her with a slight nod, not holding a grudge. Once he left, Teacher Lu sighed in relief. It's all my fault. I won't speak carelessly again. Thankfully, Teacher Yang isn't petty. Jiang Yining nodded in agreement. Teacher Lu, I must get back to grading papers. All right, I'll go prepare my lessons. As the workday drew to a close, He-Chi texted Jiang Yining. I'm about to finish work. Do you want me to pick you up from school? After 5 minutes, she replied. No need. I'm still in a meeting and don't know when it will end. After reading her message, He-Chi glanced down at He-Shui, who was nestled at his feet, occasionally pawing at his pants. He-Shui seemed restless as well. He called Aunt Zhang to come over to cook dinner, then gently nudged He-Shui before heading back. Just as He-Chi stood up, his assistant knocked and entered. Mr. He, we need to prepare to set off. He-Chi shut down his computer and asked nonchalantly, Where to? The assistant reminded him, Mr. He, Chairman Li from Shangtong has arranged a dinner for today. He-Chi had forgotten about this, as his assistant had indeed mentioned it last Friday. He looked at his assistant and pondered for a moment before instructing, Notify Vice President Zhou that I won't be attending. I have more pressing matters to attend to tonight. Chapter 74. Tonight, I must endure some hardship. Upon returning home, He-Chi opened the door to a faint aroma of Chinese medicinal herbs wafting through the air. It was not an unpleasant scent. He waited for He-Shui to saunter in before closing the door and peering into the kitchen. Aunt Zhang, what are you simmering? Aunt Zhang smiled mysteriously at He-Chi. The old lady provided some excellent herbs. She specifically asked me to prepare a soup for you both to nourish your health. He-Chi raised an eyebrow. He observed for a while and then said, Aunt Zhang, are you sure this won't be bad for our health? Of course not. It's just an ordinary nourishing soup, Aunt Zhang replied candidly. Actually, the old lady is eager for a grandchild. She smiled at He-Chi. You understand. To reassure him, Aunt Zhang added, Really, it's just a regular nourishing soup. If it harms your health, you can hold me accountable for the medical expenses. He-Chi, serious, responded, Aunt Zhang. Yining's health is a bit frail. Giving her such a nourishing soup all at once might be too much for her. Aunt Zhang smiled and assured him, I have considered that. You needn't worry, I'll be mindful of the quantity. He-Chi remained unconvinced. Is it safe to drink? Let me have a bowl to try. Aunt Zhang handed him a bowl, saying, You are just like your father, always caring for your wife. It's good to cherish your spouse. Men who do so will not have bad luck. Her words. Hichi chuckled humbly. In this regard, I still have much to learn from Teacher Lu. After finishing a bowl, he felt a slight warmth in his body after a few minutes, but nothing alarming. However, he was certain he couldn't drink more of this soup. Jiang Yining probably wouldn't be back soon. He decided to take Hishou Wei for a run on the community track, as it had gained quite a bit of weight under Jiang Yining's care, and he was worried it might become ill if it didn't exercise. Jiang Yining returned to Yuhu Bancheng just before 7:30, heading in the direction of her home when she happened upon Hichi and Hishou. As soon as Hishou spotted Jiang Yining, it dashed towards her, meowing vigorously by her side. She looked at the man who was strolling over at a leisurely pace, noting the thin sheen of sweat on his forehead. Recognizing that he had just finished running, Hishou continued to protest. Hearing its complaints, Jiang Yining felt helpless. She squatted down and gently patted its head. You've indeed gained some weight recently. Tonight, I'll give you some dried fish. Upon hearing the mention of dried fish, Hishou finally ceased its cries, sidling up to Jiang Yining and refusing to stand near Hichi. Observing this, Hichi raised an eyebrow. He felt it necessary to have a word with Jiang Yining. It was unacceptable to indulge this little lazy cat too much, as it had been on the verge of rebellion lately. As Hichi spoke, Hishou dashed out in a frenzy. Jiang Yining was taken aback and didn't even have the chance to stop it. Hichi glanced over, and the once reluctant Hishou was now embroiled in a scuffle with the Persian cat downstairs. The owner of the Persian cat was a girl about Jiang Yining's age, and Hishou's sudden charge startled her. Hichi sternly retrieved Hishou, his voice firm. Hishou, no fighting. Jiang Yining quickly apologized to the girl. I'm sorry, did I scare you? The Persian cat's owner recognized Hishou upon seeing Hichi. It was that blue cat, quite pitiful, having lost a fight over a female cat and subsequently taken to be neutered by its owner. She smiled at Jiang Yining. I'm fine. Thankfully, the girl bore no grudge. And Jiang Yining breathed a sigh of relief as she and Hichi led the obstinate Hishou back home. Upon returning, Jiang Yining caught a whiff of a delightful aroma. Aunt Zhang, what have you cooked? It smells wonderful, Hichi, uncertain of how to explain, replied. Try to drink a little less of it. He had tasted the soup and knew it was indeed delicious. He understood Jiang Yining's latent foodie tendencies and anticipated she would struggle to restrain herself. Hishou walked past Hichi with an air of indifference, sulking in its little nest. The couple exchanged silent glances at Hishou's figure. After a moment, Jiang Yining looked up at Hichi. Actually, you shouldn't have taken Hishou to be neutered. It might have hurt its pride. Regret at this point was futile, as one could not reverse such a decision. After all, it was a cat they had raised together. And Hichi felt for Hishou as well. It's all right. I'll bring it some dried fish to coax it, he added. Later, I'll see if I can find a toy resembling that Persian cat online and buy it for Hishou. Jiang Yining washed her hands before dinner, entering the kitchen with a smile. Aunt Zhang, this soup smells amazing. Then make sure to have a couple of bowls. It's good for your health, Aunt Zhang replied. Jiang Yining was puzzled, but Hichi just told me to drink less. Aunt Zhang chuckled and shook her head. Hichi is just overly concerned. This is a simple, nourishing soup, with just a little Chinese medicine added. Don't worry, Yining, if you like it, have as much as you want. Jiang Yining's appetite was piqued. She smiled. All right. After coaxing Hishou, Hichi washed his hands and joined the dining table, only to find Jiang Yining's bowl already empty, still being coaxed by Aunt Zhang to continue drinking. Once Aunt Zhang stepped away, Hichi said, You can't have any more after this bowl. I had half a bowl before my run downstairs, and I'm feeling increasingly overheated. Jiang Yining, having read countless romance novels over the years, immediately grasped his implication. Furrowing her brows, she glanced at her nearly empty bowl. But this is already my third bowl. Hichi. Seeing Jiang Yining's petite face beginning to flush, Hichi was at a loss, unsure whether to laugh or react otherwise. Jiang Yining, worried, asked, What should we do? At her words, Hichi couldn't help but chuckle. What can we do? It seems I'll have to put in some extra effort tonight. I might need to have another bowl myself. Jiang Yining. She shot Hichi an annoyed glare, questioning his casualness at such a moment. Yet, she felt that aside from feeling warmer, her body exhibited no other symptoms, and defying fate, she drank the remaining soup in her bowl. Hichi watched her, a hint of amusement flickering in his dark eyes, and teasingly remarked, Don't just drink the soup. Liquids won't fill you up. You need to eat more meat to have energy tonight. Jiang Yining anxiously turned to check if Aunt Zhang was approaching. Her face felt unbearably hot, unsure if it was due to the soup or He Qi's suggestive words. The dinner proved particularly challenging to navigate. Once the meal was finally over, Jiang Yining hurried back to her study to finish the remaining work. After Aunt Zhang left, He Qi returned to the master bedroom to take a shower. He hadn't intended to drink more soup, but under Aunt Zhang's watchful gaze, he reluctantly consumed another half bowl. In the study, Jiang Yining was nearing the end of her tasks, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, which she initially attributed to the air conditioning. But upon checking, the temperature was set at 24 degrees Celsius. She touched her cheeks with her hands, realizing they were also quite warm. Could it be the soup from Aunt Zhang? She hadn't felt anything unusual before, thinking He Qi was just teasing her. Once she hastily completed her work, Jiang Yining could no longer endure it. She tidied up and stepped out of the study. Chapter 75. No longer concealing affection, the outside was tranquil. Jiang Yining peeked into the living room. Finding it empty except for a warmly lit lamp, He Xiaowei lay curled up in its little nest, seemingly asleep. She turned back to the bedroom, where the light was on, but He Qi was absent. She ventured into the cloakroom to fetch some clothes. Opening the wardrobe, she hesitated between a nightgown and a sleep dress, ultimately choosing the one on the right. Her body felt increasingly overheated, and Jiang Yining sensed that even her breathing was more vigorous than usual, causing discomfort. She finally understood why men often sought cold showers when feeling particularly uncomfortable. At that moment, she felt a pressing need to cool down her rising heat with cold water. As she approached the bathroom door, He Qi emerged, and they met face to face. He Qi noticed her flushed cheeks and furrowed his brow. "Are you feeling very uncomfortable?" Jiang Yining glanced up at him, feeling a bit shy, but nodded in affirmation. He had only dared to drink half a bowl of that soup, while Jiang Yining had downed 3 bowls in one go. Like He Xiaowei, they were both little gluttons, and he had only stepped away for a brief moment. It seemed he could see right through her. "No cold showers for you. I have a way to help." At that moment, Jiang Yining was too preoccupied to ponder what he meant by that. She was well aware of her condition. Even though it was summer, she dared not take a cold shower. Jiang Yining stepped closer, leaning in to sniff him. "Did you put on perfume?" As she approached, He Qi instinctively wrapped an arm around her waist, replying, "Yes, just a little. Does it smell strong?" Suddenly enveloped in his embrace, Jiang Yining felt her heart race even faster. He was dressed appropriately for the evening. He Qi had an entire set of pajamas but preferred to wear a simple t-shirt and shorts or just a pair of boxer briefs. Being so close made Jiang Yining uncomfortable. She swallowed hard and said slowly, "It's quite subtle, but it smells nice." After speaking, she struggled a bit. "I need to take a shower." He Qi, having endured Aunt Zhang's insistence to drink half a bowl of soup during dinner, felt uncomfortable himself. He had barely managed to cool down his own discomfort with cold water. At this moment, their proximity stirred the heat within him once more. Reluctantly, he released her. "Remember, no cold showers, with nothing to do?" He Qi found himself momentarily idle. Spotting the curtains half open, he grabbed the remote and closed them. He glanced at the bedside drawer, opened it to inspect, then stood up to pour himself a glass of water before heading to the living room. The second hand of the wall clock ticked away endlessly, and He Qi forced himself to calm down, staring blankly for an indeterminate time. After her shower, Jiang Yining felt her heat intensify rather than diminish. Upon exiting, her eyes immediately landed on a box of small umbrellas on the bedside table. She quickly averted her gaze. Just then, He Qi entered, holding a glass of warm water for her. Noticing Jiang Yining was not dressed in conventional sleepwear, but rather in a champagne-colored satin robe tied with a bow at the waist. Her long hair cascading down to her waist, He Qi felt a stirring in his heart. Perhaps due to the heat, Jiang Yining's eyes appeared slightly dazed, as if intoxicated. Tonight marked the 4th time He Qi and Jiang Yining shared the same room. Excluding the occasion when she fell ill, that night at the He family home, she had been drunk, and last night, he had also been quite inebriated. But tonight, no one was sick, and no one was drunk. He Qi's dark eyes lingered on her for a moment before he calmly closed the door and locked it. With just the two of them in the house, Jiang Yining wondered if he locked it to keep He Xiaowei out. He Qi set the cup down on the bedside table, asking, "Are you still feeling uncomfortable?" Jiang Yining bit her lip. Her flushed face provided the answer. He Qi sat at the edge of the bed. His voice husky, "Come here. I'll help you feel better." Having just showered, Jiang Yining's mind was clearer. She curiously asked, "What method do you have?" Though puzzled, she stepped towards He-Chi the moment she entered his reach. He pulled her into his embrace, and they both fell onto the bed. Before she could fully comprehend what was happening, their positions had shifted. He-Chi supported himself with his hands on either side of Jiang Yining's body, lowering his head to plant a soft kiss on her lips, answering her question, "Of course, it's through action. Aunt Zhang went to such lengths to make that soup. We shouldn't let her and Grandma's efforts go to waste." Jiang Yining had mentally prepared herself for what might transpire tonight while showering. She liked He-Chi and enjoyed being close to him. She was not averse to it. Yet, she couldn't shake off the nervousness. As He-Chi captured her lips, Jiang Yining slowly closed her eyes. To soothe her apprehension, He-Chi kissed her gently. When she wrapped her arms around his neck and leaned in closer, He-Chi deepened the kiss. However, as He-Chi reached to untie the bow at her waist, Jiang Yining's long eyelashes fluttered, and she opened her eyes. "Could you turn off the light?" In the bedroom, only a warm yellow desk lamp casts a soft glow. Its light gentle yet not overly bright. He-Chi has already loosened the delicate strap around her waist, revealing a low-cut camisole dress of the same hue and fabric beneath. His gaze darkens. His throat tightens. "Are you certain you want to turn it off? It will be too dark." Jiang Yining looks at him, her voice laced with a hint of playful sulkiness. "I want to turn it off." He-Chi concedes, "All right, let's turn it off." The curtains in the bedroom are thick, and as the lamp goes dark, the entire room is immediately engulfed in shadows. He-Chi kisses down her lips, but the impenetrable darkness dampens the mood. After a moment's thought, he rasps, "Wife, could we keep the light on? We're in our own home, and we can't intrude. Why act like we're sneaking around?" Jiang Yining remains silent, feeling bashful and perplexed by his odd reasoning. "I don't want to. I'm scared." He-Chi attempts to persuade her. "Isn't it scarier in the dark? I want to see you." Yet Jiang Yining persists. "Haven't you seen me every day?" In the darkness, He-Chi chuckles softly. "Does it feel the same?" Jiang Yining falls silent, but the man remains insistent about the light. Mischievously, he begins to fumble in the dark. Jiang Yining bites her lip, struggling to endure, and finally, in exasperation, relents. "Fine, you can turn it on." When the light returns, Jiang Yining catches sight of his smiling, dark eyes, which only deepens her blush. Before she can express her embarrassment, He-Chi captures her lips, effectively silencing her. Time passes, and suddenly, the sound of a box being opened fills the air. Jiang Yining, feeling a sudden pang, bites down on He-Chi's shoulder, only to be enveloped by another sensation. The air fills with sounds that are enough to redden one's cheeks, and the atmosphere of intimacy permeates the space. Rendering their affections no longer a secret, he feels as though only a short while has passed when He-Chi suddenly pulls her close. He breathes steadily, and after a moment, he lifts his head. In that glance, he sees the disbelief in her eyes. That it? Don't novels usually last an hour or two? Jiang Yining, taken aback, exclaims, "That was quick." Upon hearing this, He-Chi's expression visibly darkens. For reasons unknown, Jiang Yining finds herself wanting to laugh at his reaction, but she holds back. Her suppressed laughter irritates He-Chi. He teasingly pinches her cheek, gritting his teeth as he says, "Madam He, don't cry later." The more he threatens, the more Jiang Yining feels the urge to laugh, yet soon, her laughter fades. The newly emboldened beast is far from satisfied, preparing for another round of entanglement. Regret fills Jiang Yining for laughing at him. And after an indeterminate time, the room finally quiets. He-Chi carries her to the bathroom for a quick rinse, and when they return to bed with fresh sheets, Jiang Yining immediately distances herself from him. He-Chi turns off the light and leans closer, asking, "Are you mad?" Jiang Yining's eyelids grow heavy, and with a soft murmur, she falls asleep. He-Chi wraps his arms around her, kisses her hair, and contentedly closes his eyes. The next morning, when Jiang Yining's alarm rings at 6:50, He-Chi finds her phone and turns it off. Reluctantly, he wakes the slumbering figure in his arms. Jiang Yining groggily opens her eyes. Feeling utterly exhausted and reluctant to rise, thinking of the person who kept her awake the night before, she angrily bites his thumb. He-Chi winces in pain. "You really dare to bite," Jiang Yining mutters. "I'm so tired." "It's all your fault," he chuckles. "Who was laughing at me just now? Don't you know men can't stand the word quick?" Reflecting on last night, Jiang Yining wants to laugh, but the previous lesson keeps her in check. She lightly bites her lower lip, her voice low yet audible. Well, you really I didn't want to laugh either. He lowers his gaze, pinching her cheek gently. Teacher Jiang, am I to be remembered only for this singular failure? What about the subsequent times when I excelled? It seems I haven't made a lasting impression after all. Talking about such provocative matters early in the morning leaves Jiang Yining blushing fiercely. She cannot engage with He on this level. He is too shameless, and she knows she cannot win. Surrendering, she states, I need to get up, or I'll be late. While her mind wants to rise, her body wishes to linger in bed. Ultimately, she can no longer delay and finally gets up. He drives her to school, planning to return to the office early to tackle his backlog of work. Stopping along the way to buy breakfast. Upon arriving at the office, Jiang Yining sets her bag down and massages her temples. Teacher Lu, yawning, notices Jiang Yining's fatigue and the faint dark circles under her eyes. Asking Teacher Jiang, were you working overtime at home last night? I went to a movie with friends and worked late into the night, she replies, lying about the reason for her exhaustion. With the start of the school year, there is much to accomplish. Yet, Jiang Yining knows her tiredness stems from more than mere work. She feels guilty and nods in response. Teacher Lu, sympathetic, glances around at the other homeroom teachers, lamenting, we need to find a way to enforce student discipline. As Jiang Yining listens to Lu's complaints, she munches on a bun, frowning at the meat bun she bit into. It pales in comparison to the ones made by Wang Jiao's mother, and she reminisces about the delicious ones from her parents' breakfast shop, which she hasn't had in years. No wonder Ma Xing was envious yesterday. Quickly finishing her breakfast, Jiang Yining heads to the classroom to supervise the students' morning reading. With the help of the coffee Lu provided, she manages to stay awake until the afternoon. She skips returning home for lunch, opting to stay in the office with Lu. When He finishes work, he texts her but receives no response. So he heads home first. He notices the bag she took in the morning lying on the living room sofa. Glancing at it, he walks toward the bedroom, finding Jiang Yining sound asleep with her head covered. He sits at the edge of the bed and gently kisses her cheek. Her eyelashes flutter as she slowly opens her eyes, glancing at He before shutting them again to continue sleeping. He lifts the blanket, intending to lie beside her, but Jiang Yining pushes him away, murmuring sleepily, you can't get in bed without changing clothes. It's dirty. He halts his movements, pulling her and the blanket closer to him. Today, he finds it hard to concentrate at work, his mind consumed with thoughts of Jiang Yining. Previously, Ji Jianzhou had scolded Chen Feng for being so lovesick, and He realizes he might be even worse. Jiang Yining struggles to breathe as he holds her tightly, and she gently pries his arms apart. He loosens his grip, sensing she is awake, and asks in a voice tinged with affection, are you feeling unwell? Jiang Yining replies, does being tired count? He laughs softly, that doesn't count. Jiang Yining knows what he wants to ask. She feels only a slight discomfort, not enough to be considered unwell. She buries her head in the pillow, shaking it slightly and mumbles, no. She tries to escape He's embrace, but for some reason, they begin to play like children. He tickles her underarms, making her squirm and laugh uncontrollably. You're so annoying, stop it. She cries, the sleepiness vanishing in an instant. Once it stops, Jiang Yining's hair is a mess, and the blanket is in disarray. Seeing the culprit smirking, she kicks him in annoyance. You made a mess. You clean it up. He agrees, tidying the bed. Already 7:30, and he suggests they eat dinner first, planning to rest early that night. Later, Aunt Zhang calls to ask if she should come over to cook, but Jiang Yining doesn't reply. So He tells her not to come tonight. Hence, they decide to dine out. After eating, Jiang Yining heads straight to the bedroom upon returning home, quickly washing up before going to bed early to recharge. The next day, Teacher Lu, still with dark circles under her eyes, envies Jiang Yining, asking, Teacher Jiang, did you eat some magical elixir? Can you share a couple with me? Jiang Yining pours herself a cup of water from her thermos, replying, I went to bed before 10 last night. When one is physically exhausted, work efficiency plummets. Jiang Yining prefers to skip her afternoon nap today than to force herself to work while tired. As she steps into the office, yawning, Yang Hui asks, Teacher Lu, can I have some of that coffee? Teacher Lu, feeling grateful and guilty for the previous gossip about Yang, readily responds, of course, I'll get you some. Jiang Yining, overhearing their conversation, notices Yang Hui glancing at her. Seeing her back to her usual self, he notices none of the exhaustion from the previous day remains. Jiang Yining lowered her head to glance at the work group. where a meeting was scheduled for the morning concerning student safety education. Yang replied, "We saw it last night." Jiang Yining had only just noticed it. During the meeting, Teacher Lu, who sat beside Jiang Yining, struggled to stay awake, prompting Jiang Yining to remind her several times. Eventually, Lu fell asleep, and later, she was criticized publicly by Principal Shi. This week had been filled with meetings, and Jiang Yining could hardly endure it. The sessions were long and tedious, leaving her feeling stiff and uncomfortable, while the school leaders remained unwilling to release them. At last, she made it to Friday, and after work, Jiang Yining returned home first. He Chi messaged her, saying he would be home later. Aunt Zhang came over to prepare dinner for them. Noticing Jiang Yining appeared much brighter than in the previous days, she inquired, "Yining, what brings you such joy?" Jiang Yining saw Aunt Zhang making pepper salt ribs, picked up a piece with her chopsticks, and smiled. "It's Friday today. Tomorrow I can finally have a break. It seems being a teacher isn't easy either." Aunt Zhang remarked, recalling how busy He Chi's other two teachers were, with the old lady constantly nagging them about when they would retire. Hearing some commotion from outside, Jiang Yining smiled at Aunt Zhang. Sensing He Chi had returned, witnessing the affectionate couple, Aunt Zhang felt pleased. "All right, you go ahead." After washing her hands, Jiang Yining stepped outside to find He Chi had returned, but he wasn't alone. Upon seeing the person standing beside He Chi, the smile on Jiang Yining's face visibly faded. Chapter 77. I have you. Upon spotting Jiang Wentao, Jiang Yining's expression turned frosty. After a moment, she managed to move her lips and asked, "What brings you here?" Not even calling him Dad, Jiang Yining chose to disregard him completely, especially in front of He Chi, showing him no regard whatsoever. Jiang Wentao felt both awkward and angry, but with He Chi present, he refrained from reprimanding his daughter and instead stated, "As your father, is it unacceptable for me to come and see you since you don't wish to visit me?" After speaking, he cast a significant glance at He Chi. He Chi feigned ignorance of Jiang Wentao's insinuation and moved closer to Jiang Yining. "I'll ask Aunt Zhang to add a couple more dishes." Jiang Yining, displaying no emotion, glanced at Jiang Wentao and replied, "No need, there's enough food that I'll go make tea," she added, giving them space. On his drive home after work, He Chi spotted Jiang Wentao outside the community. Jiang Yining had already severed ties with her family, and He Chi had no desire to engage with them either, especially considering how they had treated Jiang Yining in the past. He wondered how his father-in-law had such a remarkable memory. Spotting his car, he waved. He felt it was impossible to pretend he hadn't seen him. As He Chi walked away, only the father and daughter remained. Ignoring Jiang Yining's cold demeanor, Jiang Wentao surveyed the surroundings. Previously, He Chi had mentioned his family was engaged in a small business and that his parents were ordinary teachers. Now, observing the fine residence where he and Jiang Yining lived, Jiang Wentao realized He Chi had not been entirely truthful. What sort of small business could afford such a luxurious home? Jiang Wentao sighed. "Ning Ning, if your mother knew how well you were doing now, she would be at ease." Jiang Yining responded flatly. "If my mother knew how you treated me, she would undoubtedly wish to confront you." Jiang Wentao's face darkened. "Ning Ning, must you speak to me in such a manner? This matter is due to your Aunt Zhao's wrongdoings. I apologize on her behalf." Jiang Yining smirked sarcastically. "Is it merely Aunt Zhao? After all that Zhao Hong did to me, you immediately apologized, lamenting your predicament in the middle and asking me to be understanding." However, Jiang Yining had come to realize that without her father's tacit approval, Zhao Hong's malice would have been tempered. Regrettably, she had been deceived for years. Noticing Jiang Wentao's silence, Jiang Yining lost interest in continuing the argument. Recognizing it was futile, seizing a moment when Jiang Wentao was distracted, she took out her phone and began recording. With a frigid tone, she inquired, "What do you intend to achieve by coming here this time?" Seeing He Chi approaching, Jiang Wentao deliberately raised his voice. "It seems you have completely forgotten my birthday. As I mentioned before, tomorrow is my birthday. You and He Chi are expected to return home for a family meal." Jiang Wentao looked at He Chi and specifically asked, "He Chi, do you think it is too much for a father to want his daughter and son-in-law to dine at home on his birthday?" Before He Chi could formulate a response, Jiang Yining interjected, "We won't be coming back." She made no effort to hide her sentiments from He Chi. "Dine at which home? I have but one home, and that is here. I do not acknowledge any other." Jiang Yining chuckled. "I don't understand. Previously, you seemed eager for me to disappear. Why now do you wish for me to return? Trying to mend our relationship? I advise against expending such effort. Is it worth it?" Jiang Wentao felt a sharp pang of anger. A grimace of fury crossed his face as he stared at Jiang Yining but found no words to express his frustration. The more Jiang Yining resisted, the more obstinate Jiang Wentao became. He turned to He Qi. He Qi, usually I do not press you to return, but tomorrow you must come back. What would the neighbors think of us? Jiang Yining found it amusing. Will you drag me back if I refuse? What a grand joke. Which neighbor isn't aware of our strained relationship? They've long been entertained by it. Why would they care now? Jiang Yining warned him, do not forget we have a signed agreement. If you continue to intrude, I shall not hold back. Jiang Wentao stormed out, recalling how previously, when Jiang Yining would argue at home, the neighbors would come to watch the spectacle. He presumed that this visit would prompt Jiang Yining to be concerned about public perception and afford him some respect. He never anticipated she would openly mock him in front of He Qi. With only their apartment on the floor, no one would come to witness the commotion. No matter how loud it became, He Qi set down his teacup and chased after him to the entrance. Upon seeing his son-in-law approach, Jiang Wentao's anger abated slightly. He Qi, I will take my leave. Ning Ning does not welcome me as her father. If you wish to stop me, I would not dare linger for dinner. He Qi, understanding the situation, replied, I comprehend everything you've said. Ning has endured too much suffering over the years. As her husband, I feel deeply for her. Henceforth, I shall treat her well. She will have the final say in our home. Jiang Wentao discerned the underlying meaning in He Qi's words. Jiang Yining's treatment of him stemmed from his own misdeeds, and he had no intention of being invited to dinner. He Qi produced the elevator card, politely swiping it for Jiang Wentao, as access to the elevator required it. Jiang Wentao's face flushed with anger, a bellyful of indignation, and he departed without uttering another word. After watching the elevator descend, He Qi messaged the community staff to ensure Jiang Wentao left Yuhu Bancheng. Once he received confirmation that Jiang Wentao had been escorted away, He Qi turned and returned home. Upon entering, he heard Aunt Zhang defending Jiang Yining. Yining, don't overthink it. How can a father act this way and still have the audacity to show up? Jiang Yining had grown indifferent, sitting at the dining table waiting for He Qi's return. She snuck a piece of rib and remarked, Aunt Zhang, I'm not thinking too much. Your ribs are delicious. Aunt Zhang affectionately stroked her hair. If they're good, eat more. Tomorrow, I'll make you some more. Tomorrow isn't a work day. There's no need for you to go out of your way. I can cook myself, Jiang Yining replied. Aunt Zhang smiled. What's the trouble with that? No matter where I am. It's work. You two have worked hard this week. You should enjoy your weekend and rest well. If I take good care of you, the old lady will be pleased and might even give me a bonus. He Qi approached. Yining, listen to Aunt Zhang. This week, Jiang Yining had been so busy at work that she appeared worn out. He Qi didn't even mention the idea of her joining him at the gym. He thought it best for her not to practice driving this weekend. Once He Qi sat across from her, Jiang Yining asked, Are you certain my father has left the community? He Qi nodded. I had someone see him off. Jiang Yining refrained from asking further questions and offered He Qi a piece of rib. You should try Aunt Zhang's ribs. They're amazing. Noticing that Jiang Yining was unaffected by Jiang Wentao's visit, He Qi explained, It's because he saw my car and waved. Jiang Yining smiled at him. I know, but from now on, there's no need to engage with any of them, including my father. I don't want them to interfere with our lives. She pressed her lips together, meeting He Qi's dark eyes, her gaze filled with a gentle smile. I have you both. I am truly happy now. Chapter 78. Threat. Upon seeing Jiang Wentao return with a sullen expression, Zhao Hong teased. What? Didn't you stay at your good daughter's house for dinner before coming back? Zhao Jiajia, noticing her father's foul mood, gestured for Zhao Hong to cease her remarks. She then addressed Jiang Wentao, Dad, we haven't eaten yet either. Mom said to wait for you so we can eat together. After speaking, Zhao Jiajia pulled Zhao Hong to the kitchen to fetch the dishes. In the kitchen, Zhao Jiajia whispered discontentedly, Mom, please don't talk to Dad like that. Zhao Hong shot her a glare. You insolent girl, I am your real mother. Just because you're my real mother, I advise you. Now the house is under Dad's name, I've lost my job, and Yang is still so little. Dio, you still want a divorce? Zhao Hong found herself at a loss for words. Dio, be honest. Ever since Jiang Wentao had broached the subject of divorce the last time, she had been truly frightened. Her ex-husband's family was far from benevolent. They had subjected her to domestic violence. It had taken considerable effort for her to finally extricate herself from that relationship. Jiang Wentao was an honest man, diligent in his work. Long ago, when she had visited his breakfast shop, She had observed the harmonious relationship he shared with Du Ruo and had felt a pang of envy. Little did she know that Du Ruo was a woman cursed with misfortune, diagnosed with terminal cancer in her 40s, a cruel twist of fate. Zhao Hong had invested a great deal of effort to be with Jiang Wentao. Aware that he harbored regrets over Du Ruo having given birth to only one daughter. Risking complications from advanced maternal age, she bore Jiang Yiyang, thus securing her place in Jiang Wentao's heart. Zhao Hong understood that she could not remain perpetually at odds with Jiang Wentao. Sometimes, one must show a semblance of weakness. She sighed, reassuring him that their mother would understand and that he should focus on finding a new job without worrying about home. Yang Yang is still young, and your father dotes on him like a treasure. He surely wouldn't want Yang Yang to grow up in a single-parent household. The divorce was merely a means to frighten me. During dinner, noticing Jiang Wentao's sullen expression, she realized he had faced harsh words from Jiang Yining. Zhao Hong knew what was on Jiang Wentao's mind. The house was already registered in his name. And Jiang Yining, after all, was his biological daughter. He hoped for a future where they could rely on each other, dreaming of a harmonious family. But was that not a pie in the sky? She understood Jiang Yining better than Jiang Wentao did. That seemingly docile girl was, in fact, as stubborn as a mule. Their relationship had soured irreparably. Jiang Yining would not cling to any familial ties. The last time Jiang Yining had brought a lawyer along, summoning Du Ruo's family, had made her intentions clear. Zhao Hong had previously entertained the thought of having Jiang Wentao persuade Jiang Yining to care for her younger brother in the future. However, with Jiang Yining so indifferent towards her own father, it was unlikely she would extend any kindness to Jiang Yiyang. Zhao Hong resolved to regard Jiang Yining as though she had perished, akin to her unfortunate mother, preferring to keep her distance. Speaking gently, she urged Jiang Wentao, "Wentao, let us focus on living well together. Do not entertain thoughts of Jiang Yining cherishing you as her father." Jiang Wentao had expected Zhao Hong to take this opportunity to belittle him. Instead, her comforting words eased his demeanor. He glanced at Jiang Yiyang and the sensible Zhao Jujie, letting out a sigh. "Ningning may truly never forgive us." Zhao Hong scoffed. "Why should I seek her forgiveness? We have done nothing to wrong her. This house is rightfully yours. If it weren't for in front of their children." She quickly silenced herself. She had transferred ownership to him without receiving a single penny from the family over the years, her salary tightly controlled, and she had never shown any sign of generosity during holidays. What more could she want? Jiang Wentao contemplated Zhao Hong's words, conceding that she had a point. He mused that since her marriage, Jiang Yining's attitude had grown increasingly obstinate, likely bolstered by He Qi, who had given her wings to fly. Jiang Wentao shook his head, resigning himself to the notion that he had effectively raised his daughter for nothing. He Qi? Zhao Jujie thought she must have misheard, incredulously asking, "Dad, did you say Jiang Yining's husband's name is He Qi?" Jiang Wentao bristled at the way Zhao Jujie referred to Jiang Yining's husband, correcting her, "That is your brother-in-law." Zhao Jujie, however, was too preoccupied to care about such formalities. She snatched the phone from Jiang Yiyang and scrolled through the album for quite some time until she found a candid photo taken by a colleague. She held the phone up to Jiang Wentao. "Dad, is this him?" Jiang Wentao leaned in for a closer look, confirming, "Yes." He then asked Zhao Jujie, "How do you know him?" Zhao Jujie's eyes widened as realization dawned on her, her voice laced with anger. "He Qi is our company's general manager. The whole company belongs to his family." She turned to Jiang Wentao, "Dad, my job was definitely sabotaged by Jiang Yining. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been dismissed for a minor mistake." Meanwhile, Jiang Yining lay in bed chatting with Zhang Qiao when she received an unfamiliar call. Noticing it was a number from Lin City, she answered without speaking. As soon as the call connected, the voice on the other end boomed, "Jiang Yining, did you cause Jujie's job loss?" Zhao Jujie was fired? He Qi was indeed swift in his actions. Why hadn't he informed her earlier? Jiang Yining had just learned she had been promoted. Her spirits high, and even the sound of Zhao Hong's voice failed to dampen her mood. She replied nonchalantly, "Oh, Zhao Jujie is out of work? Perfect. She can work at my father's breakfast shop. Although, I wonder if anyone would still want to buy your stale buns." Now, Zhao Hong finally understood why Jiang Wentao had returned home with a dark expression. She retorted angrily, "Don't get cocky. You made my daughter lose her job. Come Monday, I will lodge a complaint against your school. Even if the complaint fails, I will stand at the school gate and tell parents what kind of malicious person their child's teacher is." Jiang Yining dismissed Zhao Hong's threats, remaining unperturbed. "Go ahead." She replied calmly, "I am not lacking in money. Do you really think I would fear losing my job? Zhao Hong realized that Zhao Jie's unemployment was intertwined with her own actions, and it was evident that she and her daughter were aware of He Qi's true identity. If I lose my job, wherever Zhao Jie goes, I will follow her to ensure everyone knows just how despicable she and her mother are. She resolved to get a new phone card the next day to avoid being bothered by unwanted calls. Having just finished his shower, He Qi entered and, overhearing part of the conversation, took the phone from Jiang Yining after she finished her sentence. All I need is one word from you. In the future, very few companies in Lin City will dare to hire her. You can certainly try, he added, his voice cold and filled with an oppressive air. Zhao Hong was aware of the substantial size of Zhao Jie's former company and had heard whispers of the He family's influence in Lin City. She genuinely feared her daughter would struggle to find good employment in the future. Seeing the call ended, she could not help but curse in her home. He Qi handed the phone back to Jiang Yining. Upon seeing He Qi's bare torso, marked with faint, ambiguous scratches, her mind involuntarily conjured up images from that night. Jiang Yining's cheeks flushed, and she averted her gaze. Noticing her reaction, He Qi raised an eyebrow and smirked. He reached out to pinch her cheek, teasing her. How is it that I have thoroughly ravished you? Yet you blush so easily. Chapter 79. Regret for marrying me comes too late. Who has ravished him? Jiang Yining was utterly embarrassed. Turning away to ignore him, He Qi grinned, lifting the covers and lying down next to her, wrapping her in his arms from behind. The moment he approached, his strong presence enveloped her. His warm chest pressing against her back, Jiang Yining bit her lip, her ears turning red. Finally unable to endure any longer, she exclaimed, He Qi, where are your hands? He Qi kissed her reddened ear, his voice husky. Can I place them here? Jiang Yining could hardly suppress her shyness, replying, You cannot. How am I to sleep then? He Qi asked nonchalantly, showing no signs of withdrawing his hands. The soft sensation of her skin was completely engulfed in his grasp. And He Qi cherished it, pulling her even closer. Calculating the days since their last encounter, he noted it had been several days. He Qi attempted to suppress the rising heat within him and gently asked, Are you tired? Understanding what he meant, Jiang Yining shook her head lightly. He Qi gulped. Why not close the curtains? She glanced toward the slightly open curtains. Jiang Yining shyly murmured in agreement. As He Qi reached for the remote to draw the curtains closed. She turned to face him directly. He Qi also turned off the bright lights in the bedroom, switching on the soft bedside lamp, then opened the drawer to retrieve a necessary item. Just as he lowered his head, Jiang Yining turned to face him, their eyes locking, her expression flushed. The atmosphere grew increasingly intimate the moment he opened the drawer. He Qi realized he could no longer contain the heat coursing through him and leaned down to kiss her. His kiss was more fervent than ever, nearly overwhelming Jiang Yining. In a matter of moments, they were pressed against each other, feeling a coolness enveloping them. When everything finally came to a halt, Jiang Yining was so exhausted she could barely lift her arms. She suspected He Qi had done it on purpose to retaliate for her earlier remark about him being quick. He Qi held her quietly, and after a while, he asked, Shall I carry you to take a shower? Now that she was quite alert, she was certainly unwilling. You go first. He Qi raised an eyebrow, questioning, Can you even move? As he spoke, his hands began to wander from her waist upwards. Jiang Yining felt a jolt and replied, No, don't. He persistently inquired, So can you move or can't you? She realized He Qi was being particularly insufferable. Jiang Yining bit her lip, suddenly feeling an urge to grab a pillow and throw it at him. He Qi, you are so annoying. Her voice was laced with shyness as she accused him, provoking a low chuckle from He Qi. Regret for marrying me comes too late. Quickly, Jiang Yining grabbed her nightgown that had been tossed aside. Slipping it on, He Qi scooped her up effortlessly and headed toward the bathroom, laughing. Isn't this a bit redundant? You'll still. Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Yining bit him, causing him to hiss in pain. Jiang Yining looked at the deep bite mark she had left on his arm and gently stroked it, warning, Don't say another word. He Qi, instead of being angry, laughed. You are truly tyrannical. Now I can't even speak. He entered the bathroom and gently closed the door with his foot. Jiang Yining thought it would take him no more than half an hour to finish his shower and come out to sleep. But to her surprise, an hour and a half had passed by the time he emerged. Sitting on the sofa, she watched He Qi change the bed sheets. She enjoyed the intimacy with him. Yet he truly lacked self-restraint. With a stern expression, Jiang Yining admonished him. He Qi, if you continue like this, I will report you to Teacher Lin. He paused momentarily in his task, then chuckled, his shoulders shaking with amusement. Observing Jiang Yining's flushed cheeks, he teasingly remarked, "Go ahead and tell. I'm nearly 30. Do you really think Teacher Lin can control me?" Jiang Yining fell silent and, once he had neatly fitted the new sheets, she moved her pillow far away. After he tossed the used sheets into the washing machine and returned to the room, he found her nearly lying at the edge of the bed. He, amused, placed his pillow next to hers and pulled her into his embrace. "Are you truly angry?" Jiang Yining did not respond. "All right, I shall try to exercise restraint in the future, but I cannot help myself. After all, I've just married a wife at almost 30 with that." He turned Jiang Yining to face him, saying, "Don't be upset. Tomorrow, let us take a day to rest at home. Sleep in until noon." Jiang Yining wasn't genuinely angry. She warned He, "But you must not disturb me tomorrow morning." He kissed her cheek, assuring her he wouldn't make a sound. "Now, sleep." Just as Jiang Yining began to feel drowsy, she was startled by the vibration of He's phone on the bedside table. It was nearly 2 in the morning. Who would call him at this hour? He glanced at the screen, his brows furrowing. Seeing his expression, Jiang Yining curiously inquired, "Who is it?" He showed her the phone, revealing it was Ling Yu. "Calling him in the middle of the night," he sighed. "I rarely contact Ling Yu directly. Any matters are usually discussed with her parents." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yining suggested, "Then you should answer. It might be something concerning the Ling family." He replied, "If there is something, it's likely Uncle Ling who will reach out to me." He answered the call, but switched it to speakerphone in front of Jiang Yining, his tone somewhat frosty. "What is it?" "Zhao Jia told me your wife is the daughter of her stepfather." "Do you really know her well?" Ling Yu continued. "She even wanted to kick her father out of the house." With a sudden coldness, He retorted, "I need no one to inform me of what my wife is like. Do not overstep your bounds. Furthermore, you should respectfully refer to her as sister-in-law, not as your wife." His voice was serious, and his stern demeanor was genuinely intimidating. Jiang Yining had never witnessed him this furious, and even she was taken aback. Ling Yu on the other end was momentarily stunned, stubbornly insisting, "I was merely trying to remind you." He's calm was frightening. He parted his lips. "Ling Yu, even if your brother said this to me today, I would respond the same way. Do you understand? Refrain from calling me privately in the future. Let Uncle Ling convey any matters to me." Without waiting for Ling Yu to respond, He abruptly ended the call. Jiang Yining was not surprised. She believed He was aware of the situation. Ling Yu was often seen with Zhao Jia, and Jiang Yining knew exactly what kind of person Zhao Jia was. Fearing she might have instilled some misguided notions in Ling Yu, Jiang Yining shifted slightly, asking, "So, are we still going to the Ling family?" He hesitated for a moment. "I will call Uncle Ling tomorrow and ask Ling Yu to apologize to you. If she remains obstinate, we shall postpone our visit." He's anger had not yet subsided. He had already warned Ling Yu previously. Since Ling Yan's passing, Uncle Ling and Aunt Mo had been overly indulgent with her. In truth, Chuan Gu had also cautioned Uncle Ling several times against pampering Ling Yu too much. She was not inherently ill-natured but easily influenced. Having taken the blame for others in her previous job and facing exclusion from colleagues was also partly her own doing. Aunt Mo, concerned for her, had called He with a hint of helplessness. He confessed, "I never agreed with letting her join our company. She cannot grow if she is constantly shielded." Just earlier, Ling Yu had seemed a bit tipsy, and even He, despite his usual oblivion, sensed something was amiss. After a prolonged silence, he turned to Jiang Yining and asked, "Wife, don't you think Ling Yu seems a bit off?" Jiang Yining understood what He was hinting at. Women often possess keen intuition, especially since Jiang Yining had harbored feelings for He for many years. She recognized the tone in Ling Yu's voice immediately. Moreover, Ling Yu had appeared somewhat inebriated, making it easier for her feelings to spill out. Jiang Yining recalled a more pressing concern. Ling Yu was out late and suggested, "You should contact Chuan Gu. It's unsafe for a girl to be out drinking alone." He replied, "I've already messaged Chuan Gu. He and his wife are out looking for her." Jiang Yining acknowledged this with an "oh." Returning to He's earlier question, Jiang Yining met his gaze steadily. "Do you want my honest opinion?" He replied candidly, "What else could it be? We are husband and wife. Is there anything we cannot discuss?" Jiang Yining continued, "I believe your instincts are likely correct. Ling Yu's affections are her own, but her late-night call to you with such remarks genuinely irks me. If you were still single, it would be a different matter, but you are married now." According to your own words, Ling Yu has crossed a line. Jiang Yining offered a suggestion. Let us observe Ling Yu's attitude for now. If she severs ties with Zhao Jujia and doesn't explicitly say anything, we shall act as if we are unaware. He Qi nodded in agreement, expressing his thoughts. I won't allow her to affect us. I promised Ling Yin I would look after his family. But that does not mean I will unconditionally indulge his sister. If she continues this way, I will speak directly to her parents. After about 20 minutes, He Qi received a message from Chuan. At the bar? What on earth happened? He Qi replied. Have your wife ask her. Let her explain herself. Chuan sensed the underlying irritation in He Qi's response and turned to Ling Yu, who was still engrossed in her drinking. With an aura of authority, he approached her, his brow slightly furrowing, creating an air of pressure as he sternly asked, Why are you out drinking so much alone in the middle of the night? Ling Yu, you're in your 20s. Do you lack any sense of safety? Zhu Qingya, unaware of the situation, admonished Chuan. Why start with scolding? Just talk to her nicely. You wait outside. I'll have a word with her. The bar was too noisy, unlike the quiet bar He Qi and He Jin operated, with people dancing in the center and music blaring, making it hard to hear. Zhu Qingya took Ling Yu's drink away and led her to a relatively quieter area. With a serious tone, she said, Ling Yu, Chuan is right. This place is far too chaotic, and drinking so much alone is too dangerous. You can share any worries with your sister-in-law. Ling Yu, inebriated, asked, Did He Qi send you here? Zhu Qingya frowned slightly. Yes. Ling Yu forced a smile. He must be very angry. I just feel the world is so small. The person Zhao Jujia has been complaining about is his wife. Who is Zhao Jujia? Ling Yu's expression was a mix of laughter and tears, a woman. Zhu Qingya remained silent, listening to Ling Yu's fragmented explanations. After piecing together her words, she realized, Ling Yu, please don't tell me you have feelings for He Qi. Ling Yu fell silent. Zhu Qingya, exasperated, pressed her forehead. You called He Qi in the middle of the night. Ling Yu, you're an adult now. How can you judge someone based on others' opinions? I've met Yining. Putting everything else aside, I can vouch for her character. And does He Qi not understand what kind of person Yining is? Zhu Qingya, frustrated, continued, ask yourself, did you really just want to remind He Qi with that call tonight? Or do you still harbor some unrealistic fantasies? Ling Yu anxiously replied. She met Zhu Qingya's seemingly all-knowing gaze, unable to articulate any defense. As a police officer accustomed to interrogating serious offenders, she could not bring herself to lie before Zhu Qingya. Her silence was a confession in itself. After a moment of stillness, Zhu Qingya spoke coldly. Ling Yu, don't bring shame to your brother. Frankly, if it weren't for him, do you think Chuan and the others would be so patient with you? You are being incredibly immature. If your brother were still here, he would surely be furious with you for this. Thinking of her sacrificed brother, Ling Yu began to cry uncontrollably. Yes, if only her brother were still alive, he would surely be upset with her for being so irresponsible and for causing trouble for his friends. Receiving Zhao Jujia's call tonight, where she claimed to have lost her job due to Jiang Yining and cursed her for being heartless, Ling Yu felt conflicted. She knew better than to judge someone based on hearsay. Yet she couldn't shake off a lingering hope that perhaps Zhao Jujia's words held some truth. Zhu Qingya observed her weeping, and only after she had cried enough did she speak. Tomorrow, have your parents call He Qi and apologize to Yining, assuring them that you will not disturb them again. Ling Yu wiped her tears and asked, Does Yining know? Upon hearing her change of address, Zhu Qingya felt a sense of relief that, of course, they share a bed as a couple. Do you think she wouldn't know when you call in the middle of the night? Don't you understand your brother He Qi's temperament? Ling Yu nodded. I understand that I will apologize to her tomorrow. Your attitude must be sincere. If Yining is magnanimous, then your brother He Qi will also be forgiving. Do you comprehend? Ling Yu replied affirmatively. Zhu Qingya's tone turned serious as she cautioned. Ling Yu, you cannot engage in similar behaviors as tonight again. Otherwise, you would be letting down your brother, and also the care that He Qi and his family have provided to your family over the years. Ling Yu resolved firmly. I understand, Qingya Jia. Rest assured, after tonight, He Qi will merely be my brother's friend. Nothing more. It has always been this way. Zhu Qingya reached out to tousle her hair. All right, return now, or else brother Shangchuan will truly be angry. As she supported Ling Yu out of the bar, Zhu Qingya added, Do not associate with that Zhao anymore. Yining is a wonderful person, and you will come to like her. He Qi had said the same to her. Ling Yu pondered for a moment before responding. I will no longer contact Zhao Jujia. Qingya Jia, You need not worry, I will handle my resignation on Monday and seek new employment. Zhu Qingya replied, if you can quell your feelings for He Qi, staying at his company is quite all right. At least you won't be bullied. Initially, I thought working there would bring me closer to him, even if just to see him occasionally. Lingyue shook her head. No, my intentions for entering He Qi's company are not pure. Zhu Qingya responded, then you should resign. Lingyue looked up at Zhu Qingya and said, from now on, I will work diligently and will not bring shame to my brother. He is a hero, and as his sister, I cannot let others look down upon me. Chapter 81. Serious for less than 3 seconds, Zhu Qingya smiled with satisfaction at her. This is the Lingyue I know. She stroked Lingyue's hair. There are plenty of good men in this world, but only Yining can tolerate your brother He Qi's foul temper. In the future, I will find you a plethora of men to choose from, and I promise you will be satisfied. Standing at the bar's entrance, Xiang Chuan overheard Zhu Qingya's last remark and frowned. What men are you looking for? Lingyue clung to Zhu Qingya's arm playfully, of course. Handsome men. I don't want any that aren't. Zhu Qingya gave her an okay sign. I assure you, they will be 100 times more handsome than your brother Xiang Chuan and He Qi. Xiang Chuan observed her antics. Too apathetic to intervene, he turned to Lingyue. So, you are heartbroken? He chuckled. Look at you, acting as if the sky is falling. I thought something serious had caused you to run to the bar in the middle of the night. Zhu Qingya exchanged a glance with Lingyue, both laughing silently without explaining to Xiang Chuan. Lingyue admitted her fault. Brother Xiang Chuan, I'm sorry, I promise there won't be a next time. I will no longer act willfully and will work hard while being filial to my parents. Xiang Chuan stared at her in astonishment, thinking he had misheard, glancing at his wife beside Lingyue. Zhu Qingya smiled proudly at Xiang Chuan. What's the matter? Don't believe in my educational standards? Let me tell you, once the child is born, all future educational matters will fall under my jurisdiction. Lingyue, incredulous, looked down at Zhu Qingya's belly. Qingya Jia, are you pregnant? Zhu Qingya and Xiang Chuan exchanged knowing smiles. Yes, I am. It hasn't even been 3 months yet, and I was planning to wait until things settled before sharing this joyful news with you. Lingyue felt even guiltier. You were pregnant, and yet you came out looking for me in the middle of the night. I'm so sorry. After drinking, she had called He Qi and regretted it after receiving a reprimand. His words, even if your brother spoke to me in such a manner today, I would still be unyielding, struck her profoundly. She had overestimated her own importance, thinking she could act recklessly because of the affection her brother and his friends showed her, while in reality, she had been depleting her brothers and their friendship. Zhu Qingya pinched her cheek. It's all right. As long as you can be sensible in the future, that's enough that it's late. We should send you home, or else Uncle Ling and Aunt Emo will worry. Xiang Chuan drove Lingyue home, and he and Zhu Qingya did not go inside. Upon reaching her doorstep, Lingyue tiptoed, noticing the lights were on inside. She opened the door to find her parents still awake. Mom and Dad, why are you still up so late? Her mother spoke. We took a nap and woke up. Seeing your room doors still open, we were worried. Xiaoya, where have you been? Noticing Lingyue's flushed face and the scent of alcohol, before her mother could ask further, Lingyue rushed over and embraced her. Mom, I'm sorry for making you worry. Ever since her brother's passing, her parents had poured all their love for him onto her, reluctant to let her suffer even the slightest grievance. While they lived with the pain of losing a child, her mother patted her shoulder. It's all right. Rest early. Do not drink alone outside in the future. It's unsafe. Understood. The next day, Lingyue specifically waited until nearly noon to have her mother call He Qi. When the call came in, He Qi was brushing his teeth alongside Jiang Yining at the sink. Upon seeing the incoming call, He Qi rinsed the foam from his mouth, dried his hands with a towel, and answered. He remained beside Jiang Yining, putting the call on speaker. Aunt Emo, He Qi, I hope I'm not interrupting. Lingyue said she has something important to discuss with you, so I called. He Qi exchanged glances with Jiang Yining, who appeared quite surprised. Ling's mother handed the phone to Lingyue, who stepped outside but lingered at the door for a while, feeling uneasy. She could guess that Lingyue had drunkenly said something inappropriate to He Qi and his wife last night. At that moment, Lingyue took a deep breath and sincerely said, He Qi, Yining, I apologize for last night. I was drunk and spoke nonsense. Qingya Jia has already lectured me. I hope you can forgive me. I will no longer contact Zhao Jiajia. Jiang Yining glanced at He Qi, who nodded before she spoke. It's all right. I didn't take it to heart. Hearing this, Lingyue exhaled a sigh of relief. Thank you, Yining Jia. I am truly sorry. I should not have jumped to conclusions, Jiang Yining replied. I do not hold it against you. Let us put this matter behind us. After hanging up, Jiang Yining looked at He Qi and asked, He Qi, what would you do if Ling Yue confessed to you before we got married? Without hesitation, He Qi responded, of course, I would refuse. Love cannot be forced. Jiang Yining pressed further, you would refuse outright? Aren't you afraid of hurting Ling Yue's feelings? He Qi found her question puzzling. Why would her feelings concern me? Besides, is she a 3-year-old child? Her concern wasn't truly about Ling Yue's feelings, but rather a test of He Qi's attitude toward her. However, after witnessing He Qi's actions and words from last night and today, Jiang Yining felt reassured. She trusted He Qi's character but still harbored a slight unease, fearing he might treat Ling Yue differently due to Ling Yan's connection. He Qi noticed her discomfort, stating seriously, Yining, I am mindful of my boundaries. Tio Mi, Ling Yue is merely Ling Yan's sister, someone I assist and care when it is within my means. Furthermore, it is not solely my responsibility to care for the Ling family. It is a collective effort from all the brothers who have fought alongside us. He Qi explained to Jiang Yining, my economic situation is better, and I am no longer in the team. So I have more freedom and time to communicate with Uncle Ling and Aunt. As for Ling Yue, I truly have not paid much attention. She is a girl and I lack patience. Most of the time, it is my wife who communicates with her. Jiang Yining met He Qi's deep, dark gaze. I trust you. I apologize. It's not that I mind. Perhaps it's just my lack of security. He Qi found it difficult to grasp what security meant in a woman's context. He had heard the team's love-struck brothers mention it before, but it always left him with a headache. He wished he had sought their advice back then. He directly asked, So, how can I give you a sense of security? After pondering for a moment, He Qi looked at Jiang Yining and recalled the sweet moments from last night, sincerely asking, Sleep more together? Jiang Yining thought this man really is serious for less than 3 seconds. He Qi shared his feelings. I'm serious. My dear, don't you think physical intimacy can enhance the bond between a husband and wife? Jiang Yining did not deny this, her face flushing as she asked. But how does that relate to security? No matter how deep the relationship, there can still be a lack of security. He Qi was at a loss. I'll ask He Laosher for advice another day. Don't. Jiang Yining pulled He Qi's hand, unsure of how to explain her feelings. After a long time, she finally said, You are already doing well. The problem lies with me. She looked up at He Qi, having waited for 8 long years, believing there would be no outcome with him. But heaven had granted her wish, and now that she had finally obtained happiness, she feared that one day it would slip away. Jiang Yining bit her lip, carefully considering her words. She smiled. Perhaps because our time together has been rather brief, in an unprecedented display of initiative. She rose on her toes and gently pressed her lips against He Qi's. He Qi, I truly cherish our current life, which is why I fear losing it. Chapter 82. Sentimental. He Qi raised an eyebrow in surprise. Jiang Yining's kiss was as fleeting as a dragonfly skimming the surface of water. Yet He Qi found himself unsatisfied. He reached out, wrapping his arm around her waist and drawing her closer. Sit too insincere if I merely brushed my lips against yours. He wished to linger in her proximity, but was interrupted by the grumbling protest of Jiang Yining's stomach. Her face flushed, and before she could utter a word, He Qi's stomach joined in the chorus of complaints. Unable to stifle a laugh, she remarked, Aunt Zhang must be nearly finished preparing lunch. Let's grab a bite first. Reluctantly, He Qi released her, inquiring about her plans for the afternoon. Will you be practicing driving or hitting the gym? Jiang Yining retrieved her phone. I'll change my SIM card first. You should take Yishui to the pet shop for a wash. It's been days since it had a bath. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Aunt Zhang had just finished cooking. With a smile, she looked at the young couple. Shall I prepare some soup for you both tonight? Jiang Yining jolted, quickly declining. No, Aunt Zhang, please don't make that soup. He Qi was no longer driving a manual, and if she had that soup again, she might not be able to get out of bed. Seeing her startled rejection, He Qi suddenly felt a mischievous urge to tease her. With a playful smirk, he asked, But didn't you say you enjoyed it? Just last night you were reminiscing about it. Jiang Yining replied, When did I ever say that? Feeling the urge to hit him, she noticed Aunt Zhang's amused expression and felt embarrassed to refuse. However, recalling the soup's effects, she insisted, Aunt Zhang, could you perhaps make something that lowers those needs for He Qi? At her words, Aunt Zhang was taken aback. Jiang Yining felt a bit foolish, but she truly needed such a concoction. Blushing, she bit her lip, while He Qi beside her chuckled, his shoulders shaking with laughter. Aunt Zhang responded, I doubt I'll have to think about it. Having had his fill of amusement, He-Chi interjected, Aunt Zhang, perhaps it's best you don't delve too deep. What if you ruin me? Where would my grandmother find a great-grandson then? Aunt Zhang nodded. Indeed, He-Chi has a point. I can't take that responsibility. She seized the opportunity to excuse herself. He-Chi, noticing Jiang Yining's flushed ears, found it amusing. He gently pinched her cheek, laughing, Wife, how did I never realize how adorable you are? Quite a rarity. Teased by him, Jiang Yining decided she would not hold back this time. She playfully swatted his arm a few times. How can you laugh? It's all your fault. I'm not going to the gym this week. But you better remember my attendance record. No wonder He-Chi was so disliked by Teacher Lin. Every outcome had its reasons, and it was indeed not Lin's fault. He-Shui, having appeared from who knows where, stood beside Jiang Yining. The odds were now 2 against 1, and He-Chi conceded, all right, I'll remember your full attendance. With satisfaction, Jiang Yining beamed. He-Chi, however, pushed He-Shui away. Little stinky cat, move aside. You're ruining my appetite. He-Shui mewed in response. Seeing its adorably silly demeanor, He-Chi couldn't help but chuckle. He was not a naturally jovial person, but with Jiang Yining and He-Shui at home, it was impossible not to smile. After lunch, with Aunt Zhang having departed, Jiang Yining sent He-Chi off to wash the dishes. When he suggested they go out together, she pulled out her phone to review some driving theory questions. After sending He-Shui to the pet shop, He-Chi accompanied Jiang Yining to the mobile service center. You're not using this SIM card anymore, right? As Jiang Yining selected a new number, she affirmed, that's right. Once I get the new card, I'll change the phone number linked to WeChat. He-Chi reminded her, don't forget to update your phone number at the bank. I know, Jiang Yining replied, pointing out a number. What do you think of this one? The last 3 digits are 168. May our company prosper. Seeing her cheerful demeanor, He-Chi smirked, our family is already affluent enough. Let others have a chance, he pointed. I'll take this one. 520. Jiang Yining smiled at the attendant, then I'll go with this one. After securing the new card, Jiang Yining first informed Teacher Lin, then sent her new number to close friends and her uncle's family. Zhang Qiao inquired, why did you change your number? Jiang Yining replied, I wanted to avoid those pesky nuisances. Zhang Qiao understood. Jiang Yining had been busy that week and had yet to ask Zhang Qiao, how is your project going? Have you met that major client? Zhang Qiao sent a dejected emoji. The major client is swamped. I only met with their assistant, who said they would convey my apologies. Zhang Qiao added, it seems this project is doomed. I'm already preparing to write my resignation letter. Jiang Yining, puzzled, asked, aren't you entitled to severance if you're laid off? Upon sending her message, Jiang Yining received a playful emoji from Zhang Qiao. You're dreaming? Then Zhang Qiao added, I'm just afraid Manager Sure might pin some blame on me and get me fired, complicating my future job search. Manager Sure's surname was indeed Sure, but Zhang Qiao and her friends affectionately referred to him as Manager Sure. Every time Jiang Yining saw that name, she couldn't help but smile. Worried that Zhang Qiao might truly lose her job, especially since finding employment was challenging nowadays, Jiang Yining frowned. He-Chi noticed her expression and inquired, what are you discussing? They were waiting at the pet shop for the attendant to wash He-Shui. Jiang Yining mentioned to He-Chi that the city was small enough. Perhaps He-Chi knew the major client Zhang Qiao spoke of. He-Chi then suggested, ask Zhang Qiao which company her client represents. Okay, Jiang Yining typed. He-Chi wants to know which company your client is from. Zhang Qiao replied, Juanxi Hotel Group, Songxingjin. Jiang Yining showed her phone to He-Chi. Do you know him? Ah, so it was the antiquated Songxingjin. He-Chi nodded. I know him. In fact, we've known each other since childhood. Our grandmothers were close friends. But I'm not particularly familiar with him. Chen Feng, however, has some connections. It should be difficult to get Chen Feng to arrange a meeting. He-Chi suggested, you should check with Zhang Qiao. If she needs help, I can ask Chen Feng to arrange a meeting at Shiyu. Jiang Yining relayed He-Chi's offer to Zhang Qiao. However, Zhang Qiao preferred to handle it herself for now. If it really becomes necessary, I'll reach out to you guys. Ning Ning, thank you. Jiang Yining replied, why thank me? Besides, He-Chi's friends can only help arrange meetings. Whether the project succeeds still depends on you. Zhang Qiao responded, understood, dear. Love you. He-Chi cast a languid glance. Do all you girls speak so sentimentally? Jiang Yining tucked away her phone and shot him a glance. This is why Teacher Lin says you lack romantic sensibilities. He-Chi raised an eyebrow. Did Teacher Lin complain about this to you? Jiang Yining proudly affirmed, and that's not all. You'd best flatter me more often. If you err in the future, I might consider interceding on your behalf. He feigned innocence. Am I not doing enough? Jiang Yining. Chapter 83. Truly stingy, how dare he, especially in public. Thankfully, there were no other patrons nearby. Jiang Yining wished she had taped to seal Heqi's lips. She shot him a glare. Heqi, you're not allowed to utter such shameless words in public. She almost exclaimed, you have no shame. I still have some. Heqi chuckled. All right, let us discuss something else. Go be honest. I'm quite curious. Since Teacher Lin has complained about me so much, how do you still dare to marry me? He inquired further. Aren't you afraid I might be a complete jerk? She knew Heqi was merely teasing. After a brief silence, Jiang Yining playfully winked at him. I regret it now. Heqi pinched her cheek. Laughing, too late. Just then, the attendant approached with He Xiaowei in her arms, and Heqi stood to settle the bill. Jiang Yining observed his straight posture, pondering how much Heqi truly cared for her. She seemed increasingly unsatisfied. Wanting more than just affection was becoming a desire. With no pressing matters to attend to over the weekend, on Sunday evening, Heqi called for Heqi to return to the bar. And Heqi decided to bring Jiang Yining along. As soon as Chen Ran spotted Jiang Yining, he dashed over with a broad grin. Sister Yining, what would you like to drink this time? The bartender has mixed a new fruit wine. It's perfect for girls with a low tolerance. You can have 7 or 8 cups without getting drunk. Typically, when Chen Ran saw Heqi, he would rush over excitedly, but this time he seemed to ignore Heqi completely. Heqi clicked his tongue. What are you trying to do, being so friendly with my wife? Chen Ran, feeling disgruntled, retorted, Brother Qi, why are you saying such things again? Am I that kind of person? He turned to Jiang Yining. Sister Yining is just like my real sister. I can't even compare to her. Isn't that right, Sister Yining? Am I not your dear little brother? Jiang Yining couldn't help but laugh at his antics, but she dared not agree to his statement. If your brother hears you say that, he might get upset. I pay no heed to my brother. He chuckled and asked him, what, have you been scolded by Chen Feng again? Chen Ran, reluctant to broach a sorrowful topic, turned to Heqi and said, Brother Qi, I am your employee. You cannot dismiss me without cause. Employees are protected by the law. Upon hearing this, Heqi discerned that Chen Feng could no longer withstand the pressure from their parents, compelling Chen Ran to return to the company and forbidding him from lingering in the bar. Your family matters are beyond my concern. If Chen Feng were to request your return, would I dare to keep you? Heqi then turned to Jiang Yining and inquired, shall we head upstairs or find a booth to sit for a while? It was the weekend, and all the booths were occupied. Chen Ran surveyed the surroundings and suggested, let us sit at the bar. Brother Qi, you go ahead with your business. I'll take care of Sister Yining, he added. Jiang Yining nodded to Heqi, you go about your tasks, don't worry about me. Chen Ran led Jiang Yining to the bar and offered her a cup of fruit wine. Seizing the opportunity while Heqi was absent, Chen Ran, with a curious expression, asked Jiang Yining, Sister Yining, why are you willing to marry Brother Qi? He is not particularly considerate. Jiang Yining smiled gently at them. Heqi is quite considerate towards me. Chen Ran scoffed, I can't believe that. Brother Qi has a foul temper. Not at all. Heqi has a good temper, Jiang Yining countered. Chen Ran remained unconvinced. Brother Qi, doesn't he know how to coax a girl? Jiang Yining recalled Heqi's patient encouragement towards her and raised her gaze, resolutely stating, Heqi does know how to. After several inquiries, Jiang Yining found herself speaking in defense of Heqi, prompting Chen Ran to lament, it's over, Sister Yining, you are completely under Brother Qi's thumb. Girls must be a bit more rational and assertive. In this regard, you should learn from my sister-in-law, he declared, his expression resolute as if making a solemn vow. Look at my sister-in-law. When my brother merely mentioned divorce, she agreed without hesitation. Whoever doesn't leave is a fool, and no one could convince her otherwise. In the end, my brother had to shamelessly beg her to remarry. Hearing Chen Ran's words, Jiang Yining developed a keen interest in Chen Feng's wife, regretting that she had yet to meet her. Every couple has their own way of interacting, and Jiang Yining felt that her relationship with Heqi was quite harmonious. Chen Ran, still youthful, she smiled at him. Chen Ran, I appreciate your good intentions. However, Heqi is truly wonderful. We understand and tolerate each other, and we discuss matters openly, so there is no question of one controlling the other. Initially, Chen Ran was engaged in conversation with Jiang Yining while working, but upon lifting his head, he noticed someone standing behind her. Brother Qi, I haven't said anything. With that, Chen Ran discreetly slipped away. Jiang Yining suddenly turned around and caught sight of Heqi, whose lips were slightly curved in a smile as he looked at her. He calmly sat beside Jiang Yining, took a sip of her fruit wine, and with a hint of amusement in his eyes, asked, I never expected my image in your heart to be so favorable. Who was it that said I lacked charm just yesterday? Jiang Yining pursed her lips and retorted. He, you're quite petty. Nearby, the staff and bartender overheard the couple's banter and struggled to suppress their laughter, ultimately failing. Not at all offended by his wife's teasing, He rather enjoyed Jiang Yining's candidness. Noticing that Jiang Yining had ceased drinking her wine, He finished it off and, seeing that it was still early, took her hand, suggesting, let us stroll by the river. The bar Shiyu was situated in the most bustling area of Linqing. With the CBD nearby, a leisurely walk of a few hundred meters brought them to the riverbank. Their home lay across the river, though not particularly close on this summer night. The heat of the day had dissipated, and a gentle breeze wafted along the riverbank as Jiang Yining, hand in hand with He, strolled leisurely. She admired the resplendent nightscape of Linqing, feeling as though the happiness she had long yearned for was gradually manifesting. She turned to He with a smile. If only we were here as well. He glanced down at her. What would you bring a light bulb for? He simply wished to spend some time alone with Jiang Yining. At home, we often clung to her side. He had felt somewhat displeased in the bar, where there were even more light bulbs. If we learned of Hi's disdain, it would surely be disheartening for the little one. With Monday approaching, Jiang Yining dared not return home too late, having nearly collapsed from exhaustion last week. After 2 days of recuperation at home over the weekend, she was now fully recharged and ready to face her students at school. On Monday morning, the department manager received Ling Yu's resignation letter. As Ling Yu was brought into the company by He did not dare to approve her resignation without further discussion. The manager called He instructed Ling Yu to come to his office. When Ling Yu entered, He was reviewing documents, and she stood formally in front of his desk. Mr. He, you called for me? He looked up at her and inquired, why do you wish to resign? His expression was stern, and his tone carried a hint of detachment. Previously, He had always been like this, yet having witnessed the smile that involuntarily crossed his face when speaking of Jiang Yining, and the tenderness he exhibited while holding her in the bar, Ling Yu now understood. He was not perpetually cold, at least not towards those he cherished. Chapter 84. I'm happy to help. Ling Yu regarded him with a calm demeanor. I believe you and Brother Xiang Chuan are right. Being constantly protected will prevent me from truly growing. I do not wish to bring shame to my brother or cause my parents any more worry. Brother He, I was willful before. I apologize for taking your kindness and care for granted. Hi's tone softened considerably as he asked, does Uncle Ling and Animo know? Ling Yu nodded. Yes, they support my decision. He agreed with her desire for independence, stating, in that case, I respect your choice. I will instruct your department manager to approve it shortly. Please ensure you hand over your current work before leaving. After discussing her resignation, Ling Yu turned to leave. Suddenly, He called out to her, Ling Yu. She turned back. Is there anything else? He, unusually gentle, advised her, if you encounter any bullying outside, do not endure it silently. Speak to your brothers. Ling Yu smiled at him. I know. I have a group of brothers, so I'm not afraid of being bullied. He nodded, his gaze towards Ling Yu holding a sense of appreciation. Your brother will surely be pleased to know. Now, go forth and work. A smile graced Ling Yu's features as she exited the office. Upon closing the door, she felt a sense of lightness in her heart. In the evening, He remained at the company to work late. When he returned home, only He was there. Jiang Yining had gone to the gym and had not yet returned. He checked the kitchen for something to eat and discovered a bucket of peanut oil and a bag of rice that Jiang Yining had brought back from school. On the coffee table lay a box of mooncakes and 2 pomelos. Jiang Yining had stopped by after work to collect the items distributed by the school. Seeing so many things, He frowned. Carrying all this by yourself, and you didn't even call me? He had yet to have dinner, and with no leftovers in the kitchen, it seemed Jiang Yining hadn't returned for lunch. And Aunt Zhang hadn't come to cook. He glanced down at He who was asking for cat food. It was nearly 9 o'clock, and He was too lazy to order takeout. He poured cat food for He, prepared instant noodles for himself, and casually paired them with a couple of mooncakes. He tugged at his pant leg in discontent. He brushed it off. I don't have any dried fish. All I have is instant noodles. Seeing the cat's adorably pitiful expression, He broke off a piece of mooncake, asking, want to try some human mooncake? The mooncake was rather unpalatable, no better than the ones his company had distributed to employees. His assistant had brought him a box, and after trying one, He-Chi had tossed the entire box to He-Ching-Wen, directing the responsible department to distribute extra bonuses to the employees for the holiday. He-Chi dropped a small piece of mooncake into He-Xiaohui's bowl. He-Xiaohui sniffed it and meowed, then walked away. Even the cat was disdainful. When Jiang Yining returned home, He-Chi was still nibbling on the mooncake. She glanced at the box of mooncakes she had brought back, which now contained only one or two. She had thought there would be no one to eat them, but then noticed the unfinished instant noodle container on the dining table. "Did you not have dinner? Would you like me to cook something for you?" "No need," He-Chi replied, clearing the dining table before moving to the living room. Seeing Jiang Yining exhausted against the sofa, he remarked, "Didn't you say yoga was quite relaxing last time? I didn't practice yoga tonight. I ran for over an hour." Jiang Yining felt a significant ache in her arms. She raised her gaze to He-Chi, her watery apricot eyes looking quite pitiful. "My arms are so sore. Could you give them a massage?" He-Chi found her demeanor reminiscent of He-Xiaohui asking for dried fish earlier. He was irresistibly drawn to it. He-Chi settled beside Jiang Yining and gently massaged her arms. "Why didn't you practice yoga?" Jiang Yining explained. "Our school is holding a sports meeting again, and this time the school is encouraging the homeroom teachers to participate actively to foster better relationships with the students. For the sake of class pride, my students are particularly enthusiastic about this event, and as the homeroom teacher, I cannot let them down." Observing that she was exhausting herself even before the sports meeting began, He-Chi cautioned, "You mustn't push yourself too hard. Take it step by step. How about this? Tomorrow I'll buy a treadmill and place it by the floor-to-ceiling window. There's plenty of space at home." He enjoyed morning runs in the community, but Jiang Yining had an early work schedule, leaving her no time in the mornings, and evenings were often stifling. Jiang Yining lazily responded with an mm. She leaned against He-Chi, her hand playfully squeezing his arm. He-Chi looked at her with amusement and asked, "Why is it your arms that tire out when you run?" Jiang Yining pointed towards the kitchen, where a barrel of oil, a bag of rice, and 2 large pomelos awaited. The school was generous, providing a whole 10 liters of soybean oil. Upon mentioning this, He-Chi frowned, questioning why she hadn't called him for help, as he would have gladly picked her up. "Didn't you say you were working overtime?" At that moment, enveloped in He-Chi's embrace, Jiang Yining gazed up at his sharply defined jawline. She raised her hand, her fingertip gently brushing against the prominent Adam's apple on his neck. He-Chi lowered his gaze, their eyes locking. Instead of retreating, Jiang Yining felt an unexpected surge of boldness, her hand exploring further. He-Chi swallowed, the pronounced bulge under her touch shifting slightly. She had always found the way his Adam's apple protruded on his elongated neck inexplicably alluring, and today, his buttoned-up shirt accentuated that allure even more. Typically carefree and nonchalant, he seemed unusually meticulous today, exuding an aura of restraint. He-Chi made no effort to stop her playful pokes and prods, though an unreadable emotion gradually crept into his gaze. After a while, Jiang Yining withdrew her hand, feigning nonchalance. Initially, He-Chi had been dutifully massaging her arm, but now, something felt amiss. Exhaustion washed over Jiang Yining. Just then, He-Xiaohui waddled over, suddenly letting out a few yowls at her and He-Chi. Gratefully, she glanced at He-Xiaohui, thankful for the timely distraction. She escaped from He-Chi's hold, earnestly asking him, "Haven't you fed it any fish treats?" He-Chi stood up, picking it up and tossing it into the cat nest, giving it a mooncake, which it promptly ignored. "It's not my concern," he replied. Jiang Yining, unimpressed, watched as He-Xiaohui stubbornly clung to He-Chi, unwilling to relent. "Come on, just give it 2 fish treats." "It didn't get any this morning," she urged. Reluctantly, He-Chi went to fetch some treats for He-Xiaohui, reminding himself that this would be a one-time indulgence. Jiang Yining softly retorted, "I haven't spoiled it." After securing the treats for He-Xiaohui, she grabbed a cushion and sank onto the sofa, no longer inclined to move. He-Chi approached, announcing he would shower first and retire early that night. Feeling lazy, Jiang Yining shook her head at him. "I can't muster the energy to move right now. You go ahead and wash with that." She closed her eyes, adopting an expression that suggested she was done conversing with He-Chi. He-Chi strolled over leisurely, bending down to scoop her up in his arms. With a playful smirk, he said, "Perfect. I have boundless energy and would be more than happy to assist." Chapter 85. Flattery. Jiang Yining jolted awake at He-Chi's words. Her spirit rekindled. "I think I have energy now." She wiggled her legs. "Put me down. I can wash myself. He looked down at her, raising an eyebrow. Are you sure? Jiang Yining nodded emphatically, absolutely sure. Once her feet touched the ground, she exhaled deeply and hurried towards the bedroom, not daring to delay. After her shower, she felt her legs growing sore. Indeed, one could not push oneself too hard all at once. When He emerged from his shower, he found her already asleep on the bed, the lights off. He turned off the lamp and lay down beside her. Adjusting his position, Jiang Yining instinctively leaned against him, wrapping her arms around his. Uncertain if she was truly asleep, He asked, "Are you still awake?" After a few seconds, Jiang Yining slowly replied, "I am now." Seizing the moment before she slipped into slumber, He mentioned, "Ling Yu resigned today." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yining opened her eyes, blinking in surprise as she sought to confirm she hadn't misheard. "Ling Yu resigned?" He affirmed, saying she wanted independence, which was a positive development, and both Ling Shu and Imoe approved. Jiang Yining remained silent. She did not know Ling Yu well, but it seemed she had genuinely come to terms with her decision. The conversation shifted as Jiang Yining closed her eyes again, only to hear He say, "Chuan Gu texted me this afternoon, saying they're free this Saturday." He inquired if she could accompany him to Ling's family on Saturday. With the Mid-Autumn Festival on Friday followed by the weekend, they would have a 3-day break without needing to adjust their schedules. On the day of the festival, they would return to his grandmother's for a reunion dinner. "I can make it." She smiled at He. "I miss Chinya." Speaking of the festival, Jiang Yining suggested, "How about we have lunch at my uncle's house on Mid-Autumn Day?" She had spoken to her cousin earlier, who would be on duty that day, leaving only her uncle and aunt at home, and she worried they might feel lonely. He agreed, of course. After a moment's thought, he asked, "Should we bring a box of mooncakes to your house?" Jiang Yining replied with a hint of disdain, "No, I've already distanced myself from them. It's best we don't interact at all to avoid feeling vexed whenever we see them." He said no more. Afterward, Jiang Yining looked at him and asked, "Is there anything else you wish to say?" He replied, "No." She nestled against his arm, resting her head on his shoulder and gently rubbing her cheek against him. "Then I shall sleep," she murmured, closing her eyes this time. "I truly am falling asleep. If you speak again, I won't hear you die." In response, He smiled softly, leaning down to place a tender kiss on her forehead. "Sleep well." The day before the Mid-Autumn Festival, Jiang Yining intended to deliver mooncakes to Zhang Qiao's family, planning to wait for Fan Peihua to finish work before heading over. However, before she could step out, Fan Peihua arrived with mooncakes and fruits in hand. "Ning, this box is from Qiao Qiao. She is busy with work and asked me to bring it to you. These 2 boxes are from the housekeeping center. Your Uncle Zhang and I don't care for mooncakes, so they're all yours." Jiang Yining sighed at the 3 boxes of mooncakes Fan Peihua delivered, noting that the 2 from the housekeeping center were the same as the ones from her school. He had remarked they were quite unpalatable. She handed her own box to Fan Peihua. "Auntie Fan, I won't bother visiting your home. If you don't want them, feel free to give them away." Fan Peihua accepted graciously. When He returned home from work and saw the 3 boxes of mooncakes on the coffee table, he felt an impulse to toss them all away. "Where did these come from?" he asked. "From Auntie Fan." She pointed to one box. "This one's from Qiao Qiao. It should taste good, so this is all yours." He. Now, seeing mooncakes felt as unappetizing to him as seafood did to Jiang Yining. On Mid-Autumn Day, when they visited Du Yingzhe's house, He stubbornly insisted on bringing all 3 boxes of mooncakes from Fan Peihua along with the one he had purchased for himself. As they left Du's residence, He carried 5 boxes of mooncakes, tossing them into the trunk of his car. Jiang Yining couldn't help but chuckle at his forlorn expression, noting that her uncle couldn't eat due to health issues. And her aunt didn't care for them either. "I told you not to bring them," she reminded him. Originally, they had brought 4 boxes, and not only did they fail to give any away, they ended up with an extra one. He started the car, heading towards his family. "No worries. I'll take them back for teacher He." Upon arriving at his home, as they stepped into the living room, they spotted yet another box of mooncakes displayed on the table. The couple halted in unison, exchanging silent glances. Jiang Yining quietly suggested to He, "If you don't want to eat them, you could always take them to the bar for the guests. He wouldn't be able to fit all those mooncakes, even if he had 10 stomachs." Finding Jiang Yining's suggestion quite reasonable, He placed the mooncakes he brought onto the table. Jiang Yining walked ahead, noticing that He's aunt's niece was also present. Upon seeing Jiang Yining, Li Luo stood up. Smiling as she explained, Hello, sister-in-law. My cousin isn't home, and my sister-in-law is heavily pregnant and unable to move around, so I'm delivering some gifts for them. She glanced at Lin Shu. It's getting late. Aunt Lin, I should head back now. Li Luo smiled at Jiang Yining, who returned the gesture. After Li Luo departed, Lin Shu remarked, it seems Sun Qian is too cautious to let her aunt come over. That Li Luo is quite considerate. Jiang Yining curiously asked, Mom, does Li Luo live with her aunt? Lin Shu nodded. That child is quite unfortunate. Both her parents have passed, and she has been living with her aunt. She shook her head, though her aunt has no complaints about her. She is... Lin Shu paused. Let us not speak ill of others. She turned to Jiang Yining. Ning, weren't you and He Chi going to deliver gifts to your uncle? Why did you bring back these? He Chi approached. We specifically brought these to honor you. Jiang Yining. That she pointed at He Chi. It was just him. Knowing her son well, Lin Shu shot He Chi a glance. So you just want to offload what you don't want onto your father and me? He Chi glanced at Jiang Yining, who was reveling in his misfortune, and chuckled. And yet you said you would help me plead my case in the future. Now you're the first to sell me out. Jiang Yining considered saying, you haven't done anything to please me. However, realizing that He Chi's understanding of flattery equated to efforts in that particular area, she thought better of it. Jiang Yining was genuinely concerned about He Chi making inappropriate remarks in front of Teacher Lin, as he was bold enough to do so. She denied ever saying such a thing. I never said that. Rising, Jiang Yining chose to sit beside Lin Shu instead, leaving He Chi isolated on the other side. He Chi inquired, Mom, where are Dad and the others? Lin Shu peeled a tart and sweet orange for Jiang Yining, replying, I went to the Song family with your grandmother. Old Madam Song is unwell, and she went to check on her. I estimate she will return shortly. Jiang Yining noticed a grapefruit on the table, its rind neatly set aside. Suddenly, she felt a strong desire to craft a lantern. Seizing the moment while her grandmother was still out, Jiang Yining pulled He Chi along to purchase a small lantern. After dinner, the family gathered in the backyard to enjoy the moonlight and chat, while Jiang Yining and He Chi busied themselves at a small stone table, working on the grapefruit lantern. When Jiang Yining reached for a small knife to carve, He Chi swiftly took it first, declaring, I'll do it. Watching his actions, she could not help but express her mild disdain, saying, just give it to me. Your hands are clumsy. The knife was taken from He Chi. Yet he was unwilling to acquiesce to her criticism. Rising, he fetched an unpeeled grapefruit from the next table, meticulously peeling the fruit for them to enjoy. A few minutes later, Jiang Yining proudly presented her rabbit lantern to He Chi, playfully asking, look, I've finished mine, isn't it beautiful? He Chi glanced at her with a raised eyebrow, noting the lantern's perfect brightness. Perhaps it would serve another purpose tonight. Chapter 86. Shamelessness. He Qingwen glanced their way and remarked, Yining, your rabbit lantern is exquisite. You have such skilled hands. Lin Shu also turned her attention, observing the half-finished product in He Chi's hands, unable to identify what it resembled. She shook her head in disdain and said to He Yuan, look at your son. He Yuan chuckled. He inherited this from me. It's my fault. He Chi, feeling defeated, was ordered by Jiang Yining to assist in taking pictures. When she saw that the photos he captured were unflattering, she handed the lantern to He Chi, instructing, hold this for me. I'll take the pictures myself. Once satisfied with the shots, Jiang Yining happily posted them on her moments. He Chi, who usually refrained from sharing on social media, felt a sudden urge to post as well. He pilfered Jiang Yining's image and captioned it, the lantern I made myself, far away in a foreign land. Su Ming received He Chi's post and sent him a video. 10 minutes earlier, He Qingwen had recorded the scene of Jiang Yining and He Chi making lanterns and sent it to his SON. Su Ming commented, cousin, stealing images is one thing, but to claim it as your own work is audacious. He Chi ignored him, instead asking, when are you coming back? Su Ming replied, at the earliest, it will be by the end of the year. I'll try to return this year to celebrate the new year with you all. After a brief chat with He Chi, Su Ming initiated a video call with He Qingwen. He Chi noticed numerous comments on his post. The first was from Ji Jin Zhao. Do you have any shame? Chun Feng chimed in, boasting about a lantern made by your wife is shameless. What is truly embarrassing is stealing someone else's image and claiming it as your own. Chun Ran added. Chigo, we all added Yining Jiao on WeChat. He Chi scrolled down and indeed saw them liking Jiang Yining's posts. When Jiang Yining learned from Chun Ran that He Chi had posted her rabbit lantern, she chuckled and asked, when did my lantern become yours? He Chi calmly replied, it's marital property. How shameless, she thought, as he retorted to Chin Feng, What belongs to my wife is also mine. If you have the ability, ask your wife to make you one. Chen Feng glanced at his wife, too afraid to speak, knowing he would receive a scolding. While Su Ming was on a video call with them, He quietly led Jiang Yining away. Confused, she asked, "Where are we going?" "Back to wash up and sleep early. Tomorrow we're going to Uncle Ling's with Chuan Guo." Jiang Yining was bewildered. "Do we have to go so early?" "It's only 10 o'clock. Do we really need to sleep this early?" He looked at her meaningfully, saying, "It's not that we need to go early. I'm just worried you won't wake up." Upon hearing He's words, Jiang Yining instantly understood, her face flushing as she lowered her voice, warning, "No, we can't," as if anticipating her concern. He nonchalantly pulled a small umbrella from his pocket. Alarmed, Jiang Yining hurriedly pressed his hand, attempting to shove it back into his pocket. Fortunately, everyone else was outside enjoying the moonlight. "When did you take that?" He coughed lightly. "I slipped one into my pocket before leaving. I should have been more prepared." Jiang Yining chose to ignore him. Her rabbit lantern was hung in their bedroom, visible the moment she opened her eyes, making her too shy to lift her eyelids, as He kissed her. Their moment was interrupted by a sudden vibration. He chose to ignore it, but Jiang Yining found it impossible to pretend she hadn't heard. Biting her lip, she endured, trying not to let any embarrassing sounds escape. After a while, she shook He's arm, saying, "Answer it." Irritated, He grabbed his phone, glancing at the caller ID. He answered with a gritted tone, "Su Ming, you better have an urgent matter." Understanding the frustration in He's voice, Su Ming felt guilty for interrupting. He leisurely replied, "Cousin, could you help me gauge my mom's stance on accepting a foreign daughter-in-law?" He felt an urge to hit something, replying, "You don't need to ask. She won't accept it." After the call ended, Su Ming attempted to call back, only to hear a cold, mechanical voice. "Sorry, the number you have dialed is not available. Please try again later." The next morning, Jiang Yining struggled to open her eyes when the third alarm rang. He was right. She truly couldn't wake up. As she lifted her eyelids, she found He lying beside her, propped up on one elbow. Gazing at her with satisfaction in his dark eyes, he smirked and asked, "Still sleepy?" Jiang Yining closed her eyes in silence, wishing she could give He a good punch. When she opened her eyes again, his handsome face, capable of inciting crime, was right in front of her, making it impossible for her to suppress her anger. In a fit of frustration, she slapped He's face. Instead of being angry, He laughed heartily, taking her hand and kissing it. "I told Chuan Gu I was delayed by something. We'll arrive a bit later. No rush." Jiang Yining inquired, "What time is it?" "Just about 11. Typically good-natured, Jiang Yining couldn't hold back and kicked him, "Then hurry up and get up. It's almost mealtime. If you don't get up soon, you'll make them late for lunch." She suspected He had silenced her alarm. He lazily threw off the covers and got out of bed. As he did, Jiang Yining covered her face, unable to bear the sight. This man was becoming increasingly shameless. By the time they arrived, it was nearly noon. He knocked on the door, and it was Ling Yu who answered. Upon seeing Jiang Yining, Ling Yu was momentarily speechless, for Jiang Yining was undeniably beautiful. Rivaling Qing Yit, was no wonder that the usually appearance-conscious Qing Yu praised Jiang Yining so highly. However, while Qing Yu possessed a touch of heroism in her looks, Jiang Yining was her complete opposite. Ling Yu smiled at Jiang Yining, saying, "Sister-in-law, it's finally a pleasure to meet you. I saw brother he holding you at Shiyu last time, but you were too drunk to notice me. To be honest, Jiang Yining had harbored some reservations prior to coming, but seeing Ling Yu so openly friendly, she felt completely at ease. She smiled back at Ling Yu, saying, "It's never too late to meet now." Jiang Yining extended her hand, smiling, "Hello, I'm Jiang Yining." Ling Yu paused momentarily before smiling back. Ling Yu. Having been left out for some time, He stood by watching them, contemplating for a moment before asking, "Can we come in and talk?" Ling Yu shyly stepped aside to let them in, saying, "Oh yes, please come in." Jiang Yining playfully nudged He's arm, teasing, "You're something else." As they entered, laughter echoed from inside. He immediately inquired, "What is so amusing?" A few brothers were busy in the kitchen, and upon hearing the commotion, they gathered around, grinning at Jiang Yining and collectively greeting. "Hello, sister-in-law." The sudden chorus startled Jiang Yining, yet she couldn't help but smile at their enthusiasm, replying, "Hello." They were a group of rough men, accustomed to being straightforward. He pulled Jiang Yining close and said to the brothers, "You scared my wife. If you still have the energy to shout, It seems Chuan Gu has eased up on your training, he added. Chapter 87. Only with my wife's approval, seeing He Chi so protective of Jiang Yining. The brothers teased, "Oh, when did our Chi Gu become so considerate? I wonder who that ironclad man was before. It seems sister-in-law has taught him well." They eagerly asked Jiang Yining, "Sister-in-law, do share with us." As they spoke, He Chi noticed Jiang Yining blushing and quickly shifted the topic. "What were you all so happy about earlier?" Ling Yu stepped forward, laughing. "It's because Brother Chuan is going to be a father." Jiang Yining looked at the blissful expression on Zhu Qingya's face, feeling both surprised and delighted. "Congratulations, Qingya." Beside her, the usually stoic Xiang Chuan appeared markedly gentler today, a soft smile gracing his features. Zhu Qingya pulled Jiang Yining to sit beside her, asking, "Sister-in-law, how many months along are you?" "Just 3 months have passed." Zhu Qingya gently caressed her flat abdomen, lamenting her own carelessness. She had been unaware of her pregnancy while still undertaking tasks. Fortunately, the little one was robust. At the mention of this, Xiang Chuan's expression turned grave. Upon receiving a call from Qingya and learning she was in the hospital, he nearly broke into a cold sweat. One of the brothers, grinning, asked Xiang Chuan, "Brother Chuan, if your wife has a son, can we practice with him?" Zhu Qingya answered for Xiang Chuan, "Sure, once he learns to walk, I'll hand him over to you. I just worry you might not dare to practice." "How could that be?" Another chimed in. "Right, sister-in-law, we're just worried that you and Brother Chuan might feel heartbroken." Xiang Chuan smirked. "What's there to feel heartbroken about a little rascal?" Hearing this, the brothers inquired further. "Brother Chuan, what if it's a girl?" Xiang Chuan's gaze fell upon Zhu Qingya's belly, and his eyes softened as he smiled. "That wouldn't be acceptable." Zhu Qingya glanced at Jiang Yining beside her, saying, "If it's a daughter, I hope she resembles Yining." She then looked at Ling Yu and added, "Or perhaps like Ling Yu, a delightful little girl." A person standing next to Ling Yu patted her on the head, teasing, "How is this little girl charming? It's a wonder she doesn't irritate us." Ling Yu shot him a glare. "I'm not that bad indeed. Our Ling Yu is exceptional. She is a journalist now." Ling Yu blushed and clarified, "Oh dear, how many times must I say it? I am not a journalist, just a small editor." Jiang Yining asked her, "What kind of editor?" Ling Yu explained, "Our company covers news involving both social and entertainment stories, but I'm merely a small editor who just signed a probation contract." She playfully smiled at everyone. "If you have any explosive news in the future, do share it with me. We can help with the exposure." Xiang Chuan remarked, "Whether editor or journalist, to us brothers, whatever you do is remarkable." Hearing such praise from Xiang Chuan was rare, and Ling Yu doubted her ears, asking, "Did I just hear correctly? In my lifetime, I actually received a compliment from Brother Chuan." Laughter erupted among the crowd. "Brother Chuan, you might want to take those words back. Otherwise, she'll become increasingly proud." He Chi returned from the balcony after finishing a phone call, and upon seeing him, a brother asked, "Chigo, didn't Brother Chuan say that if he has a son, he'll let us practice with him? If you and your wife have a son in the future, will you be willing to let us babysit?" Another brother nudged him. "Why bring that up? Grandma, he won't even allow Chigu to be a special police officer, let alone a great-grandson, which would be even closer." He Chi paid it no mind, glancing at Jiang Yining, and said with a smirk, "This is not my decision. It requires my wife's approval." The crowd teased, "Oh, you're afraid of your wife too, with Brother Chuan ahead and Brother Chi behind. It seems the men are doomed. None can stand upright." They laughed and asked Jiang Yining, "Sister-in-law, would you be willing?" Jiang Yining, understanding their jest, smiled and nodded, "Of course." "Did you hear that? Chi-gu? Sister-in-law has spoken. Hurry and have a child with her, so he can join Brother Chuan's child in the future." Jiang Yining blushed, while He Chi remained calm, saying, "We haven't enjoyed our two-person world enough yet. Why would we want a little light bulb?" He even found He Xiao Hui a nuisance. However, he did express that if they were to have a warm, sweet daughter, one as lovely as Jiang Yining, he would indeed look forward to it. He Chi's gaze turned softer as he looked at Jiang Yining, who, upon meeting his deep black eyes, shyly lowered her gaze. Observing the tender exchange between the two, the onlookers could no longer contain themselves, exclaiming, "Hey, could you consider us single folks for a moment?" They were overwhelmed. When Ling Fu and Ling Mu returned from shopping, they paused at the door, hearing the sounds of laughter from inside. Ever since Ling Yin left, the house had rarely been this lively. Even the festive seasons could not restore the previous atmosphere. Yet, Ling Yan's brothers always gathered at a set time to come home. Over the years, He-Chi had been away, but he always made it a point to visit them whenever he returned to Lin City. Ling Fu gently urged, "Let us go in." Ling Mu wiped away a tear from the corner of her eye. She missed her son. If Ling Yin were still here at this age, he would likely bring his girlfriend home to meet them. Discussing marriage, and in a year or two, they would be enjoying their grandchildren. Ling Mu concealed her sorrow and opened the door. Upon seeing them, He-Chi introduced Jiang Yining. "Yining, this is Uncle Ling and Animo." Jiang Yining stood up. "Hello, Uncle Ling." Animo. Ling Mu smiled at her. "Yining, welcome to our home." She handed the fruit she was carrying to Ling Yu. "Xiao Yu, please wash the fruits." Ling Yu took the fruits to the kitchen, while Ling Mu stayed in the living room to chat with Zhu Qingya and Jiang Yining for a while. The group stayed at the Ling household for dinner, planning to leave at 9 in the evening. Before departing, the Ling family sent them off. Prior to their separation, Ling Fu and Ling Mu presented Jiang Yining with 2 red envelopes. The envelopes were so thick that Jiang Yining hesitated to accept them. Ling Mu urged, "Yining, since it's your first time visiting, we always regarded them as half-sons. You must accept the envelopes." He-Chi nodded at Jiang Yining. "Take them." Jiang Yining accepted them, smiling. "Thank you, Uncle Ling." "Animo, I wish you both good health and happiness." Ling Mu chuckled. "This child is truly sweet-tongued." He-Chi took Jiang Yining's hand, and they left with the others. As they walked away, Jiang Yining glanced back, noticing the Ling family still watching them in the night. The pain of Ling Yin's sacrifice might fade in the hearts of others with time, but his parents would never forget. The greatest sorrow in the world is for a parent to bid farewell to their child. After returning to Yuhu Bancheng, He-Chi had an international meeting to attend. Jiang Yining, feeling quite bored, took a bath and then cuddled with He Xiaohui on the sofa, watching a trending TV series. He-Chi emerged from the study, observing He Xiaohui's despondent expression. He Xiaohui wished to return to its own little nook, but Jiang Yining treated it like a toy, holding it close. He-Chi sat beside Jiang Yining, rescuing He Xiaohui from her embrace. Jiang Yining leaned against He-Chi, looking up at him with a playful smile. "Uncle Ling and Animo gave me 2 once-in-a-lifetime red envelopes." She rarely smiled so charmingly. He-Chi lowered his head to touch her nose, suggesting, "Indeed, it is a rare opportunity." Chapter 88. Jealousy is futile. Their breaths intertwined as their noses gently brushed against each other. Jiang Yining wrapped her arms around his neck, tilted her head, and initiated a kiss on his lips. He-Chi was quite taken aback. Jiang Yining was typically reserved in this regard, usually waiting for him to take the lead. Just as he was about to reciprocate her gesture, an abrupt vibration from his phone shattered the romantic atmosphere. Jiang Yining glanced at her phone. He-Chi turned her head back, stopping her from answering, saying, "Call back later." "No." Jiang Yining insisted, bringing the phone closer. "It was Qiao Qiao." He-Chi understood. Her best friend was more important than her husband, and he felt a twinge of jealousy. He ruffled her hair in a mildly annoyed manner before getting up to take a shower. Jiang Yining straightened her tousled hair, softly calling after him. "Immature." She answered Zhang Qiao's call, asking, "Qiao Qiao, what is up?" Zhang Qiao sighed. "Ning, I might need to trouble He-Chi to help me set up a meeting with Song Xingjin. The project is likely failing. And it's not because I spilled red wine. Manager sure insists on blaming me and wants me to take responsibility. I can't reach Mr. Song for any response, so I need He-Chi to arrange a meeting for me to see if I can salvage it. If not, I need to ensure it wasn't due to my fault. If I'm dismissed without cause, I'll need to claim compensation before leaving." Jiang Yining replied, "No problem, He-Chi is taking a shower. I'll tell him afterward." Zhang Qiao asked again, Ning, are you sure it won't be too much trouble? If it means owing someone a favor, it's not worth it." Jiang Yining had already inquired about this with He-Chi. She relayed his words. They are in the same circle and have known each other since childhood. Just meeting for a chat is not a hassle. She comforted Zhang Qiao. Qiao, don't be upset. With your abilities, you can shine anywhere. That if you're unhappy at this company, perhaps a change of scenery would be better." Zhang Qiao agreed. "If I can get compensation, let us plan a trip together when the time is right." Jiang Yining smiled. "Sure, it's been a while since we've gone out." Taking advantage of the holiday, He-Chi asked Chen Feng to arrange for Song Xingjin to meet at Shiyu Bar for a gathering. At 3 in the afternoon, Song Xingjin arrived punctually at the bar's entrance. In the morning, Chen Feng had only sent him an address, insisting he be there by 3. Upon seeing the address, Song Xingjin frowned but chose not to question it. Chen Feng had just arrived and greeted him warmly. "Arda Song, long time no see." After Chen Feng released him, Song Xingjin calmly adjusted his slightly crooked tie. As they entered together, Song Xingjin inquired expressionlessly, "Why meet me at a bar?" He held no prejudice against bars but preferred more suitable environments for discussions. Song Xingjin caught a glimpse of Chun Ran and was left perplexed. Chen Feng remarked, "This is the bar owned by He Qi, and today he specifically asked me to invite you." Song Xingjin replied with a nonchalant, "Oh." The profits from this bar were utterly insignificant to their social circle. It would be more prudent to channel that energy into developing new business ventures. However, if it were He Qi, Song Xingjin would not be surprised. He Qi had always been carefree and unruly, previously refusing to take over the family business to become a special police officer. After being dissuaded by his grandmother, he had engaged in various ventures with friends, adamantly avoiding the family company. Now, he seemed willing to return, having opened a small bar. Chen Feng, draping his arm over Song Xingjin's shoulder, said, "With the holiday crowd, He Qi has even reserved a private room for us. We rarely have this privilege on ordinary days." Song Xingjin, although having known He Qi since childhood, found their differing perspectives created a barrier to deeper friendship. Their interactions were typically limited to polite nods. However, their grandmothers shared a strong bond in a cool tone. Song Xingjin remarked, "It is you who invited me. Not that I felt compelled to come, understood?" Chen Feng laughed, "Understood, understood. We are indeed shamelessly begging you to come." Song Xingjin chose to ignore him. Upon arriving at the private room, they found He Qi already waiting. Upon seeing Song Xingjin, He Qi greeted, "We have both tea and liquor. Which would you prefer? What would one drink tea for at a bar?" Yet, He Qi had already brought over the tea set from He Jin's office. After glancing at it, Song Xingjin replied, "Let us have tea." As Song Xingjin sat across from He Qi, he directly inquired, "So, what is the purpose of summoning me?" He Qi began to brew tea, saying, "No rush. You must have a cup of tea first." Noticing the silver wedding ring on He Qi's hand, Song Xingjin recalled his grandmother mentioning He Qi's recent marriage, which had caused his grandmother to become quite anxious. Over the past few days, she had been eager to have him home to meet guests, essentially setting up blind dates. Song Xingjin spoke up, "I forgot to wish you a happy marriage." He Qi smiled and replied, "Thank you. By the way, I hope you can join us for the wedding celebration." With a playful smile, he added, "However, I must ask for your wedding gift in advance." Song Xingjin, intrigued, responded, "I am not aware of possessing anything particularly valuable that would warrant your direct request." He Qi merely smiled and poured tea for both him and Chen Feng, suggesting they enjoy their tea first. Song Xingjin took a sip from his cup. That moment, Jiang Yining and Zhang Qiao were in the office shared by He Qi and He Jin. After receiving a message from He Qi, Jiang Yining said, "Qiao Qiao, He Qi wants you to come over." When Zhang Qiao entered the private room, He Qi and Chen Feng stood to leave. At this point, only Zhang Qiao and Song Xingjin remained in the room. Zhang Qiao sincerely apologized, "Mr. Song, I am truly sorry, but I must meet you." Song Xingjin did not make things difficult for her, stating, "Miss Zhang, my refusal to assign the new hotel design to your company is not due to the incident where you accidentally spilled on me. Rather, it is because I am not satisfied with your company and had not agreed to award this project to you." Zhang Qiao understood, refraining from further discussion. "Thank you, Mr. Song, for your willingness to share this with me." After a moment's hesitation, she asked, "Mr. Song, could you kindly assist me by providing a statement that my personal reasons did not hinder the signing of this project?" Song Xingjin scrutinized her for a moment. His brow slightly furrowed. He had initially intended to refuse, but recalling his earlier promise to He Qi regarding the wedding gift, he concluded that as long as it was not excessive, he could not decline whatever Zhang Qiao requested. What she was asking was merely a matter of his words. Song Xingjin nodded, "That is acceptable." Zhang Qiao exhaled in relief, smiling, "Thank you, Mr. Song, I want to take up more of your time." Reflecting on the lightness of this wedding gift, Song Xingjin felt it was insufficient to convey his sincerity. Just as Zhang Qiao was about to exit, he called out, "Miss Zhang." Chapter 89. Interest. When selecting a partner company, Song Xingjin had familiarized himself with each one. As Zhang Qiao turned back, he stated, "I have awarded this project to Qiling Studio. Miss Zhang, you are quite capable. Should you need, I can recommend you to them." Qiling? Zhang Qiao smiled at Song Xingjin. "Thank you, Mr. Song, but there is no need for your trouble. Qiling was founded by two of my senior sisters, and I will reach out to them if necessary." Initially, her senior sisters had approached her, but due to the considerable risks associated with entrepreneurship and her modest background, she hesitated to join. 3 years had passed, and unexpectedly, her senior sisters had successfully secured a major project with Juanchi Hotel Group. Although Qi Ling was merely a small studio, Song Xingjin had always valued capability over the size of a company. Since Zhang Qiao had expressed this, he refrained from further comments. After exiting the private room, Zhang Qiao quickly texted Zhang Yining. Ning Ning, I wish to call my senior sisters to inquire if they are hiring. I will contact you later. After concluding their discussion, Song Xingjin and Chun Feng departed as well. He Qi then went to the office to find Zhang Yining. Upon entering, he found her seated at his desk, engaged in a phone call. Noticing him, Zhang Yining asked into the phone, He Qi is here. Do you wish to speak with him? He Qi locked the office door and approached her. Who is it? Cousin, Zhang Yining replied. Handing the phone to He Qi shared an office with He Jin. With each having their own desk, he rarely came over, and most of the office space was occupied by He Jin. Leaving He Qi's desk pushed into a corner, He Qi did not take the phone but instead lifted Zhang Yining into his lap. Sitting in the office chair, Zhang Yining sat nervously, glancing towards the door. He Qi lowered his voice. The door is locked. He took the phone and asked, What is up? Du Yingzhe's voice was filled with joy. He Qi, I'm getting married on the first day of National Day, and I would like to invite you and Ning Ning to our wedding. Do you have any work commitments at that time? He Qi congratulated him and laughed. What work arrangements could there be during National Day? Even if there were, I would cancel them. While toying with Zhang Yining's long, beautiful fingers, he chatted with Du Yingzhe for a while. After hanging up, He Qi placed Zhang Yining's phone on the desk, wrapping his arms around her waist. Wife, I have accomplished my task. Do I get a reward? He teased, referring to his effort in getting Song Xingjin to meet them. Zhang Qiao had already informed her about it. Zhang Yining replied, Qiao Qiao asked me to thank you on her behalf. He Qi, not willing to let it go, pressed further. And what about me? Do you have anything to show? He rubbed his head against her neck, his short hair prickling against her skin. Zhang Yining felt flustered and quickly said, Yes, 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 please stop. She understood what He Qi desired. The previous night, she had initiated a kiss, and He Qi had been fixated on it, wanting her to kiss him again when they went to bed. She had refused and simply gone to sleep, ignoring him. He Qi lifted his head, his dark eyes sparkling with mischief. Come on. Zhang Yining hesitated, glancing anxiously towards the door, wondering if He Jin would return unexpectedly. He Qi, with an air of certainty, stated, He won tea. Seeing Zhang Yining still uneasy, he explained, He Jin went to a nearby city for an inspection, planning to open a branch. Another branch? Can you manage all that? Zhang Yining asked. He Qi shrugged nonchalantly. That depends on He Jin's plans. I am merely funding it. Running a bar is just a pastime for me, but for He Jin, it's a full-time commitment. Let us not dwell on that. We have more pressing matters. Zhang Yining gazed at He Qi, and the more serious he became, the more she found it amusing. She cupped his face in her hands, leaning in to peck him before pulling away. Is that sufficient? He Qi chuckled. Could you possibly be any more dismissive? Zhang Yining nodded. I can be. Just then, a message from Zhang Qiao pinged on Zhang Yining's phone. Ning Ning, I've finished. Do you still want to hit the gym? Upon seeing the message, Zhang Yining stood up from He Qi's lap. I need to go to the gym with Qiao Qiao. He Qi refused to let go. Must you go today? We already made plans. I need to run more before the school sports meet. Our class cannot be last. He Qi leaned closer, nibbling on her earlobe. The treadmill will arrive in a couple of days. The sports meet is the day after tomorrow, and after that, it's National Day. Zhang Yining painted a picture of future rewards, kissing He Qi's cheek. I'll come back tonight and give you a reward. All right. He Qi was skeptical, knowing that after working out at the gym, she would likely return too exhausted to think about any rewards. He ran his fingers through her long hair, cupping her face and planting 2 firm kisses on her lips. Don't rush. Take it slow. Before releasing her, he playfully slapped her behind. Zhang Yining's face flushed as she hastily fixed her hair and dashed away, her heart racing. Upon seeing Zhang Yining, Zhang Qiao, noticing the lingering blush on her cheeks, teasingly asked, What scandalous activities were you two up to in the office? You're positively glowing. Not at all. Zhang Yining quickly retorted. It's just hot. Zhang Qiao chuckled. Ning Ning, do you realize you are absolutely terrible at lying? Zhang Yining. The school sports meeting is scheduled for Tuesday. In addition to the relay race involving participating classes, the homeroom teachers will also compete, with the female teachers participating in the 800-meter long distance run. Furthermore, the homeroom teachers will partake in the relay race as well. During the 2 days of the sports meeting, students mingled with teachers, and during the 800-meter race, Teacher Lu said to Zhang Yining, Zhang Laosher, let us take it easy later. Ts better for both of us to finish last together than for one of us to do it alone. Both she and Jiang Yining are not fond of sports, and they cannot compete with the others. Jiang Yining smiled and graciously declined her suggestion, saying, Teacher Liu, I've been going to the gym every day lately. Teacher Liu gave her a thumbs up, exclaiming, You're really dedicated. I'm not afraid of finishing last, but I dread having a high achiever beside me. Teacher Liu suddenly felt overwhelmed, adding, No, I cannot be the last. As the whistle blew, everyone dashed forward. Wang Zhiyao rallied the class, shouting, Zhang Laosher, go, go. Hearing her students cheer for her, Jiang Yining felt a twinge of sadness for Teacher Liu, whose class seemed to have vanished. When the competition concluded, Jiang Yining secured third place. Once the sports meeting came to a successful close, Jiang Yining took photos with her students and the teachers who participated in the office. At that moment, He Chi, who was in a meeting, felt bored and picked up his phone to scroll through moments, just in time to see Jiang Yining's post from a minute ago. In the first photograph, Jiang Yining was surrounded by a group of youthful students, her smile radiant, suggesting she had a wonderful time today. Upon seeing the second photo, He Chi squinted slightly. The mathematics teacher who fancied Jiang Yining was there too, seemingly named Yang Hui, standing right next to her. Looking at the photo, He Chi found Yang Hui's smile particularly irksome. Usually, He Chi appeared stern in front of others, and at this moment, his expressionless lips pressed together in a thin line, causing the executive presenting the report to wonder if he had said something wrong. The company's upper management had already been replaced by He Chi, who wielded an iron fist, showing no leniency. Now, the senior executives were all on edge, fearing they might be the next one to be cut. Fortunately, He Chi's expression only soured for a moment. He was reading a message from Jiang Yining. The sports meeting has ended, and I'm heading back to the class for a meeting about safety during the National Day holiday before we can break for the holiday. Jiang Yining then asked He Chi, Shall we cook together tonight? In front of numerous employees, He Chi dared not smile too broadly. He pressed his lips together and inquired, Can I receive the reward you owe me tonight? Jiang Yining, in a good mood today, quickly replied, Sure. Yet He Chi was not satisfied and pressed further, Considering how many days it's been, could you possibly add a bit of interest? After a few minutes without a reply, He Chi assumed she would not respond again and felt disappointed when his phone vibrated. The reply from his wife read, Okay. Chapter 90. Petty jealousy. Upon seeing the message, He Chi raised an eyebrow and clicked his tongue softly. She really is quite aloof. Tomorrow marks the beginning of the National Day holiday, and many will be heading home tonight, with still 2 to 3 hours left until the end of the workday. He Chi contemplated leaving the company early. When He Qingwen came looking for He Chi, she found him shutting down his computer and glanced at her watch, asking, Where are you off to? He Chi looked up at her, his voice laced with a hint of laziness. Going home. Where else would I go? But the workday hasn't ended yet. I need to ask you something. He Chi grabbed the car keys from his desk, stating, If it's about work, Aunt, please come back to ask me in 7 days. He Qingwen would not let him leave. Has your cousin mentioned anything about having a girlfriend? He has. Speaking of this matter, He Chi still wanted to give Su Ming a good thrashing like in their childhood. Noticing He Qingwen's eager anticipation for some information, He Chi suddenly smirked. His tone shifted to one of mild regret as he looked at He Qingwen, saying, Aunt, you should prepare yourself mentally. He Qingwen, feeling perplexed, asked, Prepare for what? He Chi approached her and comfortingly patted her shoulder. You should have stopped my cousin from going abroad in the first place. He is coming back at the end of the year, and he might even bring back his foreign boyfriend, who is about 6 feet tall and packed with muscles, He Qingwen. Seeing He Chi's serious demeanor, she felt as though the sky was falling. The couple had envisioned Su Ming returning to find a girlfriend and marrying in a couple of years. She was just preparing for retirement, hoping to pass the company to He Chi and, like her sister-in-law, look forward to a time of doting on grandchildren. He Qingwen remained stunned for a while. He Chi, please don't be joking. What reason would I have to deceive you? That is exactly what Su Ming told me. If you don't believe me, go ask him. With that, He Chi left before He Qingwen could gather her thoughts. Once outside, he summoned his assistant, instructing, let everyone leave early. It's better to avoid the traffic. As soon as He Chi departed, the employees erupted in excitement, swiftly packing their belongings to leave. He Qingwen remained in He Chi's office, dialing an international call to confront her SON but Su Ming. Bewildered, replied Mom, who said I have a foreign boyfriend. He Qingwen, anxious, urged, your cousin. Su Ming, tell me, is what He Chi said true? She had only intended for him to probe, not to make wild assertions. Su Ming, feeling helpless, decided to come clean. Mom, I do have a foreign girlfriend, not a boyfriend. I was worried you and Dad might not accept it. After all, his parents held relatively traditional views. He had previously tested the waters with them and realized they preferred him to wait until he returned to China before dating. He Qingwen patted her chest to calm herself. That He Chi truly startled her, nearly giving her a heart attack. As long as it's not a boyfriend, that's fine. She relented a bit. Just make your own decision. If you're sure about this girl, bring her home to meet us. He Qingwen's tone turned serious. Su Ming, are you certain she's willing to come back to live in China with you? If she wants you to stay abroad, to be honest, I'm still not very keen on that. Su Ming chuckled. Mom, don't worry. She's very eager to come back with me. I have to go. I am in a meeting. After exiting He Chi's office, He Qingwen found the entire floor devoid of people, knowing immediately that He Chi had instructed everyone to leave early. He Chi arrived home before 5 o'clock, even earlier than Jiang Yining. After waiting for about half an hour, he finally heard a commotion at the door. Jiang Yining came home, gleefully holding 2 small trophies, and upon seeing He Chi, she approached him to boast. Did you see that? This is what we call the heavens rewarding the diligent. Our homeroom relay team secured first place. Jiang Yining recounted the dangers of the event, saying, we almost came in second. Teacher Yang was the last runner. And he surged ahead. Seeing her so proud and mentioning Yang Hui, He Chi pulled her closer, his jealousy flaring as he remarked, if I had run the last leg, there would have been no suspense whatsoever. Jiang Yining, puzzled by his sudden competitiveness, retorted, that's not the same. Teacher Yang is more composed and gentlemanly. His physique cannot compare to yours, especially since you exercise regularly. She was completely unaware of Yang Hui's feelings for her. And He Chi felt childish for being envious. After all, Yang Hui didn't express any interest, and if Jiang Yining found out, it might create awkwardness, considering they were colleagues who would frequently see each other. He Chi chose not to dwell on the matter further. He placed the 2 little trophies Jiang Yining held onto the table and lifted her onto his lap, stating, now it's time for my reward. Along with interest, Jiang Yining found herself trapped by him, unable to escape. Considering He Chi had been quite well behaved recently, she decided not to dismiss him this time. She wrapped her arms around his neck and leaned in for a kiss, only to catch sight of He Xiaowei staring at them with its big, innocent eyes. Jiang Yining pointed at He Xiaowei, complaining, look, it's eavesdropping. He Chi reached for the thin blanket on the sofa. Covering He Xiaowei with it-as, He Xiaowei quickly jumped off the sofa. The blinding light was removed, allowing Jiang Yining to slowly lean in closer, tilting her head to avoid their noses touching, and pressed her lips against He Chi's. Her movements were stiff as she mimicked how He Chi usually kissed her. He Chi initially displayed patience, but gradually, his patience waned, and he simply swept her up and carried her to the bedroom. By the end, Jiang Yining was utterly exhausted. After He Chi carried her to the bathroom for a quick shower, they lay down on the bed. Jiang Yining grabbed the remote and opened the curtains halfway. She had arrived home at around 5:30, and now darkness enveloped the outside. Observing the deepening night, Jiang Yining, her voice slightly hoarse, asked He Chi, who had just settled on the bed, what time is it? He Chi picked up his phone to check, then embraced her and, closing his eyes, leisurely replied, it's 8:30. Let us take a nap. Having expended all her energy for the day, Jiang Yining felt fatigued as well. But just as she closed her eyes to sleep, her stomach grumbled in protest. He Chi heard it too and lifted his eyelids, suggesting, shall we go out for dinner? Jiang Yining, feeling lazy, shook her head. Unwilling to go out, He Chi picked up his phone, scrolling through options for takeout. What do you feel like eating? After glancing through the limited choices, he decided, I'll call to have the restaurant deliver the food. Jiang Yining had no objections. She just didn't want to step outside. She turned to He Chi, saying, imagine if He Xiaowei could cook. That would be wonderful. Hearing his wife's astonishing words, He Chi momentarily halted his search through the contact list. He thought to himself that He Xiaowei could not possibly attain sentience. His gaze fixed upon Jiang Yining, locking onto her pair of eyes that shimmered with a hint of innocence. A subtle smile graced his lips as he suggested,